Chapter 1. The Madman in the Town. I am invincible in this world. Ha ha ha. On the bustling street, a young man clad in tattered blue garments, with a wooden sword slung across his back, suddenly hurled his books aside, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily towards the sky. This unexpected spectacle startled passers-by, who initially felt irked and were about to scold him. However, upon recognizing the disheveled youth, their expressions froze in realization. Ah, it's that mad scholar. No harm done. They muttered a few curses under their breath and gradually moved along their way. The blue-clad scholar cackled again, picked up his books, and squatted at the street corner, fervently flipping through the pages with wild enthusiasm. Occasionally, a passerby would glance at what the scholar was so engrossed in, only to be taken aback upon discovering that it was merely a blank book devoid of any writings, and they would inwardly concede that indeed he was mad, tossing a few copper coins before shaking their heads and departing. Yet, the blue-clad scholar remained entirely oblivious to their reactions, completely immersed in his own world. His name was Chun Sun, and no one knew whence he had come. The townsfolk were aware that since his arrival in the small river town, he had never left. It had been 2.5 years, and everyone knew of the existence of this eccentric blue-clad scholar. Chun Sun squatted at the street corner, seemingly absorbed in his reading, often exclaiming in surprise, drooling in silly laughter, or rising to perform bizarre antics that left onlookers astonished, resembling a peculiar creature. Before long, the sun began its descent. Grumble, grumble. Chun Sun's stomach rumbled. Curious, he patted his belly and said, "Can you make that sound again?" Grumble, grumble. Hey! Chun Sun's interest peaked as he swiftly approached a bewildered old passerby, pointing at his stomach and asking in astonishment, "It's making noise, can you hear it?" Old Lee, recognizing Chun Sun, pursed his lips and leaned closer to pretend to listen to Chun Sun's belly, then seriously nodded, "Yes, it is indeed making noise." After saying this, he cast a cautious glance, wary of what outrageous action Chun Sun might undertake next. At his age, Old Lee was concerned about maintaining his dignity. Chun Sun's gaze turned skeptical. "Why is it making noise?" Old Lee cleared his throat and replied, "It's hungry, so it naturally makes noise." Old Lee wished to distance himself from the madman, but found his hand firmly grasped by Chun Sun, leaving him no opportunity to escape. "Hungry?" Chun Sun furrowed his brow, scratching his head in confusion, and muttered, "How can it be hungry? No, wait, how can I be hungry? This is so annoying it keeps making noise, truly bothersome." "Ah, damn." Old Lee was startled by Chun Sun's outburst, and quickly said, it's all right. Just calm down. We'll take you to eat once you're full. It won't make noise anymore." Upon hearing this, Chun Sun calmed down slightly and looked at Old Lee with hopeful anticipation. "Really?" Old Lee's expression turned awkward as he glanced at his wrist firmly held in Chun Sun's grip, and he nodded, "Really." Indeed, subsequently, Chun Sun and Old Lee left hand in hand, under the curious gazes of numerous passers-by, with Old Lee's face flushed, silently lamenting the loss of his dignity. Typically, people would avoid this mad scholar, but today a moment's lapse had resulted in an encounter. What a stroke of misfortune. At the Happiness Noodle House, the sound of slurping filled the air. Chun Sun was engrossed in devouring noodles, entirely oblivious to the astonished stares of other patrons. Old Lee, seated across from him, was not fixated on Chun Sun, but rather on the towering stack of bowls before them. 10 bowls had already been consumed, indicating that Chun Sun was now on his 11th. Old Lee's heart raced. This lad had an insatiable appetite, akin to a starving ghost returned to life. This simply could not continue at this rate. Even mountains of gold would be devoured. "It's finished." At that moment, Chun Sun looked up at Old Lee, pointing at the empty bowl with his chopsticks. Old Lee glanced at the vacant bowl with disbelief, exclaiming internally, "Good heavens, he's finished again, not even leaving the broth behind." Chun Sun, you've eaten 11 bowls already, and you're still not full?" Old Lee inquired tentatively. Chun Sun touched his face and replied with unwavering certainty, "Not at all." Old Lee was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, how would you know if you're full? Perhaps you should touch your belly instead of your face." However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Old Lee suddenly realized, damn it, he almost forgot this lad is indeed a madman, and one cannot apply the reasoning of a sane person to him. With a sigh, Old Lee reached into his pocket and chuckled awkwardly. "Chun Sun, I don't have much money on me. I need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later. so I can't afford to let you eat any more noodles. Implied was that 11 bowls were already the limit. Yet Chen Sun merely frowned and asked, "Money?" Old Li was taken aback. "You have to pay for the noodles. Do you think the owner would let you eat for free?" Chen Sun nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Old Li felt a flicker of hope. This Chen Sun may be mad, but he still possessed some basic understanding, which was reassuring. At least he appeared more reasonable now, capable of normal conversation. Then why not just not pay? To Old Li's astonishment, Chen Sun stated this with utmost seriousness. Old Li's expression transformed into one of sheer bewilderment, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Chen Sun's declaration was overheard by many patrons and the owner of the noodle house. The owner immediately interjected, irate, "Chen Sun, if you dare to dine and dash, I will certainly report you to the authorities." But Chen Sun was oblivious to the implications of such threats. He merely turned to the owner with a look of incredulity. The owner's lips twitched uncontrollably today. He was being regarded as a fool by a fool. He was on the verge of losing his temper to teach Chen Sun a lesson. One could hardly contain their fury, considering that he had often looked upon Chen Sun with pity, sharing food with him, only to find that Chen Sun had completely forgotten his kindness and even regarded him with such an expression. "Cough, cough, old Sue, don't be angry. We'll pay for the meal today. I'm treating Chen Sun to dinner." Old Li hastily rose to his feet, casually handing over the meticulously counted 33 copper coins, and then seized Chen Sun, dashing out of the noodle shop. The proprietor accepted the coins, his expression softening considerably. However, he still glared at Chen Sun's departing figure, grumbling, "Humph, truly an ingrate. If I ever give him food again, I shall no longer bear the surname Sue." "Oh dear, calm down, boss. What's the point in arguing with a madman?" "Indeed, boss. Chen Sun is quite the pitiable soul." Losing his sanity at such a young age, came the chorus of consolation from the patrons. The owner forced a smile and retreated into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Old Li remarked, "Chen Sun, it's getting late. I must go buy a hairpin for my granddaughter before heading home." His eyes, wild with a hint of madness, signaled at the hand grasped by Chen Sun. For a fleeting moment, Chen Sun appeared bewildered, then suddenly erupted into a frenzied display, exclaiming, "What is home? You're going home? Can I return home too?" Old Li's smile faltered, and he inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Chapter 2. The helplessness of Old Li. Has the madman spoken? At this moment, Old Li's countenance resembled that of one who had consumed something foul, as he exclaimed with great agitation, "Chen Sun, I have graciously invited you for a meal, and you mustn't shamelessly cling to me like a stubborn adhesive." However, Chen Sun was oblivious to Old Li's words. With a beaming smile, he grasped Old Li's hand and raised it triumphantly above his head, swaying his hips and reveling in his exuberance. Seeing that dusk was approaching, Old Li's patience waned. He inhaled deeply, abruptly yanked his hand away from Chen Sun's grasp, and fled. Chen Sun, puzzled by Old Li's hasty retreat, tilted his head in confusion, but his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he crouched down for limbs on the ground like a wild beast, and swiftly gave chase. On the street, passers-by parted ways, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they witnessed Chen Sun darting past, silently questioning what madness had overtaken him. Meanwhile, Old Li, panting heavily as he fled, suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Upon turning, he beheld the silhouette of Chen Sun, resembling a feral creature under the dim streetlights, which sent a wave of terror coursing through him. Good heavens! Old Li nearly lost his wits, but the startling sight ignited a surge of adrenaline, propelling him to run even faster. Thus, the two engaged in a chaotic game of chase, transforming the street into a veritable whirlwind of commotion. Old Li's residence was situated on the western outskirts of Shaoa Town. Though somewhat remote by local standards, he was nonetheless a resident with his own modest courtyard, living a life free from want. In his frantic escape, Old Li reached home, hastily secured the gate behind him, and grabbed a hoe, hastening to the fence while panting. You young rascal, do not push me, Old Li. Be wise and take your leave." Chen Sun, observing Old Li from within the courtyard, remained silent, consumed by his own manic laughter. The eerie expression on Chen Sun's face, coupled with his laughter, terrified Old Li, leaving him at a loss. Old Li's heart raced as he glanced at the fence, wondering what he would do if this madman were to force his way inside. Though he himself could withstand it, he feared for the safety of his granddaughter. "Chen Sun, you rascal, Old Li's stern countenance was about to deliver another warning when a melodious voice rang out from within the house. "Grandpa, you're back." Old Li's expression instantly shifted, and he urgently called out, "Yuan, Yuan, don't come out." But as soon as he uttered these words, a girl of about 15 or 16 dashed forth. The girl, slender and vibrant with a youthful ponytail, possessed a countenance that, while not strikingly beautiful, was nevertheless quite charming, particularly her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled even in the dimness of night. Her name was Li Yuan, Old Li's granddaughter. Upon seeing her grandfather wielding the home menacingly, she was taken aback and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Old Li, realizing the situation had escalated, let out a resigned sigh and gestured towards the fence, saying, "It's all because of this mad scholar. I kindly invited him for a meal, and now he intends to impose upon me." Li Yuan, slightly perplexed, tilted her head and peered through the fence, finally catching sight of Chen Sun, disheveled and ragged, standing outside. "Is it him?" In the small town of Xia, Chen Sun had, to some extent, earned a reputation, and Li Yuan recognized him. Previously, when Li Yuan accompanied Old Li to the market, she had caught a distant glimpse of Chen Sun. Upon noticing an additional figure beside Old Li, Chen Sun grinned widely, his row of pearly white teeth gleaming in the night. However, that manic laughter caused a slight change in Li Yuan's expression, prompting her to involuntarily step back. Observing his granddaughter's apparent fright, Old Li immediately brandished a hoe, threateningly admonishing, "Chen Sun, you brat, get lost. Don't make me report you to the authorities." Unfortunately, Chen Sun seemed oblivious to the threat, which left Old Li feeling utterly helpless. Old Li's mention of reporting him was merely a desperate attempt to intimidate Chen Sun. In Old Li's view, the young man was pitiable. He would never resort to such actions unless absolutely necessary. Regaining her composure, Li Yuan pressed her lips together and approached to take the hoe from Old Li's grasp, saying, "Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest early. If we ignore him, he will likely leave on his own." Old Li considered her words reasonable, then cast a wary glance at Chen Sun, who was still lost in his own foolish laughter. Remaining silent, he was concerned that this young man might leap over the fence at any moment. Nonetheless, Old Li also thought he might be overreacting. After all, despite Chen Sun's apparent instability, he had not genuinely harmed anyone in the 2.5 years he had spent in Xia. Otherwise, he would have long been imprisoned. With that thought, Old Li finally exhaled, casting a resentful glare at Chen Sun before turning to Li Yuan, saying, "Yuan, Yuan, go back to your room and sleep." "Yes," Li Yuan replied with a nod, casting one last curious glance at Chen Sun before sauntering back inside. Following her lead, Old Li also shot a cautionary look at Chen Sun before retreating into the house. Li Yuan was right. As long as they ignored Chen Sun, he would eventually depart. As Old Li and Li Yuan sequentially entered the house, Chen Sun remained in place, his head bowed, laughing maniacally, seemingly unaware of their departure. In the darkness, the scene was undeniably eerie. As time slowly passed, the night deepened. The season had turned to autumn, and the midnight breeze howled through the air. Outside the courtyard, Chen Sun, clad in tattered, thin clothing, appeared impervious to the cold, standing there, laughing madly, incessantly. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening broke the silence, and Li Yuan emerged with a lantern. Upon catching sight of Chen Sun outside, she was startled, her eyes widening in disbelief. A gust of chilling wind made her shiver, prompting her to quickly retreat indoors. Moments later, Li Yuan reappeared, this time cradling a blanket in her arms. Approaching the fence, she tossed the blanket towards Chen Sun. "Here," she called out. The blanket fell beside him, yet Chen Sun remained utterly oblivious, as if he had not even noticed her presence. Li Yuan struggled to comprehend Chen Sun's current state of mind and was at a loss regarding the source of his laughter. Tentatively, she urged, "You should wrap yourself in this. The night is long, and if this continues, you might fall ill from the cold." Chen Sun, however, showed no reaction. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yuan's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. With a surge of courage, she finally opened the courtyard gate, gritted her teeth, and ventured outside. Heart pounding, she cautiously approached Chen Sun, and upon perceiving no threat from him, she bent down to pick up the blanket on the ground and tenderly wrapped it around his shoulders. Chen Sun remained lost in his own world, laughing maniacally, oblivious to her presence. Li Yuan cast a sympathetic glance at him, unable to discern his features beneath his disheveled hair, and felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Sighing softly, she withdrew her gaze and turned to retreat into the courtyard, preparing to return indoors. The chilly wind outside was biting, and her frail constitution could scarcely endure it. Suddenly, an indistinct voice seemed to echo in the air. Li Yuan froze, whirling around to survey her surroundings. At such an hour, there was no soul in sight. Her gaze finally settled on Chen Sun, who continued to beam foolishly, and she exhaled in relief, a wry smile crossing her lips. It seemed she had merely mistaken the howling wind for a voice. After a final glance at Chen Sun, she pulled her neck into her shoulders and reluctantly re-entered the house. Chapter 3. It appears Brother Chun has changed the following day. Old Li emerged from his dwelling with a smoking pipe in hand, settling down in the courtyard. He tapped the pipe against a stone, loaded it with tobacco, and after igniting it with a vigorous puff, smoke began to rise. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he took a deep inhalation. However, as Old Li hummed a tune and surveyed the yard, he was suddenly choked by the smoke upon spotting a figure squatting outside. Coughing violently, he exclaimed, "What the, Chen Sun?" Realizing what he had seen, he extinguished the pipe and hurried out to where Chen Sun sat. Noticing the blanket draped over him, Old Li's expression shifted. "Good heavens! Isn't that my granddaughter's blanket?" he questioned, suspicion creeping into his voice. "You didn't stay out here all night, did you?" But Chen Sun remained motionless, not even flinching. Old Li's heart raced. He knew all too well how bitterly cold the autumn nights could be, especially given the geographical location of Xiao Town. Surely, the boy wouldn't freeze to death out here. Growing anxious, Old Li crouched down and nudged Chen Sun. "Chen Sun, Chen Sun." With a lopsided gaze, Chen Sun replied, "Do not disturb the growth of the young." Relieved to see that Chen Sun was unharmed, Old Li's tension eased slightly, though confusion washed over him. "Growth? What growth?" With a solemn tone, Chen Sun declared, "I am but a sapling now, destined to grow into a towering tree in due time." Old Li stared, momentarily baffled. After Chen Sun spoke, he lowered his head again, adopting his still posture. Old Li, at a loss for understanding the world of the mad, shook his head and returned to the house, anticipating the moment his granddaughter would awaken to prepare breakfast. Soon enough, wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimney of Old Li's home, and many nearby households followed suit, with smoke curling gracefully from each abode. During the breakfast preparation, Li Yuan ventured into the courtyard, her eyes immediately landing on Chen Sun. Just as she was about to say something, Old Li called out, "Yuan, Yuan, breakfast." "Understood, Grandpa," Li Yuan replied, promptly retreating back inside. The breakfast at Old Li's home was simple, consisting of porridge and pickled vegetables. Li Yuan was leisurely sipping her porridge, while Old Li had already finished his meal and refilled his bowl, adding some pickles before heading outside. "Grandpa." Old Li paused upon hearing Li Yuan's sudden call, turning around with a puzzled expression. "What is it, Yuan Yuan?" Li Yuan hesitated. "Grandpa, it's just a matter of a few extra chopsticks. Why not take him in?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes widened. "Yuan Yuan, this is not merely about a few extra chopsticks. Don't you know, Chen Sun devoured 11 bowls of noodles yesterday, and still seemed unsatisfied. To put it bluntly, even the nobility would struggle to support such an appetite, let alone our family." Moreover, the most critical point was that, despite Chen Sun being physically capable, he was mentally unstable, rendering him incapable of contributing. This was not a matter of simply taking someone in. Otherwise, why has no one in Xiao Town taken Chen Sun in for the past 2.5 years? It is precisely for this reason. Li Yuan was taken aback. 11 bowls. After a moment of silence, she suggested, "Grandpa, I could take on more needlework, and we can manage his portions at each meal." In truth, the words "thank you" that she believed she had misheard the night before lingered in her mind. Furthermore, Li Yuan felt a sense of pity for Chen Sun. Old Li was immensely frustrated. He had previously refrained from allowing his granddaughter to associate with Chen Sun because he knew her kind nature made her susceptible to compassion. Now, it seemed his concerns had materialized. "Grandpa, please consider it," he uttered before walking away. Soon, Old Li approached Chen Sun, offering him the bowl of porridge. "Here, drink your porridge." Initially motionless, Chen Sun's nose twitched, and he swiftly seized the bowl, finishing it in a few gulps. Old Li was astonished and jested, "Well, would you look at that? Even a tree can drink porridge?" Yet, Chen Sun had already returned to his stillness, handing the bowl back. Old Li took the bowl, shaking his head with a conflicted expression, and sighed, "Very well, I shall take you in for a while. If you misbehave, you'll have to leave, mark my words." With that, Old Li turned and walked back into the courtyard. Chen Sun remained squatting on the ground, pretending to be a sapling, though a fleeting glimmer of light shone in his eyes. Time passed, and winter arrived in full force. Amidst the swirling snow, the world of Xiaohe Town transformed into a blanket of white. Chen Sun had been staying at Old Li's for over 3 months, living off their hospitality without contributing anything. Recently, Old Li and Li Yuan noticed that Chen Sun's erratic behavior had significantly diminished. He often stood quietly in the courtyard, lost in thought. However, they chose not to disturb him, finding this quieter version of Chen Sun rather agreeable. It was a stark contrast to the chaotic days of his arrival, which had left Old Li exasperated. In the evening, Chen Sun stood in the courtyard, deep in contemplation, still dressed in his tattered blue shirt, disheveled hair cascading down, and carrying a worn wooden sword on his back. Previously, both Old Li and Li Yuan wished to assist Chen Sun in tidying up, yet were somewhat apprehensive, uncertain if Chen Sun might suddenly exhibit erratic behavior. Thus, they opted to leave things as they were, allowing matters to remain unresolved. "Brother Chen, it's time for dinner," Li Yuan called out as she entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Chen Sun, who had been standing quietly, immediately brightened, turning around to dash toward the house, laughing maniacally and waving his arms. Li Yuan, unfazed, deftly stepped aside to let him pass. At the dining table, Chen Sun buried himself in his meal, devouring it with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Old Li and Li Yuan exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile, accustomed to such antics. Suddenly, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the wooden sword strapped to Chen Sun's back, and she curiously inquired, "Brother Chen, you carry this wooden sword with you every day. Does it hold some special significance for you? May I take a look?" Upon hearing this, Old Li also glanced over, though he felt no particular curiosity. After all, Chen Sun was already eccentric. Whether he carried a wooden sword or even a toilet seat, Old Li would understand. However, in Old Li's view, asking was futile. Chen Sun was rather disordered in his mind, and recognizing people was a feat in itself, as they had hardly engaged in any normal conversations. Indeed, Li Yuan shared this sentiment, but her curiosity proved irresistible, prompting her to voice her question. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Sun's actions left Old Li and Li Yuan astounded. He paused his eating, reached behind to retrieve the wooden sword, and presented it to Li Yuan. She accepted it in astonishment. Chen Sun then broke into a wide, somewhat deranged grin and resumed his meal. Li Yuan examined the wooden sword closely. Its surface was pockmarked, and aside from that, it bore no distinct features, prompting her to return it to Chen Sun. By this time, he had finished eating, and after restrapping the sword to his back, he swiftly exited the house, coming to a sudden halt in the courtyard, standing quietly. Old Li and Li Yuan had grown accustomed to Chen Sun's peculiar behavior. However, Li Yuan hesitated before saying, "Grandfather, have you noticed that Brother Chen seems somewhat different lately?" Old Li furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, Chen Sun had changed. The act of handing over the wooden sword indicated that he was much more coherent than before, almost as if a flicker of awareness had ignited within him, albeit faintly. Afterward, Old Li and Li Yuan tidied up the dining table and exchanged a few words, instructing Chen Sun to return to his room early before retreating to their own. In Xiaohe Town, as winter set in, the townsfolk generally retired to sleep shortly after dinner, with little in the way of entertainment aside from a few who frequented the brothels. Chen Sun stood alone in the courtyard until the witching hour before quietly returning to his room. His quarters, originally a storage area, had been cleared by Old Li specifically for Chen Sun's use. The room was quite modest, furnished with only a wooden bed topped with a thick mattress, a table, and a bench, nothing more. This wooden bed had been crafted by Old Li himself, using timber he had hewn from the mountains bordering Xiaohe Town for Chen Sun. At this moment, Chen Sun sat cross-legged on his bed, his gaze unusually clear for a fleeting instant, though deep within his eyes lay the struggle of consciousness. 3 months remained. In this rare moment of lucidity, Chen Sun was acutely aware of his condition. Each bout of insanity persisted for 3 long years, only to be followed by a brief interlude of normalcy. The duration of this clarity remained uncertain, lasting perhaps a day, 10 days, half a month, or occasionally a month, with the longest stretch barely reaching 3 months. Since the dawn of his memory, he had endured this cycle countless times. In his quest to uncover the root of his madness, Chen Sun had traversed various paths, yet the answers remained elusive. Thus, he drifted through life, flowing with the currents of fate. Over the protracted years, he found himself ensnared in an infinite loop between madness and clarity, with the former prevailing overwhelmingly. Nevertheless, after enduring such extensive time, Chen Sun had cultivated a measure of strength. Additionally, he harbored a secret unbeknownst to anyone. He was immortal. Having journeyed through countless places, he had witnessed the ebb and flow of life and death, bidding farewell to many cherished friends and family. Ultimately, he remained the sole survivor, a reality to which he had long since grown accustomed. For Chen Sun, immortality felt like a torment, not for any other reason, but due to the painfully scarce moments of clarity. He cast a glance at the dwelling of old Li and Li Yuanyuan, warmth flickering in his eyes, yet almost instantaneously. His momentary clarity dissipated, replaced by a shroud of obscurity and wisdom. His features contorted, and a foolish grin spread across his face. Finally, he lay down, clutching the blanket, and succumbed to slumber, a strand of fragrant drool trailing from the corner of his mouth. The following day, Chen Sun awoke early, standing in the courtyard as usual. Yet he was engaged in a whimsical display, shaking his head and laughing foolishly, occasionally performing exaggerated gestures. Li Yuanyuan, wielding a broom, was clearing the accumulated snow in the yard, casting occasional glances at Chen Sun, shaking her head in exasperation and smiling. There was little she could do. Chen Sun's antics were undeniably amusing. Yet, she pondered, just days ago, it seemed her elder brother had undergone a transformation of sorts. But today he appeared to have reverted. Was it merely the result of his poor mood that had rendered him so quiet? Oddly enough, could a madman truly experience a melancholic disposition? At times, she envied Chen Sun's carefree existence, for was that not a form of happiness? Chen Sun, we've run out of firewood at home. Come with me to the mountain today to chop some wood. You can't just laze about. Old Li announced as he entered the courtyard, a firewood knife tucked at his waist and a bundle of hemp rope slung over his shoulder. Hee. Chen Sun turned to Old Li with a grin, though it was unclear if he grasped the request. Old Li paid no mind, pulling Chen Sun along as they exited the courtyard. Yuan, I'm taking Chen Sun to chop wood. Make sure to lock up the house. Understood, Grandpa. Please be careful. You and Chen Sun, she replied. As Chen Sun and Old Li made their way out of Xiao town, they encountered numerous townsfolk greeting Old Li. The town was small, and the fact that Old Li had taken Chen Sun in was already a well-known secret. In the eyes of the townsfolk, Old Li was indeed a quintessentially good man, taking in a madman who contributed nothing but freeloading. Such an act was beyond their capabilities. Nevertheless, the townspeople held a deep-seated gratitude for Old Li, for since he had taken Chen Sun in, their lives had become considerably more peaceful. After leaving Xiao town, Old Li and Chen Sun arrived at a nearby peak known as Xiao Peak, a site rich in resources. The adage live by the water and thrive by the mountains rang true for many in Xiao town, as numerous townsfolk relied on Xiao Peak for their livelihoods, hunting or foraging to sell their wares. However, the peak was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts, tales of hunters being devoured or gravely injured, and even some disappearing altogether, were not uncommon. Yet, Old Li remained unfazed. He never ventured deep into the heights of Xiao Peak for firewood, typically gathering nearer to the base. In winter, most wild animals hibernated, making encounters rare. Hey, you lad, your stamina is quite impressive, not even a hint of breathlessness. I truly am getting old, Old Li remarked, panting as he plopped down on a wooden stump, gazing at Chen Sun. Chen Sun chuckled, seemingly mocking him. Old Li, with a resigned smile, soon rose to resume his task of chopping wood. He had no illusions that Chen Sun would assist in the woodcutting. He had brought him along primarily for companionship and, after finishing, to share the burden of carrying the firewood home. As time passed swiftly, an hour soon elapsed, with Old Li having nearly completed his task, binding the wood with twine. During this interval, Chen Sun remained obediently in place, which pleased Old Li considerably. Suddenly, a crunching sound of snow underfoot broke the tranquil silence. Old Li's hands froze mid-bundle. Chen Sun stood behind him, so the noise could not have originated from him. A chilling realization struck Old Li, causing his hands to tremble as he raised his gaze, only to behold a massive shadow lurking not far ahead, poised to attack with a menacing glare. His pupils dilated in alarm. A black tiger. The black tiger was the apex predator of Xiao Peak. Hunters typically avoided it at all costs. Yet, here they were, face to face with this formidable beast. How could the black tiger appear at the foot of Xiao Peak? Old Li dared not breathe. his heart racing uncontrollably with panic. Despair washed over him as he cast a fleeting glance at Chen Sun, resolutely urging, "Chun, you must run." While others might have considered urging Chen Sun, the foolish madman, to stall the tiger to buy time for their escape, Old Li's instinct was solely to ensure Chen Sun's safety. Chen Sun, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the impending danger, smiling as if in jest. Acknowledging that communication with Chen Sun was futile, Old Li gritted his teeth, gripping his axe tightly, directing it toward the black tiger, even as his hands visibly quaked. This is indeed a black tiger. Even the hunter wielding a bow and arrow quakes in fear, let alone Old Li. At this moment, after scrutinizing Chen Sun and Old Li for a brief while, the black tiger seemed to perceive no threat from the two and began to approach, taking cautious steps. Old Li's face turned pale, his legs trembling as he muttered, "Yuan, Yuan, Yuan, Yuan. What will happen to her if he dies? And Chen Sun? He is the one who called Chen Sun to gather firewood, essentially leading to his demise. Chen Sun is still so young." Suddenly, Chen Sun positioned himself before Old Li. Prostrating on the ground in a primal stance, reminiscent of the night, he chased Old Li down the street. With a guttural roar, he lifted his head towards the advancing black tiger, emitting a low growl that mimicked that of a beast. To an onlooker, it appeared as a reckless act of madness. However, for Old Li, this scene was filled with disbelief, his eyes reddening as mixed emotions swirled within him. What a good child Chen Sun is. To be honest, during this period, Chen Sun had done nothing but consume and take advantage of their hospitality, leaving Old Li with a hint of resentment. Yet, at the moment Chen Sun bravely shielded him from danger, all those grievances dissipated into thin air. Chapter 5. The shock of grandfather and grandson seeing Chen Sun display such gratitude and loyalty. Old Li felt deeply moved. But he couldn't allow Chen Sun to stand in front of him. He quickly stepped in front of Chen Sun, brandishing a chopping knife towards the black tiger, urging, "Chen Sun, you are still young, flee." Before Old Li could finish, he was astonished to see the approaching black tiger suddenly turn and retreat. Old Li was bewildered. Could it be that the black tiger was not hungry? Yet he failed to notice that the black tiger was trembling slightly, unsteady in its steps. Regaining his senses, Old Li was filled with joy at having survived the encounter, but he remained vigilant, keeping his gaze fixed on the black tiger until the beast's silhouette vanished from sight. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief and slump onto the snowy ground, his face ashen and breathless. At this moment, Chen Sun also stood up, laughing maniacally. Before this king of beasts, that little creature was still too tender. He howled in triumph. "Ha ha ha, only you would boast like that." Old Li could only chuckle at Chen Sun's audacious claims, then glanced around, saying urgently, let us go. It's not safe to linger here. We don't know if that black tiger will return. We must depart quickly." Old Li hoisted a bundle of firewood onto Chen Sun's shoulders, took another for himself, and together they hastily left. Fortunately, as they were already at the foot of the mountain, they soon departed from the Xiaohe Peak. They arrived home around noon. After unloading the firewood, Old Li went to fetch a teapot, pouring 2 cups of hot tea and handing one to Chen Sun. "It's quite cold. Drink some hot water, Chen Sun," Old Li said, taking a comfortable sip himself. Chen Sun cradled the teacup but did not drink. Instead, he curiously examined the patterns on the cup. Old Li was at a loss for words. "Grandpa, Chengge, you're back. I've already cooked. I was waiting for you," Li Yuan called out as she hurriedly exited the house with a smile upon hearing the commotion. Good, Old Li said, intending to invite Chen Sun to join him for a meal. However, Chen Sun had already dashed into the house. Old Li smiled helplessly. Li Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled, then inquired with curiosity, "Grandfather, you often say that Chengge is not good at anything but excels at eating when you invite him to lunch. Why aren't you saying that today?" Old Li glared at her. "Nonsense. When have I ever said such a thing about your Chengge?" After the incident with the black tiger, he found himself increasingly fond of Chen Sun. Although the young man was eccentric and his thinking quite unconventional, he was genuinely loyal, and it was not in vain that they had taken him in. Naturally, Old Li did not disclose the matter of the black tiger encounter at Xiaohe Peak to Li Yuan, since everything had turned out fine. Mentioning it would only stir unnecessary worry in her heart. Ever since the last time they encountered the black tiger while chopping wood at Xiaohe Peak, Old Li had ventured there alone for firewood, never bringing Chen Sun along again. Throughout this winter, Chen Sun had remained at home, rarely going out. During the day, Old Li was busy with market errands. while Li Yuan took on additional sewing work, leaving Chen Sun with nothing to do. Several times, while Li Yuan was busy with her needlework in the courtyard, she caught sight of Chen Sun performing his peculiar antics, which made her laugh uncontrollably, resulting in her inadvertently pricking her finger with the needle. In the midst of the cold winter, Xiaohe Town welcomed the new year. Every household hung red lanterns and set off firecrackers. Chen Sun spent the holiday joyfully with old Li and his grandson. Thus, as winter faded into spring, the ice and snow melted, and everything began to revive. Wow, the snow has all melted. Spring has finally arrived. Early in the morning, Li Yuan stepped out into the gentle warmth of the sun, yawning as she took in the outside scenery, and immediately smiled with delight. She soon spotted a familiar figure in the yard and greeted, "Chen Gu, good morning." Although Li Yuan knew that Chen Sun, as usual, was absorbed in his own world and would not respond, it had become a daily habit to greet him each morning. After the greeting, she prepared to head to the kitchen, eager to see what her grandfather had prepared for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, Yuan Yuan." Just then, a calm voice echoed, causing Li Yuan to pause mid-step, frozen in place. She turned abruptly to face the figure standing with its back to her, incredulously exclaiming, Chen Gu, was that you?" Chen Sun slowly turned around, smiling and nodding. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's pupils dilated, her large eyes revealing a myriad of emotions: surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Even though Chen Sun appeared disheveled and clad in tattered clothes, the sunlight refracted to reveal a faint, warm smile on his face. Li Yuan swallowed hard and shouted excitedly, Grandfather! Grandfather! Chen Gu has returned to normal." "What nonsense!" Old Li, not hearing clearly, emerged from the kitchen grumbling. "What are you yelling about so early in the morning, girl?" Li Yuan eagerly pointed at Chen Sun, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Chen Gu is normal now." "Really? Huh?" Old Li paused, instinctively thinking Li Yuan was joking. But when his gaze met the different look in Chen Sun's eyes beneath his tousled hair, his heart trembled involuntarily. Good heavens, could it really be true? Old Li approached Chen Sun, uncertainly calling out, Chen Sun?" Chen Sun responded with a faint smile, "Grandpa Li." Although, in terms of actual age, Chen Sun was considerably older than Old Li, it did not hinder him from addressing him this way. "What on earth?" Old Li exclaimed, taken aback and incredulous. "Chen Sun, is that really you? What's happened?" Chen Sun smiled silently, offering no further explanation. He himself was searching for answers and could hardly articulate them. At the dining table, Old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, their attention and thoughts entirely focused on Chen Sun beside them. Chen Sun, in stark contrast to his previous ravenous demeanor, now sipped his porridge leisurely, even elegantly. The change was nothing short of astonishing. Old Li and Li Yuan were still grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. After all, it was incomprehensible for someone who had been mentally unstable for years to suddenly regain normalcy overnight. "Well, Chen Sun, what are your plans for the future?" Old Li set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat to inquire. In his eyes, now that Chen Sun had recovered, it seemed improbable that he would continue to reside in Old Li's humble home. Truth be told, while Old Li's household provided for their basic needs, their living conditions were far from ideal, even considered below average in Xiaohe Town. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have had the opportunity to continue her studies. Due to financial constraints, she had to drop out after 2 years to help Old Li make a living. At this moment, Li Yuan also gazed curiously at Chen Sun. He put down his chopsticks and sincerely remarked, "Grandpa Li, thank you for taking me in these past 6 months. It's merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a sense of relief, he added, "Seeing you now, speaking and behaving like a normal person, brings me immense joy." Chapter 6. The Gentle One on the Path. Chen Sun chuckled softly and continued, "As for what comes next, I shall trouble you for a couple more days, Grandpa Li." Old Li laughed heartily, saying, "You rascal, speaking such nonsense. As long as you wish, you can stay with me for a lifetime." After spending half a year together, a bond had naturally formed. Moreover, the experience with the black tiger at Xiaohe Peak was deeply etched in Old Li's memory. The three soon finished their breakfast amidst casual conversation. During this time, Old Li inquired about Chen Sun's origins, whether he had any relatives, and why he had come to Xiaohe Town. Chen Sun, of course, deflected these questions with vague responses, as none were ones he could adequately answer. Nevertheless, Old Li and Li Yuan were genuinely happy that Chen Sun had recovered. Old Li then decided to go to the market. planning to buy some vegetables for a sumptuous lunch to celebrate. Brother Chun, shall we go to the market as well? Li Yuan chimed in, cheerfully holding a small basket. She intended to take Chen Sun to get a haircut and to buy him some new clothes. Previously, such matters had been difficult, but now that Chen Sun was a normal person, it was naturally feasible. Hearing this, Chen Sun smiled slightly and replied, "All right." Li Yuan was delighted and promptly set out with Chen Sun. However, a lingering doubt resided in Li Yuan's heart. For such an extended period, she had never witnessed Brother Chen taking a bath or the like, yet he bore no unpleasant odor, which struck her as peculiar. The old Li family lived at some distance from the town, and as they walked, Chen Sun strolled quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Yuan occasionally cast glances at Chen Sun's upright figure, unsure of what to say. It was only when she noticed the wooden sword on his back that she found a topic to discuss. "Brother Chun, is this wooden sword significant to you? You used to carry it daily, yet you haven't set it down even now." Initially, Li Yuan thought the sword was merely a toy from Chen Sun's past. Chen Sun shook his head with a smile, replying, "It is not of great importance. I have simply grown accustomed to carrying it." Understanding dawned on Li Yuan, but she failed to notice that the wooden sword trembled momentarily as Chen Sun spoke. Moments later, upon reaching the marketplace, the townsfolk who crossed paths with Chen Sun were secretly astonished. Goodness, the mad scholar? It was known that Chen Sun had seldom appeared in public since being taken in by the old Li family. However, that was not the most significant aspect. What truly mattered was that Chen Sun felt different to the townspeople. Although he still had disheveled hair and appeared somewhat unkempt, he seemed to have attained a sense of normalcy. This stark contrast to his previous erratic demeanor was evident to those who knew him. "Is that Chen Sun?" a passerby tentatively called out. Chen Sun turned, nodded, and acknowledged him with a soft hum. The crowd was taken aback. The madman is no longer mad. What is happening? Even after Chen Sun and Li Yuan had vanished from sight, the townsfolk remained in a state of disbelief. After all, it was indeed astonishing for someone who had been considered mad for so long to suddenly appear normal. It was certain that soon, the tale of the once mad scholar returning to his senses would spread throughout Xia town, becoming a topic of intrigue for many in casual conversation. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared in astonishment at the handsome young man emerging from the alley, unable to resist rubbing her eyes as she tentatively called out, "Brother Chen?" Chen Sun responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Li Yuan gasped, swallowing hard. It was evident that Chen Sun had merely washed his hair, and the barber had given it a slight trim. Yet, the transformation left Li Yuan utterly speechless. Previously, Chen Sun's unkempt appearance obscured his features, but now, with his hair neatly arranged, his countenance shone with a gentle elegance that captivated her. He truly resembled a jade figure, a paragon among gentlemen. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of the mad scholar from before, making her involuntarily wish to address him as sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly noted that even Chen Sun's somewhat tattered blue robe suddenly appeared appealing. "Brother Chen, let me take you to buy a new outfit," she insisted eagerly. Chen Sun pondered in silence for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. I find this attire quite satisfactory." Had it not been for Li Yuan's insistence, he would not have even considered grooming his hair. Regardless of how long this newfound clarity might last, Li Yuan, having earned every penny through her diligent efforts, was determined not to squander it. In a moment of urgency, she exclaimed, "Brother Chun, are you truly hesitant to spend money? It won't cost much for a new outfit." Chen Sun smiled gently and replied, Yuan, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have grown accustomed to this attire and shall not change it." Indeed, despite its worn appearance, the clothing was merely a tad tattered, having served him faithfully for countless years. Seeing this, Li Yuan felt a pang of disappointment but chose not to press the matter further. Though her interactions with Brother Chun had been brief, she had discerned his resolute nature. Subsequently, Chen Sun and Li Yuan strolled through the streets, indulging in various snacks and trinkets before returning home. Along the way, several passers-by were taken aback upon spotting Chen Sun, almost failing to recognize him had it not been for his signature tattered blue shirt. The lunch at the old Li's residence was exceedingly lavish, featuring an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat that surpassed even the New Year's feast. It was evident that old Li was genuinely delighted. Observing the bountiful spread, Chen Sun remarked, "Grandpa Li, the meal is splendid, thank you." He expressed his gratitude straightforwardly, without unnecessary embellishments. "Ha ha, Chen Sun, do you drink? Join me for a toast," Old Li declared. already rising with a wine jug in hand to pour for Chen Sun. Li Yuan muttered to herself, "Grandpa, why must you insist on involving Brother Chen? Surely, he wouldn't enjoy such unpalatable drink." To her surprise, Chen Sun readily accepted. "Haha, very well, let's have a drink." The prospect of companionship in drinking filled old Li with immense joy. The lunch concluded swiftly amidst a cheerful atmosphere. Old Li, feeling lightheaded from the drink, retreated to his room to rest. After Chen Sun and Li Yuan tidied up the table, he mentioned he would step outside for a walk. Li Yuan wished to accompany him but was gently declined by Chen Sun, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce, advising him to return home before dinner to attend to his duties. Chen Sun's refusal for Li Yuan to join him stemmed from his own intentions. He planned to earn some money for old Li, considering he had enjoyed free lodging and meals for quite some time. Despite his scholarly appearance, Chen Sun's method of earning was far from conventional. He intended to hunt at Xiaohe Peak, a rather audacious endeavor. Chapter 7. Nangong Yao. The return of the tiger hunter at the summit of Xiaohe Peak. A figure gradually emerged, almost ghostly in its presence. Had old Li and Li Yuan witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been rendered speechless with astonishment, for this figure was none other than Chen Sun. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed into the distance, taking in the magnificent landscape of springtime. Below, the entirety of Xiaohe town lay within his view, appearing remarkably diminutive from such a height. After contemplating the scenery for a moment, he seated himself cross-legged, and with a flick of his wrist, an ancient zither materialized, resting gracefully upon his knees. As Chen Sun's fingers gently danced across the strings, a soft and melodious sound emanated from the zither atop the small river peak. The enchanting melody attracted numerous birds and butterflies, which circled around him, fluttering gracefully. Some, emboldened by curiosity, even alighted upon his shoulders. Alas, this exquisite scene was witnessed by none. At a certain moment, Chen Sun suddenly ceased his playing, pressing his palms lightly upon the strings, causing the music to abruptly fade. Yet, the birds and butterflies lingered, reluctant to depart, spiraling around him once more before finally drifting away, forlorn. It was as if one were listening to celestial music, a truly splendid tune. Suddenly, a robust male voice resonated through the air. A middle-aged man, donned in a plain brocade robe, descended from the heavens, standing 10 paces behind Chen Sun. His hair, a striking blend of black and white, cascaded elegantly over his shoulders. With a square face, piercing eyes, and a formidable stature, he exuded an air of authority. Remarkably, Chen Sun displayed no sign of surprise at the sudden appearance of this man, having sensed his presence while playing. The middle-aged man observed Chen Sun seated serenely, his expression one of mild astonishment, and promptly approached to stand beside him. Noticing Chen Sun's unwavering demeanor, his astonishment deepened. At such a perilously close distance, one would expect a modicum of caution, yet Chen Sun remained as steadfast as a mountain, devoid of any wariness. After a moment of contemplation, the man introduced himself. "I am Nangong Yao, traversing this area when I chanced upon your divine music. I could not resist seeking the source. If I have disturbed you, I sincerely apologize." He inclined his body slightly, offering a courteous gesture toward Chen Sun. As he spoke, Nangong Yao's gaze fell upon the wooden sword resting at Chen Sun's back, sparking a flicker of curiosity within him. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Chen Sun put away the zither and rose, turning to face Nangong Yao with a smile. "This place does not belong solely to me. Why speak of disturbance?" Nangong Yao paused, a smile breaking upon his lips. "How intriguing. It has been many years since I encountered someone so fascinating. I never expected to find such a person in this remote corner." Unable to contain his curiosity, Nangong Yao inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed surname?" Chen Sun chuckled softly, shaking his head. "A chance meeting like this warrants no need for names." As his words faded, a gust of mountain wind swept through, and Chen Sun dissipated like grains of sand. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted at this sight, his heart racing with astonishment. A true master. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and he instinctively scanned the surroundings, but the figure was nowhere to be found. His breath quickened, a sense of trepidation washing over him, mingled with a bittersweet feeling of loss. That moment felt like a dream, yet he understood it to be a reality. Who would have thought that I, Nangong Yao, would encounter such a profound individual in this secluded place? Alas, I remain ignorant of that esteemed one's name. He shook his head ruefully, murmuring to himself, The figure he had seen was clearly a transcendent being, and he had never heard of such a person in Beixian. It seemed likely they hailed from another region, wandering here. However, it was also possible they were indeed from Beixian, for within the vast expanse of Beixian, countless cultivators existed, with many great beings hidden within the mundane world or various corners of existence. However, such individuals belong to an exceedingly rare category. After all, the vast majority of cultivators are indeed in pursuit of fame and fortune. In Nan Gongyao's perspective, only those ascetics who transcend worldly desires and eschew the pursuit of wealth and reputation can be deemed true practitioners of the Tao. Once more, Nan Gongyao surveyed his surroundings before letting out a soft sigh and soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Sun was descending the mountain, shouldering the carcass of a black tiger, the very beast that had once attempted to assail him and Old Li. This formidable creature was so large that it would require several robust men to carry it, especially along the treacherous mountain path. Yet, Chen Sun bore it with remarkable ease. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the black tiger was not merely being carried but was floating alongside him. In no time, Chen Sun arrived at the outskirts of Xiao town. To avoid inciting panic, he deliberately set down the black tiger and ventured into the town to procure a cart, upon which he placed the beast before wheeling it into Xiao. One can only imagine the astonishment of the townsfolk upon witnessing a seemingly frail scholar effortlessly transporting a massive black tiger into their midst. Even so, Chen Sun's unconventional arrival soon drew a throng of curious onlookers, all gazing in shock at the carcass of the wild animal. A black tiger? Good heavens! Some hunters in the crowd were equally taken aback. It is worth noting that even they would steer clear of such a creature, an apex predator on the Xiao Peak, known for its incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to strike with arrows. Oh my goodness! I once caught a glimpse of a black tiger from a distance on Xiao Peak and was so terrified that I fled in a panic. Fortunately, it did not pursue me. But Chen Sun, could it be that you brought down this black tiger? How could that be? They exclaimed, incredulous. Look at Chen Sun. With his slender arms and legs, he seems hardly capable of fitting a toothpick in the tiger's mouth. The townsfolk exchanged astonished remarks, their voices a chorus of disbelief and admiration. By the heavens, such a black tiger must be worth a fortune. Indeed, most of the townspeople were consumed with envy. Chen Sun chuckled softly. Rest assured, I am not the one who slayed it. I lack such prowess. I ascended Xiaohe Peak today for sightseeing when I was ambushed by the black tiger. Fortunately, a celestial being appeared just in time to save me, or I would not be here to tell the tale. At this revelation, the townsfolk gasped in astonishment. Good gracious, what did you say? A celestial being? You were fortunate enough to encounter one. They were well aware of the existence of celestial beings, though such encounters were exceedingly rare. They had only heard tales from the elders of celestial beings soaring across the skies, but in recent years, sightings had become scarce. To think that Chen Sun had been so fortunate. After the initial shock subsided, the townsfolk gazed at the black tiger with renewed awe. Indeed, it must be a stroke of great fortune. Just look at it. It is clear that after the celestial being vanquished the tiger, it bestowed it upon Chen Sun. Chen Sun was undeniably riding a wave of good luck. Please make way. I must sell this black tiger, Chen Sun said with a smile before pulling the cart away. Yet, numerous townsfolk were drawn to Chen Sun, eager to witness the spectacle. However, a few residents gazed longingly at Chen Sun's retreating figure, their eyes brimming with envy and regret. It was common knowledge that Chen Sun was now affiliated with the Laoli family. Should he sell the black tiger, the Laoli family would strike it rich. It is no exaggeration to say that the sale of this black tiger could propel the Laoli family to new heights in the humble Xiao town. Had they known this, they mused, it would have been better if they had taken Chen Sun in from the start. Chapter 8. The Allure of Wealth and the Arrival of Officials. Meanwhile, 3 hunters observed Chen Sun's departing figure with glimmering eyes. One lean man swallowed hard and remarked, Brothers, if my estimation is correct, that black tiger could fetch at least 100 gold coins. That is an unimaginable fortune, converted to silver coins. That amounts to 10,000. In copper coins, it translates to a staggering 1 million. One could bury themselves in wealth. In Xiao town, a simple bowl of ordinary vegetarian noodles sells for merely 3 copper coins. 1 million copper coins would buy an insurmountable quantity of noodles, far more than one could ever consume. 100 gold coins. If the 3 of us had 100 gold coins, we would be free from worry for the rest of our lives. No longer needing to risk our lives hunting, another bearded middle-aged man inhaled deeply. Thus, the lean man and the bearded man turned their gazes toward the scar-faced, bald man in the middle, their faces fraught with conflict. The bald man, known as Dawei, was the eldest, the bearded man, Su Chong, was the second, and the lean man was the third, called Shouho. These three hunters were not natives of Xiao Town. They had settled here from afar, drawn by the region's resources that allowed them to make a living. They had been residing here for several years, even longer than Chen Sun. Seeing the way his companions looked at him, Dawei's expression shifted slightly as he pulled them into a corner and spoke sternly. How could you even entertain such thoughts? Do you wish to court disaster? We have lived in Xiao Town for several years, and we are well aware of the government's actions. Do you truly believe they are inept? Su Chong and Shouho exchanged wry smiles. Su Chong replied, Elder brother, while your words carry weight, I cannot fathom that you are not tempted. 100 gold coins. That is a sum we could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Dawei hesitated. He too felt a pang of greed, but he resolutely stated, regardless, I will not engage in illegal activities. If we were to pursue such an endeavor, there would be no place for us in Xiao Town, and should we be caught, I have no desire to spend my later years in prison. No matter how Dawei reasoned, he considered the risks far too great. After living in Xiao Town for several years, he had come to regard it as home. Though not wealthy, he was at least assured of sustenance and no longer had to wander aimlessly. In his view, the prudent course was to save diligently for a time, sufficient to marry a wife in Xiao Town and thereafter lead a stable life. In a moment of urgency, Shouho interjected, Elder brother, we are not natives of Xiao Town. Worst comes to worst, once we complete this job, we can simply flee. With this sum of money, where could my three brothers not live comfortably? Indeed, elder brother, although our current situation ensures that we have enough to eat, I yearn for a better life. With this fortune, all three of us could marry beautiful brides. Su Chong exclaimed eagerly, his face brimming with dreams of the future, as if the 100 gold coins were already within his grasp. Dawei gazed at Su Chong and Shouho, letting out a sigh. Though they were not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of kin, forged through countless hunting perils over the years, creating a friendship that felt as deep as life itself. Second brother, third brother, I. Dawei hesitated. Oh, elder brother, spare us the formalities. Just be straightforward. Are we in or out? Let me be clear, even if you decline. Shouho and I will proceed with this. After so many years, such a rare opportunity for fortune has presented itself before us. We cannot let it slip away. Su Chong declared solemnly. Shouho nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Fortune favors the bold. We shall seize this chance. Dawei, upon hearing their words, glanced around, filled with emotion. What he cherished most was this little town of Shaohe, which had always felt warm to him. Observing Dawei's demeanor, Shouho contemplated for a moment, then suddenly had a brilliant idea and raised his finger, excitedly proclaiming, Hey, elder brother, second brother, I have a plan. Su Chong was taken aback, replying, Shouho, who usually seems so simple-minded, have devised a strategy. Do share. With a grin, Shouho turned to Dawei and said, It's clear that elder brother is unwilling to part with Shaohe. To be honest, so are second brother and I. Therefore, why don't we simply stay in Shaohe? Stay? After committing robbery, we're to remain here? What do you mean? Can the authorities tolerate us? That is impossible. Dawei responded incredulously. Shouho smiled smugly. Elder brother, second brother, I suspect you are preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape Shaohe after the robbery. Aren't you? But you seem to have misunderstood. That black tiger was originally hunted by us three brothers. How can this be deemed illegal? Perhaps it was Chen Sun who, while we were distracted, stealthily took the black tiger from us. At these words, Dawei and Su Chong's pupils dilated in shock, a chill running down their spines. Shouho's scheme was indeed cunning and audacious. Dawei rubbed his bald head and said, But third brother, Chen Sun has already claimed it was the immortal who killed it. Many townsfolk were present to witness. Shouho scoffed. Does whatever Chen Sun claims hold any weight? Empty words carry no proof. Who would believe him? An immortal, you say? How often does one encounter such beings? Dawei and Su Chong fell silent. Although Shouho's plan was indeed underhanded, it appeared remarkably feasible. A stroke of genius, one might say. This way, not only could they potentially lay claim to the black tiger, but they would also evade the authorities and remain in Shaohe. As for Chen Sun, a mere scholar with a frail frame, they felt no fear whatsoever. Surely, he wouldn't dare seek revenge, ultimately left to swallow his pride. After contemplating this further, Dawei could no longer suppress his excitement. for the prospect of possibly achieving their goal without any risk was tantalizing. That was 100 gold coins at stake. Dawei immediately inquired, "Third brother, what shall we do next?" Chen Sun is already preparing to sell the black tiger. Su Chong solemnly replied, "Indeed, we must not allow him to sell it. We must intercept him." The lean monkey waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor unruffled as he said, "Eldest brother, second brother, do not be hasty. The black tiger is originally our quarry, and the moral high ground is on our side. Thus, our next step is to promptly report this matter to the authorities." Dawei and Su Chong were taken aback, but nodded in agreement, their hearts racing at the prospect of soon acquiring the black tiger's carcass. We are about to strike it rich. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had already brought the black tiger to the largest tavern in Zaiki town, the Chunfeng Tavern. Given the rarity of the black tiger, a multitude of townsfolk had accompanied Chen Sun, forming a bustling throng around the tavern. The old Li family had also sent word ahead, and it was likely that old Li and Li Yuan were en route, brimming with excitement. Outside the tavern, the proprietor circled the black tiger a few times, nodding in satisfaction before stating, "Chen Sun, we at Chunfeng Tavern are willing to purchase this black tiger for 120 gold. What say you?" Astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd at the mention of such an astronomical sum, their breath quickening, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Were it not for the town's stringent law enforcement, many might have rushed forward to seize the tiger. Chen Sun nodded, agreed, that price is quite fair. He understood that the tavern owner was also a businessman who, upon acquiring the black tiger, would likely transport it to larger towns for resale, reaping a considerable profit in the process, which was only fitting. "Excellent," the proprietor exclaimed, delighted, as he reached for his coin pouch to prepare the payment. To be honest, parting with 120 gold pained him considerably. But the thought of substantial profits upon resale eased his discomfort. Just as the proprietor was about to hand over the pouch amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "The magistrate's office is conducting an investigation. All bystanders, step aside." Chapter 9. Confrontation and court silence fell over the area outside Chunfeng Tavern. Townsfolk hurriedly cleared a path for 3 officials to enter. Confusion filled the crowd as they wondered why the officials had arrived so suddenly. "Oh, it is actually Captain G. I wonder what brings Captain G to our Chunfeng Tavern." The proprietor squinted and quickly approached, cupping his hands in greeting. Having committed no illegal acts, he felt no fear of the authorities. Moreover, as the largest tavern in Zaiki town, he had often shared profits with the town's magistrate, which only bolstered his confidence. Among the 3 officials, the stout middle-aged man at the forefront was none other than Ji Ba, the town's head constable. "Fear not, proprietor. We are not here to target your establishment. Rather, we have received a report that a certain Chen Sun has stolen a black tiger, and we have come to escort him to the court to face those who have made the accusation," Ji Ba stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd outside the tavern erupted into a flurry of murmurs, their expressions a mix of shock and uncertainty as they turned their gazes toward Chen Sun. "He stole the black tiger?" Some in the crowd felt a sense of schadenfreude, relishing the idea of Chen Sun facing repercussions. Good. It's better that he is a thief. They almost let Chen Sun and the old Li family strike it rich. Thus, many cast scornful glances, as if to say, "In your youth, why choose such a reprehensible profession?" They even concocted a tale of a celestial being vanquishing the black tiger. The shopkeeper, astonished, shot a dubious glance at Chen Sun and silently stowed away the purse. In the face of this, Chen Sun remained unperturbed. "Are you Chen Sun?" Ji Ba inquired. Gazing at him, Ji Ba was merely following protocol, as Chen Sun's uniqueness was well known throughout Xiao town. "Yes," Chen Sun replied. Ji Ba nodded, gestured grandly, and commanded, "Cuff him and take him away." "Yes, chief." 2 constables immediately stepped forward to place shackles on Chen Sun. However, he interjected, "There is no need to restrain me. I shall walk willingly." The constables paused, looking to Ji Ba for guidance. Ji Ba scrutinized Chen Sun closely. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, as onlookers anticipated that Chen Sun's defiance would incur Ji Ba's wrath. Yet, surprisingly, Ji Ba conceded, "Very well." The crowd was left speechless. They wondered why the usually fierce Ji Ba had suddenly become so accommodating. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Ba was simply relying on his intuition. After observing Chen Sun for a while, he noted that the young man remained calm and collected, displaying none of the signs typically associated with guilt. Those wrongfully accused often exhibited anxiety, yet Chen Sun stood apart from the rest. This demeanor earned him Ji Ba's respect. Having served as chief constable for many years, Jiba began to suspect that perhaps it was those 3 hunters who had falsely accused Chen Sun. Although he entertained some conjectures, he still needed to proceed with the formalities of taking Chen Sun into custody. Thus, Chen Sun was escorted away, while the body of the black tiger was also taken to the magistrate's office. The townsfolk, witnessing the spectacle, surged toward the courthouse. On the way, Chen Sun encountered Old Li and Li Yuan, who were rushing to the scene. Old Li and Li Yuan were bewildered by the commotion. Chen Sun, what is happening? Old Li's voice trembled with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed with concern. It is well known that common folk harbor a profound fear of the authorities. Chen Sun smiled reassuringly. It's nothing serious. I am merely visiting the magistrate's office. Grandpa Li and Yuan, you should return home. I shall be back shortly. With that, he continued on with Ji Ba and the others. However, Old Li and Li Yuan could hardly believe that everything was all right, and in their anxiety, they followed after him. Through inquiries with the surrounding crowd, they learned that someone had reported Chen Sun for stealing their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan were instantly filled with dread, yet found themselves powerless to alter the course of events. As the beating of the drum dwindled, the courtroom fell into silence. At the front sat Ji Buchang, the magistrate of Xiao Town. Flanking him were the constables, while the black tiger's corpse lay on a cart in the center. Chen Sun stood tall to the left of the black tiger's body, with Dawei, Su Chong, and the thin monkey positioned to the right. The townsfolk, a curious audience, gathered outside the courtroom, with only Old Li and Li Yuan nervously observing the proceedings. At that moment, the thin monkey glared provocatively at Chen Sun, as if to say, "You dare to steal the black tiger? Prepare to face the consequences." Dawei and Su Chong lowered their heads slightly, embodying the guilt of a villain who preemptively accuses others. Thud! Ji Buchang cast a piercing glance at the corpse of the black tiger, then struck the wooden block with authority, stating indifferently, "Who is present in this court? Who has reported this case?" Typically, minor cases do not require the direct intervention of the town Lord Ji Buchang. He is not that idle. However, today's case is markedly different, as it involves a substantial sum of money. The 3 men, Dawei and his companions, abruptly knelt on the ground. The lean monkey spoke bitterly. To answer the esteemed town lord, it was we who reported the case. Today, we 3 brothers ventured to Xiao Peak to hunt, enduring numerous hardships, and finally succeeded in slaying the black tiger. Just as we were about to reap the rewards of our labor, we found that during a brief moment of absence, the tiger's corpse had been stolen. In our haste, we rushed into town, only to discover that it was this scoundrel Chen Sun who had committed the theft. He even claimed that it was a gift from an immortal, spinning a web of lies that is truly despicable. Upon hearing these words, the townsfolk began to murmur in a cacophony of voices. Silence. Thud. Ji Buchang struck the wooden block once more, restoring an oppressive quiet to the court. The townspeople held their breath, while Old Li and Li Yuan could only watch helplessly, their faces pale. Meanwhile, Ji Ba sneered at Dawei and his companions, for the inconsistencies in their tale were glaringly evident. Is it truly possible for such a valuable black tiger's corpse to be stolen? Are you suggesting that you left it unattended while all 3 of you went to relieve yourselves? How absurd. Shouldn't at least one person have stayed behind to guard it? Ji Buchang nodded slightly, then turned to Chen Sun. They claim you have stolen their black tiger. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Chen Sun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Ji Buchang, then turned his gaze to Dawei and his companions. If it was indeed you 3 who hunted the black tiger, may I ask, where was the fatal wound located? Ji Buchang noted Chen Sun's calm demeanor, even in the face of accusation, and felt a twinge of displeasure. This young man possesses quite the audacity. Ji Buchang was aware of Chen Sun's past troubles with madness, which had only recently been resolved. Yet, it seemed that this young man had not fully recovered. Upon hearing Chen Sun's question, Dawei and his companions shivered, a sense of panic washing over them as they hastily raised their eyes towards the tiger's corpse. At that moment, the black tiger lay with its back facing them, revealing a clean coat on its neck and back, devoid of any blood. Previously, when they had first encountered the tiger, their instincts as hunters had compelled them to examine the other side for injuries, which had shown no wounds on its abdomen or neck. Since the tiger's body lay on its side, the only angle they had failed to observe was the side of the abdomen. The fatal wound must be located there. The trio exchanged furtive glances, a silent agreement reached among them. Dawei gritted his teeth and declared, "The fatal wound is on the side of the black tiger's abdomen." Chapter 10. The Truth Revealed. The town lord purchases the tiger. The townsfolk outside the court, witnessing the unwavering confidence of the plaintiffs, began to speculate that perhaps it was indeed Chen Sun who had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, their anxiety palpable. Ji Bochang cast a glance at Chen Sun, noticing his unwavering composure, and commanded, "Bring forth the black tiger's corpse and turn it over." Yes. The constables flanking the court stepped forward, struggling to flip the heavy body of the black tiger. As they revealed the other side of its abdomen, smooth and pristine, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Lao Li and Li Yuan sighed in relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Ji Bochang inhaled deeply, fixing his piercing gaze on the bewildered Dewey and his companions, bellowing, "Did you not claim the fatal wound was on the side? Where is the fatal wound?" Dewey and his companions trembled, their minds blank in disbelief. How could this be? In a moment of desperation, the thin monkey stammered, attempting to excuse himself. "Lord, the elder brother has always been forgetful. In truth, we poisoned the black tiger." Bang! Ji Bochang struck the wooden table forcefully, his voice sharp. "Do you dare to quibble? From the outset, your statements have been riddled with inconsistencies. Do you truly think this magistrate a fool?" Dewey and his companions were instantly terrified, bowing repeatedly. Voices quavering, "We do not dare. Please spare us, Lord." Had they known this would transpire, they should have simply fled at the outset. Now, they found themselves at the mercy of the court, like fish on a chopping block. All of this was due to the thin monkey's ill-conceived plan, hastily prepared and riddled with flaws. Ji Bochang coldly declared, "I perceive your intentions are driven by greed, and that you seek to accuse the innocent first. Take these 3 and administer 20 lashes, then imprison them for 2 years. Normally, such a punishment would not be warranted, but in this instance, the black tiger's case involved significant sums of money." Soon, a constable approached to carry out the sentence. As each lash fell, Dewey and his companions transitioned from their initial wails to a state of exhaustion, their backs raw and battered. Clearly, each stroke was delivered without mercy. Excellent. Outside the courtroom, the townsfolk regained their senses and erupted in cheers. I know those 3. They are outsiders, and they have committed an utterly disgraceful act. Indeed, I suspected from the beginning that Chen Sun was not lying. He is a scholar. How could he engage in thievery? Look, the black tiger's body bears no wounds. Chen Sun's claims are undeniably true. Who but a celestial being possesses the means to slay a black tiger? As the case was resolved, the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions, their attitudes shifting dramatically. Chen Sun observed the unfolding scene with a stoic expression, as if merely a spectator. How could he not perceive the truth? From the beginning, only Lao Li, Li Yuan, and a few others held genuine concern for him. The vast majority, however, harbored a desire for the black tiger to indeed have been stolen by Chen Sun. To put it plainly, they simply could not bear to see another prosper. Such is the nature of humanity, indeed. Subsequently, Dewey and his companions were taken away by the constables to the prison. In their final moments, they cast a glance at Chen Sun, their eyes filled with resentment. In this affair, Chen Sun was truly the victim. Yet Dewey and his companions bore animosity towards him. Why not direct their grievances towards the authorities? This exemplifies a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Given the circumstances, it is likely that Dewey and his companions, after spending 2 years in prison, would seek trouble with Chen Sun. However, they may find that opportunity has slipped away. After receiving their deserved fate, Chen Sun was initially disinclined to dwell on the matter, but a fleeting glance changed his perspective. Ji Bochang, having witnessed the proceedings, struck the gavel and declared, "Court is adjourned." The townsfolk, who had gathered outside the court to observe, swiftly dispersed. "We were terrified," exclaimed Old Li and Li Yuan as they hurried over, patting their chests. Chen Sun smiled. "I told you it was nothing to worry about. Can white truly turn black?" At that moment, Ji Ba stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Chen Sun, your visit to the Yamen is merely a formality. Do not take it to heart." Chen Sun shook his head. "It's quite all right." Ji Ba nodded. "Well, since the matter is resolved, you may take the black tiger with you. I must say, I envy you. That black tiger is worth quite a fortune." With a smile, Chen Sun called for Old Li and Li Yuan to join him as he prepared to depart with the black tiger. "Chen Sun, is it?" At that instant, Ji Bochang approached with a broad smile. "My lord." Ji Ba immediately bowed, and both Old Li and Li Yuan were taken aback, hastily following suit. Chen Sun clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Lord. Ji Buchang, noting Chen Sun's composed demeanor, scrutinized him closely. After a moment's thought, he glanced at Ji Ba, Old Li, and the others, saying, the town master wishes to speak with Chen Sun privately. Ji Ba understood immediately, signaling to the officials and giving Old Li and Li Yuan a knowing look before leading the others away. Old Li and Li Yuan were unaware of the purpose of Ji Buchang's conversation, but assumed it was of little consequence. After giving Chen Sun a look that conveyed the need for decorum when speaking to the town master, they too exited. Ha, now that we are alone, please. Have a seat. Ji Buchang gestured towards a chair beside him. Chen Sun, feeling no hesitation, took a seat. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, pacing back and forth for a moment before stating, Chen Sun, I shall be direct. Might you consider selling the black tiger to me? Chen Sun, having anticipated this inquiry, smiled. You are quite forthright, Lord. Oh, Ji Buchang replied, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Chen Sun explained, the entire Xiaohe town falls under your jurisdiction. If you wish to seize the black tiger by any means, as a mere commoner, I would have no recourse to object. Yet, you seek to purchase it. Is that not a sign of your good nature? Ji Buchang paused, regarding the composed Chen Sun, and after a moment burst into hearty laughter. Chen Sun, I must say, you possess remarkable courage. In all of Xiaohe town, you are likely the only one who would dare speak to me in such a manner. Once his laughter subsided, he pondered, name your price. While I have a penchant for wealth, I would only acquire it within the bounds of my responsibilities and would never act in a way that harms the common folk. Chen Sun regarded the candid Ji Buchang with newfound respect and replied, previously, the Chunfeng Tavern offered 120 gold for the black tiger. Ji Buchang immediately understood and turned to leave the court, entering the inner courtyard. Please wait here for a moment, and I shall return. After a brief moment, Ji Buchang emerged from the inner courtyard, a coin pouch in hand. He approached Chen Sun and presented it, stating, this contains 120 gold coins. Chen Sun accepted the pouch and weighed it in his hand. Indeed, being an official is lucrative. 120 gold coins is a considerable sum anywhere in the mundane world. Yet it was readily dispensed by the town master of a small place, like Xiaohe Town. The town master, being merely a ninth-rank official, provided a glimpse into the broader picture. Suddenly, Chen Sun opened the pouch and retrieved 20 gleaming gold coins, returning them to Ji Buchang. Taken aback, Ji Buchang inquired, what is the meaning of this? Chen Sun replied, the Spring Breeze Tavern is the Spring Breeze Tavern. It cannot be compared to the town master. Therefore, the price of our transaction must reflect that distinction. Ji Buchang chuckled, finding Chen Sun notably astute, a rare quality among the youth. He accepted the 20 gold coins, acknowledging their substantial value. Chen Sun then remarked, Town Master, I anticipate leaving Xiaohe Town shortly, and I hope you will look after the Old Li family. Ji Buchang was momentarily stunned. Chen Sun intended to depart? Having just accepted the 20 gold coins, Ji Buchang was inclined to return the favor, smiling, very well. Chen Sun returned a courteous bow, and that was indeed his intention. Chapter 11. A moonless, windy night for murder after exiting the magistrate's office. Chen Sun and the Old Li family prepared to return home. Old Li noticed that Chen Sun had not brought out the black tiger and sighed inwardly, suspecting it had been seized by the town master. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, content that Chen Sun was safe. Chen Sun smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. It wasn't until they encountered the eager proprietor of the Spring Breeze Tavern that Old Li learned of Chen Sun's sale of the black tiger to the town master. The tavern owner lamented and departed in regret, helpless against the town master's advance. He bore no ill will towards Chen Sun, recognizing that the town master's desire for the black tiger left Chen Sun with little choice, and the sale price might have been modest. The journey home continued without Old Li and Li Yuan inquiring about the amount Chen Sun received for the black tiger. They felt it was not their place to pry into what they considered Chen Sun's personal finances. Indeed, neither Old Li nor Li Yuan harbored any covetous feelings towards Chen Sun's wealth. That evening, the Chen family gathered for dinner. Midway through the meal, Chen Sun suddenly set down his chopsticks, produced the coin pouch, and presented it to Old Li. Old Li was taken aback, and Li Yuan gazed at the pouch in astonishment. Chen Sun, what is this? Old Li inquired, sensing something significant. Chen Sun smiled and replied, this is the proceeds from selling the black tiger, intended for you and Yuan. Old Li hesitated, saying, Chen Sun, keep this money for yourself. It will surely be useful in the future. Yuan, and I do not wish to covet your earnings. With a resigned smile, Chen Sun insisted. There isn't much in there, Grandpa Li. Please accept it. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy having enjoyed your hospitality for so long. Old Li was about to protest further when Li Yuan interjected, Grandpa, just accept Chun De Ji's kind gesture. Think of it as helping him save. All right, fine. Old Li conceded. Old Li reluctantly accepted the purse and said, Chen Sun, I shall keep this for you. When you marry in the future, just ask me for it. Both Old Li and Li Yuan presumed there was little money within, which is why they begrudgingly accepted it on behalf of Chen Sun. Little did they know, it contained 100 gold pieces. Chen Sun merely nodded and smiled. Li Yuan gazed at Chen Sun's smile, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. After dinner, Chen Sun stood in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the multitude of stars in the night sky. Brother Chen, Li Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Chen Sun continued to gaze at the heavens and replied, What is it, Yuan? Li Yuan slightly tilted her head to observe Chen Sun's profile for a moment before lowering her gaze and asking, Is Brother Chen about to leave? Chen Sun was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Li Yuan. He understood that she had discerned something during dinner. He nodded, responding, Yes. Upon receiving the answer, a sense of reluctance stirred within Li Yuan as she inquired, Then, where will Brother Chen go? A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Sun's eyes as he shook his head and softly replied, I, Chen Sun, am but a rootless wanderer. Wherever the currents take me, there shall I drift. At these words, Li Yuan's mouth parted slightly, her gaze vacant. For reasons she could not articulate, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her heart. The sight of Brother Chen evoked an overwhelming sense of eternal loneliness, an isolation that was both unspeakable and unfathomable. Li Yuan longed to suggest that since Brother Chen had no home, he might as well stay and consider this place as his own. Yet she instinctively knew he would decline. Will Brother Chen return? She murmured. Chen Sun pondered for a moment before responding, Perhaps. I will come back to Little River Town when I have the chance. Li Yuan felt a slight easing of her heartstrings and nodded silently, at a loss for words. Chen Sun turned slightly and asked, By the way, Yuan, where are your parents and grandmother? A flicker of sadness crossed Li Yuan's eyes as she recounted. During that year of severe drought, our family had no grain. Many perished in Little River Town, including my parents and grandmother, who starved to death. My grandfather barely survived, thanks to the timely arrival of the new town magistrate, who brought relief grain. Since then, I have relied solely on my grandfather. And it has been over 10 years now. Chen Sun nodded gently, reaching out to stroke Li Yuan's head before withdrawing his hand, refraining from offering any further words of consolation. Natural disasters are merciless. Li Yuan had been fortunate compared to countless others who perished under such calamities. To be alive is a blessing. Suppressing her sorrow, Li Yuan cheerfully said, Brother Chen, when you leave, please be sure to bid farewell to me and my grandfather. Let us see you off. Don't just leave without a word, all right? Chen Sun nodded and smiled, of course, as the moon hung dark and the wind howled. Old Li and Li Yuan had already drifted into slumber. Inside Chen Sun's room, he slowly opened his eyes, and then his form gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, in the governmental prison, 2 guards were sound asleep. In this enclosed cell, even without their watch, the prisoners could not escape. Most of the inmates had also succumbed to sleep. But 3 prisoners stared blankly at each other through the cold iron bars, their eyes devoid of light. These 3 prisoners were none other than Dewey, Su Chong, and the slim monkey, recently brought in that day. Skinny monkey, this is all your fault. What were you thinking with that ridiculous idea? Now we have to spend 2 years in prison. If I had known, I would have preferred to rob and flee instead. Su Chong sighed. Upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey retorted indignantly, Second brother, you can't blame me entirely. My strategy was undoubtedly sound. It was merely the haste that led to our insufficient preparation. Who could have anticipated that the black tiger bore no visible wounds? Su Chong nodded silently, conceding, You have a point. It seems Chen Sun's words were indeed true. It must be the work of a celestial being. The black tiger's injuries must lie within. Dewey's eyes gradually focused, and he said weakly, Enough. There's no point in discussing it further. At this stage, we must resign ourselves to 2 years in prison. Now, my plans to marry have been postponed for 2 more years. Life only offers so many 2-year spans. He winced in pain, likely due to his injuries. Skinny Monkey pursed his lips and spoke in a hushed tone. Eldest brother, second brother, once we get out, we cannot let Chen Sun off the hook. Our current plight is entirely due to him. At this, Dawei and Su Chong exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth of the situation without voicing it. They understood that their predicament was a result of their own actions, yet they could not swallow their anger. How could they vent their frustration? Surely, they couldn't confront the town chief or the authorities. They lacked the courage to do so. Thus, their only option was to unleash their ire upon Chin Sun. What have I done that is so heinous as to earn your collective wrath? Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in the ears of the three. They jolted in shock, swiftly scanning their surroundings, exchanging bewildered looks that reflected their mutual terror. Then, a young man appeared as if conjured from thin air. The trio's pupils constricted in fear, instinctively recoiling. Chin Sun. Chapter 12. Is the jail haunted? Gazing at Chin Sun beyond the iron bars, Dawei and the others were nearly paralyzed with fright. They had witnessed Chin Sun's astonishing appearance firsthand. It was nothing short of celestial magic. What was happening? Wasn't Chin Sun a mere mortal like them? They were astounded to discover he was, in fact, a celestial being. Spare us, celestial being. Please spare us. The three fell to their knees, overwhelmed by an unprecedented terror, their hearts laden with regret. They had unwittingly provoked a celestial being. In that moment, the trio grasped the gravity of their situation. Chin Sun's prior claims of slaying the Black Tiger were indeed about himself. I wished to spare you, but you would not spare me, Chin Sun said with a slight smile, opening his palm to reveal 3 flickering flames. With a gentle wave, the flames drifted slowly towards Dawei and his companions. As the flames approached, the trio felt the chilling breath of death, and they screamed in terror, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, the entire prison was roused from slumber. Their cries only hastened the flames, which latched onto them, igniting their bodies in a swift conflagration, their anguished screams echoing through the air. Chin Sun merely smiled calmly, his figure gradually fading from sight. At the same moment, the guards rushed in, while the prisoners in their cells pressed against the iron bars, gazing in terror at the flames illuminating the cell where Dawei and his companions resided. 2 guards, stunned, stared at the 3 figures rolling on the ground engulfed in flames. After a brief moment of shock, they turned to fetch water to extinguish the fire. However, by the time they returned, Dawei and his companions had already been reduced to ashes. The guards, terrified, immediately reported the incident. That night, Jibwa Chong was awakened from his slumber and summoned Ji Ba to urgently investigate the prison. They stood in shock, gazing at the 3 piles of ash while listening to the guard's account, their expressions betraying a mix of disbelief and concern. The prison, dark and damp, lacked any source of ignition. How could these 3 prisoners spontaneously combust into ashes? Such an event had never occurred during Jibwa Chang's tenure, nor had it ever been recorded in history. The entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Who were the deceased prisoners? Jibwa Chong inquired solemnly. The guard hastily responded. To the town master, it was the 3 hunters, Dawei, Su Chong, and Shoho, who were imprisoned today due to the Black Tiger case. It was them. Jibwa Chong and Ji Ba exchanged glances, both recalling the case, and, simultaneously, Chin Sun. Jibwa Chong furrowed his brow and asked, "Has anyone entered the prison?" The guards, immediately frightened, knelt and replied, "Town master, we were on high alert. Not even a mosquito entered during our watch." In truth, the guards felt uneasy. They dared not admit to having dozed off during their watch. To do so would be akin to courting death. Moreover, who could have anticipated such an occurrence? Jibwa Chong nodded slightly, saying, "For now, do not publicize this matter. I shall investigate personally." "Yes," the guards replied in unison, only daring to rise once Jibwa Chong and Ji Ba had departed the prison, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. One could imagine that for the foreseeable future, these guards would refrain from sleeping on duty. Outside the prison, Jibwa Chong remarked, "Fortunately, these 3 hunters were from out of town and had no relatives in the town. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to account for such an incident." "Indeed, master," Ji Ba bowed in agreement. Ji Ba had been nurtured by Jibwa Chong, and his personal safety was often entrusted to Ji Ba, which is why Jibwa Chong frequently brought him along. Jibwa Chong gave Ji Ba a sidelong glance and asked, "Ji Ba, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Ji Ba hesitated, quickly comprehending the nature of the inquiry. Then his expression turned pained as he replied, "Master, I observed the scene in the prison closely and found no clues whatsoever." His implication was clear. He was just as perplexed. "However, master, there is something I am unsure if I should mention," Ji Ba suddenly said. "Speak," Jibwa Chong urged. After a moment of silence, Ji-Ba's heartbeat quickened as he continued. Master, precisely because there are no traces left behind, I suspect this incident is not the work of any human. Ji-Ba Chang's expression shifted, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Humph. Are you suggesting that our government is haunted?" Ji-Ba panicked, quickly bowing, "I misspoke." However, in Ji-Ba's view, there seemed to be no possibility other than the supernatural. The existence of ghosts was not particularly surprising, especially considering the presence of deities. Ji-Ba Chang's gaze sharpened momentarily. Then he continued, "I just heard from the jailer that the 3 inmates were shouting about murder, which startled them awake. It is evident that those 3 must have seen something significant in life, most likely the one who took their lives. Alas, they were burned alive, leaving no witnesses to testify." Strangely enough, the jailer arrived promptly, and none of the prisoners at the scene caught sight of the murderer. This perpetrator truly vanished without a trace, suggesting that what you speak of may indeed possess a high degree of likelihood. Upon deeper contemplation, Ji-Ba Chang felt a chill coursing through his body, tightening his robe as he continued. Yet, speaking of contradictions, while we may not understand the motives of a ghost, there is certainly a human contradiction at play, that being Chen Sun. However, the various signs do not point to him as the culprit, unless, of course, he is not human. Ji-Ba Chang shivered slightly, saying, "Ji-Ba, in a couple of days, summon a Taoist priest to perform rituals at the government office. The town chief feels quite uneasy." "Understood, town chief." Ji-Ba nodded in agreement. As Ji-Ba Chang prepared to return, he suddenly paused and added, "Tomorrow morning, accompany me to visit Chen Sun." Ji-Ba was momentarily taken aback, yet he comprehended that, despite knowing Chen Sun was unlikely to be responsible, the town chief could not resist the urge to inquire. Very well. That night, sleep eluded him. The following day, Oldley was about to step outside when he noticed 2 figures standing in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was the town chief and Captain Ji. Upon learning they were there to see Chen Sun, he hurriedly welcomed them into the yard and brought over 2 stools. "Town chief, Chen Sun." Oldley began respectfully, but just then, Chen Sun emerged from the house. He glanced at Ji-Ba Chang and Ji-Ba, then smiled, saying, "Grandpally, you can go about your business. I will take care of the town chief and Captain Ji." "Ah, yes." Oldley, having lived a considerable length of time, was astute enough to recognize that the town chief had matters to discuss with Chen Sun, and he promptly bowed and departed. However, one thing puzzled Oldley. When did Chen Sun acquire such an imposing presence? Ordinarily, the town chief would issue a summons, and Chen Sun would respond to the government office. Why, then, did the town chief personally come to visit? How strange indeed. Upon seeing Chen Sun approach, Ji-Ba Chang got straight to the point. "Chen Sun, last night." Quickly, Ji-Ba Chang recounted the bizarre events that transpired in the prison. Chen Sun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that so?" Chapter 13. Farewell. The coin purse. Ji-Ba Chang and Ji-Ba watched Chen Sun's expression with trepidation, and upon seeing his reaction, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Indeed, after such strange occurrences, the town chief was tossing and turning all night. Unable to sleep, Ji-Ba Chang sighed. Chen Sun chuckled. "Surely, the government office isn't haunted, is it?" Heba was instantly filled with trepidation, for he recalled that he had uttered similar words the previous night, inciting a measure of ire from the town leader. Chen Sun's proclamation might similarly provoke the leader's wrath. However, the subsequent demeanor and words of Ji-Ba Chang left Heba utterly astonished. In this world, celestial beings do indeed exist. Although they are elusive and difficult for our mortal forms to behold, their presence is undeniable. If celestial beings exist, it is only natural that spirits do as well. Today, the town leader will invite a Taoist priest to perform rituals at the manor, sighed Ji-Ba Chang. Heba presumed Ji-Ba Chang would be angered, yet unbeknownst to him, Ji-Ba Chang found it inexplicably challenging to harbor resentment towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded, indicating that this method was feasible. Ji-Ba Chang continued, "However, the town leader feels guilt, as those 3 criminals, while they erred, did not deserve death. They have perished in the prison, alas." Chen Sun smiled faintly, remaining silent. Observing this, Ji-Ba Chang rose and stated, "Then it shall be as such. I sought you out today merely for the sake of expressing my thoughts, which brings me some solace. Chen Sun, this matter has already been placed under a ban by the town leader, so do refrain from publicizing it." Chen Sun nodded, replying, "Understood." Subsequently, he accompanied Ji-Ba Chang and Heba to the courtyard, quietly watching them as they gradually distanced themselves. Chen Sun was well aware that Ji Bochang and Heba's visit, while ostensibly aimed at finding someone to confide in, was fundamentally a test. They harbored a subtle suspicion of him. Yet, it was merely a flicker of doubt. For in their eyes, he remained a mere commoner, incapable of such deeds. It was evident that for a considerable duration ahead, this case would remain an unsolvable mystery. Elderly, who came by just now? Li Yuan inquired curiously as she emerged from the house. Chen Sun turned, smiling. No one of consequence. Oh, Li Yuan replied, nodding obediently. During lunch, Chen Sun suddenly announced, Grandfather Li, I shall depart from Xia town this afternoon, so there is no need to prepare dinner for me. Li Yuan's hand faltered momentarily in her task of serving food, but she soon resumed. Old Li looked up, astonished by the suddenness of the news. Chen Sun, why not stay a few more days? He implored. That would be quite troublesome for you. Chen Sun replied. Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Nonsense. What trouble could there be? Chen Sun shook his head, smiling. Grandfather Li, you needn't insist. My decision is made. For Chen Sun, each fleeting moment of clarity that followed 3 years of madness was a precious gift, and he wished to utilize this time to explore the world around him. During his episodes of madness, he felt like a rootless reed, drifting aimlessly. Moreover, he anticipated that it would not be long before he succumbed to madness once more, which would indeed pose a burden on the Li family. Old Li's lips moved as he murmured, Well, if that is your choice. Truth be told, Old Li felt a pang of reluctance. Over this period, he had come to regard Chen Sun as part of the family. Li Yuan quietly continued to eat, softly asking, Brother Chen, when will you leave this afternoon? My grandfather and I would like to see you off. Chen Sun smiled gently. Let us depart at the hour of the pig. Very well. The subsequent lunch was rather somber, devoid of the usual laughter and cheer. However, Chen Sun felt little disturbance in his heart regarding this. Over the years, he had experienced countless farewells, including those of life and death. Time swiftly passed to the hour of the unmarked. Chen Sun, accompanied by Old Li and Li Yuan, made his way to the outskirts of Xiao town. Turning around, he smiled at Old Li and Li Yuan, saying, Grandfather Li, Yuan, this is where I shall take my leave. He carried a bundle on his back, filled with clothes that Li Yuan had specially purchased to fit his frame, which he begrudgingly accepted. Old Li tapped his smoking pipe and sighed, Chen Sun, when you are out in the world, take care of yourself. I have little to offer, but here is a bag of cakes for you to eat on your journey. With that, he took a cloth pouch from his waist and handed it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun's eyes flickered as he accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands, and remarked, Grandfather Li, this bag of cakes is rather heavy. Is it truly just cakes inside? Old Li hesitated, stammering. Chen Sun chuckled and opened the pouch, revealing a money bag, the very coins he had given to Old Li from the sale of the Black Tiger. He handed it back, saying, There's really not much here. Please don't refuse me again. When Old Li did not take it, Chen Sun insisted, pressing it into his hands. Just keep it for me. Would that be acceptable? Noticing Old Li's intent to return the money bag, Chen Sun was startled and swiftly turned to leave, walking briskly. Old Li halted, watching Chen Sun's retreating figure, tightly grasping the money bag, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Li Yuan, who had remained silent, saw Chen Sun leave so abruptly that her vision blurred. She hurried a few steps forward and called out, Big Brother Chen, safe travels. Chen Sun's silhouette raised a hand in farewell, gradually fading into the vibrant spring landscape. Old Li and Li Yuan stood at the town's edge for a long while before slowly making their way back. Glancing at his melancholic granddaughter, Old Li sighed, Yuan. I've long suspected that your big brother Chen may not be an ordinary person. Li Yuan was taken aback and nodded silently. She too had discerned this truth. When Chen Sun had been deranged, it was one thing, but now, in his restored state, his appearance, demeanor, and mannerisms far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Not to mention, his composure in the face of the town's master was something only a remarkable person could achieve. Upon returning home, Old Li opened the money bag in front of Li Yuan. Upon seeing the wealth contained within, he froze in place. Intrigued, Li Yuan leaned closer, her eyes widening in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Gold, a pouch full of gold coins. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 coins. Old Li regained his senses, blinked his weary eyes, and hurriedly stowed the money bag away, rushing outside. When Old Li finally reached the outskirts of the town, he found only an expanse of emptiness. Chun Sun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, and after a moment, tears brimmed in his aged eyes as he clutched the money bag, murmuring, "Good boy, this is too much. Grandfatherly cannot accept 100 gold coins." The departure of Chun Sun seemed to stir little commotion in the quaint town of Xiaohe. Perhaps it would take some time before the townsfolk would notice the absence of the scholar named Chun Sun. Chapter 14. The landscape of the mortal realm after leaving Xiaohe. The youthful Zhao Ting journeyed southward. Through wind and rain, he found refuge in inns, and before long, a month had slipped by. Given Chun Sun's rather leisurely pace of travel, had there been a map of the North Xian region to chart his course, it would reveal only a trifling distance traversed. Presently, Chun Sun found himself in North Xian, a mere fragment of the vast mortal realm, yet one that a mortal could scarcely traverse in a lifetime. Beyond North Xian lay the expansive South Heaven, the Eastern Xian, and the Western Sea. To the north of North Xian extended an endless, ethereal snowfield, where it is said that snow monsters frequently roamed, posing constant peril. To the south of South Heaven, there exists a renowned forbidden area known as the Hidden Dragon Territory, rumored to harbor true dragons and countless treasures. Whenever it opens, innumerable practitioners flock to it, yet many ultimately meet their demise within its confines. Nevertheless, the allure remains irresistible. East of Qian lies a vast forest teeming with demonic beasts, a paradise for the creatures and a hell for practitioners. Beyond the Western Sea, tales speak of ancient barbarian tribes where archaic cultivation methods are passed down through generations. Yet reaching these tribes necessitates crossing the treacherous Western Seas, where countless practitioners have perished over the years. Such famed regions are clearly marked on maps, yet many expansive and perilous locales remain undiscovered. Tianqing City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chun Sun gazed up at the towering city walls, which soared to a height of 5 zhang, murmuring to himself. This marked his first encounter with a city in the past month. Prior to this, he had only traversed 2 small towns and numerous villages. Indeed, a city is incomparable to a mere town. At the gates, a steady stream of people entered and exited, brushing off the dust of his travels. He joined the throng and entered the city. The streets of Tianqing City were remarkably clean and orderly, with individuals occasionally seen tidying up, strolling leisurely along the thoroughfare. Chun Sun observed several guards patrolling in an orderly fashion, indicating that public safety was commendable. He purchased 2 stuffed pastries from a shop, munching on one as he continued his walk. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a crowd gathered around a wall and, driven by curiosity, approached. My heavens! Tomorrow marks the day when Daotian sect recruits disciples. I hope my child performs well, exclaimed one voice. If they possess spiritual roots, the Sun family will soar to greatness. Haha, old son, do not harbor greater hopes lest you face greater disappointment. Every 3 years, Daotian sect comes to the city to recruit disciples. Yet they only take a handful of children. If there are spiritual roots, it would indeed be a sign of ancestral glory. Indeed, with such a large population in Tianqing City, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, how many children fit the age for testing? In the end, there are only a few with spiritual roots. Tsk. Sigh, it is indeed difficult. It might be better to have the child study for the civil examinations. That is surely easier than becoming an immortal. I believe there is also a literary examination in the city in a couple of days, isn't there? Chun Sun gazed at the notice affixed to the wall, absorbing the myriad conversations around him. It became clear that the sect was recruiting disciples. In a remote place like Xiaohe Town, where mortals seldom encountered cultivators, it was remarkable that the illustrious Tianqing City was already hosting such recruitment. This underscored the notion that one's life is shaped by numerous factors from the moment of birth. Even the region into which one is born is an intricate science. Being born in a secluded area often leads to a life of mediocrity, while being born in a favorable location can open the door to diverse paths in life. Oh, young man, are you here for the examination? At that moment, an observant lady nearby turned her attention to Chun Sun and inquired. One could hardly blame her for such a question, given that Chun Sun's attire bore the hallmarks of a scholar. I am merely passing through, Chun Sun replied. Is that so? The lady nodded in understanding. This Daotian sect is renowned in Beixian. They are recruiting disciples tomorrow. Why not give it a try? Chun Sun chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Do I appear to possess spiritual roots? Besides, do I seem particularly young to you, madam? The lady grew somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. You are quite grown. I was rather hasty in my judgment. Indeed, Chen Sun appeared to be in his 20s, well past the age limit for the spiritual root assessment. The lady hurriedly added, but you could still give it a shot. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, if you happen to have them. Perhaps the Daotian sect would take you in. With a slight pursing of his lips, Chen Sun turned to leave. He found the lady's enthusiasm a tad excessive. If she had ulterior motives, that would be unfortunate. He was solitary and unencumbered, possessing nothing of value to be coveted, save for perhaps his handsome visage. With that thought, he quickened his pace. As he continued, Chen Sun observed numerous townsfolk congregating around various locations, likely perusing the notices about the sect's disciple recruitment. There were also a few distinct postings that appeared to pertain to literary examinations. With the sun having set, Chen Sun entered a tavern and settled at a window-side table, beckoning a waiter for food and drink. Once he had finished his meal, he intended to spend the night at this very establishment. Honored guest, your food and drink are ready. Please enjoy, the waiter announced shortly thereafter, presenting the dishes before Chen Sun before bowing and stepping back, pouring himself some wine. Chen Sun savored his meal amidst the hustle and bustle of the tavern, now dimly lit and filled with patrons. The first floor was crowded, with many newcomers being guided to the second floor by the waitstaff. The conversations among the guests revolved largely around the upcoming recruitment by the Daotian sect. At that moment, Chen Sun noticed a refined young man enter, who, after some negotiation with the waiter, looked around helplessly. Upon spotting Chen Sun's solitary table, his eyes brightened noticeably, and he approached with a smile. Good sir, the waiter informed me that the tavern is fully booked. I see you are alone. Might you allow me to share your table? I would be most grateful. The young man placed a silver coin before Chen Sun, clasping his hands together in a gesture of appreciation. Chen Sun nodded slightly, pocketing the silver coin. He then shifted his food closer, clearing half the table for his companion, and said, Please, make yourself comfortable. Zhao Ting was taken aback. Initially, he had presumed that this scholar would refuse the coin, yet here he was, accepting it. Truly? He accepted it? Goodness, where is the integrity of a scholar? Zhao Ting had approached Chen Sun precisely because he recognized him as a learned man. What an unexpected turn of events. He could only lament his miscalculation and begrudgingly took his seat. At that moment, he felt an urge to slap himself for overdoing his pretense. Subsequently, Zhao Ting glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, swallowed hard, and awkwardly suggested, my friend, perhaps I should forego my order and share your meal instead? Zhao Ting hoped to recoup at least something. Chen Sun shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, Shall I return that silver coin to you? Zhao Ting sprang to his feet, exclaiming in delight, Really? Chen Sun replied, Of course not. Chapter 15. Clarity lost a moment later. Zhao Ting's meal was served. He poured himself a cup of wine, hesitated, then raised his glass, saying, My friend, although you are a bit stingy and not very scholarly in demeanor, I still toast to you. Chen Sun chuckled. Should I be thanking you then? Despite his words, Chen Sun lifted his glass to clink it with Zhao Ting's. Ha. After taking a sip of wine, Zhao Ting found Chen Sun's personality intriguing. Certainly the most interesting person he had encountered in recent years, and he inquired, What is your name, my friend? Chen Sun replied, Chen Sun. Zhao Ting nodded. So you are Brother Chen. I am Zhao Ting, pleased to make your acquaintance. He quickly followed up, I see that Brother Chen is not from around here. You must be in Tianqing City for the examination? As he spoke, Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Sun's travel bundle, revealing a perceptive nature. He also noticed the wooden sword at Chen Sun's back, stirring further curiosity within him. Chen Sun shook his head, saying, I am not here for the examination. I merely passed through this city and decided to stay the night. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a momentary disorientation, causing his heart to tighten. This sign, was he really not here for the examination? Zhao Ting appeared surprised. Chen Sun regained his composure and smiled. It seems, Brother Zhao, that you are here for the examination. Zhao Ting cleared his throat, awkwardly stating, Brother Chen, you are mistaken. I am not here for the examination either. Believe it or not, I have come for tomorrow's recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect. Oh, Chen Sun assessed him closely, finding him quite intriguing, and replied, You must have surpassed the age for recruitment, have you not? Zhao Ting sighed. Indeed, I am 24 this year, well beyond the limit. However, after years of diligent study, I have finally realized that I, Zhao Ting, do not wish to hold a government position or engage in the intrigues of the court. Those are not my aspirations. I yearn to cultivate immortality, to wander the heavens, and to witness the sights that only the immortal realm can offer. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun laughed. Brother Zhao, you may be somewhat naive. The immortal realm may not be as idyllic as you imagine. The intrigues of the court pale in comparison to the perils of the world of cultivation. Zhao Ting smirked and remarked, Brother Chen, you appear to be quite knowledgeable. However, with a hint of disappointment, he continued, but alas, I am now of an age where I worry about whether I possess any spiritual root. This first step towards immortality is far more demanding than any literary examination. Chen Sun replied, in my eyes, Zhao brother, you are brimming with spiritual energy. It is likely that you possess a spiritual root. Oh, Zhao Ting chuckled, raising his cup in delight. I find great pleasure in your words, Brother Chen. Chen Sun smiled gently and inquired, is your family well? Of course, Zhao Ting replied, though my parents are advanced in years, their health remains robust. After a brief pause, he added with a wry smile, yet, my aspirations are rather unfilial. My parents wish for me to pursue a prestigious career, while I am lost in the ethereal pursuit of immortality. Chen Sun nodded thoughtfully. Zhao brother, remember that once you enter the realm of immortality, a chasm forms between you and the mundane world. You may find it difficult even to bid farewell to your parents. Zhao Ting was taken aback by the gravity of Chen Sun's words. Is it truly that severe? He asked, before laughing, Brother Chen, you speak too heavily. Whether I can even enter the immortal sect remains uncertain. That seems a distant dream. Chen Sun responded, it is not distant at all. Zhao Ting shifted the topic, eyeing Chen Sun with curiosity. By the way, Brother Chen, you seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge about the realm of immortality. Chen Sun casually replied, yes, I had an ancestor who practiced immortality. Zhao Ting was taken aback, quickly cupping his hands in respect. I did not realize Brother Chen hails from a family of immortals. My apologies. Chen Sun merely smiled in silence. Although he had fabricated the story, Zhao Ting's reaction was exaggerated, demonstrating his knack for flattery. What truly constitutes a family of immortals? That term is reserved for those who have pursued immortality for generations. The following day, as dawn broke, the entirety of Tianqing City awakened, bustling with life as people filled the streets and alleys, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Today marked the day the Daotian sect would recruit disciples, a day of great significance for all. Hey, Brother Chen. As Chen Sun emerged from the inn with his bundle, he heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning his head, he spotted Zhao Ting hastening towards him, rubbing his hands together. Brother Chen, I have been waiting for you. Zhao Ting exclaimed. Chen Sun replied, isn't today the recruitment day for the Daotian sect? Shouldn't you be on your way? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ting confessed, Brother Chen, I fear I may be the only one of my age there. I'm quite nervous. Could you accompany me? Chen Sun was at a loss for words. Zhao brother, we barely met yesterday. Why would my presence alleviate your anxiety? Zhao Ting, gritting his teeth, produced a silver coin and offered it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun paused in surprise but accepted the coin, tucking it away. Very well. I had intended to witness the excitement as well. As the sun rose steadily, the spiritual route assessment for disciple recruitment by the Daotian sect was held in the central square of Tianqing City. When Chen Sun and Zhao Ting arrived, they found the square teeming with townsfolk, packed tightly in layers. However, the crowd dared not press further, for numerous guards from the city lord's estate were maintaining order. And the city lord would also be present today. The atmosphere in the square was electric, with countless parents anxiously holding their children, eager to discover whether they would be dragons or mere insects. Zhao Ting stood on tiptoe, peering inside. Brother Chen, it seems the immortals have yet to arrive. They will likely make their entrance alongside the city lord. Chen Sun nodded slightly, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. He gently massaged his temples, the vague sensation intensifying unexpectedly. Zhao Ting remained oblivious to any unusual signs, as he was wholly consumed by anxiety. Suddenly, a loud clang resonated through the square, and silence enveloped the crowd. The captain of the guard stepped forward, calling out, all children participating in the spirit route assessment, please enter the arena and line up in an orderly fashion. Parents are not permitted inside. The guards promptly opened multiple entrances to the square. The townsfolk hurriedly urged their children to enter, under the watchful eyes of the guards. The youths complied and formed an orderly line, none daring to cut in or cause trouble. In no time, 5 long queues had formed. Many children were to be tested in Qing City, necessitating such arrangements to complete the assessments in a single day. Chen, Brother Chen, I will enter first. Zhao Ting exclaimed, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety. All right, Chen Sun replied, eyes closed, his brows deeply furrowed. It was then that Zhao Ting noticed Chen Sun's unusual demeanor, his brow furrowing in confusion. Brother Chen, are you all right? You seem even more nervous than I am. Taking a deep breath, Chen Sun shook his head. I'm fine. You should go in quickly. Okay, Brother Chen, await my good news. If I possess a spirit root, I shall treat you to a grand feast, Zhao Ting declared, gritting his teeth as he stepped into the arena amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, joining the other youths. Meanwhile, Chen Sun suddenly opened his eyes wide, a manic grin spreading across his face, the clarity in his eyes fading. Chapter 16, The Spirit Root Assessment. Hey, look at that young man. He must be over 20 years old, right? Isn't he too old for this? Indeed. It's rather shameless for someone of his age to compete alongside a bunch of youngsters. Come now, that is a bit harsh. I believe anyone with dreams is commendable. Just because this young man is older, if he possesses a spirit root, he might very well be recruited by the Daotian sect. Then you won't be laughing. Uft. At his age, starting cultivation is too late. Even if he is extraordinarily lucky and has a spirit root, the Daotian sect would likely overlook him. The townsfolk exchanged words, heightening Zhao Ting's anxiety, especially when he caught some of the youths casting glances in his direction, causing his cheeks to flush. Nonetheless, he took a deep breath, resolutely blocking out their words and stares. Rumors are plentiful, ignoring them is wise. He was determined to pursue his dreams. Zhao Ting couldn't help but glance back at Chen Sun, only to be astonished, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things, utterly dumbfounded. Before him, Brother Chen was grinning maniacally, sending shivers through the surrounding townsfolk, who instinctively drew back. Zhao Ting was left speechless. How could the composed and witty Brother Chen transform into this within such a short time? Silence. The city lord has arrived, the captain of the guard shouted. Zhao Ting jolted, reluctantly redirecting his focus from Chen Sun. The entire central square fell into a profound silence. Shortly after, an ethereal elder, accompanied by a middle-aged man bowing in deference, entered the square. Behind the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, 6 young disciples clad in the garb of their sect followed with an air of ease. The middle-aged man, without a doubt, was the lord of Tianqing City. The elder and his 6 youthful disciples were practitioners of the Daotian sect. Countless townsfolk gazed intently at the Daotian sect practitioners, their hearts filled with admiration. Truly, they were celestial beings of a grand sect, and their mere demeanor set them apart, rendering them exceptionally conspicuous. The young men and women in line were filled with longing in their eyes, wishing to possess such poise and status. Even the lord of Tianqing City, who governed a populace of several 100,000, appeared utterly respectful before the celestial beings of the Daotian sect. It could be said that once one possessed spiritual roots, they would soar to great heights. Zhao Ting clenched his fists tightly, his palms damp with perspiration from anxiety. Meanwhile, Chen Sun held the hand of a middle-aged man with a complexion as dark as ink and spoke earnestly. Ah, my friend, observing your palmistry, your lifeline appears quite long. Yet that does not align with your countenance, which suggests a life fraught with misdeeds, destined for retribution. How can this be? Is it truly the case that the good perish young, while the wicked live on for a millennium? This contradiction is perplexing. Initially, the robust man felt somewhat pleased by Chen Sun's opening remarks, but his expression darkened upon hearing the latter part. As if struck by a revelation, he yanked his hand away from Chen Sun and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Chen Sun, his words were jarring in the stillness of the square, drawing countless peculiar gazes towards him. Even the elder of the Daotian sect and his disciples cast frowns in his direction. Lord Suhai's heart raced, and he hastily inclined his body in apology to the elder before rising and bellowing. Who dares to make such a commotion? Where are the guards? Present. The captain of the guards, startled and drenched in cold sweat, immediately commanded 2 guards to approach Chen Sun with an imposing demeanor. Zhao Ting, having been in a daze, finally regained his senses and without hesitation rushed out of the line, bowing in trepidation. Wait. My lord, this individual is my friend. He has not been quite himself lately and did not mean any offense. I implore you, show him mercy. Oh. Upon hearing this, Suhai furrowed his brow and, along with countless other gazes, turned to observe the young man who had been causing the uproar. He found him now sucking his index finger, curiously tilting his head to survey the surroundings, his expression oddly fervent. The demeanor appeared entirely natural, devoid of pretense. Many townsfolk looked upon this scene with pity. inwardly lamenting the fate of such a handsome youth, only to discover he was a madman, both foolish and unfortunate. Observing this, the elder of the Tao Tian sect and his disciples relaxed their brows. With so many mortals watching, they certainly would not stoop to argue with a madman. Lord Su, since he is a madman, let us not dwell on this. It would be prudent to proceed with the assessment. The elder gestured gracefully, conveying an air of composure. Upon hearing Su Hai's words, his heart felt a sense of relief. He promptly bowed in gratitude and then fixed his gaze upon Zhao Ting, remarking, keep a close watch on your friend. Should he commit any further transgressions, even if the immortal master shows leniency, this city lord shall impose punishment. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, city lord. Zhao Ting exhaled in relief, swiftly rising to rush to Chun Sun's side. Casting a hesitant glance at Chun Sun's demeanor, he lowered his voice, saying, Brother Chun, I do not comprehend the reason for your sudden transformation, but you must exercise caution moving forward. If anything unfortunate occurs, my limited strength may prove inadequate to assist you. Seeing that Chun Sun was unresponsive, Zhao Ting sighed internally and quickly returned to his place in line. Subsequently, 5 disciples from the Tao Tian sect emerged, taking their positions at the forefront of the 5 teams, ready to commence the spirit root assessment. Observing this, countless parents grew anxious. The spirit root examination was rather straightforward. It involved a specialized instrument that required the subject merely to place their hand upon it, with results indicating the presence of a spirit root instantaneously. Its efficiency allowed for numerous young men and women to be assessed within a single day. The steward, an individual evidently advanced in years, accompanied by a youthful male disciple of the Tao Tian sect, glanced at Zhao Ting and spoke. They had actually noticed Zhao Ting earlier. From the words of the young disciple, it became clear that the elderly man was a steward of the Tao Tian sect. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Shen nodded and said, No need to rush. The testing process is swift. One more child does not make a difference. Understood, the disciple replied with a bow. Rising, Shen addressed the assembled youth, stating, Children, listen carefully. The spirit root test will proceed quickly. Simply place your hand on the spirit testing instrument held by the front disciple. If a radiant light emerges, you possess a spirit root and should step aside. If not, please retreat hastily to avoid delaying the testing process. Do you comprehend? The young men and women, cowed by Shun He's imposing presence, replied in unison, We understand, immortal master. Satisfied, Shun He nodded and waved his hand, declaring, Very well, disciples prepare. The spirit root examination begins. Chapter 17. The metal attribute spirit root. As the spirit root examination commenced, the square buzzed with activity. The youths, eyes filled with trepidation, began their assessments one by one. However, as the emotionless disciple ahead called out, Next, 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 both the parents and the cued youths felt their spirits plummet. Those children who were eliminated departed the scene, returning to their families with forced smiles. This singular, simple step determined their fate and barred them from the path of immortality. Despite having mentally prepared for this outcome, knowing that those with spirit roots were extraordinarily rare, it remained a bitter pill to swallow when faced with the reality of the results. Amidst the line, Zhao Ting stood nervously, beads of sweat forming upon him. He occasionally glanced back at Chun Sun, finding some solace in the sight of Chun Sun quietly crouched nearby. As time passed, more and more youths left the line dejectedly. Observing this, Shun He maintained an impassive demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. The pursuit of immortality is not as simple as one might wish. The most essential threshold, the spiritual root, is akin to sifting through sand in a turbulent sea. Shen He gazed at the sun and mused that among the numerous young men and women in Tianqing City, it would be quite fortunate to find even 5 with such potential. Indeed, should fortune be unkind, there might be only 2 or 3, or perhaps even none at all. Such is the nature of fate. The city lord, Su Hai, wore an expression of discomfort. With noon approaching, not a single child with a spiritual root had been found. Could it be that the fortunes of Tianqing City had waned in recent years? It is worth noting that just a few years prior, during the recruitment by the Tao Tian sect, 2 children with spiritual roots had emerged by midday. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena grew electrified. The second team was in the midst of testing, and the boy at the forefront was met with a dazzling light emanating from the spiritual testing device. A brilliance that even outshone the sun. The boy stood in shock, his heart racing. A fine child. The ancestral spirits of the Yu family must be rejoicing. Who could have imagined they would produce an immortal master? The boy's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes, trembling with excitement. Countless townsfolk looked on enviously, realizing that from this moment forth, the family status in Tianqing City would elevate dramatically, even if their lineage had been humble before. The emergence of an immortal master would elevate their standing to rival, or even surpass, that of the prominent families. Even the city lord would be compelled to show them respect. This was the true essence of one achieving enlightenment, lifting their entire household to newfound heights. Only through the path of immortality could such an outcome be attained. Even an academic success would not yield similar results. Zhao Ting observed this scene, his gaze filled with envy. A pseudo-earth spiritual root, though of mediocre quality, still held the potential for cultivation and could grant entry into the Daotian sect, albeit starting from the most menial tasks. "Child, what is your name?" Shunhe inquired, directing his attention to the boy. The boy bowed deeply and replied excitedly, "Master, I am Yu Zheng." Shunhe nodded. "Yu Zheng, very well. Please stand aside and await further instructions." "Yes." Yu Zheng rubbed his hands together and, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, stepped aside, now the first contestant not to be eliminated. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, Yu Zheng couldn't help but stand tall, experiencing a sense of pride he had never known before. The testing continued, and many relatives who had previously distanced themselves from Yu Zheng's family now approached, their attitudes obsequious. Such is the nature of reality. Time flowed swiftly, and by afternoon, 2 more boys and 1 girl had been discovered to possess spiritual roots, albeit all were of the pseudo variety. Nevertheless, this was enough to incite the envy of others. The townsfolk, lacking understanding of the nuances of spiritual roots, were simply aware that possessing one would allow entry into the Daotian sect, leading to a life of prosperity and success. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spiritual root testing neared its conclusion. The queue of those awaiting their turn had significantly dwindled. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Indeed, he lay there, and those townsfolk around him recognized him as somewhat eccentric, merely shaking their heads in silent disapproval while maintaining their distance. Shenhe observed the diminishing number of young people and nodded slightly, stating, "It appears that we are left with these 4. Although they all possess pseudo-spiritual roots, it is still commendable." Upon hearing the words, Su Hai stood by, at a loss for what to say, and could only manage a forced smile. At last, it was Zhao Ting's turn. Under the peculiar gazes of the Daotian sect disciples, Zhao Ting cautiously placed his hand upon the spirit testing device. Suddenly, the device erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback, an unparalleled joy surging from within him. Could it be that the heavens favored him, Zhao Ting? Just yesterday, Brother Chen had remarked that he possessed a natural affinity for the spiritual essence, and now it seemed his words had come to fruition. Was Brother Chen perhaps his lucky star? The square fell silent before erupting in astonished gasps. The brilliance emanating from the device was unlike the previous 4. Not only was it more dazzling, but it was also distinctively golden, contrasting with the prior white light. The disciples standing before Zhao Ting were left in a stupor, incredulously glancing at him before turning their heads towards the stage, where Shunhe trembled and exclaimed, "Deacon!" Even the other 4 disciples halted their tests, collectively astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. At that moment, Shunhe regained his composure, abruptly rising from his seat. Fixated on the continuous golden light radiating from the spirit testing device, his eyes twitching with evident agitation. In the next instant, Shunhe soared down from the stage to stand before Zhao Ting, intently observing the device until the golden glow dissipated, after which he swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement. Shunhe gazed at Zhao Ting, fervently asking, "What is your name?" Su Hai, the city lord, was taken aback by the commotion and hastily descended from the stage, rushing to stand behind Shunhe, utterly astonished by Zhao Ting, while feeling a sense of dread. He privately mused, "Thank goodness I did not offend this person or his acquaintances. Otherwise, the consequences would be unfathomable." The atmosphere made it abundantly clear that this individual's spiritual root was likely extraordinary. Zhao Ting bowed and replied, "Honorable immortal master, I am called Zhao Ting." Shunhe, slightly taken aback, promptly assisted Zhao Ting to his feet. "Zhao Ting, there is no need for such formalities. Given your qualifications, upon returning to the sect, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a purple-robed disciple. This designation, a core disciple, would afford him a status superior to that of Shunhe, the deacon. Moreover, since Zhao Ting was discovered and brought back by Shun He, it would be a significant achievement, paving the way for Shun He's promotion. Indeed, Zhao Ting was truly his fortuitous star. Yet, Zhao Ting, still somewhat apprehensive, queried, "Immortal Master, is my talent sufficient to enter the Dao Tian sect for cultivation? And what of my age?" Despite his lack of understanding regarding spiritual roots, the reaction of the elder led him to believe he might be accepted, but he wished to confirm his doubts. Most importantly, given his age, Zhao Ting felt a genuine unease. Upon hearing this, the square fell silent, with the townsfolk straining to hear the evaluation of Zhao Ting's qualifications, having witnessed the immortal master's response. The earlier mockers of Zhao Ting fell silent, some even lowering their heads, fearful of being recognized. Little did they anticipate that Zhao Ting would emerge as the most qualified among them. However, the specifics of his aptitude remained to be clarified by the immortal master. "Zhao Ting, given your exceptional aptitude, age is scarcely a concern. The limitation of age pertains solely to those of inferior qualifications with false spiritual roots. Should one begin their cultivation in their 20s, it would merely be a squandering of time. However, you are different." Shun He inhaled deeply, gazing at Zhao Ting as though he were a rare treasure, and continued, "Among mortals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and your aptitude, when considered across the entirety of the North Xian cultivation realm, is truly unparalleled. You possess a golden spiritual root. Such extraordinary qualifications are not merely coveted in North Xian, even in the entire mortal cultivation world. They are the object of desire for many prominent sections. Within the Dao Tian sect, you would be cherished as a precious gem." Chapter 18, Brother Chun, what has befallen you? Upon completing his statement, the square resonated with the sound of many gasps. The townsfolk regarded Zhao Ting with eyes not only filled with envy but also with profound respect, daring not to harbor any other thoughts. After all, the words of this celestial master from the Dao Tian sect were unequivocal. The assertion that he is among the very best in the North Xian cultivation realm speaks volumes. This Zhao Ting, endowed with extraordinary talent, is like a hidden dragon poised to soar. In comparison, the 4 other children with spiritual roots appeared rather mediocre. Yet, they were only considered so in relation to Zhao Ting. Their futures remained far brighter than those of the countless eliminated children. Even Su Hai, at this moment, felt a chill of astonishment, and his gaze towards Zhao Ting transformed into one of reverence. Within just a day, the attitude of this city lord had undergone a profound change. Su Hai could hardly fathom that someone could ascend to such heights in a single day. Possessing a golden spiritual root, Zhao Ting murmured to himself, feeling as though he were in a dream. "Ah, Zhao Ting, please accompany this steward to take your seat and await the completion of the tests for the remaining children." Shun He extended his hand towards the seats on the platform, inviting him with a smile. His face radiated joy, reflecting his elation at Zhao Ting's presence. The crowd observed Shun He's demeanor toward Zhao Ting with increasing trepidation. "Oh, very well," Zhao Ting nodded, still somewhat dazed, as he ascended the stage alongside Shun He, feeling as if everything were surreal. Once on stage, the disciple who had previously remarked on Zhao Ting's age bowed and addressed him as Senior Brother Zhao. Zhao Ting repeatedly gestured modestly. I dare not presume such a title. He had yet to join the Dao Tian sect, so how could he be considered a senior brother? Nevertheless, it was evident that his spiritual root was indeed remarkable. "You flatter me, Senior Brother Zhao." The disciple responded with an awkward smile, his words laced with caution and an eagerness to please. There was no doubt that once Zhao Ting returned to the sect, his qualifications would lead him to an immediate promotion to the rank of purple-clad disciple, a status coveted by countless aspirants within the Dao Tian sect. In the Dao Tian sect, aside from the sect leader and the elders, purple-clad disciples hold the highest rank. At this juncture, the square resumed the assessments, yet all attention seemed to gravitate towards Zhao Ting, for his talent was simply too dazzling. "Zhao Ting, are you from Tianqing City? Why did you not come forth when our Dao Tian sect was recruiting disciples in previous years?" Shun He inquired with curiosity. Although Zhao Ting's talents may not seem significant over the years, it undeniably feels like a waste of time. Moreover, Shun He is further perplexed by the question of Zhao Ting's lineage. How could someone of such caliber originate from this place, especially when the likelihood seems exceedingly slim? Zhao Ting regained his composure and responded, "Esteemed immortal master, I am not from Tianqing City, but rather from Falu Town, situated to the south of it. The reason I did not come here earlier was that I was preparing for examinations. Upon hearing that Zhao Ting was not from Tianqing City, the city lord Su Hai felt a pang of disappointment. Had he hailed from Tianqing City, his status as the city lord would have been more commendable, possibly earning him the immortal master's favor. Falu Town? Shun He nodded, though he was not particularly familiar with the town. From this day forth, however, it would be etched in his memory. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Ting's last statement, Shun He was again puzzled and inquired, examinations? What examinations? Zhao Ting scratched his head and replied, literary examinations. Shun He momentarily faltered, instinctively wanting to chastise him for such nonsense, but quickly restrained himself. He coughed lightly and spoke earnestly. Very well, Zhao Ting. With your exceptional talents, focus on your cultivation and do not squander your time on literary examinations. Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. Shun He found Zhao Ting pleasing to the eye. His extraordinary gifts were accompanied by humility and respect for his elders. Within the Dao Tian sect, there were indeed other disciples with heavenly roots, yet few were as grounded and unpretentious as Zhao Ting. To be frank, at this moment, even if Zhao Ting were to reprimand Shun He, the latter would likely not dare to retort, merely enduring the rebuke. As Zhao Ting's mood lightened, he suddenly thought of Chen Sun and glanced over, only to find Chen Sun lying on the ground, soundly asleep, which struck him as peculiar. What could have happened to Brother Chen? How could a person suddenly behave in such a manner? Why had he seemingly lost his mind? With some time to ponder, Zhao Ting's thoughts began to race. As evening descended, the spirit root assessments concluded, and no further children exhibited spirit roots. The parents, accompanied by their children, returned home in disappointment. With the path of cultivation closed off, they would have to resort to diligent study for examinations. Immortal Master, I have already arranged accommodations at the city lord's estate, Su Hai began, but Shun He interrupted with a wave of his hand. There is no need, City Lord Su. We appreciate your kindness, but we must set off for the sect immediately. Had it been any other time, Shun He would have surely stayed for a night or even several, but with the emergence of a disciple like Zhao Ting, his eagerness to return was palpable. Oh, very well, Su Hai lamented. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a swift departure. He had not even had the chance to bid farewell to his family. Having told them he was going to participate in literary examinations, he felt an urgency. Immortal Master, may I speak with my family before we leave? Shun He hesitated but could not deny Zhao Ting's request. He smiled and replied, of course. It is only natural to see your family once more. After all, opportunities to return to the mundane world will become scarce after entering the sect. Zhao Ting's mouth parted slightly, as Shun He's words mirrored those of Brother Chun from yesterday. Must one forsake so much for the path of cultivation? Is this truly the price one must pay? As Zhao Ting recalled Chen Sun, he hurriedly glanced over, and upon seeing Chen Sun still lying there, he swiftly approached him. Observing this, Shun He waved to Su Hai, saying, Lord Su, you may take your leave. We shall depart shortly, so there is no need for you to accompany us. After speaking, he made his way toward Zhao Ting and Chen Sun. The 6 disciples, along with 4 newly recruited young boys and girls, followed closely behind. The 4 youths were well behaved, yet their gazes frequently drifted toward their family members who lingered nearby. These families, aware that their children were about to leave, yearned to speak but dared not approach without Shun He's consent, merely watching with anxious eyes. Ah, indeed, Su Hai replied with a bow. Despite his words, he did not depart, instead standing at a distance, presumably waiting until Shun He and the others truly left before daring to take his leave. As the city lord, Su Hai was undoubtedly perceptive. Chen Sun, wake up. Zhao Ting crouched down and gently nudged Chen Sun. Chen Sun blinked sleepily, mumbling, what do you want? Zhao Ting hesitated, a wry smile crossing his face. Chen Sun, what has happened to you? Chen Sun's unfamiliar demeanor filled Zhao Ting with unease, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. How could things have turned so awry? Zhao Ting pondered. Could it be that he had inadvertently siphoned off Chen Sun's fortune? Possessing a kind heart, Zhao Ting felt an inexplicable guilt, as the coincidence seemed too uncanny. At that moment, Shun He and his group of disciples approached. Zhao Ting quickly stood up, asking, Master, could you examine my friend? He was perfectly fine yesterday, yet this morning, for reasons unknown, he has turned into this. Really? He was normal yesterday? Shun He and the disciples exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing Chen Sun. Truth be told, had he not been Zhao Ting's friend, they would not have spared him a glance, deeming it a waste of their time. After observing Chen Sun for a while, without any fruitful outcome, Shen He remarked, "Perhaps it is hereditary. Zhao Ting, do you know if there are any elders in your friend's family who exhibit similar traits?" Zhao Ting shook his head. "No? I have no idea. What are you joking about? He only met Chen Sun yesterday and knows nothing beyond his name." Shen He nodded, expressing a sense of helplessness. "Then, I am afraid there is little I can do. Zhao Ting, it is nearly time. Let us proceed to Falu town, so you may reunite with your family." Zhao Ting silently nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Chen Sun. At that moment, Chen Sun rose and squatted on the ground, drawing something in the dirt while occasionally emitting strange giggles. At this juncture, Shen He produced a miniature boat-like artifact from his hand. After murmuring an incantation, the tiny vessel swiftly soared from his palm, ascending to a height of several feet above the ground before expanding in size. At a glance, it appeared capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. This spectacle captured the attention of many townsfolk, who gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Truly, a celestial being. Such mastery is nothing short of miraculous." Zhao Ting and the four youths stood in stunned silence, their hearts gradually swelling with excitement. At the subtle indication from Shen He, a group of disciples gracefully ascended onto the ship, their toes barely touching the surface as they glided upwards. Yu Zheng and the other children were brimming with excitement, eagerly exploring their surroundings, momentarily oblivious to their families below. It was then that Shen He turned to Zhao Ting, extending his hand with a smile. "Zhao Ting, we may now set forth." Although Zhao Ting possessed a celestial root, he was still merely a mortal, lacking any martial prowess or lightness of foot to navigate the considerable height. He furrowed his brow, gazing up at the flying vessel and then at Chen Sun, a flicker of conflict dancing in his eyes. Truth be told, he was unsettled by Chen's sudden transformation. Despite their brief acquaintance, Chen had undeniably brought him great fortune. It was through Chen's influence that Zhao Ting had awakened his own spirit root, a heavenly one at that. "Zhao Ting," Shen He called, noticing Zhao's momentary distraction. Zhao Ting snapped back to reality, meeting Shen He's gaze with newfound courage, awkwardly inquiring, "Master, may I request a favor?" Shen He, puzzled, replied, "What is it?" "Speak candidly." Pointing to Chen Sun, who was crouched on the ground, Zhao Ting cleared his throat and said, "Could you possibly allow my friend to accompany us? A simple task to ensure he has enough to eat would suffice." Shen He's brows knitted together at the thought of bringing a mortal into the sect. After all, Dao Tian's sect had no precedent for admitting mortals. He instinctively considered a refusal, but then he recalled Zhao Ting's exceptional nature and was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that allowing Zhao Ting to bring his friend would not be a significant issue. After all, he was merely seeking a humble position, not admission as a disciple. Reporting this to the higher-ups would surely elicit no objections, as it was unlikely anyone would dare to slight the favor owed to a prodigy like Zhao Ting. Most importantly, this would serve to strengthen the bond between Shen He and Zhao Ting, and the latter would owe him a small debt of gratitude. Though seemingly insignificant, it was nonetheless a favor from a disciple of the purple robes. After a brief pause for thought, Shen He nodded, "Very well. Upon returning to the sect, I can arrange a menial task for your friend at the Servant's Peak, ensuring he has sustenance. How does that sound?" The Servant's Peak was primarily composed of the lowest-ranking Qi refinement disciples, who also needed to eat, making it a fitting place for Zhao Ting's friend. Shen He then glanced at Chen Sun, reflecting on the fortunate turn of events for this youth. Having a friend like Zhao Ting was indeed a stroke of luck. One must understand that a mortal residing in a realm rich in spiritual energy could enjoy a lifespan longer than that in the mundane world. "Thank you immensely, Master. This is splendid," Zhao Ting exclaimed with uncontainable joy as he hurried to assist Chen Sun to his feet, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Chen, am I not generous?" Chen Sun responded with a mischievous grin, chuckling, "Generous indeed. You are more than enough." Zhao Ting paused momentarily, yet felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Chen had lost his sanity, he still retained moments of connection, albeit in a peculiar manner. "Hee, Shen He chuckled, "Zhao Ting, take hold of my hand along with your friend, and I shall escort you both to the ship." "Yes, come on, Chen, let us go," Zhao Ting exclaimed, eagerly pulling Chen Sun along as they made their way forward. Subsequently, Shen He grasped Zhao Ting and Chen Sun, and with a gentle leap, they ascended into the air, boarding the spacecraft. Chen Sun maintained a continuous smile, the reason for which remained a mystery. In contrast, Zhao Ting's mouth fell agape, his excitement palpable. The mere act of Shun He lifting them into the air granted Zhao Ting a fleeting sensation of flight, leaving him to wonder how exhilarating the vessel's launch would be. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the spacecraft began to vibrate, its ethereal glow flickering intermittently. At this moment, a throng of townsfolk gathered, astonished by the spectacle. The families of the four youths, now disciples, could no longer contain their emotions and called out fervently, "Children, be obedient at Dao Tian's sect, strive diligently in your cultivation, and remember to visit home often." On board, tears welled in the eyes of Yu Zheng and the other youths. After all, this was their first departure from home. "Father, mother, I will," they vowed. "Please take care of yourselves." Meanwhile, Shun He and the disciples observed this scene with stoic expressions. Visiting home often? It seemed unlikely in the near future. Yet, for these disciples of mediocre spiritual roots, the prospect of returning to the mundane world was inevitable, as their chances of breaking through were slim. Nevertheless, this path was still preferable to the trials of the civil examination, for regardless of their shortcomings, these children would at least attain the third level of qi refinement, and upon returning to the mundane realm, they would achieve significant accomplishments. After reciting the incantation, Shun He commanded, "Hold on tightly." Zhao Ting and the youths quickly grasped the railing, while Chen Sun remained transfixed, his gaze fixed fervently upon the heavens. In the next moment, the spacecraft transformed into a brilliant stream of light, soaring into the sky before vanishing in an instant. Mayor Su Hai let out a sigh of relief and bowed, declaring, "I bid farewell to the immortal master." Whoosh! The spacecraft glided across the night sky. Zhao Ting and the four youths clutched the railing, their faces alight with exhilaration. It was hard not to feel thrilled, given that this was their inaugural ascent into the heavens. "Zhao Shixiang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." The six disciples approached Zhao Ting, introducing themselves with utmost humility and respect. This left Zhao Ting forcing a smile, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yu Zheng and the other youths watched enviously, aware that Zhao Ting's future was beyond their reach. Even before entering the sect, these senior brothers and sisters were already attempting to forge connections with Zhao Ting. Beside them, Shun He observed with a beaming smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Ting, as if he were beholding an unparalleled treasure. This Zhao Ting was, after all, Shun He's greatest gain from this journey and the most significant acquisition for Dao Tian's sect in many years. The four youths were yet unaware of what it meant to be a disciple in purple robes. It could be said that, for now, due to special circumstances, these four youths could still share laughter and engage closely with Zhao Ting. However, once they returned to the sect, such interactions would become nearly impossible, marking a stark divide between their worlds, an insurmountable chasm. Reflecting on this, Shun He glanced at the exuberant Chen Sun. Although Chen Sun was Zhao Ting's friend, upon returning to the sect, he too would find future interactions scarce, a consequence of their differing statuses. Unless, perhaps, Zhao Ting retained a pure heart and cherished their old friendship, there might be some chance of connection. Yet, in Shun He's view, such possibilities were nearly non-existent. People inevitably change, especially in the treacherous realm of immortality cultivation. The spacecraft moved swiftly, and before long, it arrived at Falu Town. The Zhao family was considered affluent in Falu Town. Indeed, one could infer their wealth from the 2 silver coins Zhao Ting had given Chen Sun. For a family of lesser means would not be so extravagant. Upon learning that Zhao Ting had joined the Dao Tian sect, his parents were initially dumbfounded, only to be overcome with joy shortly thereafter. Although they had hoped Zhao Ting would pursue a scholarly career in governance, the prospect of joining the Dao Tian sect and becoming an immortal master was undoubtedly more auspicious. Consequently, at Zhao Ting's request, Shun He reluctantly agreed to stay in Falu Town for 2 days. During this time, the news spread throughout the town, stirring the town leader and notable families to pay visits and offer their congratulations. Thus, the Zhao family ascended to a position of prominence in Falu Town. The 2 days passed swiftly, and the spacecraft soared into the sky, departing Falu Town en route to the Dao Tian sect's headquarters. Chen Sun naturally accompanied them. Although he was not formally joining the Dao Tian sect or becoming a disciple, he could at least secure a modest livelihood. Working at the miscellaneous peak of the Dao Tian sect, sweeping the grounds amidst the serene mountains, would surely provide a tranquil existence. Were Chen Sun to be clear-headed, he might find satisfaction in such an easygoing role. Chapter 20. Chen Sun's mockery. The spacecraft traveled at a rapid pace, capable of covering at least 20,000 miles a day without pause. Nevertheless, it took 3 days to reach the territory of the Dao Tian sect. Ah, behold! This land now belongs to our Dao Tian sect. As a top-tier immortal sect of the North Xian, our domain spans hundreds of thousands of miles, Shun He remarked, gesturing to the landscape below with a smile. Wow! Zhao Ting and the other youths leaned over the railing, astonished by the magnificent scenery. Meanwhile, Chen Sun leaned against the railing, dozing peacefully. Shen Steward, where is the sect located? Zhao Ting inquired eagerly. Over the course of their journey, Zhao Ting had grown quite familiar with Shun He, addressing him by his title rather than the more formal immortal master. The other youths, including Yu Zheng, listened with curiosity. Shun He shook his head, chuckling. Zhao Ting, do not rush. The sect is situated atop a celestial mountain. Once the spacecraft has flown another 1,000 miles, you shall see it. Zhao Ting nodded, glancing at the vast expanse beneath them. He then asked a question that had been on his mind for 2 days. Shen Steward, why have we not seen any town since yesterday? A disciple took the opportunity to respond, smiling as he explained, Senior Brother Zhao, you may not know this, but immortal sects in the cultivation world typically choose to establish their headquarters in secluded paradises, isolating themselves from the mundane world. Aside from recruiting disciples every few years, they seldom venture into the realm of mortals, and many solitary cultivators likewise avoid contact with ordinary people. Thus, it is rare for common folk to encounter us immortals. Shun He smiled in agreement, affirming the disciples' words. Zhao Ting and the others felt enlightened, realizing why they had seldom encountered immortals throughout their lives. With this understanding, they found themselves even more eager with anticipation. Ha ha ha! What mortals and immortals! Let me tell you, you cultivators are merely self-proclaimed lofty beings, Chen Sun exclaimed, awakening at some point, grinning widely as he laughed. A hush fell over the air. Zhao Ting's expression subtly shifted, and he quickly glanced at Shun He and the others. Indeed, he observed Shun He and his group of disciples gradually losing their smiles, their faces displaying a hint of displeasure. Concerned, Zhao Ting hurried over and whispered, Brother Chun, please refrain from speaking. He had not anticipated Chen Sun would suddenly voice his thoughts. Was he not losing his mind? Ah, indeed, he was mad, though not foolish. Such erratic utterances seemed somewhat normal, yet the current context rendered them inappropriate. Chen Sun, however, wore a defiant expression, muttering softly, What's the matter? I haven't said anything incorrect. Do not cultivators pride themselves on their lofty ideals? Which cultivator does not originate from the mortal realm? Once they acquire a modicum of skill, they elevate themselves, believing they have truly transcended and dismissing mortals, unaware of the vast chasm that still separates them. They are merely capable mortals, nothing more. He continued, in my humble opinion, if one wishes to attain the great way, one cannot sever ties with mortals. Rather, one must immerse oneself in their experiences. Ah, there is a saying that beautifully encapsulates this sentiment. The warmth of human life is most comforting to the hearts of mortals. Were Chen Sun in his right mind at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for his current state of madness bore a distinct difference from previous episodes. Although he was still erratic, there were moments of logical coherence. Unlike his past lunacy, characterized by a relentless folly, this time revealed glimmers of reasoning. Of course, only 3 years later, when Chen Sun regained his clarity, would he come to realize the significance of these moments. Zhao Ting listened to Chen Sun's words, his mouth slightly agape, astonished that he found a semblance of wisdom in them. You. Shen He's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Chen Sun, feeling an uncontainable anger rising within him. He longed to reprimand him, but, out of respect for Zhao Ting, restrained himself. Whether it was the accuracy of Chen Sun's words or something else, Shun He felt as though he might be driven to madness himself. However, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. It seemed he had allowed a madman to provoke him. Perhaps his cultivation had indeed waned over the years. Nevertheless, Shun He retorted with a scoff, Humph. What could a mere mortal possibly comprehend? We cultivators are not arrogant. Maintaining contact with mortals would only dilute our spiritual essence. Your erratic musings are inconsequential. You would not understand. Just as Shun He was speaking, he suddenly noticed Chen Sun leaning against the railing, having fallen asleep, and he was momentarily taken aback, his frustration boiling over yet again. He sighed, realizing he hadn't been angry in quite some time, yet in this brief span, a madman had managed to vex him twice. Steward Shun, given Brother Chen's current state, His words may indeed be misguided, but I trust he did not intend any offense. Please do not take it to heart. If Brother Chen has caused you any displeasure, I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf, Zhao Ting said, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Shen He's expression softened as he replied with a wry smile. It is of no concern. I am not so petty as to quarrel with a madman. Zhao Ting finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As the airship continued its journey, a palpable silence descended, the earlier commotion leaving an indelible mark. Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Sun with an air of helplessness, while the four young disciples wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The 6 disciples cast furtive glances at Chen Sun, harboring a sense of discontent. To be candid, had it not been for Brother Zhao, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this lunatic a lesson, yet he was, after all, a friend of Brother Zhao, and they dared not act. Meanwhile, Shen He stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, his expression having turned solemn without anyone noticing. Occasionally, he would survey the heavens and the earth, stealing glances at Chen Sun, his gaze flickering with peculiar intrigue. Could it be that this immortal truly erred in his cultivation? Shen He, being the most accomplished among them, began to reflect on Chen Sun's recent words, suddenly finding a modicum of wisdom within them, albeit from an unconventional perspective. The warmth of mortal existence, how it soothes the hearts of the ordinary. Shen He mused, perplexed and unable to comprehend, before lowering his head and shaking it with a wry smile. He truly was losing his mind, contemplating the musings of a madman. Behold the towering, immortal mountain ahead. After a while, the youth Yuzheng suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the distance. Wow! The other 3 youths echoed in astonishment. Zhao Ting hastily rose to look, his pupils gradually contracting as his heartbeat quickened. In the distance, a magnificent immortal mountain loomed, shrouded in ethereal mist. Under the sunlight, it appeared to be suffused with celestial energy, an awe-inspiring sight. One could also observe streaks of light traversing the sky, disappearing into the mountain, while numerous celestial cranes soared nearby, painting a picture of serene, immortal scenery. We're returning to the sect. The 6 disciples exchanged knowing smiles. Their expedition to the mundane Tianqing city with Elder Shun to recruit disciples had taken several days, and they naturally yearned for the comforts of their sect, where the spiritual energy was abundant. Shen He stroked his beard with a smile and said, "Ah, children, welcome to the Daotian sect." Chapter 21. The 4 peaks follow this elder into the sect. Upon uttering these words, Shen He recited a mantra, and the flying ship swiftly glided towards the distant immortal mountain. In no time, the vessel vanished into the mist enveloping the peak. At the mountain gate of the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting roused the slumbering Chen Sun as the group disembarked from the ship. "Greetings, Elder Shun." 2 gate-guarding disciples hurried forward. Bowing respectfully, Shen He nodded, suppressing his excitement, took a deep breath, and led Zhao Ting away while instructing, "This elder will take Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Su Yang, you will escort the others to the miscellaneous peak for registration." "Yes." One of the disciples among the 6 bowed in acknowledgement. Zhao Ting, taken aback by Shen He's urgency, hurriedly called back over his shoulder, "Brother Chen, I will come to see you once I am done." With that, he quickly disappeared alongside Shen He. The 2 gate-guarding disciples, having been stunned into silence, regained their composure and exchanged bewildered glances with Su Yang and the others, their eyes brimming with curiosity. What just happened? Who was that person taken away by Elder Shun? Did I hear correctly? To the inner cabinet? The 6 disciples shared a knowing smile, and Su Yang replied, "The one taken to the inner cabinet is Brother Zhao Ting, who we just brought back from the mundane realm." At this revelation, the gate-guarding disciples' pupils widened in shock. "Just brought back? And already referred to as Brother Zhao?" Su Yang sighed. "Do not regard us with such disdainful eyes. Brother Zhao possesses a metal attribute spiritual root." He then instructed the 5 of them, "Come with me to the outer disciple peak." After speaking, Su Yang led Chen Sun and the 4 others toward the outer disciple peak, while the remaining 5 disciples entered the mountain gate and departed. The 2 mountain guards were left astounded, rooted in place. "Heavens, a spiritual root." Su Yang pointed toward a peak in the distance, remarking, "That over there is the outer disciple peak." "Wow," gasped Yuzheng and the others. "Are we going to spend our time there?" Although the outer disciple peak appeared considerably lower than the other peaks they had glimpsed earlier, it was the largest, radiating abundant spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortality. At this moment, Chen Sun was quite silent, clutching a blank book, his fervent gaze sweeping the surroundings as he walked. Brother Su, what about those peaks we saw earlier? Yu Zheng inquired curiously. Su Yang smirked and replied, those peaks are reserved for the outer disciples. You can only gaze at them from afar. Unless dispatched, entry is typically forbidden. He then turned to point at a peak with pride, declaring, that is the human profound peak, where the outer disciples reside. I live there myself. Wow, brother, you are impressive. Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed in admiration. Su Yang laughed heartily and gestured toward the peak behind the human profound peak, his eyes shimmering with longing as he introduced, that is the earth profound peak. Home to the inner disciples. The disciples and elders there are the backbone of our Daotian sect. In times of conflict, they form the core strength of our sect. Before Yu Zheng could pose further questions, Su Yang pointed to an even more distant peak, his expression turning reverent as he stated, that is the heaven profound peak, where the true disciples reside. The true disciples, also known as the purple-robed disciples, are all exceptionally gifted individuals, standing out in the Daotian sect and revered across the entire northern Xian cultivation realm. Su Yang smiled. Brother Zhao, who came with you, will reside there in the heaven profound peak. Yu Zheng and the others widened their eyes, seemingly still struggling to comprehend. Noticing their confusion, Su Yang explained, our Daotian sect, aside from the sect leader, elders, and guardians, comprises over 13,000 disciples. Among these, there are over 10,000 outer disciples, more than 3,000 outer disciples, over 500 inner disciples, and with Brother Zhao, only 15 purple-robed disciples. At this revelation, Yu Zheng and the others fully grasped the significance of being a purple-robed disciple. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies subtly trembled. The four of them had already distinguished themselves among countless spiritual root tests in Tianqing City, believing themselves to be exceptional talents, arriving with high spirits. Little did they expect that the reality of Daotian sect would deliver a harsh slap to their faces. These once proud outer disciples, who thought themselves rare, now discovered there were over 10,000 of them in the Daotian sect. Furthermore, there were outer disciples, inner disciples, and the illustrious purple-robed disciples. If they dared to consider themselves geniuses, what label could be bestowed upon Brother Zhao, a purple-robed disciple? No wonder the saying goes, genius is merely the threshold to my door. For now, Yu Zheng and the others believed they were not even worthy of a glance at Brother Zhao. Even Su Yang, the senior disciple of the outer sect standing before them, is someone they must treat with utmost respect. The idle chatter from their journey now feels like a mere dream. At this moment, everyone finally comprehends the vast chasm that separates them, realizing the true meaning of disparity. Su Yang, noticing the change in the expressions of Yu Zheng and the others, smiled and said, all right, let me briefly introduce you to these mountain peaks. As for the other peaks and important matters, you will gradually learn about them in due course. Now, follow me to the miscellaneous disciple peak. Yes. Yu Zheng and the others quickly bowed, their attitudes having completely transformed. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking that these young ones are indeed teachable. Upon entering the Daotian sect, the first step is to recognize one's own standing. Only then can one endure for the long haul. Su Yang glanced at Chen Sun, who lingered behind, and merely curled his lip without saying more. After all, he is a madman, often lost in his own world, and has little need to know various matters. He merely entered through senior brother Zhaoting's connections to make a living, not truly as a disciple of Daotian sect. Though the miscellaneous disciple peak is the lowest among the sect's peaks, it is also the largest, accommodating over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples. As Su Yang led Chen Sun and the others up the mountain, they frequently encountered passing miscellaneous disciples, who would cast their scrutinizing gazes upon them. Everyone was aware that the sect was currently recruiting disciples, and in recent days, dozens of new miscellaneous disciples had arrived one after another. However, upon seeing Su Yang's attire, their expressions would change instantly, and they would hastily bow, addressing him as senior brother. Each time this occurred, Su Yang would nod lightly and continue his ascent with Chen Sun and the others. Upon reaching the midway point of the miscellaneous disciple peak, Su Yang did not ascend further, but instead led Chen Sun and the others briskly forward. The number of miscellaneous disciples they encountered increased, and Yu Zheng and the others, feeling the weight of the many piercing gazes, instinctively lowered their heads. Soon, they came upon clusters of tightly packed buildings. Curiosity prompted Yu Zheng and the others to inquire, learning that these were the residences of the miscellaneous disciples. To their astonishment, Su Yang informed them that the miscellaneous disciples were also ranked. Those residing at the midway point were the lowest tier. Most at the Qi refinement stage 1 were yet to draw spiritual energy into their bodies, numbering around 8,000. The remaining 2,000 or so lived higher up on the miscellaneous disciple peak, where the disciples' realms mostly reached Qi refinement stage 2, with a scant few at stage 3. Those at Qi refinement stage 3, should they progress further, could leave the miscellaneous disciple peak to ascend to the human Qian peak, thereby becoming outer sect disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chun Sun? Yu Zheng and the others felt an unprecedented pressure, their breaths quickening. Resolutely, they made a vow to stand firm and strive diligently in their cultivation, aiming to soon leave the midway point, thus creating an opportunity to depart from the miscellaneous disciple peak and become outer sect disciples. Su Yang seemed to perceive the thoughts of the four youths. Yet he chose not to elaborate, merely offering a wry smile. Su Yang had also struggled for many years at the servant's peak before finally ascending to the status of an outer disciple. He was acutely aware of a singular truth: the more beautiful the imagination, the more ruthless the reality. Servant disciples, by nature, possessed only pseudo-spiritual roots, and without a substantial investment of resources, their potential remained exceedingly limited, particularly in the resource-scarce environment of the servant's peak. To break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement was no less than a Herculean task. Furthermore, as servant disciples, they were burdened with daily chores, leaving scant time for cultivation. The scarcity of resources and limited cultivation time served as a harsh sword, shattering the beautiful illusions held by servant disciples. If one truly harbored the determination to leave the servant's peak, they must endure considerable hardship, immense hardship, before they could hope for a chance. Please follow your senior brother in to register, Su Yang instructed. Shortly thereafter, he led Chun Sun to the entrance of a pavilion, stating, "Here we are." Understood. Yu Zheng and the other three hurriedly followed Su Yang into the pavilion. However, as Chun Sun lagged behind, Su Yang and the others failed to notice that he had not accompanied them inside, but instead wandered off to explore other areas. "Haha, Elder Qian, we have 4 new disciples here. Could you assist with their registration?" Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yang called out to the plump figure sprawled on a chair, sound asleep. Qian Laifu smacked his lips and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Su Yang, he smiled broadly. "Oh, Su Yang, it has been quite some time since you visited the Servant's Peak." Qian Laifu had served as a steward at the mid-slope of the Servant's Peak for many years and had witnessed Su Yang's ascent to outer disciple status firsthand. Su Yang replied with a smile, "I have been preoccupied with cultivation. Only recently did I accompany Elder Shun He to recruit disciples. I hardly had the time to visit the Servant's Peak." Qian Laifu nodded with a grin, rising to retrieve a brush and a ledger from a nearby table. He glanced over Yu Zheng and the other 3, saying, "Please provide your names, ages, spiritual roots, and residential addresses." Before long, Qian Laifu had completed the registration, carelessly tossing the brush and ledger onto the table. He then called out to someone inside, and soon, a disciple emerged carrying 4 sets of earthy-colored servant disciple robes and other items, placing them before Yu Zheng and his companions. "Here are your disciple robes, bedding, and some daily necessities, along with your address plaque, the sect's regulations, and the first volume of the Taoist canon. Remember, the cultivation methods are not to be divulged. Any breach will result in disciplinary action according to sect rules," Qian Laifu stated matter-of-factly. "Yes," Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed with delight, eagerly stepping forward to collect their belongings, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixated on the volume of the Taoist canon. Qian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, "Please escort them to their residence." "Yes," the servant disciple replied, then led Yu Zheng and the others toward the pavilion's exit, urging, "Follow me." As they walked, Yu Zheng and his companions turned back to Su Yang 3 times, calling out, "Goodbye, senior brother Su." Su Yang, however, stood expressionless, offering no response. Having fulfilled his task of bringing the 4 youths to this point, he felt no need for further interaction. In the future, should they cross paths again, Yu Zheng and his companions would still respectfully address him as senior brother Su. After all, they were merely 4 servant disciples, and Su Yang would not engage in any further connection. Such was the reality. As if sensing something, the likes of Yu Zheng fell silent, watching the despondent servant disciple depart. Only then did Qian Laifu turn to Su Yang, gesturing towards a nearby chair with a smile. "Ah, Young lad, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Why not sit down and have a chat with this steward? Suyang, being an outer disciple, now stood on equal footing with the steward of the Servant's Peak. Steward Qian, the matter is not yet concluded. What about that? Chen Sun? Suyang chuckled, but then turned his head to find the space behind him utterly vacant, his expression freezing momentarily. Qian Laifu, puzzled, inquired, What Chen Sun? Did you not bring a total of 4 disciples? Regaining his composure, Suyang could not help but scratch his head and chuckle helplessly. You see, there is another ordinary person whose mind is somewhat unhinged. He may have lagged behind in the pavilion. Steward Shun, he has instructed you to find him a sweeping job on the Servant's Peak, provide him with a place to stay, and ensure he is well fed. What on earth? An ordinary person? Qian Laifu gaped in disbelief, instinctively digging at his ears, thinking he had misheard. However, upon learning it was Steward Shun He's directive, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It appeared that this must be a relative of Steward Shun He from the mundane world. Though both were stewards, their statuses differed vastly. Qian Laifu was merely a steward of the Servant's Peak, while Shun He held the esteemed position of steward in the inner sect. Observing Qian Laifu's expression, Suyang chuckled again, then cleared his throat, stating earnestly, On this occasion, together with Steward Shun He, I have returned from the mundane realm with a senior brother possessing a golden spiritual root. Currently, Steward Shun He has taken senior brother Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Shortly, our Dao Tian sect will welcome another member among the 14 purple-clad disciples. What? Qian Laifu's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. A golden spiritual root? Indeed, it is absolutely true. In a few days, there should be a ceremony for the ascension of a purple-clad disciple, and then you will understand, Suyang replied. Now, I must go find Chen Sun. Regaining his senses, Qian Laifu immediately interjected, Wait, from your words, that ordinary person can't possibly be related to senior brother Zhao Ting. Can he? Suyang nodded, affirming, Correct, Chen Sun is a friend of senior brother Zhao Ting from the mundane world, who suddenly fell ill. Out of compassion, senior brother Zhao Ting chose to bring him back to the sect. With that, Suyang turned and exited the pavilion. Qian Laifu slumped into his chair, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. This was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Sun wandered into the martial arena. The arena was spacious and relatively quiet, with numerous servant disciples who had finished their tasks meditating and cultivating. Of course, there were also many casually strolling and chatting in hushed tones. Upon noticing Chen Sun, several servant disciples exchanged puzzled glances, for his attire clearly did not belong to the Servant's Peak. Moreover, the disciples from both the outer and inner sects did not wear blue garments. As Chen Sun meandered to the center of the arena, more curious gazes fell upon him, each wondering who he might be. Suddenly, Chen Sun let out a loud shout, performed a somersault, and, with arms outstretched, joyfully dashed through the arena, embracing the wind. The disciples of the miscellaneous sect stood frozen, their expressions a mix of confusion and bewilderment, taken aback by Chen Sun's inexplicable and sudden actions. The martial arena, typically a tranquil and solemn place, was where many disciples chose to cultivate their skills. However, the commotion stirred by Chen Sun jolted several practitioners from their meditative states, causing them to emit muffled groans, narrowly avoiding backlash from their interrupted training. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were relatively low, preventing any significant mishap. Nevertheless, a surge of indignation arose among the disciples, and upon regaining their senses, they sought to confront the source of the disruptive noise. As the disgruntled disciples approached the youthful figure joyously running in circles, they momentarily paused, only to quickly regain their composure upon observing his attire, which reassured them. They swiftly encircled him, their gazes revealing a sense of animosity. Chapter 23. His mind seems unsettled before long. Chen Sun found himself surrounded by a host of aggrieved disciples. Those who had remained undisturbed by his earlier antics also converged, not out of malice, but rather to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chen Sun, who had been joyfully sprinting, now found his space constricted by the gathered throng, prompting him to halt. A flicker of irritation crossed his face as he exclaimed, What do you all want? Have you no regard for my happiness? The disciples were momentarily taken aback. What audacity! Who truly disturbed whom? One disciple spoke sternly, You, young man, must understand that this is the martial arena, a sanctuary where many disciples engage in their cultivation. We, who were forcibly pulled from our meditative states by your antics, have yet to question you. Yet you dare to claim we have disrupted your merriment? Have you no shame? With one disciple taking the lead, others chimed in, indeed. Judging by your attire, you must be a newcomer who hasn't yet donned the disciple's uniform. Given your inexperience with our customs, a simple apology would suffice. And we would rather not complicate matters further. Brother Gua, your words are far too lenient. In my opinion, with so many of us here, we should simply teach him a lesson. Has anyone noticed something amiss with this fellow? Regardless, he must apologize. Otherwise, in a few days, he shall surely face dire consequences. The disciples, exchanging words, cast vigilant glances at Chen Sun. Were it not for the martial arena's unwritten rule granting new disciples a 3-day grace period, they would have already acted upon their frustrations. Suddenly, Chen Sun erupted into a manic laugh, placing his hands on his hips and tilting his chin defiantly, declaring, indeed, you should all apologize to me, or else you shall face the repercussions. What? What did he just say? Is he out of his mind? The disciples stood in stunned silence, initially believing they had misheard him. However, a wave of fury surged within them, and their patience wore thin. They were determined to teach this lunatic a lesson. Let us take him down. Justice is on our side, and even Elder Qian would not penalize us. Let us give him a good thrashing, just enough to leave him breathing. Without further ado, the disciples rolled up their sleeves, ready to encircle and deliver a thorough beating to Chen Sun. Chen Sun exhibited not a trace of panic upon his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally while shaking his head, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Yet, one hand slowly rose to grasp the hilt of the sword concealed behind him. Halt! At that moment, a low command pierced the air. The servant disciples, momentarily taken aback, turned sharply to discern the identity of the audacious individual daring to intervene. Upon recognizing the attire of the newcomer, their expressions shifted, and they quickly ceased their actions, bowing deeply as they exclaimed, "Greetings, senior brother." The other onlookers in the martial arena were equally startled, bowing in unison to utter, "Greetings, senior brother." The figure clad in outer sect robes approached with a grim demeanor, prompting the servant disciples to swiftly part ways. This was none other than Su Yang. After emerging from the pavilion, he had been searching for Chen Sun, and upon hearing the commotion at the martial arena, he surmised that Chen Sun was likely involved. After all, during their time aboard the ship, Su Yang had discerned that this madcap individual was a magnet for trouble. Upon arrival, he found his assumptions confirmed. Indeed, it was Chen Sun. Su Yang strode purposefully to Chen Sun, wishing to admonish him, yet thoughts of Zhao Ting compelled him to restrain himself. There was little he could do. Despite Chen Sun's erratic behavior, his connections were formidable. "Come with me to the pavilion," Su Yang instructed. He had no desire to inquire why Chen Sun had departed from the group to come to the martial arena, for he understood that such questions would be futile. Chen Sun was anything but conventional. Noticing Chen Sun's disregard, Su Yang's expression darkened, and he forcibly grasped Chen Sun's sleeve, leading him away. The surrounding servant disciples watched in astonishment, their gazes toward Chen Sun tinged with a hint of apprehension. What a formidable connection he has. Some among the servant disciples were indeed well connected, either as relatives of outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, thriving in their respective positions. It was unexpected to discover that Chen Sun was also among their ranks. Realizing this, those who had contemplated reporting Chen Sun to Su Yang were left to swallow their grievances in silence. Suddenly, Chen Sun wrenched his arm free from Su Yang's grasp, declaring loudly, "They did not apologize to me, so I shall not leave." Su Yang was taken aback. The servant disciples listened intently to Chen Sun's words, observing his demeanor, and it dawned on them that he was utterly deranged. "What have they done to warrant an apology from you?" Su Yang inquired, his intuition suggesting that Chen Sun was the instigator of the discord. Crossing his arms and tilting his head defiantly, Chen Sun remained silent. Senior brother, the truth is, we truly did not offend him. He caused a ruckus in the martial arena, disturbing our cultivation," one disciple hastily explained. Su Yang glanced at the other servant disciples, who all nodded in quick agreement, affirming the veracity of the claim. Faced with a dilemma, Su Yang, recalling Zhao Ting, cleared his throat and said, "You should apologize to him." "What?" The servant disciples were momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of indignation. This was grossly unjust. However, due to Su Yang's authoritative status, the disciples who had been forcibly interrupted in their cultivation had no choice but to swallow their pride and prepare to apologize, opting for the path of least resistance. However, the disciples had yet to apologize, Yet Su Yang's subsequent remarks brought considerable comfort to all. Esteemed brothers and sisters, he began. It is evident that Chun Sun possesses a rather unconventional mind, his thoughts diverging significantly from those of ordinary folk. I kindly ask for your understanding, as I seek to extend a favor to my senior brother. Su Yang sighed and cupped his hands in respect. Ah, so this madman is named Chun Sun? With Su Yang's explanation, the others comprehended that indeed, Chun Sun was quite the eccentric. What left them perplexed was how the sect could accept someone so unhinged as a disciple. Even if he were merely a servant disciple, it seemed rather incongruous. Chun Sun, we extend our apologies to you, the disciples sighed. Chun Sun, taken aback, stepped back and hastily cupped his hands, exclaiming, You honor me too greatly. I am unworthy of such regard. The disciples were bewildered. The one who was to apologize had now turned the tables. They could not suppress their forlorn expressions as they glanced at Su Yang, their faces a canvas of confusion, silently asking, Brother, what is he truly up to? This fellow is genuinely mad. To be fair, upon realizing Chun Sun's true nature, the disciples found it increasingly difficult to harbor any resentment. They could empathize with his plight. Su Yang, too, felt a tinge of awkwardness stemming from Chun Sun's antics. He once again bowed to the gathered crowd and, without further ado, took Chun Sun away from the martial arena. The disciples watched Su Yang's retreating figure, an amalgamation of forced smiles and resigned expressions adorning their faces. It dawned upon them that with the presence of this madman, the servant peak would surely become much livelier in the days to come. Chapter 24. The sect master of Daotian is him? Su Yang swiftly led Chun Sun to the loft. Elder Qian, this is Chun Sun. Please find him suitable accommodations and assign him a cleaning area, Su Yang remarked with a smile. Elder Qian Laifu promptly rose, approached Chun Sun, and with a warm demeanor said, Chun Sun, I am the steward of the servant peak's midslope. You may call me Old Qian. Upon discovering that Chun Sun was a friend of the newly appointed purple-clad Zhao Ting, Elder Qian was keen to show his respect. Despite Chun Sun being an ordinary person without spiritual roots, Chun Sun tilted his head, surveying the interior of the loft, seemingly oblivious to Elder Qian's words. Ah ha ha. Elder Qian chuckled awkwardly. Su Yang, at a loss for words, remarked, Elder Qian, did I not mention that Chun Sun suffers from a condition? You need not treat him as an ordinary individual. Communication can be quite challenging at times. Elder Qian nodded in understanding. All right. Su Yang exhaled deeply. Acknowledging that his task from Elder Shun he was complete. You may arrange matters regarding Chun Sun as you see fit. I shall return to the human Qian Peak, Su Yang stated as he made his way toward the loft's exit. Elder Qian, seeing this, called out, Wait. Su Yang turned, puzzled. Elder Qian glanced at Chun Sun and stepped closer to Su Yang, speaking in hushed tones. Su Yang, how exactly should I proceed with Chun Sun? To be frank. Elder Qian noted Su Yang's ambiguous attitude towards Chun Sun, leaving him uncertain. Su Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Brother Zhao Ting will likely have little further interaction with Chun Sun in the future. Su Yang was acutely aware of the rigid hierarchy within the sect, where the warmth of human connections was often a rare commodity. Indeed, previously, Su Yang had a close friend residing at the Servant Peak, who remains there even now. However, ever since Su Yang ascended to the outer sect, their interactions have dwindled significantly. After speaking, Su Yang shook his head and departed. Qian Laifu watched Su Yang's retreating figure with pursed lips, and after a moment, he turned to Chun Sun, his once fervent gaze now considerably diminished. Come here, Qian Laifu called out. Shortly after, a disciple entered, bowing respectfully. Elder, Qian Laifu nodded slightly and instructed, Take Chun Sun to the western side. There is a thatched cottage there where he will reside from now on. Afterward, please show him the dining area so he can familiarize himself with the surroundings. The disciple hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chun Sun before responding affirmatively. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, Elder, do not all the disciples live together? Why is it that Chun Sun? Qian Laifu shot the disciple a sidelong glance and replied, Chun Sun is a mere mortal, not a disciple. How could he possibly reside with you? The disciple was taken aback, scrutinizing Chun Sun deeply. Since when can a mortal enter the Daotian sect? Enough. Take Chun Sun away. Qian Laifu waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. Oh, by the way, the path from the halfway point of the Servant Peak to the foot of the mountain will henceforth be under Chun Sun's care. The disciple bowed again, understood. He then turned to Chun Sun with a smile. Come along, Chun Sun. However, Seeing Chen Sun remain unresponsive, the disciple paused, looking back at Qian Lifu. Elder. This, Qian Lifu's eyes flickered, and he cleared his throat. His mind is not entirely sound. Just take him along. Understood. The disciple regained his focus, seized Chen Sun, and hurriedly led him out. As evening descended, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. On the western side of the Servant Peak, amidst the wilderness, stood a solitary thatched cottage. Surrounding the cottage were overgrown weeds and trees, with only a narrow path leading outward. The wilderness was silent, save for the incessant chirping of insects, which could drive any soul to distraction. Before the cottage, Chen Sun squatted alone, fervently poring over a blank book. After the disciple had brought him from the loft, he had shown Chen Sun the dining hall and the cleaning area, before ultimately leading him to this cottage and departing. It was still afternoon when Chen Sun arrived, and since then, he had not ventured outside, neglecting even dinner. In this remote wilderness, shrouded in darkness, anyone would feel abandoned by the world. Yet, Chen Sun remained blissfully unaffected, wholly absorbed in his own realm. Suddenly, he yawned, stowed away the book, stood up, and gazed around in confusion before turning to enter the thatched cottage. The interior was quite simple. In the dim light, one could faintly discern a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. Chen Sun yawned once more, lay down on the bed with a thud, removed the wooden sword from his back, and fell asleep, cradling it. The inner cabinet is situated atop Dao Tian Peak. Dao Tian Peak is another mountain. Apart from Servant Peak, Human Xian Peak, Earth Xian Peak, and Heaven Xian Peak, it serves as the core location of the Dao Tian sect, where the higher-ups convene to discuss significant matters that arise. At this moment, within the inner cabinet, Zhao Ting stood in the center, utterly at a loss. Before him sat a group of individuals clad in deep purple robes, their gazes fixed upon him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny, leaving Zhao Ting feeling overwhelmed. Beside him, Steward Shun He stood with a deep bow, his demeanor exceedingly humble, and upon closer inspection, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Though Shun He held a respectable position within the Dao Tian sect as an intersect steward, he found himself dwarfed by the presence of these core elders of the sect, each one of them possessing a status far beyond his own. Shun He, you have done remarkably well. I never expected you to bring back such an outstanding disciple, remarked an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, stroking his beard with a smile. His name was Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Dao Tian sect. Shun He hastily knelt, bowing his head, and replied, Elder Jiang, your words are too kind. This is not my merit, but a divine blessing bestowed upon our Dao Tian sect. Being an intersect steward, Shun He was adept at speaking without self-aggrandizement, attributing the success to divine providence instead. Jiang Bailu smiled slightly, and the other elders nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Shun He's response. Rest assured, when the sect leader arrives, your contributions will be duly recognized. It has been quite some time since our Dao Tian sect has recruited such a prodigious talent, said the first elder on the left, a young man with an upright demeanor named Lu Yunjian. Shun He felt a tremor of excitement coursing through him, though he dared not show it outwardly. Zhao Ting. Lu Yunjian suddenly turned to Zhao Ting and called out with a smile. Zhao Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed, respectfully addressing, Elder. At that moment, Zhao Ting was aware only that these individuals were elders of the Dao Tian sect, but he did not know their identities. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly and remarked, you possess a golden spiritual root. With such qualifications, you would stand out even among the purple-clad disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged knowing nods. The first elder's words were indeed true. Among the purple-clad disciples, the highest spiritual root was the heavenly root, while the lowest was the premium earthly root. Most importantly, Zhao Ting's heavenly root was of the gold attribute, making him a unique presence within the Dao Tian sect. I am unworthy, Zhao Ting quickly replied. Having just embarked on the path to immortality, I am ignorant of many matters and will require the guidance of all esteemed elders moving forward. The elders smiled and nodded, yet their glances exchanged hints of rivalry. Every purple-clad disciple would be the true disciple of an elder, but it remained uncertain which elder would claim Zhao Ting as their own. For now, the elders spoke kindly, and the atmosphere was harmonious. For the sect leader had yet to arrive. Once the sect leader appeared, the elders would undoubtedly engage in competition over Zhao Ting. Shun He listened to the elders' praises of Zhao Ting, feeling envious yet also relieved, for he too had played a part in this achievement. Zhao Ting and he had mutually uplifted one another. At that moment, a figure entered the hall, hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward. The elders promptly rose and bowed, calling out, "Sect leader." Shen He, his heart racing, lowered his head and followed suit, respectfully voicing his greeting. To speak candidly, although he is a steward from the inner sect, opportunities to meet the sect master are scarce. As for Zhao Ting, he lowered his head, increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was none other than the exalted sect master of the Daotian sect. At this moment, a stout middle-aged man stood above them, clad in a simple robe, with hair of black and white cascading over his shoulders. His eagle-like eyes commanded authority without anger. Sharp and piercing. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Yao, the individual who had appeared atop Xiao Peak when Chen Sun played the Guqin. A fleeting acquaintance indeed. Who would have thought he was the master of the Daotian sect? Now, Chen Sun finds himself intertwined with this sect, a most peculiar circumstance. Chapter 25. The elders contest. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting before slowly taking his seat, stating with a calm demeanor, "Elders, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, be seated." "Thank you, sect master," the elders replied, bowing slightly as they settled down. Only Zhao Ting and Shun He remained kneeling, too timid to rise. As Nangong Yao poured himself a cup of tea, he inquired, "I have heard that we have welcomed a disciple with a golden spiritual root. Is this the young man before us?" The Grand Elder, Lu Yunjian, immediately responded, "Indeed, sect master, this is he. His name is Zhao Ting. Recruited by inner sect steward Shun He from the vicinity of Tianqing City." Nangong Yao nodded, turning his gaze towards Shun He. "Steward Shun, well done. I shall commend you for this achievement. Currently, there is a vacancy for an inner sect elder position at the Dijuan Peak. What are your thoughts on this?" The elders were inwardly astonished. The sect master was directly promoting Shun He to the role of an inner sect elder. It seemed quite fitting, considering Shun He had diligently served as a steward for many years and now brought such an exceptional disciple to the sect. Shun He, wide-eyed in disbelief, was nearly overwhelmed by the unexpected joy, finding it hard to accept. He had envisioned earning merit, yet never anticipated an immediate promotion to inner sect elder. Despite having been a part of the Daotian sect for many years, the prospect of such an elevation had never crossed his mind. Yet, here it was before him. Observing Shun He's stunned expression, Lu Yunjian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Shun He, the sect master is addressing you. Why are you in a daze?" Snapping back to reality, Shun He quickly suppressed his excitement, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, sect master." Shun He shall dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the sect. At this juncture, Shun He felt no room for pretense, dismissing thoughts of unworthiness or other concerns. The opportunity lay before him, and he must seize it swiftly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly. "Very well, you may retire for now. I will arrange for an elder to visit Dijuan Peak regarding your promotion." "Understood." Shun He bowed and excused himself, taking a deep breath to feign composure as he exited. However, it was evident to all present that he struggled to contain a smile. "Shun He, if I am not mistaken, you are currently at the late stage of foundation establishment, correct?" Lu Yunjian suddenly interjected. Shun He paused, quickly bowing again, "Indeed." Simultaneously, anxiety gripped Shun He's heart. He wondered if the promotion would face delays. After all, the elders of the inner sect have certain standards to uphold. At the very least, they must be at the core formation stage. Lu Yunjian chuckled and said, "Do not be anxious. This elder merely wishes to convey that you must diligently practice henceforth. Otherwise, the other inner sect elders will not yield to you. Do you understand?" Shun He let out a slight breath of relief and replied, "Understood." Following this, Shun He cast a grateful glance at Zhao Ting, who was a beacon of fortune for him, and quickly departed. It was only then that Nangong Yao turned his attention to Zhao Ting, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Zhao Ting, now that you have come to the Daotian sect, consider it your home." Feeling Nangong Yao's goodwill, Zhao Ting's tension dissipated significantly, and he finally dared to meet Nangong Yao's gaze, though he soon lowered his head again, respectfully replying, "Zhao Ting will remember this." Meanwhile, the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with eagerness. Soon, the third elder, Jiang Bailu, cleared his throat, stood up, and said, "Sect leader, Zhao Ting possesses a reserved demeanor and virtuous character. I find great pleasure in his presence. May he become my disciple." The status of a disciple in purple robes is esteemed for a reason. Any disciple of this stature is invariably backed by a core elder of the sect. Nangong Yao smiled slightly, not hurrying to respond, as he understood that the third elder was merely initiating the request. Indeed, in the next moment, a striking female elder rose, clasping her hands in salute, and stated, "Sect leader, the third elder already has a purple-robed disciple. Adding another may prove to be quite taxing. I currently have no disciples under my tutelage, so accepting Zhao Ting would be most appropriate." Jiang Bailu's eyelids flickered as he fixed his gaze upon the female elder and said, "Fourth elder, you." The fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, cast a dispassionate glance at Jiang Bailu, showing no signs of yielding. Although she was the fourth elder, she held the position of the punishment elder, overseeing the sect's disciplinary actions. Jiang Bailu retorted, "Fourth elder, you already have your hands full managing the sect's penalties, do you not? If Zhao Ting were to follow you, he would surely be neglected. Humph. If your oversight hinders Zhao Ting's cultivation, how do you plan to penalize yourself?" A faint smile touched Chu Ningchong's lips as she replied coolly, "That is not something the third elder need concern himself with." Jiang Bailu's countenance darkened as he waved his sleeve, choosing to say no more. The other elders, witnessing this exchange, fell momentarily silent. It was evident that both the third and fourth elders were genuinely eager to have Zhao Ting, yet they all desired him as well. Having never encountered such a scene before, Zhao Ting felt both trepidation and a hint of pride, for the elders were vying for his attention. The second elder, Lu Xianin, pondered aloud. "Sect leader, perhaps." Nangong Yao discerned Lu Xuanin's intent and interjected, "Very well. Whom Zhao Ting chooses as his master is beyond our interference, and I shall not show favoritism. Let Zhao Ting decide for himself." Upon hearing Nangong Yao's pronouncement, the elders felt a sense of relief and immediately turned their gazes toward Zhao Ting, each one eagerly presenting themselves. The atmosphere grew fervent. "Zhao Ting, I am the sixth elder. If you become my disciple, I shall provide you with the finest cave dwelling, treasures, and techniques. As if you think I covet your trifles. Zhao Ting, I possess a treasure-seeking spirit pet. With it, you shall uncover a plethora of treasures. Just pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall bestow upon you this spirit pet. Ah, Elder 9, you truly spare no expense. That Xianhuang mouse, which you cherish so dearly, is to be given to Zhao Ting. Such a mere treasure-seeking spirit. Zhao Ting, I am aware that you possess a golden spiritual root. How fortuitous, for I am the only master of artifact forging in our sect. If you were to become my disciple, I would impart all my knowledge to you." "Impart? That seems rather excessive, does it not?" "Zhao Ting, I shall simply say this. I too possess a golden spiritual root." This last remark was made by Chu Ningchong. The elders exchanged words, and Zhao Ting was already drenched in sweat from the pressure. However, Elder Lu Yunji, the Grand Elder, and Elder Lu Xianin did not participate in this contest for disciples. The reason being that Lu Yunji, as the Grand Elder, was preoccupied with sect affairs, while Lu Xianin already had 2 purple-clad disciples under his tutelage. Nangong Yao chuckled, "Zhao Ting, do not fear offending any elder, their tempers are not so small. Simply follow your heart." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath, bowed to the elders, and spoke with difficulty, "I am grateful for the elders' kindness, but I wish to become the disciple of Elder 4. Chapter 26. The mysteriously disappeared breakfast? As Zhao Ting's words fell, apart from the delighted Chu Ningchong, the other elders all sighed and remained silent. In truth, Zhao Ting's choice was wise. Any treasures or techniques offered by them could not compare to the innate golden spiritual root possessed by Elder 4. "Excellent." Chu Ningchong waved her hand, lifting Zhao Ting into the air and casting a provocative glance at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu, speechless, shook her head and sat down, feeling a tinge of regret, though it was bearable. In the hall, Nangong Yao slightly nodded. In his heart, he believed Chu Ningchong was the most suitable choice for Zhao Ting's mentor, simply because their spiritual roots were identical. Yet, he found it inappropriate to voice this directly. Allowing Zhao Ting to make his own choice was far more fitting. With this thought, Nangong Yao rose and declared, "Very well, let it be so. Grand Elder, once you descend, please send out invitations to the surrounding sections. In 5 days, we shall hold a ceremony to officially appoint Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-clad disciple of our Daotian sect." "Understood," Lu Yunji replied with a bow. Zhao Ting was overjoyed. At that moment, he could hardly wait to share this wonderful news with Chen Sun. The next day, just as dawn began to break, Chen Sun stirred awake. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth before rising, he slung his wooden sword over his shoulder and bounded out of the cottage, leaping through the mist toward the dining hall like a mountain monkey, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the martial arena was bustling with over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples, a sea of figures. On the stage stood Qian Laifu, hands clasped behind his back and belly protruding, energetically lecturing the disciples. The students, famished, could only clutch their stomachs and endure, listening with growing impatience. There was no choice. In this part of the mountains, Qian Laifu held the most power, gathering disciples each morning to assert his presence. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had followed the enticing aroma to the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the dining hall was quite expansive, resembling a plaza. Inside, several miscellaneous disciples were responsible for the operations, as it was their duty. Upon entering the dining hall, Chen Sun dashed straight toward the food-serving area. Chen Sun took a bowl and chopsticks from the side and approached a disciple serving food. The disciple, taken aback, glanced at Chen Sun and then outside the dining hall, wondering if Master Qian had finished speaking. However, aside from Chen Sun, no other disciples had entered the dining hall. The serving disciple, filled with suspicion, accepted the bowl, filled it to the brim with porridge, added 2 steamed buns and some pickles, and handed it back to Chen Sun. It was then that he noticed Chen Sun's attire, and in surprise, he inquired, "You must be a new disciple, right? After finishing breakfast, it would be wise to change your clothes. Otherwise, Master Qian will surely reprimand you." Chen Sun chuckled but did not respond, choosing to stand and eat instead of taking a seat. In a fleeting moment, Chen Sun, licking his lips, presented the empty bowl back to the serving disciple, shaking it slightly. The disciple, who had just set down his spoon, stared in astonishment at the bowl that was now devoid of contents. "You finished already?" he exclaimed. The serving disciple took the bowl again and filled it with the same portion, handing it back to Chen Sun, just as he was about to set down his spoon. He was astonished to see Chen Sun once again presenting the empty bowl before him. The serving disciple was left dumbfounded. Chen Sun, cheeks puffed, chewed a few bites of the bun before swallowing and shook the bowl, signaling for more. "My goodness, you are undoubtedly the fastest eater I have ever seen among the seniors," the serving disciple remarked, swallowing hard. He then passed the spoon to Chen Sun, saying, "Help yourself. Eat as much as you like. I must return to the kitchen to assist with carrying more buckets of porridge." With a grin, Chen Sun accepted the spoon. The serving disciple then made his way back to the kitchen. Chen Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carelessly tossed the spoon and bowl aside, then lifted the entire porridge bucket. Moments later, feeling dissatisfied and still hungry despite having polished off all the buns and pickles, he left nothing behind, licking the table clean. With a shake of his head, he departed. Not long after Chen Sun left, the serving disciple, along with another disciple, emerged from the kitchen carrying a porridge bucket. Upon witnessing the empty table, they were both stunned. At that moment, a throng of errand disciples flooded into the dining hall. "Oh no, we are doomed. There surely won't be enough breakfast today. How could this happen? Where's the porridge? The buns? The pickles?" One disciple's face turned pale. The serving disciple recalled Chen Sun and surmised that the incident must be connected to him. Though unsure of the specifics, he was certain of the link. However, it was implausible that everything had simply been consumed, as just the bucket of porridge alone would amount to portions for hundreds. Not to mention the hundreds of vanished buns and 2 large bowls of pickles. What are we going to do, junior brother? If there are disciples who cannot find food later, they will surely report this to Master Qian, and we, responsible for breakfast, will face punishment. Indeed, it was not long before hundreds of disciples, unable to secure their meals, erupted into a heated quarrel with those tasked with serving breakfast in the dining hall. The serving disciples, overwhelmed by the sheer number of their adversaries, trembled in fear. The commotion was so intense that there was no need for a formal report. Qian Laifu was swiftly summoned. "Why all the ruckus?" Qian Laifu's voice boomed as he entered the dining hall, instantly silencing the crowd. After a brief moment, he grasped the unfolding situation, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It was no wonder that these hundreds of disciples had taken to unrest. A shortage of breakfast was an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Servants' Peak. Qian Laifu demanded, "What on earth is going on? You disciples responsible for breakfast. How could such an oversight happen today? How long have you been in this role? With over 8,000 disciples residing halfway up the mountain, how could you mismanage the portions?" The serving disciples exchanged glances, each wearing a look of despair. It was not that they had miscalculated. The usual quantity had always sufficed, leaving ample leftovers. Yet today, they found themselves lacking. Finally, the disciple who had previously crossed paths with Chen Sun raised his hand cautiously and explained, "Deacon, it is as follows. Prior to our fellow brothers entering the dining hall, one disciple came in. After serving him 2 bowls of porridge, I retreated to the kitchen. When I returned with another brother to serve more porridge, we discovered that the original bucket of porridge, along with the buns and pickles, had vanished." At this, many of the servant disciples exchanged skeptical glances, some suppressing laughter. Their irresponsibility was palpable. Misjudging the portions was one thing, but concocting such a ludicrous excuse was another. All the disciples had gathered in the martial arena. How could anyone have come alone to dine? Would admitting to a mistake bring ruin upon them? Chapter 27. Chen Sun. Have you lost your conscience? Honestly, can't you all take some responsibility for this? You could at least apologize to the deacon in front of us. Yet you dare to spout such nonsense. One disciple exclaimed, visibly displeased. The serving disciple's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "I speak the truth." Qian Laifu, his eyes flickering with realization, inquired, was this disciple clad in tattered blue garments and carrying a worn wooden sword? The serving disciple, elated, nodded fervently, "Yes, yes. That's him." A collective gasp resonated among the disciples. Someone truly had entered the dining hall before them. Meanwhile, some servant disciples narrowed their eyes. Having already surmised the identity of the individual mentioned, it must be that madman from yesterday, the one whose peculiar antics had disturbed their training in the martial arena. Clearing his throat, Qian Laifu took a moment to survey the room before declaring, "This is a perfect opportunity to inform you all that we have a mortal residing on the Servant's Peak, a non-disciple named Chen Sun, who currently resides in a thatched cottage to the west. He will be dining with you all moving forward. His mental faculties are not quite intact, so do not be overly surprised upon encountering him." A wave of astonishment swept through the dining hall at Qian Laifu's revelation. A non-disciple? A mere mortal? Isn't it wrong? Deacon, are we headed in the wrong direction? Even if a mere mortal has arrived at the dining hall, we are currently discussing the issue of food portions. With several hundred disciples missing their breakfasts, are we not merely shifting the blame onto that mortal? How shameless. One disciple, observing the serving attendants, spat disdainfully and remarked, "Indeed. Do you intend to suggest that the breakfasts of those hundreds of missing disciples were pilfered by that mortal? Even if he were a pig, he couldn't consume so much." Another disciple chimed in with mockery. The serving attendant's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly, "I did not claim he ate it. I merely suspect there is a connection. Otherwise, how could an entire barrel of porridge, hundreds of buns, and 2 large bowls of pickled vegetables simply vanish? Huh. You should be asking yourselves how it disappeared. Do you truly suspect Chen Sun might have moved those provisions elsewhere? Where could he possibly take such a large barrel of hot porridge and all those buns and vegetables? Pray tell, could he even lift so much?" A disciple pointed out incisively. The serving attendant was flabbergasted, at a loss for how to respond. That large barrel of hot porridge was heavy. He had to move it with the help of another disciple. "Enough," Qian Laifu interjected, waving his hand. "Go prepare another barrel of porridge and steam some buns. Let the disciples who haven't eaten have their meal first." "Understood." The serving attendants replied helplessly and gradually retreated to the kitchen. Qian Laifu's eyes flickered as he commanded, "Fetch Chen Sun here." "Yes." A disciple who had accompanied Chen Sun the previous day answered and swiftly departed. Qian Laifu turned to the others and said, "All right, you can sit down and wait for your meal. Chen Sun will arrive shortly, and I shall inquire about the situation thoroughly. However, I do not hold much hope for any substantial answers." At the foot of the miscellaneous peaks, Chen Sun was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom, his expression exceedingly solemn. "Chen Sun, Chen Sun." At that moment, Zhao Ting waved his hand and ran over from a distance. Upon reaching Chen Sun's side, he was already drenched in sweat, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath as he smiled and said, "Phew, Chen Sun, I have splendid news for you. I have become a disciple of the 4th elder, and in a few days, there will be a ceremony to confer the title of Purple Robe Disciple upon me. Isn't that splendid?" Chen Sun tilted his head to look at Zhao Ting and grinned. "Hee, congratulations." Zhao Ting rejoiced, thinking that although Chen Sun seemed somewhat unhinged, he still recognized him. "Oh, Chen Sun, do stop sweeping for a moment," Zhao Ting urged as he pulled Chen Sun down to sit beside him on the mountain path. "Do you know who my master, the 4th elder, is? He is the one who oversees all punishments in the sect. From now on, I will protect you." Seeing Chun Sun shake his head, grinning foolishly, Zhao Ting wasn't sure if he was comprehending anything. He decided to drop the subject. However, watching Chun Sun in this state and recalling their first encounter in Tianqing City stirred a pang of sadness in his heart. Why had such a good person suddenly changed so drastically? Zhao Ting pursed his lips and said, "Brother Chun, how about I ask my master to take a look at you? Life is long, and I truly cannot bear to see you continue like this." Although Zhao Ting had known Chun Sun for a brief period, he felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to him. For Zhao Ting, who had just arrived at the Daotian sect, Chun Sun was the only familiar face. "I shall consider it as an implicit agreement from you, Brother Chun. Currently, I am not yet a disciple in purple robes, but once I am officially conferred the title in a few days, I will take you to see my master and let her examine you," Zhao Ting asserted earnestly. Noticing Chun Sun's reaction, Zhao Ting pursed his lips in curiosity as his gaze was drawn to the wooden sword that Chun Sun carried on his back. He reached out, asking, "By the way, what is the meaning behind you carrying this wooden sword all the time? I have been quite curious since the day we first met." Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the hilt, Chun Sun suddenly reached out and firmly seized Zhao Ting's wrist. Zhao Ting's expression changed as he felt an overwhelming force grip his wrist, rendering him unable to move an inch. Fortunately, Zhao Ting was merely a mortal at this moment and did not overthink it. He simply assumed that Chun Sun possessed considerable strength. With pain coursing through his wrist, Zhao Ting awkwardly said, "Brother Chun, I shall not look at it then. I acted presumptuously without your permission." Chun Sun let out a mad laugh and released his grip. Zhao Ting quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his reddened wrist in discomfort. "I did not expect Brother Chun to possess such strength," he remarked. Little did he know, had anyone else dared to touch the wooden sword without Chun Sun's consent, the consequences would not merely entail a painful grip. After a brief conversation, mostly consisting of Zhao Ting speaking to himself, he took his leave. No sooner had Zhao Ting departed than a disciple sent by Qian Lifu arrived, dragging Chun Sun up the mountain without a word. In the dining hall, a multitude of disciples who had never seen Chun Sun eyed him with curiosity. The disciples who had encountered him the previous day squinted at him, recalling how they had been compelled to apologize to Chun Sun by an outer sect disciple. "Yes, that's him," the serving disciple exclaimed upon spotting Chun Sun. Qian Lifu nodded, turning to Chun Sun and pointing to a large vat of porridge and steamed buns on the table. "Chun Sun, when you were here earlier, did you happen to notice the food on the serving table?" At his words, all the disciples focused intently on Chun Sun, eager to discern whether the kitchen staff had indeed prepared insufficient portions. Chun Sun pouted, gazing blankly at the serving table, and began to shake his head and smile foolishly. However, to the onlookers, this seemingly innocent gesture took on an entirely different meaning. Their expressions sharpened. Did Chun Sun mean to indicate that he had not seen it? Thus, it was the dining hall's fault for serving an inadequate breakfast and attempting to shift the blame onto a madman? Qian Lifu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall, his voice heavy with disappointment. "I am truly disheartened by you all. Such a trivial matter could have been easily acknowledged, yet you choose to blame a simple-minded mortal instead?" The disciple who had previously served Chun Sun lost his composure, trembling as he pointed at Chun Sun with a spoon, his eyes reddening with rage. "Chun Sun, you have lost your conscience." Chapter 28. The day of the purple robe ceremony, the anguished shout of the disciple in charge of the meals startled everyone around. The disciple, his face flushed with anger, raised his ladle as if to strike Chun Sun. "What do you think you are doing?" Qian Lifu's gaze sharpened, swiftly intervening to halt the disciple's actions. The disciple froze, casting a resentful glance at Chun Sun before letting his arm drop weakly. Qian Lifu surveyed the disciples responsible for the breakfast in the dining hall, his voice icy as he declared, "Humph, for today's incident, I shall deduct 3 contribution points from each of you to serve as a lesson." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The faces of the dining hall disciples paled slightly, rendered speechless. "Hee, I ate it," Chun Sun suddenly remarked, scratching his head. Instantly, countless eyes turned to Chun Sun, their expressions flickering with interest. The meal disciple, exhilarated, shouted, "Elder, did you hear that? Chun Sun admits it was he who ate it." His gaze softened towards Chun Sun, as if acknowledging his conscience. Qian Lifu turned back, regarding Chun Sun with suspicion, then replied, "Chun Sun, you are indeed kind-hearted. These disciples were trying to pin the blame on you, and yet you defend them. However, I cannot believe you. Hundreds of disciples' meals, and you claim to have consumed them? That is utterly absurd. Numerous miscellaneous disciples nodded in agreement. Their looks toward Chen Sun becoming gentler. Although he might not be the brightest, it was clear that Chen Sun had a good heart. The meal disciple, deflated, could only hang his head in despair. To be frank, even he did not believe that Chen Sun could eat so much. It felt like a dream. How could the food have vanished so mysteriously? Yet, this misunderstanding was soon resolved during lunch, for Chen Sun truly had an insatiable appetite. The miscellaneous disciples witnessed Chen Sun devouring his food with a ferocity that astounded them. He consumed the equivalent of several disciples' portions, and in the end, they could see that he was still unsatisfied. Had there been more food prepared, it seemed he would have eaten even more. The disciples gazed at Chen Sun's midsection in trepidation, wondering how someone could eat so much without any visible sign of it. Where did all that food go? It was baffling. Upon learning the truth, the disciples responsible for breakfast wept profusely and hurried to find Qian Laifu. Upon discovering the reality, Qian Laifu was momentarily taken aback. But then he returned the contribution points that had been deducted from those disciples. He even specifically instructed the dining hall to prepare larger portions for future meals. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples came to know that in their midst dwelled a remarkably gluttonous mortal. In the ensuing days, Chen Sun continued his routine, dining in the hall, sleeping in a thatched cottage, and sweeping the mountain paths. Life was quite leisurely. Many of the miscellaneous disciples secretly envied Chen Sun, whose existence seemed carefree, filled with eating and sleeping, a most delightful affair. In the meantime, news spread through the Dao Tian sect that a ceremony would soon be held to confer purple robes upon certain disciples. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak learned that this was a newcomer to the sect, blessed with a golden spiritual root. This revelation left them both astonished and filled with longing. Upon entering the sect, they found themselves on the menial servant peak, where those fortunate enough to break through their realms might someday ascend to the outer sect, while the less fortunate, unable to attain such heights, would be compelled to depart after a few years. Observing others, one could only envy. Upon entering the sect, some became disciples adorned in purple robes. The disparity between individuals is truly striking. To the menial servants, the purple-robed disciples are akin to the moon, while they themselves are mere frogs in a well, fortunate to catch but a fleeting glimpse. Yet, to be honest, they seldom even have that chance. The ceremony for conferring purple robes is not an event for the menial disciples to attend. As time swiftly passed, the day of the purple robe conferral ceremony arrived. Today, the Dao Tian sect transformed from its usual solemnity into a scene of vibrant festivity. Atop each peak, enormous colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. Simultaneously, radiant figures streaked across the sky, entering the celestial mountain where the Dao Tian sect is located, all carrying invitations to convey their congratulations. Logically, disciples with heavenly spiritual roots ought to be kept hidden, as the adage goes. Those who cannot grow healthily are uniformly deemed worthless. Yet, esteemed sects like the Dao Tian sect harbor no such reservations. Major sects do not conceal their talented disciples. Instead, they proclaim their existence widely. Firstly, to enhance the sect's prestige. Secondly, to instill a sense of importance within the disciples regarding their standing in the sect. After presenting their invitations at the mountain gate, numerous sects, guided by disciples of the Dao Tian sect, made their way to the Tianxian Peak, where the ceremony was to take place. The invitation clearly stated that the conferral of purple robes would occur at the martial arena of Tianxian Peak. During this time, many disciples from the Huanshuan and Dishuan peaks were also fortunate enough to ascend Tianxian Peak to witness the ceremony. Today, the Dao Tian sect was bustling. Yet the menial servant peak was under strict orders. During the ceremony, all menial disciples were prohibited from descending the mountain. Such restrictions starkly highlighted their humble and lowly status. Boom, 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 boom. The solemn and resounding toll of bells echoed from Tianxian Peak, reaching the ears of the menial disciples, compelling countless eyes to turn towards that direction. Though nothing was visible, the disciples understood that the ceremony for conferring purple robes was on the verge of commencing. How enviable it is! Ascending to purple robes feels akin to soaring into the heavens. When will we, the mere ants, have our turn to rise? I know you have time to lament. It would be wiser to devote yourself to diligent practice, for otherwise, the chance to rise may elude you. As for attaining purple robes, joining the Huanshuan Peak is a dream I may never touch. Alas, ha ha, you all are thinking too far ahead. For now, let us focus on escaping this halfway point. The ceremony will undoubtedly be grand and magnificent, yet regrettably, we lack the opportunity to witness it. The menial disciples lamented, feeling both sorrowful and disheartened. A few days ago, the four youths, including Yu Zheng, who had arrived together from Tianqing City, shared similarly complex expressions. Humph, are you all so idle? At that moment, Qian Lifu appeared, his belly protruding, and admonished them in a low voice. The disciples were startled, bowing respectfully before hastily retreating to attend to their own affairs. Humph. Qian Lifu was filled with discontent, for he could only remain at the servant's peak, watching the servant disciples. He yearned to experience the scene firsthand. Most importantly, he had never set foot on Tianxian Peak in his entire life. Sighing, he turned his gaze westward, recalling that Su Yang had mentioned Chen Sun was a friend of Zhao Ting. What a pity! Although only a few days had passed, he suspected Zhao Ting had already forgotten Chen Sun's existence. Chapter 29. The ceremony begins. Chen Sun ascends the mountain. What a cacophony! Chen Sun had initially intended to rest in his thatched cottage, but was disturbed by the resounding and solemn chimes. He abruptly rose from his bed, hastily exiting the cottage, and cast an irritated glance towards the source of the noise before dashing down the servant's peak. Some disciples noticed Chen Sun heading down and, thinking little of it, assumed he was merely going to sweep the grounds, as it was common knowledge that he was responsible for cleaning the path from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point. Chen Sun sprinted with fervor and soon arrived at the base of Tianxian Peak. Halt! Who are you? Two guarding disciples blocked his way, their voices sharp. They regarded Chen Sun with suspicion, their displeasure stemming from their inability to attend the conferment ceremony due to their duty. Upon noticing Chen Sun's attire, their expressions shifted to one of doubt. This garb did not belong to their Daotian sect. What was going on? Crossing his arms and tilting his chin, Chen Sun wore a displeased expression instead of his usual wild laughter. Hey, it's terribly noisy up here. I can't even sleep, you know? The two disciples were taken aback. What? One even scratched his ear, uncertain. Did you just say it's noisy on Tianxian Peak? Indeed. Chen Sun nodded earnestly. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter, hastily covering their mouths. Subsequently, they scrutinized Chen Sun, their internal spiritual energy beginning to circulate as they prepared to apprehend this audacious individual. As if sensing their intent, Chen Sun shook his head vigorously. Hey, you're not actually going to make a move against me, are you? The two disciples hesitated, then exchanged a glance and sprang into action. In the next moment, Chen Sun suddenly flashed behind them, delivering two swift and precise strikes to their necks. With a roll of their eyes, the two disciples collapsed forward, unconscious. Looking at the two fallen disciples, Chen Sun patted his chest, a mix of relief and fear on his face. Phew. Thankfully, I have a bit of skill in martial arts. I almost fell into your hands. If the two unconscious disciples could hear Chen Sun's thoughts, they would undoubtedly roar in anger. Who exactly is the one being attacked here? And why are you the one feeling apprehensive? After dispatching the obstructive guards, Chen Sun hummed a tune as he swaggered up Tianxian Peak, the very mountain that servant disciples and even the overseers could never hope to tread upon in their lifetimes. As he walked along the mountain path, Chen Sun seemed rejuvenated, humming a little melody while perusing the book without words, his eyes filled with fervor and enthusiasm. Amidst the bustling arena of Tianxian Peak, the air thrummed with excitement as numerous figures filled the martial grounds. At the rear stood over 2,000 outer disciples of the Daotian sect, while in front of them were the esteemed stewards and elders of the outer sect. In the center of the arena, more than 500 inner disciples gathered, flanked by their own stewards and elders, among whom was the notable Shun He. On either side of the arena sat representatives from various invited sects, their eyes keenly scrutinizing the Daotian disciples. A mixture of admiration and inscrutable emotions flickering in their gazes. To these sects, Daotian sect truly embodied the pinnacle of the northern Xian realm, its overall strength undeniably among the elite. As these thoughts lingered, the representatives collectively turned their attention to the figures at the forefront of the martial arena, their eyes glimmering with envy and other unspoken sentiments. Simultaneously, the outer and inner disciples and elders focused intently on those few figures at the front. Their expressions filled with reverence, for they were the pride of the Daotian sect, 14 exceptionally gifted disciples clad in purple and 9 core elders. The 14 purple-clad disciples stood quietly behind the core elders, basking in the spotlight and savoring the glory of the moment. Yet, the true focus of the day was not on them, but rather on the newly initiated junior brother, Zhao Ting, who had yet to make his entrance alongside the sect leader. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed as Nangong Yao and Zhao Ting entered the martial arena, one following the other. Instantly, countless gazes converged on Zhao Ting, who trailed behind Nangong Yao. The disciples and elders of Dao Tian's sect gazed upon Zhao Ting in awe, murmuring, "Is this the new purple-clad disciple?" Zhao Ting, bowing his head as he moved forward, was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the scene, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "I have seen the sect leader." The disciples and elders immediately bowed, respectfully exclaiming their admiration. As the representatives of the various sects assessed Zhao Ting, they too stood to greet Nangong Yao with respectful gestures, exclaiming praises. "Ah, sect leader Nangong. It has been a decade since our last meeting, and you appear even more radiant than before. Your Dao Tian sect has gained yet another gifted disciple. How enviable. Truly, heaven blesses the Dao Tian sect. We have often heard of Dao Tian sect's prominence in the northern Xian realm. Indeed, seeing is believing. And my own Guxian pavilion pales in comparison." Nangong Yao stepped forward with a gentle smile. Addressing the gathered sects with a gesture of humility, "You flatter my Dao Tian sect. It is our great honor to have you all attend the conferral ceremony of the purple robes." Though these sects were not on par with Dao Tian, their collective strength was formidable, and as the host and sect leader, Nangong Yao was keenly aware of their significance. "Not at all, sect leader Nangong. Your modesty is unwarranted. To witness the conferral of the purple robes is indeed a delightful occasion," one influential figure remarked with a smile. Nangong Yao nodded slightly, extending his hand with grace. "Please, I invite you all to take your seats." Once the various sects had settled, Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting and then coolly announced, "Zhao Ting, step forward." Startled, Zhao Ting hastily advanced and knelt upon the prepared mat. Nangong Yao nodded and declared, "The conferral ceremony for the purple robe begins." As his words fell, the disciples surrounding the martial arena began to beat the drums vigorously. Amidst the resounding drum beats, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian stepped out from the ranks of core elders and approached Zhao Ting, gently raising his hand. Several disciples entered, carrying plates high above their heads, and bowed as they positioned themselves behind Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian surveyed the assembly and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Disciple Zhao Ting, possessing exceptional talent and a gold elemental spiritual root, is hereby conferred by this elder in accordance with the sect master's wishes, as the 15th disciple in purple robes of the Dao Tian sect. Let this be witnessed today." A wave of applause erupted throughout the martial arena. At this moment, Zhao Ting's mind was blank, his body tingling with an indescribable yet delightful sensation. Lu Yunjian continued, "This is the heavenly purple Xianluo robe, a treasure of great significance. Its powers you shall come to perceive in due course." He retrieved the purple robe from the plate held by a disciple and handed it to Zhao Ting, who received it eagerly, feeling its cool, smooth texture, a treasure he could hardly part with. Lu Yunjian nodded and proceeded to extract further items from the plate, presenting them to Zhao Ting. The identity token of a purple-robed disciple, the complete Dao Tian scripture, and a sword for the purple-robed disciple. Amid the envious and admiring gazes of those present, Zhao Ting accepted each precious item with trembling hands, feeling valued in this moment. He fervently declared, "As a disciple of the sect, I, Zhao Ting, am deeply grateful for the sect's nurturing. From now on, all my interests shall be devoted to the sect. In life, I am a member of the sect, and in death, I shall be its spirit. If the sect does not abandon me, Zhao Ting will remain steadfast." His heartfelt words drew nods of agreement from the assembly, who were moved by his character and sense of gratitude. Such individuals, driven by emotion, often fall into one of two extremes, either profoundly malevolent or exceedingly virtuous. It was evident that Zhao Ting belonged to the latter. "Good," Nangong Yao remarked with a smile, adding, "Now that the purple robe has been conferred, it is time for you to pay your respects to your master." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian bowed in acknowledgement and turned to the fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, among the core elders, saying, "Fourth elder, it is your turn to accept a disciple." The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. What a remarkable turn of events. Zhao Ting would become the true disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder, known for her strictness, would certainly bolster Zhao Ting's standing within the sect. The disciples were envious beyond measure. Meanwhile, the drumbeats continued to resonate. Chu Ningchang smiled and nodded, stepping forth from the ranks of core elders to stand before Zhao Ting. Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to commence, an abrupt voice pierced through the martial arena. Enough with the noise. Can someone let me sleep peacefully? The drumming ceased abruptly, and in an instant, the smiles on countless faces froze in place. The martial arena fell into a profound silence, the expressions of the outer and inner disciples and elders darkening. Even Lu Yunjian and the other core elders wore grim visages. Today's sealing ceremony has attracted many sects, and the unexpected event caused quite a stir. Indeed, one could discern the peculiar expressions on the faces of those from various sections. Consequently, all eyes in the martial arena turned towards the source of the commotion. And upon seeing the figure of a young scholar in blue standing with hands on his hips outside the arena, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Who is this person? Yet, some individuals, such as Shun He and Su Yang, who had accompanied Chen Sun back to the sect, displayed particularly vivid reactions. As Zhao Ting regained his composure from the shock, he felt as though the sky had fallen, his face paling in fear. Chen, brother Chen. Chapter 30. The excitement of Nangong Yao Shun He and Su Yang snapped back to reality, their minds in turmoil as they stared wide-eyed at Chen Sun. Wasn't he supposed to be assigned to the servant's peak? How could he possibly appear at the heavenly profound peak on such a significant day? Gradually, Shun He's body began to tremble, not from the cold but from anxiety, as he realized that Chen Sun, whom he had recklessly promised Zhao Ting to bring back, was now creating chaos at the sealing ceremony, potentially implicating him in the trouble. The martial arena was now eerily silent, thousands of eyes fixated on Chen Sun, their gazes flickering with various emotions. Zhao Ting abruptly stood up from his mat, intent on approaching Chen Sun. This action startled Shun He, who hastily transmitted a message. Zhao Ting, don't go over there. Zhao Ting paused, recognizing the familiar voice in his mind, and immediately thinking of Shun He. Shun He continued to transmit urgently. Zhao Ting, today is the day you are being conferred the title of Purple Robe and Apprentice to the Fourth Elder. Not only are all the disciples and elders of the sect gathered here, but the sect leader is also present. Most importantly, various sects are watching. If you make a mistake and bring shame to the Daotian sect, you will face severe repercussions. It is not worth it for this mad friend of yours. Zhao Ting hesitated, his heart racing, palms sweating profusely as he found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, no one noticed that the sect leader, Nangong Yao, was staring at Chen Sun in astonishment, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. Senior? Indeed. This is much quieter now. Well, I shall return to my slumber. Do maintain this tranquility. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun chuckled madly, and amidst countless astonished and bewildered gazes, he turned to leave the mountain. Swaying slightly. Stop. Finally, Lu Yunjian spoke coldly. Chen Sun halted, turning around with curiosity to face Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian tilted his head towards the outer sect members and said nonchalantly, if I am not mistaken, the heavenly profound peak is guarded by outer sect disciples, correct? As the words fell, the outer sect disciples and elders trembled, immediately kneeling in unison. The elder in charge, Suan Song, replied, his voice trembling, yes, great elder. It is indeed the duty of our outer sect disciples. Lu Yunjian snorted coldly, pointing at Chen Sun and asking, then tell me, how did this person come up here? Suan Song's face turned ashen as he stammered. Lu Yunjian suddenly barked, do you know what day it is? You will face severe punishment later. Suan Song's scalp tingled, his body trembling, yet he found himself at a loss for words, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the elders and disciples below. If he, as the outer sect's supervising elder, were to be punished, the rest of the outer sect's disciples and elders would also face dire consequences. More importantly, today, in front of such a large assembly, being reprimanded by the Grand Elder had utterly humiliated Suan Song. Meanwhile, the crowd regarded Chen Sun with increasing suspicion, for his attire clearly did not resemble that of any disciple from the Daotian sect. How had he managed to infiltrate the sect? Noticing Lu Yunjian's gaze, Suan Song inhaled deeply, realizing that he needed to resolve the situation immediately. He barked, this individual has trespassed upon the sealing ceremony, disrupting the order of the event with utter disregard for rules and discipline. Seize him and eliminate him on the spot. Yes, an outer sect steward immediately responded. Swiftly rising to draw his sword and lunging toward Chen Sun, his eyes filled with malice, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Observing this, Chen Sun merely chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Zhao Ting's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shun He quickly transmitted a warning. Zhao Ting. Chen Sun is unaware of the etiquette he has breached. You have just ascended to the rank of Purple Robe. Do not involve yourself. Although Purple Robe disciples held a prestigious position within the Daotian sect, Shun He understood that in such circumstances, it was not the place of a Purple Robe disciple to speak. Should Zhao Ting intervene, it would be tantamount to his own ruin. Zhao Ting's gaze darted, fully aware of the severe consequences, but at that moment, he could think of nothing else. He could not bear to watch Chen Sun perish before his eyes. He had brought Chen Sun to the Daotian sect himself, and it had only been a short while. If anything were to happen to Chen Sun, Zhao Ting would be burdened with guilt for life. Resolving himself, Zhao Ting's eyes sparkled with determination as he summoned his courage and shouted, "Spare the life of this man." Shen He's scalp prickled, his anxiety escalating as he silently lamented that he too could not escape the ensuing chaos. The outer sect steward, having closed in on Chen Sun, suddenly halted, turning to look at Zhao Ting in disbelief. At that moment, the martial arena fell eerily silent. The disciples stared in shock, their minds swirling with confusion. Various sects and powers marveled at the unfolding spectacle, realizing that their visit to the Daotian sect had not been in vain, as one dramatic event followed another. Lu Yunjian and the other core elders turned their attention toward Zhao Ting, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this? Lu Yunjian's tone carried an icy edge. Zhao Ting lowered his head in trepidation and replied, Grand Elder, this individual is named Chen Sun, a friend of mine from the mundane world. His intellect is extraordinary. I implore you to spare his life. A friend from the mundane world? How could a mundane friend possibly be in the Daotian sect? This question reverberated in the minds of all present. Shen He, realizing he could not evade the consequences, stepped out from the ranks and knelt, trembling as he spoke. Grand Elder, Chen Sun is an ordinary person without spiritual roots. I, Shen He, recklessly agreed to Zhao Ting's request to bring him to the sect and house him in the servant peak. I had intended to report this matter after the sealing ceremony, but I never anticipated such an incident would occur. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Lu Yunjian sensed the peculiar glances from the surrounding sects, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. This was nothing short of a farce. Lu Yunjian was acutely aware that he could not continue any further at this moment, lest more unforeseen circumstances arise. As for how to deal with these individuals, that would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunjian was about to speak, Nangong Yao, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Enough, this matter ends here. Let the apprenticeship ceremony proceed. The crowd, noticing that the sect leader bore no semblance of anger, felt a wave of confusion wash over them. Hee. Chen Sun chuckled wickedly, turning on his heel and skipping down the mountain. Lu Yunjian commanded, do not let him escape. Apprehend him first, and we shall sort this out later. Understood. The outer sect steward responded promptly and pursued Chen Sun. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, Elder, did you not hear the sect leader's words that this matter is concluded? As soon as the sect leader spoke, the outer sect steward's legs turned to jelly, and he dared not move. Lu Yunjian, sensing the tone of Nangong Yao, felt a tremor in his heart and quickly bowed, saying, Yes, sect leader. Not only Lu Yunjian, but all disciples and elders present in the martial arena, including representatives from various sects, were left bewildered. Very well, let us continue with the apprenticeship ceremony. There is no need for drumming. Nangong Yao waved his hand. Yes. Subsequently, the apprenticeship ceremony resumed. The elders and leaders of various sects congratulated Zhao Ting, offering words of encouragement. Throughout the proceedings, only Nangong Yao appeared distracted, occasionally glancing towards the direction Chen Sun had departed. Nangong Yao was certain that this was the esteemed individual he had encountered atop the Little River Peak. He had not anticipated their presence in his Daotian sect. Yet, he could not comprehend why the revered figure seemed to have transformed, having heard whispers of an extraordinary mind. What had transpired? Was the elder experiencing life in a manner incomprehensible to him? Though his expression remained calm, Nangong Yao's heart surged with excitement. He had nearly approached to pay his respects earlier, but considering the multitude of eyes present, especially those of various sects, he refrained. Nangong Yao understood that such an action would only invite unnecessary troubles for the elder. On that day atop the little river peak, the elder had departed without warning, leaving Nangong Yao with a sense of regret for quite some time. But now, the elder was within his sect. Nangong Yao silently resolved to seize this opportunity at all costs. Chapter 31. The frightened steward Qian. As the ceremonial proceedings concluded, Zhao Ting achieved his aspiration of becoming a disciple in purple robes, as well as the true disciple of the fourth elder, Chu Ningchang. Once the festivities subsided, with the exception of the new purple-robed disciples, the disciples from various peaks began to leave the martial arena, heading down from Tianxian Peak. It was evident that the outer sect disciples, stewards, and elders were filled with trepidation, for the overseeing elder, Su Ansong, wore a grim expression, indicating that they would inevitably face punishment upon their return. Upon reaching the foot of Tianxian Peak, the outer sect disciples and elders were taken aback to find two guard disciples sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. They had the audacity to slack off during such a critical period. It was no wonder a mere mortal had managed to slip up the mountain. Seeing Su Ansong's dark demeanor, several individuals hurriedly approached to rouse the two slumbering disciples. Su Ansong erupted in fury, his wrath palpable as he bellowed, "Find these two rascals and bring them back to me." Two disciples, initially bewildered, suddenly turned pale, bound in fear, unaware of the chaotic events that had unfolded as Chun Sun swiftly incapacitated them. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao engaged in casual conversation with various sect leaders before personally escorting them, alongside several core elders, out of the mountain gates of the Daotian sect. At the entrance, two gatekeeping disciples knelt trembling on the ground. "Nangong Sect Master, do visit my pavilion when you have the time," one of the leaders offered. "Nangong Sect Master, we shall take our leave now," another added. "Nangong Sect Master, esteemed elders, please stay a moment," Nangong Yao replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. "We shall see you off here." After bidding farewell to the departing sects with warm smiles, Nangong Yao and the elders gradually let their expressions turn serious once the guests were gone. "Sect Master, shall we let today's events at the Tianxian Peak Martial Arena conclude here?" Lu Yunjian inquired hesitantly after a moment of contemplation. Although the sect master had declared an end to the matter, the context of the ceremony had made Lu uncertain. The other elders also turned their gazes toward Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao nodded and replied calmly, "Indeed, I have made my stance clear during the martial arena. You may all return to your duties." With that, he entered the mountain gates. The elders bowed in respect as he departed, and only after he was out of sight did they slowly rise. They exchanged glances, a shared unease evident in their eyes, sensing something amiss with their sect master. However, none dared to voice their concerns, nor to discuss Nangong Yao behind his back. Shaking their heads, the elders proceeded to enter the mountain gates, vanishing from view. Yet, the events of the martial arena lingered deeply in their hearts. As for Chen Sun, having only recently arrived at the Daotian sect, he had swiftly become a figure known to all, from the highest echelons to the disciples. Following the conclusion of the purple robe ceremony, news of his audacious disruption at the Tianxian Peak spread rapidly to the Servants' Peak, causing an uproar. The once spirited Qian Laifu was now a bundle of nerves, ordering his disciples to capture Chen Sun from the cottage to the west. Simultaneously, Nangong Yao arrived at the foot of the Servants' Peak. He gazed upward at the Servants' Peak, overwhelmed with sentiment. This marked his first visit here. Had it not been for his predecessor, the sect master would never have set foot in such a place. Strictly speaking, the servant disciples were not regarded as true members of the Daotian sect. Each year, many servant disciples departed, and only those who transcended the third level of qi refinement could ascend to the outer sect, thereby becoming genuine disciples of the Daotian sect. With a sigh, Nangong Yao composed himself, suppressing his nervous anticipation, and soared into the sky towards the peak. When the two servant disciples entered the cottage in the west, they discovered Chen Sun soundly asleep on the bed. Exchanging a resigned glance, they sighed, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. This Chen Sun, a mere mortal, had ascended the Tianxian Peak, disrupted the order before numerous dignitaries, and most remarkably, had managed to retreat unscathed, truly an impressive feat for them. Even the thought of reaching the Tianxian Peak was beyond imagination. "Chen Sun, awaken. The steward is calling for you." A disciple stepped forward, shaking Chen Sun, and said, Chen Sun slowly awakened, mumbling, "I was sleeping. What is it?" The two disciples hesitated and had no choice but to lift Chen Sun up. Under the orders of the steward, they carried him out of the grass hut. Chen Sun felt rather comfortable, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hee hee, not bad, not bad. Let's go, this is fun." Upon hearing this, the faces of the two disciples darkened. They realized that Chen Sun was treating them as horses. Subsequently, they carried Chen Sun toward the loft, but encountered a middle-aged man halfway. This man was, of course, Nangong Yao. Upon seeing Chen Sun, Nangong Yao was initially delighted, but upon noticing that he was being supported by two lowly disciples, his eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "Stop." The two disciples also noticed Nangong Yao, their expressions filled with confusion. Who is this person? They had never seen him before. However, his demeanor suggested he was someone of significance. Could he be a steward from the outer or inner sect? But that didn't seem right. Stewards from the outer and inner sects had specific attire. It was clear this middle-aged man held some status within the sect. "May I ask who you are?" One disciple inquired respectfully. Nangong Yao leaned closer, scrutinizing Chen Sun carefully, then asked, "Where are you taking him?" The disciple replied with deference, "Esteemed senior. This fellow Chen Sun has caused a great disaster. Steward Qian has ordered us to bring him back. As for what will happen next, it is surely a lesson for him." Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The two disciples were taken aback, but dared not protest. Thus, Chen Sun was comfortably carried along, with Nangong Yao following behind with his hands clasped behind his back, heading toward the loft. However, Nangong Yao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Sun, revealing a contemplative expression. Upon reaching the area for the lowly disciples, those present were astonished and began to murmur among themselves upon seeing Chen Sun being carried in, filled with admiration and shock. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, following behind, went unnoticed by the disciples, as they had never seen him before. "Steward, we have brought Chen Sun." Soon, the disciples carried Chen Sun into the loft, and Nangong Yao followed suit. Qian Laifu, who was anxiously pacing, took a deep breath, suddenly turned his head, and glared at Chen Sun, roaring, "Chen Sun, do you know the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? If I face punishment from above, you will not be spared." However, halfway through his outburst, Qian Laifu noticed Nangong Yao standing quietly behind him, observing intently. Initially bewildered, Qian Laifu's eyes widened in disbelief as his pupils gradually constricted. Ultimately, his plump body weakened, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, trembling. I am but a humble servant. I pay my respects to the sect leader." "What? The sect leader?" The two lowly disciples turned pale, collapsing to their knees, their heads bowing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their minds blank. Chapter 32. The senior is simply playing among mortals at this moment. Qian Laifu's body shook violently, his mind in a daze. He could never have imagined that the sect leader would descend upon such a place as the lowly disciple peak. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with the sect leader from a distance, today would have been disastrous. This was the esteemed leader of the Dao Tian sect, a paramount figure in the North Xian cultivation realm, renowned far and wide. The Servant's Peak was a place where even the outer sect's deacons and elders seldom ventured, let alone someone of the sect leader's stature. Two servant disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath, paralyzed with fear. At this moment, South Palace Yao said nothing. Yet his silence intensified the pressure on Qian Laifu and the two disciples, leaving them drenched in sweat. With a trembling voice, Qian Laifu addressed the leader, "Respected sect leader, your presence at the Servant's Peak is our honor. I shall command the disciples to gather immediately." "There's no need for that," South Palace Yao interrupted before Qian Laifu could finish. Yes, Qian Laifu replied hastily. South Palace Yao calmly stated, "Upon entering this pavilion, the first words I heard from you were about not sparing the elder." Elder? What elder?" Qian Laifu's eyes filled with confusion. Soon, his pupils constricted sharply. Could the sect leader be referring to Chen Sun? Qian Laifu's mind went blank. Chen Sun was merely a mad mortal. Why would the sect leader refer to him as an elder? The two disciples had been in a daze from the beginning, absorbing nothing. In a state of panic, Qian Laifu instinctively sought to explain. However, before he could utter a word, South Palace Yao coldly retorted, utterly outrageous. Startled, Qian Laifu bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Please spare me, sect leader. I beg for your mercy." South Palace Yao regarded Qian Laifu with a stoic expression before turning to Chen Sun and bowing. "Elder, how would you like to proceed?" Hearing this, Qian Laifu's anxiety surged. Yet, he could not fathom what had gone awry. Chen Sun was undeniably a madman. But at this moment, he had no time to ponder, for his life was in Chen Sun's hands. Chen Sun chuckled, yawning. I haven't had enough rest yet. South Palace Yao awkwardly chuckled, then turned to Qian Laifu, stating, since the elder wishes to rest, you shall take us to see where the elder resides. Initially relieved that Chen Sun was not holding a grudge, Qian Laifu's heart sank again upon hearing South Palace Yao's intention to visit Chen Sun's dwelling. It was over. He feared for his life. Although the details were unclear, Chen Sun's status in the sect leader's eyes was unmistakably significant. The consequences of the sect leader discovering that Chen Sun resided in a dilapidated, secluded cottage in the west were unimaginable. Yes, esteemed sect leader, I shall take you to Elder Chen's residence, Qian Laifu said respectfully, his heart steeped in despair and a resolve to face death without fear. He contemplated leading South Palace Yao and Chen Sun to a more respectable abode, fabricating a tale that it was Chen Sun's home, for after all, Chen Sun was a madman and perhaps he could deceive them. Yet, in the presence of the imposing South Palace Yao, Qian Laifu dared not lie, even if given 100 chances. Thus, under Qian Laifu's guidance, Chen Sun and South Palace Yao departed the pavilion, making their way westward, while the two servant disciples remained knelt, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Moments later, at the western edge of the servants' peak, how could you allow a senior to reside in such a place? Nan Gongyao gazed at the humble thatched cottage and took a deep breath. Qian Laifu knelt on the ground, trembling and weeping. Oh, revered leader, spare my life. I had only heard that Elder Chen was merely a mortal brought here by Brother Zhao Ting. The steward Chen, he said it was sufficient to provide a meal and a place to stay. I had no inkling that Elder Chen was connected to you, revered leader. Woe is me. Though the accommodations were lacking, Qian Laifu believed he had adequately provided for Chen Sun's sustenance in recent days. He had ensured that Chen Sun received the largest portions in the entire hillside area, never skimping on the food, but rather requesting the kitchen to increase the servings. Now, regret flooded Qian Laifu's heart. He had thought that Chen Sun's connection to Zhao Ting was significant, but he never imagined that there was a link to the revered leader. This could very well be the end of him. Had he known to care for Elder Chen? No. Elder Chen, more diligently, perhaps he would have garnered a fortune as the steward of the menial tasks peak. Yet now all was lost, and even his life might be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao pressed his lips together, choosing silence. As a discerning leader, he understood the unpredictability of such matters. Truth be told, the steward of the menial tasks peak had committed no grave error. Turning his head, he regarded the yawning Chen Sun nearby and bowed slightly. Elder, I was unaware of your arrival at Daotian sect. Now that I am enlightened, it would be unthinkable for you to continue residing in this menial peak. Please, I implore you to stay at Daotian Peak with me. Qian Laifu, still kneeling, widened his eyes in shock as his heart raced. Daotian Peak. That was the residence of the inner cabinet and the revered leader. Typically, even core elders resided at Tianxian Peak, only ascending to Daotian Peak for significant discussions. Chen Sun shook his head skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at Nan Gongyao before yawning once more and darting into the thatched cottage, leaping onto the bed. Impatiently, he called from within, "Go away, I'm utterly exhausted." Nan Gongyao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry smile. He recalled the enchanting melody that Elder Chen had played atop Xia Peak, attracting countless butterflies, exuding elegance and grace. The current demeanor was, however, a stark contrast, representing two extremes. Elder, do accompany me to Daotian Peak. If you were to remain in this dilapidated abode, my conscience would not allow it, Nan Gongyao urged. Yet, the only response was the sound of Chen Sun's snores emanating from the cottage. With a resigned sigh, Nan Gongyao departed. Qian Laifu, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of fear and awe. Who in Daotian sect would dare treat the revered leader in such a manner? Only Elder Chen could, and no wonder he had been able to escape unscathed from the turmoil at Tianxian Peak. It all made perfect sense. After a lengthy silence, Nan Gongyao bowed and exited. Seeing this, Qian Laifu exhaled a breath of relief and quickly rose to follow. One must not be deceived into thinking that the elder was merely an ordinary mortal. He was merely playing the role of one in this world. As they traversed the mountain path, Nan Gongyao uttered a phrase before vanishing into the air. I bid you farewell, revered leader. Qian Laifu hurriedly sent him off. Moments later, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing that the sect leader had not reprimanded him, Qian Laifu felt an immediate sense of relief. However, he also understood that perhaps the leader simply regarded him, a mere steward of the miscellaneous peak, with indifference, given the esteemed stature of the leader. Yet, a swell of pride surged within him. To have the fortune of conversing so closely with the sect leader was truly a fulfillment of his aspirations. Reflecting on the leader's parting words, Qian Laifu's heart quivered. It was no wonder the leader held such humility towards Elder Chun. It turned out that Elder Chun was not an ordinary person, but rather a figure of great repute hidden from the world. One could surmise that there must be a deep-rooted connection between Elder Chun and the leader. Indeed, it should have been evident. The astonishing appetite of Elder Chun certainly surpassed that of an average person. Contemplating this, Qian Laifu's anxiety intensified. After all, a person of such caliber, whom even the leader treated with respect, residing in the miscellaneous peak, was bound to make him feel uneasy. At the same time, Qian Laifu resolved to exert every effort to serve Elder Chun diligently. Chapter 33. The Shock of Chu Ningxiang. On the morning 2 days later, Chen Sun was tidying up the mountain path, while Qian Laifu, with a furrowed brow, stood by respectfully, saying, "Elder Chun, given your esteemed status, surely you need not engage in such laborious tasks?" Chen Sun glanced at Qian Laifu while continuing his work, sticking out his tongue in excitement, and replying, "I warn you, do not trouble me." Qian Laifu immediately fell silent, feeling a pang of frustration. Over the past couple of days, he had earnestly tried to persuade Elder Chun to leave the thatched hut, arranging a more suitable accommodation, yet Elder Chun would not heed his advice. Moreover, he could not allow Elder Chun to undertake such menial chores, but all his pleas had been in vain. As Chen Sun swept, he suddenly expressed his discontent, saying, Hey, can you please stop following me? It's quite bothersome." Startled, Qian Laifu chuckled awkwardly, saying, Yes, I shall take my leave." Just then, Zhao Ting came running towards them. Chen Sun. Though Qian Laifu had never met Zhao Ting, the sight of his celestial purple robe sent a jolt of surprise through him. He was a disciple of the purple robes. Instantly, Qian Laifu recognized the visitor's identity and quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao." Qian Laifu seldom had the opportunity to interact with disciples of the purple robes, and even to catch a glimpse of them was rare. However, having met the sect leader a couple of days prior, he managed to steady his nerves. "Chen Sun, today I will take you to see my master. Let her have a look at you," Zhao Ting said with a smile. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu stood by, internally amused at the situation. Just earlier, he had assumed that after Zhao Ting became a disciple of the purple robes, he would no longer have contact with those of lesser status. Yet, here he was, displaying such warmth. How foolish he had been to misjudge the situation. Destined to remain a lowly steward of the miscellaneous peak. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Zhao Ting had personally stepped forward to vouch for Elder Chun. It appeared that Zhao Ting truly regarded Elder Chun as a friend. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that Zhao Ting likely remained unaware of the true weight of his friend's status. For this was someone whom even the sect leader treated with reverence. Naturally, Qian Laifu refrained from voicing these thoughts. It was not his place as a mere steward of the miscellaneous peak to speak on such matters. Chen Sun scratched his head. Zhao Ting, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly seized Chen Sun's broom and tossed it to Qian Laifu beside him, pulling Chen Sun along as he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Chun, we must hurry and not keep our master waiting." Qian Laifu watched the departing duo, casting a glance at the broom in his hands before silently beginning to sweep the ground. At that moment, several servant disciples passed by, their expressions filled with astonishment at the unusual spectacle. Heavens, what madness has overtaken the usually indolent fat deacon? The servant disciples were blissfully unaware of the underlying circumstances, as the two who had encountered Nangong Yao just days prior had kept the matter confidential, fearing to disclose it. At Tianxian Peak, within the punishment hall, Zhao Ting led Chen Sun inside, where they found Chu Ningxiang already waiting. "Master, Brother Chen has arrived." Zhao Ting bowed respectfully. Chen Sun, glancing at Chu Ningxiang, wore an enigmatic smile. Chu Ningxiang, however, was unfazed. She had already been informed of Chen Sun's basic circumstances by Zhao Ting. Furthermore, Chen Sun's unique existence had become a well-known topic among all sect members. Chu Ningxiang approached, assessing Chen Sun with a measured gaze. "Chen Sun, you should consider yourself fortunate that the incident at the martial arena on Tianxian Peak was so easily forgiven by the sect leader. Were it not for Zhao Ting's persistent pleas, This elder would not have taken the trouble to intervene on your behalf. Zhao Ting's countenance shifted slightly, yet he dared not speak against her. Chu Ningqiang turned her attention back to Zhao Ting, stating, I can assist your friend, but you must remember, as you embark on your journey into the immortal path, having only just begun to cultivate your spirit, you must devote yourself to your training and not be swayed by external distractions. Zhao Ting immediately bowed, affirming, disciple shall remember. Chu Ningqiang nodded, then extended her hand to grasp Chen Sun's wrist for a pulse check. However, in the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she instinctively released Chen Sun's wrist. Stumbling back a half step, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at him. Zhao Ting, observing this, felt a mixture of confusion and concern, asking, Master, what is the nature of Brother Chen's affliction? Can it be cured? Chu Ningqiang concealed her trembling hand behind her back, though Zhao Ting remained oblivious to this detail. She inhaled deeply, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Chen Sun, and commanded, Zhao Ting, you may leave. Understood, Zhao Ting replied, not daring to defy her. After casting one last glance at Chen Sun, he hastily exited the punishment hall. Chu Ningqiang turned her attention back to Chen Sun, stating, you are not merely immortal. Having infiltrated the Daotian sect, what is your true intention? When she had taken his pulse, her heart had raced, the sensation akin to being struck by an electric arc. She suspected that Chen Sun's apparent madness was but a fade. This individual was also a cultivator, and a profoundly formidable one at that. Chen Sun regarded Chu Ningqiang with suspicion, muttering, Madman. You. Chu Ningqiang hesitated, her expression remaining neutral, yet inwardly she was vexed. Was she truly a madwoman? Chen Sun, disinterested in her reaction, retrieved a wordless book from his robes, fervently perusing it while humming a cheerful tune, swaying as he ambled towards the exit. Did this elder grant you permission to leave? Unless you disclose your motives for infiltrating the sect today, you shall not exit the punishment hall, Chu Ningqiang remarked coldly, glancing at Chen Sun, who remained resolute in his desire to depart. Chu Ningqiang's gaze turned icy, and a bundle of ropes materialized in her hand, chanting a silent incantation. The ropes emanated a ghostly glow, resembling a flying serpent as they lunged towards Chen Sun. Crack! Just as the ropes were about to reach Chen Sun, without any visible action from him, the ropes shattered inch by inch, falling to the ground. Chu Ningqiang took a step back, letting out a pained grunt as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Her expression towards the retreating figure shifted entirely. A formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, she dared not obstruct Chen Sun's departure any longer. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and once it illuminated, she gravely declared, Sect Master, a powerful individual has infiltrated the sect. It is my disciple Zhao Ting's mysterious friend, Chen Sun. My binding spirit lock could not even approach him before it was completely shattered. Meanwhile, at Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao listened to Chu Ningqiang's transmission. Initially, his expression was frigid, but upon hearing Chen Sun's name, he broke into a bitter smile. Ah, Senior Chen, it's nothing to worry about. Although Chu Ningqiang had not elucidated the situation in her message, Nangong Yao had already surmised the general context. It was likely that Zhao Ting had brought Senior Chen to seek treatment from Chu Ningqiang, which led to this incident. Nangong Yao also produced a talisman, channeling spiritual energy into it, and coldly remarked, Elder C, do not panic. That is Senior Chen, let him do as he wishes. Do not hinder him, lest you incur his displeasure and invite trouble upon yourself. Our sect lacks the capability and the courage to rectify any issues on your behalf. Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, Chu Ningqiang stood frozen in place. Chapter 34. The Passage of Time and the Cunning Elders Outside the Punishment Hall. Zhao Ting inquired eagerly, Brother Chen? As he spotted Chen Sun emerging. However, Chen Sun was lost in the silent book, humming a tune as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting was taken aback, just about to chase after him to bring him back, when Chu Ningqiang stepped out of the punishment hall and called, Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting halted his steps, quickly turning to bow respectfully, Master. Chu Ningqiang nodded, her gaze lingering on Chen Sun's departing figure. With her lips moving, she asked, How did you come to know your friend? Could you share it with me? Assuming that his master wished to understand Brother Chen's condition, Zhao Ting explained, Master, in truth, it was a chance encounter between me and Brother Chen. He proceeded to recount the details of their initial meeting, sparing no minor point, even mentioning Chen Sun's claims of possessing spiritual essence and a countenance befitting an immortal. Zhao Ting concluded with a sigh. The day after we met, Brother Chen suddenly went mad, but fortunately, he still vaguely recognized me. Chu Ningchang nodded slowly, her eyes flickering as she regarded Zhao Ting, appearing as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Zhao Ting, bewildered, nervously asked, Master, is there a way to treat Brother Chen's condition? Observing Zhao Ting's worried demeanor, Chu Ningchang sighed inwardly, uncertain whether her disciple's association with the enigmatic Senior Chun, whom even the sect master approached with caution, was a blessing or a curse. In truth, Chu Ningchang herself harbored many doubts, such as who exactly this Senior Chun was, how the sect master knew him, and so forth. As Chu Ningchang closed her eyes, she spoke, Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that he is no ordinary person? With these words, she left the bewildered Zhao Ting behind and turned to enter the hall, where she was to tend to her injuries after suffering a backlash. However, she concealed her discomfort in front of Zhao Ting. Outside the punishment hall, Zhao Ting remained in a state of confusion. He truly did not comprehend her words. After a long moment, a bitter smile crossed his face as he recalled something. Oh right, I forgot to mention to my master that Brother Chun comes from a family of cultivators. It is indeed extraordinary. Did my master see through that? In the first year at Daotian sect, Chun Sun's days consisted of eating, sweeping, and sleeping, repeating this cycle day after day. Aside from his slumber, Qian Lifu relentlessly followed Chen Sun, inquiring after his well-being and even suggesting multiple times that Chen Sun should change his place of residence, all of which Chen Sun politely declined. The disciples residing midway up the miscellaneous peak gradually noticed the peculiar treatment Chen Sun received from the steward, which was undeniably excessive for an ordinary person. It was not long before someone, having learned that Chen Sun was a friend of the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, was taken aback and enlightened. No wonder. Yet, one might wonder, could such a thing truly occur within a sect where hierarchy is strictly observed, especially involving a purple-clad disciple? Eventually, many disciples witnessed with their own eyes Zhao Ting, the purple-clad senior, and Chen Sun engaged in casual conversation along the mountain path. This sight solidified their belief, and they could not help but sigh in admiration. Although Chen Sun was an eccentric mortal, he was indeed fortunate to have a steadfast friend like Zhao Ting. During this time, Zhao Ting began to shine, demonstrating remarkable talent and benefiting from the sect's resources. In just half a day, he attracted spiritual energy into his body, achieved the third layer of qi refinement in 10 days, and laid his foundation in 100 days, an inspiring tale. His innate talent astonished the Daotian sect, particularly the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, who acutely felt the pressure of his exceptional abilities. 100 days of foundation establishment. The accomplishments reached by a purple-clad disciple in merely 100 days were dreams unattainable for the miscellaneous disciples in their entire lifetimes. People differ from one another, and this is the reality. Zhao Ting was undoubtedly a genius. 100 days of foundation establishment was an unprecedented feat even among the purple-clad disciples of Tianxian Peak. This speaks volumes of Zhao Ting's prowess. Listening to the praises of the other elders, Chu Ningchang felt a sense of pride, especially on the day of his foundation establishment. The sect leader, Nangong Yao, personally attended and warmly remarked, "You are impressive." Speaking of Nangong Yao, despite his busy schedule as the sect leader, he frequently visited the straw hut on the western side of the miscellaneous peak to see Chen Sun, bringing fine wine with him. Though Chen Sun often spoke in riddles, his occasional profound insights left a significant impact on Nangong Yao, to the extent that the leader felt his own cultivation subtly shifting. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Nangong Yao regarded Chen Sun as a transcendent figure, someone beyond his own reach. After each enlightening encounter, Nangong Yao would bow deeply to Chen Sun, eventually addressing him as master. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Sun's status elevated increasingly, resembling a mentor guiding him on his path of cultivation. The miscellaneous peak, a place Nangong Yao had never before ventured, mysteriously transformed into his sacred ground for learning and enlightenment. As Nangong Yao frequently visited the miscellaneous peaks, albeit discreetly, the disciples remained oblivious, yet the core elders gradually took notice. Elder Chu Ningchang was relatively unfazed, having been aware of Chen Sun's uniqueness for some time. However, the fervor with which the sect leader Nangong Yao regarded that esteemed elder still astonished her, rendering Chen Sun increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. By the end of the first year, some disciples of the miscellaneous peaks had reached their limits, departing from the Daotian sect in solitude, returning to the mundane world. In contrast, Zhao Ting had achieved the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a remarkable pace indeed. One evening, Nangong Yao once again arrived at the humble cottage on the western side of the miscellaneous peaks. Though winter had set in, the sacred mountain of the Dao Tian sect remained untouched by snow, perpetually blessed with a spring-like climate, where the sounds of insects persisted in the wilderness. Chen Sun sat on the ground, shaking his head and rambling nonsensically. Nangong Yao, undeterred by the untidiness, sat cross-legged beside him, listening intently to Chen Sun's incoherent musings, occasionally brightening with understanding and nodding in agreement. What you say is indeed profound. When Chen Sun yawned and retreated into the cottage, his snoring soon echoed. And only then did Nangong Yao come to his senses. He slowly rose, bowed toward the cottage, and made his way outside. As was customary, Nangong Yao prepared to take flight from the miscellaneous peaks. However, just as he was about to depart, his gaze shifted, and he remarked, somewhat irritably, "A group of sneaky individuals, why don't you show yourselves?" The air fell silent, soon interrupted by the sound of rustling. A group of core elders awkwardly emerged from the nearby bushes, their faces betraying their embarrassment. The elders exchanged glances, some coughing lightly, while others looked around nervously. Nangong Yao turned to face Elder Lu Yunjian and the others, calmly stating, "With such stealth, you believe you could deceive this sect? You elders truly possess audacity. Daring to conspire to track me?" Indeed, all 9 core elders were present. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Lu Yunjian cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, sect leader. You misunderstand. We would never dare to follow you. We merely thought it delightful that the miscellaneous peaks had not been visited yet, and with the evening scenery so pleasant, we decided to come as a group to appreciate it. Our encounter with you is purely coincidental." Chapter 35. The shock of the core elders. Nangong Yao nodded, surveying them. "To gather at the miscellaneous peaks for sightseeing. How refined of you, esteemed elders." A chorus of awkward laughter erupted among the elders. Lu Yunjian forced a smile and inquired, "Are you also here to enjoy the scenery, sect leader?" Nangong Yao's expression hardened. "What? Has the Grand Elder taken it upon himself to oversee my affairs?" Lu Yunjian quickly bowed. "I dare not. I dare not. You misinterpret, sect leader. Yunjian and the other elders are merely curious, asking out of interest." Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes. "Very well. I shall return to the Dao Tian Peak now. If you elders wish to admire the scenery, please do as you please." With that, he feigned to depart. "Ah, sect leader," Lu Yunjian hurriedly called out. Nangong Yao turned back, casting a cold glance at the elders, knowingly asking, "Enough of the pretense, speak plainly. What brings you here?" Lu Yunjian glanced back at Chu Ningxing, then lowered his head cautiously, saying, "Over the past year, we have observed that the sect master frequently visits the Servant's Peak. Today, my curiosity has compelled us to come and take a look." The second elder, Lu Xianin, and the third elder, Jiang Bailu, exchanged awkward glances. It had been a year, and none of them were blind. The Servant's Peak had seemingly transformed into a sacred place, and the sect master's visits had become quite frequent. Initially, some elders considered visiting alone or in pairs, but fearing to provoke Nangong Yao, they opted to gather today and come together. Surely, even if the sect master were displeased, he would not direct his ire towards the core elders. In truth, the elders had already gleaned some information. They had learned from Chu Ningxing that when they first noticed the sect master's peculiar behavior, she had mentioned that there was a remarkable person at the Servant's Peak. The elders were immediately taken aback. A remarkable figure at the Servant's Peak? Upon further questioning, Chu Ningxing, wary of Nangong Yao, refrained from divulging more. At this moment, seeing the elders gazing at him expectantly, Nangong Yao could only shake his head helplessly. He gestured towards the grass hut and said, "Very well. I shall inform you that I often visit the Servant's Peak to pay my respects to a certain gentleman." "What? Paying respects to a gentleman?" The elders were stunned, and Chu Ningxing's heart raced. If memory served correctly, the sect master had previously referred to him as a senior. It was surprising how, within a year, the title had deepened. The fact that the sect master deemed him worthy of being called gentleman was indeed extraordinary. In the realm of cultivation, those of higher realms were generally addressed as senior, and in cases where one's realm was unknown or equivalent, the term fellow was used. To address someone as gentleman conveyed a profound respect. Who could this remarkable person at the Servant's Peak be? When did he arrive? And why did he humble himself in such a manner? Undoubtedly, The greatest curiosity for Lu Yunji and the other elders was the identity of this esteemed individual. Their minds were filled with questions. Nangong Yao smiled and inquired, "Do you elders recall the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe?" Except for Chu Ningqing, the expressions of Lu Yunji and the others turned blank. They certainly remembered the day Zhao Ting received the purple robe. It had been merely a year ago, and the commotion caused by a mad mortal at that time was still vivid in their memories. Suddenly, it appeared that the elders noticed a certain detail. Consequently, they turned their gazes towards Nangong Yao, seeking answers. Nangong Yao remained silent, but nodded gently. Observing this, the elders' pupils gradually constricted. It was him. The gentleman mentioned by the sect master was indeed him. No wonder everything made sense. On the day of the purple robe conferral ceremony, amidst the presence of various sects, such an incident occurred. Anyone else would have met a dire fate, yet the sect master merely brushed it aside with a casual remark. The matter had troubled the elders for a long time, but today they finally received their answer. Lu Yunji was momentarily dazed, suddenly stumbling. Fortunately, Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu quickly supported him on either side. "Elder, what is the matter?" Lu Xianin asked with concern, while the others looked on in confusion. Lu Yunjian's complexion was ashen as he murmured, "Sect leader, did I speak disrespectfully to that esteemed elder on that day? I truly did not intend for such an incident to occur. Had I known the elder's true identity beforehand, I would never have dared to act in such a manner." The others immediately understood. Nangong Yao sighed helplessly and reassured him, "Do not fret, elder. As you mentioned, had you been aware in advance, ignorance absolves one of guilt. We shall find an opportunity soon for you to sincerely apologize to the elder in person." Lu Yunjian then breathed a sigh of relief. His spirits lifted considerably. Zhang Bailu suddenly interjected, "Sect leader, if I recall correctly, the elder is a friend of Zhao Ting, is he not? How could Zhao Ting possibly be connected to the elder? That esteemed individual treats even the sect leader with such disdain. Although Zhao Ting is now a disciple in purple robes, the disparity in status remains vast." Seeing the perplexity on everyone's faces, Chu Ningchang elucidated, "I have some insight into this matter. My disciple, prior to joining our sect, fortuitously encountered Elder Chen one day before we recruited new disciples." Nangong Yao and the elders nodded in understanding. It all made sense now. Zhao Ting truly is a person of great fortune. Not only is his innate talent remarkable, but he also unexpectedly formed a connection with that elder, truly a person of exceptional destiny. However, one must wonder if Zhao Ting still regards this acquaintance as merely a mortal. "Sect leader, then why is Elder Chen in such a peculiar state?" An elder inquired cautiously. Though the question was not entirely explicit, everyone grasped its essence. They merely wished to understand why Elder Chen was in such a seemingly mad condition. Nangong Yao shook his head and replied, No, you are all blinded by a narrow perspective. The elder is not mad. He simply chooses to play with the world." As he spoke, a look of nostalgia flickered in Nangong Yao's eyes, and he remarked, "What you may not know, esteemed elders, is that when our sect returned from the southern heavens, we passed through a remote wilderness and encountered the elder. At that time, he was not as he is now. Rather, he sat atop a mountain peak, playing a celestial melody that summoned numerous birds and butterflies, truly an ethereal figure, embodying the essence of a hermit." The elder's eyes widened with rapt attention, realizing that this must have been the moment Nangong Yao first met Elder Chen. As they listened to the sect leader's description, a sense of yearning dawned upon them. Nangong Yao continued, "In that moment, I felt compelled to approach and introduce myself. Alas, the elder merely remarked that our meeting was but a chance encounter and chose not to elaborate further, vanishing like grains of sand, truly a celestial trace." A grave expression crossed Nangong Yao's face as he added, "Esteemed elders, you may not comprehend, but such feats are beyond our nascent souls. Even a true monarch of transformation cannot achieve what the elder has done. I have already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and have endured the tribulations of transformation. Advancing to the transformation stage is merely a matter of time. Thus I possess a deep understanding of such abilities." The elders were left utterly astonished. Merely from the sect leader's account, it was evident that this elder was extraordinary. It seemed he truly was a player in the world. Such a person exists in this realm. Now, it grows late, and the elder requires rest. Do not disturb him further. Come, let us depart." Nangong Yao gestured dismissively. The elders bowed in acknowledgement, yet their hearts remained tumultuous. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed in the northern chaos in the second year at the Daotian sect. Chen Sun continued his daily routine of eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Nangong Yao frequently visited the humble abode, akin to a diligent student, eager to absorb wisdom. Despite the whimsical nature of Chen Sun's utterances, some of his words proved profoundly enlightening to Nangong Yao. Notably, there were occasions when Nangong Yao arrived alone, while at other times he brought along elders. Over time, the core elders gradually grew familiar with Chen Sun. With increased interaction, they finally comprehended why the sect leader revered him as a master. At times, Chen Sun's words resonated within the elders like a resounding bell or a refreshing spring flowing into their hearts, yielding substantial benefits. The eccentric declarations made by Chen Sun were completely novel to the elders, yet they diligently committed each phrase to memory. For instance, a tree that embraces the sky grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story tower rises from a heap of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Initially, the elders struggled to grasp these sayings, but upon deeper contemplation, they recognized them as profound truths. The path of cultivation is a long endeavor, requiring one to start from the minutiae, remain grounded, and accumulate steadily to achieve greatness. Another example: to know others is wisdom. To know oneself is enlightenment. To conquer others is strength. To conquer oneself is true power. The elders interpreted this as a reminder that the journey of cultivation necessitates not only an understanding of others, but also a profound comprehension of oneself, lest one be consumed by desires and weaknesses, thereby attaining the ultimate path. Additionally, the Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things, profoundly shook the elders. This statement underscored that the path of cultivation is rooted in the Tao, the origin of all existence, and that cultivators must strive for unity with the Tao. Furthermore, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sage is also unfeeling, regarding the common people as mere fodder. This phrase delivered a spiritual blow to the elders, emphasizing that cultivators must transcend the mundane notions of good and evil, treating all beings with equality, devoid of bias or discrimination. Upon reflection, it was evident that the realm of cultivation has always been distinct from the ordinary world. Cultivators, perched high above, claim to be untouched by worldly affairs, fearing contamination by earthly matters, yet they often regard mortals as insignificant as ants, dismissing any association with them. Each cultivator, having emerged from the mortal realm, ultimately grows disdainful of their original selves. Why is this so? It warrants deep contemplation. Through Chen Sun's teachings, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders reaped significant benefits, achieving sudden clarity on many matters, their resolve in the path of cultivation growing ever more steadfast. Consequently, whenever Lu Yunjian and the other elders encountered Chen Sun, they would respectfully address him as master from the depths of their hearts. During the second year, Zhao Ting advanced to the later stages of foundation establishment, yet the pace of his cultivation significantly decelerated, necessitating considerable time to solidify his foundation. The forthcoming stage of core formation posed a substantial threshold, requiring utmost caution. While Zhao Ting had swiftly advanced earlier, thanks to the sect's abundant resources, once he surpassed the later stages of foundation establishment, future breakthroughs would no longer be so rapid. Each would require years, even decades, or perhaps a century. After every retreat, Zhao Ting would seek out Chen Sun to share his joyous news. On several occasions, Nangong Yao and the elders were present outside the humble abode. Upon noticing Zhao Ting's arrival, they hastily concealed themselves to avoid detection. In the shadows, Nangong Yao and his companions observed Zhao Ting and Chen Sun, their arms casually draped over each other, their eyelids twitching in discontent as they inwardly chastised the lack of decorum displayed. Consequently, they turned their gazes towards Chu Ningchang. Communicating telepathically, "Elder, your disciple possesses commendable talent, yet his social conduct requires further refinement." In such instances, Chu Ningchang could only respond with exasperation, awkwardly reiterating, "Ignorance is no crime, ignorance is no crime." Nevertheless, upon returning, she would inevitably admonish Zhao Ting with a stern countenance. Zhao Ting, bewildered, would ponder what misfortune he had unwittingly invited upon himself, questioning why his esteemed master would chastise him without cause. As the year drew to a close, many disciples from the mundane peak reached their limits. departing the sect to lead ordinary lives. Yet, it was likely that they had acquired some meager cultivation, promising a vibrant existence in the secular realm. With the departure of some disciples, others ascended to the outer sect. Although the numbers were scant, it marked a notable occurrence. These newly promoted disciples would continue to pursue the elusive path of cultivation, perhaps serving as replacements for their departed peers, relentlessly chasing after the ethereal realm of immortality. A rather beautiful sentiment, indeed. Ultimately, the pursuit of immortality remained elusive, leaving many indistinguishable from the masses. But what of it? In the third year since Chun Sun's arrival at the Daotian sect, turmoil erupted within the northern Xian cultivation world. After years of stability, the righteous and demonic factions found themselves embroiled in conflict. The catalyst was the revelation that a demonic sect had abducted righteous sect disciples on missions, enslaving them as blood servants. One righteous sect, plagued by the mysterious disappearances of its disciples, sought answers from the demonic sect, only to uncover that a significant portion of the demonic sect's leadership had convened to plot within their ranks. Upon discovery, the demonic sect, unyielding, captured the high-ranking officials and disciples of the righteous sect, imprisoning them in the blood servant hall. Thus, the northern Xian cultivation world was thrust into chaos, with the righteous sects vowing to retaliate against their demonic counterparts. Despite their exposure, the demonic sect showed no remorse. Rather, they grew increasingly audacious, baring their cruel fangs. In this third year, righteous sect disciples frequently vanished, each case attributable to the machinations of the demonic faction. Although the righteous sects had united to confront the demonic sect, their efforts were met with repeated setbacks over the course of 6 months. The root of their failure lay in the unity of the demonic sect, while many righteous sects, untouched by the turmoil, remained indifferent to the plight of their brethren. As the third year drew to a close, the conflict subsided. Yet, all were aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve, a silent breath before the inevitable resurgence of strife. The entire northern Xian cultivation world lay in a tranquil lull, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Major righteous sects issued decrees forbidding their disciples from venturing outside, a measure that could not endure, as it severely hampered the growth of their sections. In the short term, this was manageable, but as time passed, resources would inevitably dwindle. Consequently, as time wore on, several righteous sects found it untenable to maintain such restrictions, opting to lift the ban and discreetly venture out under the guidance of stewards or guardians. Little did they anticipate that the demonic sect had long since dispatched agents to monitor their movements, poised to strike at the slightest provocation. Despite being led by the deacon's protective escort, each sect still suffered significant losses. The righteous path, left with no other recourse, was compelled to issue another decree, resulting in a stalemate. At Daotian's sect, the atmosphere was notably quieter than in previous years. The miscellaneous disciples remained occupied with their daily chores and cultivation. Though their tasks were trivial, in this particular moment, they found themselves in the safest position, as they were not dispatched on any missions. In contrast, the disciples and elders from the Xianfeng and Dijin peaks wore expressions of sorrow and gravity, their minds elsewhere, devoid of the inclination to practice, frequently casting hopeful yet anxious glances toward Daotian Peak. Meanwhile, within the cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and several core elders sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy with solemnity. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yao broke the silence. In a few more days, it will mark a year since the clash between the righteous and demonic factions of the northern Xian, won't it? The elders nodded gravely, their expressions laden with concern. Who could have anticipated that the previously stable northern Xian would suddenly descend into such turmoil? It was no wonder the major demonic sects had been so quiet. They had been secretly plotting. This past year had also inflicted significant losses upon Daotian's sect. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao spoke again, bring forth the list. Lu Yunji, taken aback, hastily retrieved a document and handed it over. Upon viewing the list, the elders pursed their lips, falling into a heavy silence. Nangong Yao opened the list and read aloud. 215 outer disciples missing, 24 inner disciples missing, and 1 purple-clad disciple missing. At these words, a deep sigh escaped the elders, their eyes reflecting anguish. Everyone understood that missing was merely a euphemism. These disciples had likely been captured by the demonic sects to serve as blood slaves. Zhang Bailu suddenly stood, her heart aching as she exclaimed, "Sect Master, we must rescue Jingyao. If we delay any longer, Jingyao may be in mortal danger. The Jingyao she referred to was her most cherished disciple, Su Jingyao, who had been apprehended by a demonic sect during an outing and had since vanished without a trace. The elders sighed, their expressions downcast, torn between anger and helplessness. The primary issue was that they had yet to ascertain which demonic sect had taken their disciples, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. How could they expect Daotian's sect to confront the entirety of the northern Xian's demonic sects? Though Daotian's sect was a top-tier righteous sect, it was not the strongest among them. Even if it were the mightiest, it would still lack the capacity to contend with the entire demonic faction. The purple-clad disciples were precious, with only 15 in total, yet the reality was stark and unforgiving. Had they been able to pinpoint the specific demonic sect responsible for the abduction, they would have already sought retribution. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow slightly and stated coldly, "Elder Jiang, please remain calm. This matter requires careful deliberation. Jingyao is indeed a purple-clad disciple, and your favorite, but do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." As he spoke, he shook the list vigorously before Jiang Bailu, adding, "Are not the 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples also treasures of Daotian's sect? What good does haste do? As the sect master, I am more anxious than you." Chapter 37 Discussion of Going Out. As Nangong Yao's words fell, a flush of shame appeared on Jiang Bailu's face, prompting her to bow and admit her faults before she dejectedly took a seat. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, who witnessed this, wished to offer words of comfort but found themselves at a loss, sharing in the weight of the moment. "Master, the resources within the sect are being consumed at an alarming rate. If this continues for another 2 months, it is likely that the disciples and elders below will no longer be able to afford their monthly spirit stones," Lu Yunjian remarked with a bitter expression. The sect had been under a travel ban for quite some time now, leading to a severe imbalance between resource consumption and replenishment. Resources are the lifeblood that sustains the equilibrium of the sect, and at present, that balance has been disrupted. Of course, the Daotian sect still holds a substantial amount of hidden resources in reserve, but such resources can only be utilized in times of dire crisis for the sect. And the current situation has not yet reached that critical point. Nangong Yao fell into silence, deep in thought. "Master, in my opinion, we should consider lifting the ban. It has been quite some time, and I refuse to believe that there are still ambushes set by the demonic sect nearby. Moreover, it is likely that those demonic sects harbor some trepidation towards us," Second Elder Lu Xian stated earnestly. Jiang Bailu quickly added, "I concur. Recently, I ventured outside the sect and discreetly patrolled the vicinity, finding no trace of the demonic sect." Lu Yunjian responded coolly, "You two are being overly optimistic. The demonic sect operates in the shadows while we are in the light. Let us not underestimate their stealth. If they could be easily discovered, they would not be the demonic sect." Upon hearing Lu Yunjian's words, Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu fell silent, their expressions turning sullen. The ban could not be lifted under any circumstances. Suddenly, Nangong Yao spoke. "Our sect indeed has a strategy that may not restore the balance of the resource pool, but it can prolong the operation of the sect." The elders were puzzled, momentarily failing to comprehend how the resource pool could be replenished without lifting the ban. Could it be that they intended to draw upon the hidden resources? Nangong Yao tightened his grip on the list in his hand and said solemnly, "Fifth elder, ninth elder, heed my command." Immediately, one elder from each side stood and stepped forward to the center of the hall, bowing respectfully. The elder on the left was the white-haired fifth elder, Wang Tianfu, while the youthful-looking ninth elder, Zhou Tong, had consumed a certain elixir. Nangong Yao nodded and instructed, "After you leave, you two will select some disciples and elders from the Ren Xian Peak and Di Xian Peak to venture out, and you will personally lead them." Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, though they nodded slightly. In such circumstances, having two core elders lead a portion of the inner and outer disciples and elders outside was indeed a more prudent choice. The elders quickly grasped the implication behind the Master's words. This method could indeed maintain the sect's operations temporarily. As for why the sect had chosen the fifth elder and ninth elder, the elders soon understood. There was no need to elaborate on ninth elder Zhou Tong, who possessed a treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xian Huang rat, making him perfectly suited for the expedition. Meanwhile, fifth elder Wang Tianfu was undoubtedly the strongest elder available. As Lu Yunjian, Lu Xianyin, Jiang Bailu, and Chu Ningchong were often preoccupied with their responsibilities within the sect. Understood, they replied in unison. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong bowed in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to leave the cabinet upon receiving their orders, a sudden remark from Chu Ningchang halted their movements. Master, will no disciples in purple robes be dispatched this time? Upon hearing this, a flicker of pain and astonishment crossed Jiang Bailu's eyes, while the other elders, who had true disciples, averted their gazes. What a jest! One disciple in purple had already been abducted by the demon sect. How could they possibly send out another? Nangong Yao, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean, Elder Four? Chu Ningchang replied with a bow, Master, my disciple Zhao Ting has been immersed in cultivation for many years and has reached a bottleneck. May I request that Elder 5 and Elder 9 take Zhao Ting along? At this, Nangong Yao's gaze flickered. However, before he could respond, the elders could no longer contain themselves and began to voice their objections. Absolutely not, Elder 4. Zhao Ting is the most exceptionally gifted disciple among our sect. How can you consider sending him out during such perilous times? Indeed, Zhao Ting is far too important. He should remain safe within the sect. With a cold snort, Chu Ningchang retorted, As Zhao Ting's master, I am willing to let him venture out. Yet you elders are unwilling? The elders fell silent. Chu Ningchang continued, If you elders are reluctant to send your own true disciples, what is your intent in obstructing me? After speaking, she turned to the pensive Nangong Yao and solemnly stated, Master, with Elder 5 and Elder 9 leading the way, it is naturally safer. Moreover, forgive my bluntness, but a disciple in purple is still a disciple. They should not be overly cherished. They must endure trials and tribulations. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties and dangers. If they are not subjected to hardship, how can their character develop? The elders nodded, unable to argue. Feeling a twinge of shame within, Jiang Bailu spoke earnestly, Elder 4, my disciple has already been taken by the demon sect, and his life remains uncertain. What if Zhao Ting also encounters misfortune? Chu Ningchang replied calmly, It is not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I merely wish to convey that if Zhao Ting were to face misfortune, it would be his fate. The path of cultivation is seldom smooth. Jiang Bailu was taken aback and fell silent, feeling a significant disparity in their understanding of this matter compared to Chu Ningchang. Very well. Then let Zhao Ting accompany you as well. He has only recently entered the world of cultivation. Although his realm has risen swiftly, he remains inexperienced like a child. Elder 5 and Elder 9 will take good care of him along the way. At this moment, Nangong Yao finally spoke. Agreed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong responded affirmatively. The elders sighed, left with no further words, genuinely unsure of how to express their thoughts, for Chu Ningchang's words had truly resonated with them. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong departed from the cabinet, they went to convey the master's orders to the responsible elders of Xianfeng and Dichuan peaks, instructing them to select a group of disciples to gather outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the elders of the two peaks immediately complied and began to select the disciples for the expedition. After returning to the punishment hall, Chu Ningchang also spoke with Zhao Ting. She had anticipated that he would feel fear, yet to her surprise, he was exceptionally excited. After bidding farewell to Chu Ningchang, Zhao Ting soared towards the mountain gate on his sword. After 3 years, he was no longer the unskilled mortal he once was, but a practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment. Zhao Ting soared on his sword, contemplating that there was no rush at the moment. Thus, he altered his course and headed towards the Servant's Peak. Upon reaching the Servant's Peak, a disciple caught sight of a figure flying in on a sword and promptly bowed, calling out Senior Brother. It was only when the figure vanished into the western horizon that the disciple slowly rose, sharing a wry smile with his fellow disciples, who among them did not know that the prominent figure was Zhao Ting, the disciple clad in purple, who frequently visited to see Chen Sun. The disciples had long since grown accustomed to it. Chapter 38. The 3-year period has ended. Chen Sun regains clarity. Chen Brother, Zhao Ting exclaimed upon arriving at the thatched cottage. However, upon entering and finding Chen Sun sound asleep in bed, he could only shake his head, deciding not to rouse him. Chen Brother seems to be living quite comfortably, sleeping soundly every day, Zhao Ting murmured, casting a resigned glance at the cottage. Over the past 3 years, he had often wished for Chen Sun to relocate to a better dwelling, but alas, Chen Sun had not heeded his suggestions. If only Zhao Ting's current status and position could facilitate such a change, it would have been effortless. Alas, Chen Brother, the northern Xian cultivation realm has fallen into chaos recently, with the demonic path rampant. Our Dao Tian sect has lost quite a few disciples, including Senior Sister Su. who has also fallen victim to demonic hands. I shall be departing with the elders soon, and though I know not what dangers await, I fear them not. Senior Sister Sue has always treated me well. If I could slay a few demonic cultivators, it might alleviate the turmoil within me, Zhao Ting spoke to himself, his gaze somewhat vacant. In truth, such confessions were reserved solely for Chen Sun, for having a friend to share his burdens with brought him solace. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt warmth in his bosom and swiftly retrieved a communication talisman, hearing the voice of Elder Wang Tianfu. Zhao Ting, we are merely waiting for you. Hurry to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wang, Zhao Ting replied, his expression shifting as he hastily complied. He glanced back at Chen Sun on the bed, retrieved several flasks of fine wine from his storage ring, placed them on the wooden table, and then swiftly departed the cottage, soaring away on his sword. As Zhao Ting left, Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a rare clarity. He murmured to himself, in 5 days, another 3 years shall have passed. With that, his gaze flickered, clarity dissipating, and a hint of madness surfaced. At the mountain gate, the assembled crowd stood in anticipation. This expedition included 2 core elders, 1 outer sect elder, 1 inner sect elder, 100 outer sect disciples, and 20 inner sect disciples. The inner and outer sect elders and disciples regarded Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong with respect, astonished by the sudden decree from the sect leader, allowing the 2 core elders to lead the expedition. It was indeed an honor. With the presence of these esteemed core elders, the disciples felt a profound sense of security regarding the upcoming journey. A figure soon approached, soaring down on a sword, drawing the admiration of the gathered disciples. Clad in the celestial purple robes of the Xian Luo, it was none other than the tardy Zhao Ting. I apologize for my lateness. Zhao Ting bowed respectfully to Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong. No matter, Wang Tianfu replied with a calm smile. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. For how could they hold it against Zhao Ting, the most talented disciple of the Daotian sect? As the crowd observed the 2 esteemed elders displaying their amiable demeanor towards Zhao Ting, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy, secretly acknowledging the undeniable prowess of Brother Zhao. Shenhe gazed at Zhao Ting with a sense of satisfaction. In just 3 short years, Zhao Ting had flourished to such an impressive level. Indeed, the elder in charge of this inner sect expedition was none other than Shenhe himself, who had ascended 3 years prior and had now reached the stage of foundation establishment. Very well, now that everyone has arrived, let us embark, Wang Tianfu proclaimed. As he turned, a magnificent spirit vessel shimmered into view, hovering slightly above the ground. This vessel, unlike Shenhe's previous flying artifact, was a specialized mode of transport belonging to the Daotian sect, aptly named the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou was extraordinary. It not only accommodated a larger number of passengers and boasted superior speed, but it also combined offensive and defensive capabilities. Board the Tianzhou, with Wang Tianfu's commanding voice, the assembly surged upwards like a swarm of locusts. The vessel began to tremble, and in the next moment, with the watchful eyes of the disciples guarding the mountain gate upon them, it transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distance. On board the Tianzhou, the disciples cast serious and somewhat anxious glances downward. The territory of the Daotian sect extended for hundreds of thousands of miles, and it would take considerable time for the vessel to traverse this expanse. During this journey, everyone remained on high alert, aware that the demonic sect might lay a trap at any moment. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong sat cross-legged within the flying vessel, eyes closed as they cautiously extended their senses to explore the surroundings. For the first few thousand miles, they anticipated no issues. The demonic sect would not be foolish enough to lay an ambush so close to the sect. However, as they ventured further from their home, the likelihood of encountering a trap from the demonic sect increased. As the Tianzhou glided farther away from the Daotian sect, the elders aboard became increasingly vigilant. Meanwhile, concealed within the shadowy woods below, numerous demonic cultivators lay in wait, their cold eyes fixed upon the approaching vessel. The Daotian sect remains audacious, daring to send disciples out. They must be in dire need of resources, otherwise they would not take such risks, one of them mused. Elder Yu, we have already distanced ourselves considerably from the Daotian sect. At your command, we shall strike, another urged. Patience, patience, Elder Yu replied. The speed of the Daotian sect's Tianzhou is formidable. If we hesitate further, we shall not be able to catch up. Listen to this, Elder. Now is not the time for action. If I am not mistaken, the sect's leader is likely observing us from the shadows. What shall we do then? Humph. Why the impatience? We have been waiting here for quite some time. A little longer will not matter. Let these Daotian sect individuals depart in peace. Before the anxious demonic cultivators could voice their concerns, Elder Yu sinisterly chuckled. They will return, will they not? That will be the opportune moment to strike. The others were taken aback, internally lauding his cunning. After all, he was an elder for a reason. His intellect was commendable. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days elapsed. On this day, Nangong Yao, seeking diversion, made his way to the humble dwelling on the western side of the miscellaneous peak to pay a visit to Chen Sun. Upon arriving outside the thatched cottage, Nangong Yao found Chen Sun seated, enjoying a drink, which took him by surprise. The demeanor of his mentor seemed markedly different, much more serene than before. Without further contemplation, Nangong Yao approached, bowing slightly. Esteemed mentor, Nangong has come to visit once more. Chen Sun took a sip of wine and raised his head with a smile, saying, "My humble abode is rather dilapidated, and I possess no extra stools. Would you mind sitting on the grass with me?" Nangong Yao froze momentarily, then slowly looked up to find the young man gazing at him with a warm smile. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nangong Yao's eyes transformed into a look of delight. "Sir, you..." Chen Sun slightly lifted his chin, gesturing towards the grass in front of him. "Please, take a seat." Nangong Yao nodded eagerly and settled down on the ground opposite Chen Sun, his joyful gaze frequently drifting towards the ethereal figure of Chen Sun before him. His heart fluttered with excitement. Yes, this was the essence of it. He had returned. Everything had returned. Wasn't the gentleman he had encountered years ago atop that little river peak precisely this kind of transcendent figure? Chen Sun, seemingly producing a wine cup from thin air, tossed it towards Nangong Yao. Startled, Nangong Yao caught it. But when he saw Chen Sun pick up the wine jug intending to pour for him, he was taken aback and quickly snatched the jug away. "I can pour it myself. How could I trouble you, sir?" Chen Sun smiled lightly and acquiesced. Chapter 39. A treat delivered to your door after taking a sip. Nangong Yao remarked, "Sir, while this osmanthus wine is decent, it hardly befits your esteemed status. I shall bring a few jugs of fine wine from Daotian Peak later." He had previously delivered numerous wines to the gentleman, and now seeing Chen Sun drink this osmanthus wine, he assumed that the wines he had brought were all consumed. Chen Sun chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. This osmanthus wine was a gift from Zhaoting. Thus, Chen Sun and Nangong Yao spent their time in this secluded mountain, drinking and chatting. Nangong Yao had not dispelled the effects of the wine with his spiritual power, resulting in a hazy gaze and flushed cheeks, feeling the effects of intoxication. He lamented, "Sir, the northern Xian cultivation realm has been thrown into chaos lately, with demonic sects rampaging. Many disciples of righteous sects have been captured and turned into blood slaves, and even my Daotian sect has lost several disciples, including a disciple in purple robes. Alas, as the sect leader, I feel a deep sense of guilt. May I ask, what should I do, sir?" Chen Sun nodded slightly. He had already heard about this matter from Zhaoting. With a calm smile, he replied, "Why not unite the righteous sects and confront the demonic sects in battle?" Nangong Yao forced a smile. "If only it were as simple as you say, sir. Unfortunately, the righteous sects in the northern Xian realm cannot unite as one." Chen Sun spoke softly. "If that is the case, then your righteous sects will inevitably be gradually devoured by the demonic sections. By the time those righteous sects finally awaken to the reality, it may be too late." Nangong Yao nodded, his expression becoming slightly grave. Such a situation must never be allowed to occur. Throughout history, the northern Xian realm has maintained a balance between righteousness and evil. If the demonic sect were to dominate northern Xian, it would not only spell doom for the righteous sects, but likely lead to devastation for the common folk as well. Though the righteous sects may regard mortals as insignificant ants, beneath their contempt lies a truth. Every mortal is sustenance for the demonic sects, who practice vile arts. It has always been the balance maintained by the righteous sects that has deterred the demonic sects from extending their grasp over the mortal realm. Of course, the righteous sects' motivation for maintaining this balance is not genuinely for the sake of mortals, but rather for their own interests. After all, if mortals suffer, there would be no fresh blood to replenish the cultivation realm. Nangong Yao regained his composure and shifted the conversation, saying, "Sir, your accommodations here are rather rudimentary. I implore you to consider staying at Daotian Peak." Upon hearing this, Chen Sun glanced at the humble thatched cottage behind him and replied with a smile, "There is no need for that. What is rudimentary? As the saying goes, A mountain need not be high. It is renowned for the presence of an immortal. A river need not be deep. It is spirited by the presence of a dragon. I find this quite adequate. As he spoke, Chen Sun finished his drink, rose to brush off the dust from his trousers, and picked up a broom to head outside. Nangong Yao was taken aback and quickly stood, inquiring, "Where are you going, sir?" "To sweep the ground. I cannot simply partake of your hospitality without contributing," Chen Sun replied. Watching his retreating figure, Nangong Yao was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but break into a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "What a splendid sentiment, indeed. A mountain need not be high when it has an immortal." Chen Sun meticulously swept from the mountainside down to the foot of the hill, and after ensuring the path was clean and tidy, he tossed the broom aside and, with hands clasped behind his back, swiftly made his way to the entrance of Daotian's sect. After being cooped up in Daotian's sect for 3 years, now that his mind was clear, he naturally wished to seize the moment to explore. As he strolled through the vast expanse of Daotian's sect's territory, Chen Sun ambled leisurely, occasionally smiling as he admired the splendid landscapes, reflecting on the sect's admirable choice of location. Despite his slow pace, each step he took was akin to traversing 1,000 miles. Upon reaching a certain spot, a smile played upon his lips as he deliberately slowed his pace. At that moment, a group of hidden demonic cultivators noticed Chen Sun's presence. "Elder Yu, someone else has emerged from Daotian's sect," one of the demonic cultivators exclaimed hastily. In the shadows, the expressions of the demonic cultivators grew skeptical as they observed the young man's attire, which did not resemble that of any disciple or elder from Daotian's sect. Moreover, what was even more perplexing was the ordinary aura exuding from this young man. A mortal? What could this mean? Why was a mortal emerging from the direction of Daotian's sect? Could it be that this mortal had inadvertently wandered into Daotian's sect's territory from another direction and found himself here? If so, what terrible luck for this mortal to stumble into the presence of their demonic cultivators. "Elder Yu, shall we capture this mortal for some bloodletting? It would satisfy our cravings." One of the demonic cultivators licked his lips, greed evident in his voice. The other demonic cultivators also exhibited glinting eyes, swallowing hard. After lying in wait for so many days, the arrival of a small snack was an opportunity too tempting to resist. Elder Yu, known as Yusha, at that moment had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, scanning the surroundings intermittently, and said, "Let us not act rashly. The appearance of this mortal is too peculiar. It may very well be a scheme devised by Daotian's sect to lure us out." Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances, incredulous. Surely not. Could Daotian's sect be so insidious? One of the cultivators questioned. Another added, "Elder Yu, Daotian's sect is a righteous sect. Would they truly resort to using a mortal as bait? That is our modus operandi." Yusha scoffed. Righteousness? It is all nonsense, for their own interests. What deeds are they incapable of? It is merely that we demonic cultivators are more overt in our actions. The others nodded in agreement, though some hesitated. While certain righteous sects may be somewhat unscrupulous, Daotian's sect had maintained a reputable standing for many years. In summary, the demonic cultivators do not perceive this mortal as part of the Daotian sect's conspiracy. Yusha, noticing the expressions of the demonic cultivators, retorted with irritation, "It seems you all are just eager to taste human blood. How pitiful. What is so special about a mere mortal's blood? Once we return, there will be plenty of blood slaves for your indulgence." One of the demonic cultivators awkwardly chuckled. "Elder Yu, we understand the logic. But my brothers simply want to satisfy their cravings." Just then, the demonic cultivators observed the mortal unexpectedly approaching their direction. Hadn't he been walking straight? Why had he suddenly turned to come towards them? The demonic cultivators were bewildered. Yusha's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze flickering. "Elder Yu, could he have discovered us?" One demonic cultivator pondered, as this behavior was exceedingly unusual. They were concealed by a cloaking array, completely invisible to a mortal's eyes. Yusha relaxed his brow and remarked, "It is impossible that he has seen us. He must have merely decided to head our way." The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The opportunity was right before them. If they did not taste his blood now, it would be a missed chance. Speaking of which, this mortal seemed to possess incredibly unfortunate luck. How could anyone's fortune be so dire, practically walking into a tiger's den? Soon, under the greedy gazes of the demonic cultivators, Chen Sun had approached within 10 feet of them. A few more steps, and he would cross the cloaking array. Just as the demonic cultivators were about to unleash their sinister smiles, they were astonished to see the mortal suddenly halt. What was this? Why had he stopped advancing? Oh dear, don't be alarmed. The little treat is right in front of us. It can't possibly escape now. One remarked, I'm just puzzled. Why did this mortal act so erratically, turning suddenly and then halting before the array? Is our cloaking array malfunctioning? Can he see us? No, the array is functioning well. The demonic cultivators debated. Only Yusha's brow furrowed deeply once more as he gazed into the eyes of the young man outside the array, feeling inexplicably as if he had been seen. Just as the demonic cultivators were losing patience and contemplated seizing Chun Sun directly, he stroked his chin and spoke. What are you all whispering about here? The demonic cultivators gasped in shock, stumbling back in disbelief as they beheld Chun Sun outside the array. What did this mean? Could he truly see them, or was he merely talking to himself? However, they could no longer deceive themselves, believing it to be the former. Otherwise, what a coincidence this was. At that moment, even Yusha felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing, his body prickling with unease. Mustering his courage, Yusha inquired, Can you see us? Chun Sun nodded, of course. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demonic cultivators changed dramatically, their gazes towards Chun Sun transforming entirely. He was no mere mortal. Moreover, their cloaking array was supposed to be impenetrable to anyone beneath the god transformation stage. Upon further reflection, a sense of dread began to creep in. Yusha swallowed hard and said, How could this be possible? Our concealment formation. Before he could finish, Chun Sun pointed at the invisible barrier before him and said, Oh, are you referring to this? With that, Chun Sun gently prodded it, shattering the barrier into fragments that dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, the array flags nearby erupted with a resounding blast, collapsing haphazardly to the ground, utterly destroyed. At this moment, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned pale as a sheet, their eyes betraying sheer terror as they gazed at Chun Sun. Could it be a god transformation stage expert? With a thud, Yusha's legs buckled, and he was the first to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Hundreds of demonic cultivators followed suit, collapsing to the ground, fear consuming their hearts. Why? Why has a god transformation stage elder appeared in the Daotian sect's territory? They had never seen or heard of such a figure before. Spare us, esteemed elder, Yusha stammered, his voice quivering. Chun Sun smiled lightly. Did you not wish to drink my blood? I have come here for that purpose. What is this now? Are you not going to proceed? The demonic cultivators nearly fainted from fright. Indeed, the great concealment formation had not obstructed anything, not even their intentions to drink blood, which this formidable figure had overheard. Seeing that the situation left no room for resistance, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators instinctively thought of fighting back. Yet faced with the youth's languid smile, they could summon no courage. Chun Sun, losing interest as the demonic cultivators were too frightened to utter a word, turned to leave. Forget it. A wave of relief washed over Yusha and the others, as if all their strength had been drained, leaving them slumped on the ground, watching Chun Sun depart. We bid farewell to the esteemed elder. Suddenly, Yusha and his companions felt a jolt of terror as they watched the retreating youth. The wooden sword on his back shot skyward, akin to a beam of light, radiating a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. In the next moment, hundreds of severed heads soared into the air, only to fall to the ground moments later. Each visage bore a uniform expression of horror and despair, their eyes wide open in a ghastly stare, unable to close even in death. With a swift motion, the wooden sword returned to its sheath behind Chun Sun, falling silent once more. Pausing briefly, Chun Sun continued his path without looking back, casually stating, I had no intention of holding you accountable, but my sword does not show mercy, and thus, there is nothing to be done. Upon exiting the Daotian sect's territory, Chun Sun inadvertently found himself in a spirit market. What is a spirit market? It is a place for cultivators to trade, where one can purchase with spirit stones or barter with goods. As long as one possesses spirit stones, it is possible to acquire a myriad of resources within the spirit market. As Chun Sun entered the spirit market, he attracted numerous astonished and flickering gazes. This was due to the fact that nearly all cultivators within the market wore hats, veils, or even masks. After all, if one were to unearth treasures in the market, they could easily attract unwanted attention. A figure like Chun Sun, who appeared so open and unguarded, was indeed a rarity, leaving many bewildered. Unfazed by the myriad of gazes, Chen Sun strode forward. Most visitors to the spirit market were loose cultivators, with only a small fraction belonging to cultivation families or sections. This subtly illustrates the challenges faced by independent cultivators. For individuals like Zhao Ting, who join sects, acquiring resources becomes considerably easier. However, every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. Independent cultivators possess their own merits, while joining a sect offers distinct benefits as well. At the very least, disciples of a sect do not enjoy the same freedom as independent cultivators. The spiritual marketplace was remarkably tranquil, with only the sounds of footsteps and hushed conversations breaking the silence. The cultivators manning the stalls sat quietly, refraining from calling out to attract business, which starkly contrasted with the bustling nature of the mundane world. Chen Sun rarely paused at a stall, yet he found himself stopping before one particular vendor. The treasures displayed in the marketplace seemed like mere dross to him, losing his interest at a glance. But this stall was different. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sat at the stall. Upon noticing another cultivator lingering at his stand, he opened his eyes to observe, clearly taken aback upon seeing the unmasked youth. He remarked, "You are indeed a curious individual, my friend." Chen Sun glanced at the wine on display and replied with a smile, "What do you mean by that?" The cultivator responded, "In such a vast spiritual marketplace, it appears that only you dare to show your face." Chen Sun crouched down, picked up a wine jug from the stall, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose for a sniff before saying, "What difference does it make whether one shows their face or not?" The cultivator hesitated before answering, "It makes no difference. Rather, it is your audacity that I admire." A smile crept across Chen Sun's lips as he raised the wine jug. "This wine is quite good. I did not expect to find such a selection in this remote marketplace. In fact, this wine surpassed the one gifted to him by South Palace Yao, the leader of the Dao Tian sect, which is why Chen Sun made such a remark." The cultivator's eyes gleamed with interest. "Ah, so you possess an appreciation for fine wine?" Chen Sun replied, "At the very least, it has a rich aroma. The ingredients are abundant, yet the scent remains pure. Moreover, this wine must have aged for quite some time." The cultivator regarded Chen Sun with growing admiration. Chen Sun then inquired, "What is the price of this wine? I would like to purchase it." To his surprise, the cultivator waved his hand and said with a smile, "You are an interesting person and knowledgeable about wine. I shall gift you this jug of 100 flavors of the mortal realm as a token of friendship." Chen Sun raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a meaningful glance at the cultivator. "Are you certain you wish to befriend me?" The cultivator paused momentarily before responding, "Do you think I have ulterior motives?" Chen Sun chuckled nonchalantly. "Come now, how many spirit stones?" The cultivator relented. "Then you may give me 100 low-grade spirit stones." "Such a low price," Chen Sun remarked. After paying the spirit stones, he took the jug of 100 flavors of the mortal realm and continued to stroll through the marketplace, sipping as he walked. The cultivator glanced down at the 100 spirit stones, then looked up to see Chen Sun's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Some time later, after finishing his exploration, Chen Sun exited the spiritual marketplace. At the same moment, several cultivators who had long been eyeing him followed him out. The cultivator who had sold wine to Chen Sun also promptly packed up his stall and hurriedly exited. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Chen Sun stepped through a transparent barrier, turning to look back, only to find the mountains and wilderness, with no trace of the spiritual marketplace remaining. One can easily imagine that if a mere mortal were to inadvertently enter the spirit workshop, they might believe they had encountered a ghost and be frightened to death. Chen Sun took a sip of the myriad flavors of the earthly realm and remarked, "The name of this wine is indeed fitting. With a single taste, one experiences a cacophony of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy sensations, truly embodying the myriad flavors of humanity." Having said this, Chen Sun continued on his way, completely unconcerned by the throng of cultivators pursuing him from behind. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances, each aware of the other's intentions, merely to kill and seize treasures. From the moment Chen Sun had entered the spirit workshop, he had captured the attention of these cultivators, and his casual expenditure of 100 spirit stones on a pot of wine had led them to regard him as a prime target. To spend such a sum on wine without a hint of hesitation, how wealthy he must be. "Well, fellow Taoists, from here on, let each rely on their own abilities," remarked a masked cultivator coolly. With that, he swiftly pursued Chen Sun, prompting the other cultivators to follow suit, their expressions turning serious. As this group of cultivators chased after him, the cultivator who had sold the wine to Chen Sun also emerged from the spirit workshop, quickly changing his robes and frowning as he hastened to join them. Chen Sun ambled along at a leisurely pace, and before long, he could hear the hurried footsteps and the sound of air being sliced behind him. Soon, the numerous cultivators reached the front of Chen Sun, blocking his path. "Stop!" Chen Sun halted, holding the wine pot and smiling as he clasped his hands. "What is the intent behind your actions?" The cultivators exchanged incredulous looks upon seeing Chen Sun still smiling, and then they burst into laughter. "Still laughing? Are you unaware that death is imminent? When did such a gem emerge in the northern Su-In cultivation world? To brazenly enter the spirit workshop and foolishly squander spirit stones on a mere pot of wine, oblivious to being swindled, and to strut about so confidently. This novice in cultivation is simply infuriating." Chen Sun, puzzled, asked, "What is it that you find so amusing?" "Haha." One cultivator replied, "We laugh at your foolishness. With those spirit stones to waste on a pot of cheap wine, you might as well have offered them to us." Furrowing his brow, Chen Sun glanced at the wine in his hand and then smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. I shall be more cautious next time." "Haha." The cultivators laughed even harder. "This truly is a simpleton. Can't he see our intentions? Next time indeed. We reckon he'll need to be careful in his next life." Chen Sun responded with a grin. "However, this cannot be deemed cheap wine. I believe that spending 100 spirit stones on it was a worthwhile investment. After all, spirit stones are indeed precious, but fine wine is worth even more." The cultivators momentarily faltered, their patience waning, and their gazes turned cold and ruthless. In the next instant, like a pack of wolves, they lunged toward Chen Sun. From the shadows, a cultivator observing Chen Sun's nonchalance assumed he was frightened, and with a sharp gaze, he retrieved a talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it into the fray. Spirit fire spell swift. The talisman soared into the midst of the crowd and suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of flames that instantly scorched the surrounding cultivators, who rolled on the ground, shrieking in agony. Seeing this, the hidden cultivator dashed forward, seizing Chen Sun's arm and soaring into the sky, quickly departing the scene. Within mere moments, the group of cultivators was reduced to ashes. "Fellow cultivator, why did you not evade earlier?" a hoarse voice inquired as a cultivator emerged from the mountains. Chen Sun retorted, "If I am unafraid, why should I retreat?" The cultivator paused, a sudden shock coursing through him as he scrutinized Chen Sun, only to find no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, resembling an ordinary mortal. It occurred to him that Chen Sun must have employed a cloaking technique. The cultivator chuckled bitterly. "It seems I was overly cautious. After all, no one would brazenly appear in the spirit market without possessing some skill." Chen Sun raised the wine jug in his hand and laughed, "Not at all unnecessary. I just finished savoring the myriad flavors of the mortal realm. Do you have any left? I wish to purchase a few more jugs." Upon hearing this, the cultivator took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "You recognize me?" He had intentionally altered his voice moments ago, never expecting to be recognized by this individual. This revelation was quite remarkable. In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Sun began to appear somewhat inscrutable. Chen Sun merely smiled and remarked, "What of it? I also know you are not a man." The cultivator gasped in shock, staring at Chen Sun. After a prolonged silence, he removed his hood, revealing cascading violet hair like a waterfall, and then took off his mask, unveiling a delicate, enchanting visage with mesmerizing eyes. Ji Mengli, now speaking in a distinctly feminine voice, smiled wryly. "You are indeed a remarkable person." Chen Sun remained silent, simply shaking the empty wine jug in his hand. Ji Mengli promptly produced a bottle and handed it over, stating, "You need not pay with spirit stones. It is rare to encounter someone who appreciates wine as you do, so I shall gift it to you." During their time in the spirit market, Ji Mengli had discerned Chen Sun's expertise in wine by merely catching a whiff of it. Chen Sun pulled out a handful of spirit stones and insisted, "I cannot owe you anything." Ji Mengli was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend, but reluctantly accepted the spirit stones, saying, "I am Ji Mengli. May I inquire your name, friend?" Chen Sun replied, "Chen," as in the old matters of years past, and Sun, meaning to seek. Ji Mengli nodded, committing the name to memory, and sighed. "I sought a kindred spirit in wine to share my troubles. Might you accompany me for a drink, Brother Chen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Sun instinctively drew the myriad flavors he had just acquired closer to his chest, stating, "I can, But since it was you who proposed the drinking, I shall be the listener. Therefore, it is only fair that you provide the wine. Is that unreasonable? Ji Mingli was taken aback. She had never encountered anyone like him, yet found him quite intriguing. Soon, a smile graced her lips. That is only right. Thus, Chen Sun and Ji Mingli found a serene lakeside spot and settled in a dilapidated pavilion by the water. Ji Mingli placed 4 or 5 jugs of the myriad flavors on the stone table, but as she reached for the wine cups, Chen Sun waved his hand to stop her. Confused, she listened as he said, "The scenery is splendid. Why require cups? This myriad flavor is best enjoyed directly from the jug. Is it not more delightful?" Ji Mingli glanced at the picturesque view and smiled. Indeed, it is. Chapter 42. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. Ji Mingli, what is the essence behind this myriad flavor? Brewed by whom? Chen Sun pondered aloud, taking a sip and savoring the taste. Ji Mingli smiled and bowed slightly. It is but my humble creation. Chen Sun glanced at her and replied, "There is true talent in your craft." He casually remarked, "Acquiring the ingredients to brew the myriad flavors of wine is no easy task. They are interspersed through the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, scattered across the expanse of the land. Yet here you are, offering them to me at a bargain." Ji Mingli's eyes brightened as she responded, "Brother Chen speaks the truth. In my early years, to concoct these earthly delights, I traversed the entire northern Xian. For one particular ingredient, I even ventured to the ethereal snowfields beyond northern Xian, nearly losing my life in the process." Chen Sun nodded, teasingly saying, "I never imagined a lady such as yourself could be so enamored with wine. It is indeed a rare sight." Ji Mingli chuckled heartily. "I am unworthy of such praise." Despite her femininity, Ji Mingli possessed a bold spirit, exuding a masculine charm. However, her laughter soon faded, and a veil of sorrow cast over her beautiful features as she said, "Wine is a fine thing when one drinks to the point of oblivion. It allows for the temporary forgetfulness of many sorrows." Chen Sun shook his head. "True, but it is but a fleeting escape, is it not?" Ji Mingli murmured. "Even if it is fleeting, that is still something." Observing her demeanor, Chen Sun chose silence, indulging in his drink and the scenery. Ji Mingli continued, "Brother Chen, upon learning my name, you exhibited neither surprise nor fear, which suggests you may not have heard of me before." Chen Sun replied with a smile, "It is not that I lack surprise or fear. Rather, there exists nothing in this world that can astonish or terrify me." Ji Mingli was taken aback, noting the audacity in his tone. She shook her head, realizing that Chen Sun had indulged in quite a bit of wine, perhaps speaking out of intoxication. "If I were to tell you I hail from a demonic sect, would you be afraid?" Ji Mingli asked, her voice tinged with concern. Chen Sun shot her a sidelong glance, responding with a laugh. "Even if the heavenly king himself stood before me, I would not flinch. What is a mere demonic sect in comparison?" Ji Mingli stared in disbelief, quickly glancing upwards, making a gesture for silence. "Hush, Brother Chen. Such blasphemous words should not be uttered. We cultivators hold the heavenly Tao in the utmost reverence. You must truly be inebriated." Chen Sun shrugged, indifferent. Ji Mingli sighed, taking a hearty swig from the wine jug before wiping her lips and continuing, "I often loathe myself for being born into a demonic sect. You do not know? The cruelty of the demonic sect is appalling. These past few years, I have roamed freely, enjoying life, but recently, the sect summoned me back." Chen Sun casually remarked, "If you despise the demonic sect, then why return? I am but a pawn in their game." Ji Mingli replied with a bitter smile before turning to Chen Sun, struggling to articulate, "I am the holy maiden of the great Yin demonic sect, and the sect leader is my biological father." As she spoke, she watched Chen Sun closely, noticing his expression remained unchanged and unperturbed, which only deepened her astonishment. Did he truly not feel fear? Chen Sun then stated, "As the holy maiden of a demonic sect, and with a sect leader for a father, you must have been steeped in their ways since childhood. You should be accustomed to it by now. Why harbor such thoughts?" Ji Mingli pursed her lips and said, "It is not uncommon for cultivators to engage in fierce battles among themselves in the realm of cultivation. However, I have personally witnessed the abduction of mortals for the purpose of refining medicine and spells, young and old, men and women alike. Chen Sun, you may not know, but the youngest was merely a child of a few years. I clearly recall the moment when he was dragged and thrown before the alchemical furnace, desperately crying out to me, 'Sister, I do not wish to die.' It was from that day onward that I harbored a deep aversion to the demon sect." During my travels, I crafted this myriad of flavors of the mortal realm. Chen Sun nodded slightly, feeling the wine in his mouth turn a touch bitter. He had not anticipated that this myriad of flavors bore such profound significance. Ji Mengli sighed. Now, for reasons unknown, the North Xian demon sect has resumed the abduction of righteous disciples to turn them into blood slaves. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions will inevitably escalate into a full-blown war. Surely, my father wishes for my return because of this. Chen Sun remained silent, sighing inwardly. The world is ever-changing. A kind-hearted individual born into the demon sect is subject to the whims of fate. However, Chen Sun experienced little emotional turmoil. Having lived for countless years, he had witnessed the many facets of existence. He inquired, "What will you do upon your return?" Ji Mengli lowered her gaze. "What will be will be. My life has been shackled by the demon sect, and I find it difficult to break free." Chen Sun smiled gently, rising from his seat. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave." Ji Mengli hurriedly stood, saying, "I am grateful to you, Brother Chen, for patiently listening to my grievances today. It has lightened my heart considerably. Should you wish to visit, you are always welcome at the Dying Demon sect. Let us see how circumstances unfold." Chen Sun replied as he exited the pavilion, gradually receding from view until he was no longer seen. Ji Mengli watched him depart, her heart tinged with regret. Indeed, a true friend is worth 1,000 cups of wine. Chen Sun was an enigma, a free spirit, truly a remarkable person. Sigh. Ji Mengli sighed, leaving the pavilion and soaring into the air towards her sect. Days later, in the territory of the Daotian sect, a group of elders and disciples returning from their travels stood in shock, gazing at the countless corpses strewn about and the heads that would not close their eyes in death. At a glance, there were at least several hundred headless bodies. Zhao Ting had never encountered such a scene. His complexion turned pale, and he could not suppress his nausea. The inner and outer disciples also contracted their pupils, trembling in fear. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong scanned the scene with grave expressions. All these corpses belonged to demonic cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head and exclaimed, "Yusha, that appears to be Yusha from the Dying Demon sect." Upon hearing the name of the Dying Demon sect, the crowd trembled. The Dying Demon sect is renowned as a first-rate entity among the demonic sects in North Xian. Zhou Tong's expression changed. He hurried over for a closer look and said, "Elder 5 was indeed correct. This is truly the fourth elder, Yusha?" It was evident that these demonic cultivators from the Dying Demon sect had set a trap here. The destroyed formation flags nearby were sufficient evidence of this. It seemed that while the righteous disciples were out, these demonic cultivators lay in wait, likely intending to launch a surprise attack upon their return. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were core elders, the sheer number of demonic cultivators present, especially with the rumored mid-Yuan Ing realm Yusha leading them, made the outcome of a sudden assault uncertain. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged a glance, a twinge of apprehension washing over them. It was evident that the group of demonic cultivators known as the Yusha had been annihilated without a trace of resistance. The manner in which each headless corpse lay severed at the neck spoke volumes. Who could possibly be responsible for such a display of power? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong swallowed hard, pondering whether the disciples from Daotian sect who had gone missing might have been abducted by the Dying Demon sect. Contemplating this, Wang Tianfu commanded, "All disciples, heed my orders. Collect every body and return to the sect at once." Yes. Chapter 43. The Agreement. The celestial vessel swiftly glided into Daotian sect. After instructing the inner and outer sect elders to escort the disciples back to their respective peaks, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong guided the celestial vessel towards Daotian Peak. Not long after the returning disciples arrived at their peaks, the news of the ambush laid by the Dying Demon sect, which resulted in the complete decapitation of the demonic cultivators, spread like wildfire. A wave of astonished discussions erupted across the peaks. Upon returning to Tianxian Peak, Zhao Ting relayed the events to the gathered purple-clad disciples, who too were engulfed in profound shock. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and 9 core elders assembled, their expressions icy as they gazed at the meticulously arranged hundreds of corpses on the ground. The atmosphere was suffused with an unprecedented solemnity. The sectmaster, Jing Yao, and those disciples must have been captured by the Dying Demon sect. It is well known that this Yusha is the fourth elder of the Dying Demon sect, Jiang Bailu exclaimed, pointing at the sea of corpses in sheer outrage. The elders lowered their gazes, their fists quietly clenching within their sleeves. The third elder's assertion rang true. The demonic sect posing a threat to Dao Tian's sect could almost certainly be identified as the Dying Demon sect. However, what puzzled the elders was the identity of the individual who had executed such a strategic ambush against these hidden demonic cultivators. Sect Master, upon my return with Elder 9, we discovered these numerous beheaded corpses of the Dying Demon sect, surrounded by destroyed formation flags. Moreover, these bodies have been dead for some time, Wang Tianfu declared gravely. Just as the elders were lost in thought, struggling to comprehend the situation, Nangong Yao, who had been frowning deeply, suddenly relaxed his brow and remarked, "If our sect's conjectures hold true, it must be the Master." The Master? The elders felt a jolt of surprise. Wasn't the Master usually stationed at the miscellaneous peak? Over the past 3 years, aside from that one occasion at the Tianxian Peak Martial Arena, he had seemingly never left the miscellaneous peak. Nangong Yao chuckled softly. "A few days ago, I visited the miscellaneous peak to seek the Master, but he was nowhere to be found. I surmised that he had departed the sect. You elders may not be aware, but for reasons unknown, the Master has reverted to the appearance he had when we first encountered him." Oh, the elders gasped in astonishment. Rendered speechless. If what the sect Master said were accurate, and the Master had indeed left the sect recently, it was highly plausible that he was the one behind this. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom who else could possess the strength to instantly eliminate hundreds of demonic cultivators, including Yusha. Certainly, the sect master could have subdued these demonic cultivators, but he would never have been able to do so in an instant. Furthermore, the hidden formations employed by the demonic sect were exceedingly intricate, making them difficult to uncover. We shall inquire with the master for clarity at the appropriate time. Upon reflecting, Lu Yunjian could not help but inquire, "Master, has the esteemed teacher returned?" Nangong Yao shook his head, replying, "In recent days, our sect has not ventured to the Servant's Peak, so I am uncertain of the teacher's return." The elders, too, were filled with curiosity, eager to discern whether it was indeed the teacher's influence at play, for they had never witnessed the enigmatic master in action. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Our immediate concern lies with the Dying Demon sect. Previously, we were unaware of which demonic sect targeted our Dao Tian sect, leaving us powerless. However, now that we possess knowledge, we cannot remain idle." At his words, the elders' expressions turned grave. Lu Xianin inquired, "Master, what course of action shall we take next?" Before Nangong Yao could respond, Jiang Bailu interjected with indignation, "Humph. What else is there to do? We must directly assault the Dying Demon sect. How dare they provoke our Dao Tian sect? We shall undoubtedly cleanse the Dying Demon sect with blood." Lu Xianin paused, then spoke somberly, "Elder Jiang, do not underestimate the Dying Demon sect. It is a formidable entity in Beixian. Should we recklessly attack, the outcome would only lead to mutual destruction. Furthermore, with the current turmoil in Beixian, if our sect suffers significant losses now, the consequences would be dire." Jiang Bailu's lips quivered as she sighed, falling silent. Nangong Yao cast a helpless glance at both individuals before addressing the Grand Elder. Lu Yunjian stepped forward and bowed, present. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Yao instructed, "Immediately draft a letter to the Dying Demon sect, proposing a meeting with their sect master at the White Fox Ridge in 3 days." Lu Yunjian acquiesced, understood. The elders nodded in agreement, comprehending the master's intentions. If the Dying Demon sect could surrender disciples such as Jing Yao, a great conflict could be averted. However, if they refused, war would be inevitable. Noon arrived at the Servant's Peak, in the dining hall. Chen Sun took a portion of food and sat down, eating leisurely. The other servant disciples gazed at him in astonishment. Is this truly Chen Sun? Was he not previously known for devouring meals ravenously, consuming at least the portions meant for dozens? What has changed today? Is he in a foul mood? However, it soon became apparent to the disciples that Chen Sun had transformed in ways beyond their understanding. Has he returned to normalcy? One disciple, holding a tray, cautiously approached, slightly bowing in respect, and tentatively called out, "Chen Sun?" Though Chen Sun was merely a mortal, no disciple at the Servant's Peak dared to provoke him. They treated him with utmost courtesy due to his friendship with Zhao Ting. Over the years, the bond between Zhao Ting and Chen Sun had been evident to the servant disciples, who harbored envy in their hearts. Chen Sun paused his chopsticks, turned his head, and smiled gently. "What is it?" The disciple's pupils dilated in surprise, and he quickly waved his hands, awkwardly chuckling. "Ah, it's nothing, nothing at all." He then retreated with his tray, whispering to the other servant disciples, their gazes filled with astonishment. The madman who had been deranged for 3 years suddenly appeared normal. How extraordinary. Eating is merely eating. What are they murmuring about? Finish your meals swiftly and return to work. At that moment, the plump steward, Qian Lifu, arrived, bellowing, "Hurry up." Many disciples were startled into quickly finishing their meals, abandoning their trays, and fleeing in haste. "Umph," Qian Lifu coldly snorted, and upon seeing Chen Sun, his expression shifted. He immediately rubbed his hands together and approached respectfully, murmuring, "Senior, how do you find the meal? Is it to your taste?" In the eyes of the servant disciples, Qian Lifu's behavior was not unusual. They believed he was merely attempting to curry favor with Chen Sun and forge a connection with the esteemed Zhao Ting. Chen Sun smacked his lips, gestured with his chopsticks towards the dishes on the plate, and remarked, 6 dishes and a soup. This fare is quite commendable." "Ah." Qian Lifu stumbled back, his face a picture of astonishment. His surprise stemmed not from Chen Sun's assessment of the meal, but from Chen Sun's demeanor. This. Qian Lifu swallowed hard and cautiously continued, "As senior, you." Chen Sun, fully aware of what Qian Lifu was alluding to, merely smiled. He then picked up the plate and placed it in the washing basin before departing, leaving Qian Lifu frozen in place, utterly incredulous. Finally, he let out a long sigh of realization. Indeed, the Lord Sect Master mentioned that seniors play with the world, so it is only natural for their moods to be capricious. However, when the senior is in a normal state, he undeniably exudes an extraordinary aura. Awakened from his reverie, Qian Lifu hurried after him, calling out, "Senior, allow me to see you off." Chapter 44. The Conspiracy of the Dian Demon Sect. Upon returning to his grass hut, Chen Sun moved a stool outside and took a seat, retrieving a wordless book from his robes to peruse. The atmosphere was tranquil, his gaze fixated, occasionally nodding in agreement, a stark contrast to his previous manic fervor. As dusk approached and the sun set, Chen Sun finally closed the book. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rustling through the grass reached his ears. Unsurprised, he raised his head to see Nangong Yao and 9 other core elders approaching in unison. Nangong Yao carrying 2 jars of wine and a roasted chicken. Upon seeing Chen Sun, their expressions shifted to one of delight. They hurried forward, bowing deeply, "Greetings, Master." This scene, if witnessed by the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect, would surely leave them agape. Here stood the Supreme Sect Master and 9 core elders, displaying such deference. Chen Sun nodded, "Please sit." Nangong Yao and the other elders promptly complied, settling down on the ground without concern for its cleanliness. After taking their seats, the 9 elders glanced up at the smiling Chen Sun, only to quickly lower their heads, their hearts filled with astonishment. How could they not recognize that their master was indeed as the sect master had described, no longer in a state of madness? Yet, it was precisely this transformation that rendered the elders more reserved in Chen Sun's presence. To them, even seated in silence, he radiated an unspoken aura, more powerful than that brought by the sect master himself. "Master," Nangong Yao presented the 2 jars of wine and the roasted chicken to him. Chen Sun accepted them with a smile, saying, "I was just about to head to the dining hall. Your roasted chicken arrives at the perfect time, still steaming and warm." Nangong Yao chuckled, well aware that Master never missed his daily meals, and had brought the chicken for him to enjoy. Lu Yunjian chimed in with a grin. "What you may not know, Master, is that this chicken was personally prepared by the sect master." "Mind your tongue," Nangong Yao reprimanded. Lu Yunjian froze, hastily falling silent with an innocent expression. The other elders, witnessing the demeanor of the Grand Elder, struggled to suppress their laughter. After all, he was the Grand Elder. To laugh would be inappropriate, lest they incur his displeasure in the future. Chen Sun seized the entire roasted chicken and took a hearty bite, savoring the tender meat before exclaiming, "Delicious. The flavor is exquisite, rich yet not greasy, tender yet cohesive." Nangong Yao beamed with joy. "I am glad you enjoy it, sir." Chen Sun produced a jug of worldly flavors and extended it. "You treat me to roasted chicken. Allow me to treat you to this wine. It is called Worldly Flavors. A fine brew, do give it a taste." Though it was but a single jug, Chen Sun had no qualms about sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. Moreover, some wines, while delightful, become tiresome after a couple of sips. Moderation is key, and Worldly Flavors was no exception. "Not at all," Nangong Yao quickly waved his hand. But Chen Sun had already pressed it into his grasp, compelling him to accept it with gratitude for the generous offering. With a subtle smile, Chen Sun took the jug in his left hand and the chicken in his right, indulging himself with gusto. The others, observing his enjoyment, could not suppress their own salivation. However, they had long since engaged in fasting, having abstained from such delicacies for many years. In the realm of cultivation, it was customary for practitioners to consume fasting pills once they reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Logically, consuming mundane food would only lead to the accumulation of impurities within, hindering cultivation. Yet, they marveled at how the Sir, who dined daily, seemed to suffer no ill effects. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and the others poured wine for each of the 9 elders, and the jug of worldly flavors was soon emptied. After tasting the wine, their expressions varied. Truth be told, the wine was passable and pure, yet the myriad flavors of sweetness, sourness, bitterness, and spiciness left a peculiar discomfort. Nevertheless, they all praised it as a fine vintage. Sir, in the territory of Daotian's sect, we discovered hundreds of corpses of demonic cultivators, all beheaded, Nangong Yao began. But before he could finish, Chen Sun nonchalantly interjected, I did that. At these words, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian's pupils contracted. Indeed, it was the work of the Sir. The instantaneous slaying of hundreds of demonic cultivators, including the formidable Yu Sha, showcased the Sir's unfathomable prowess. Although they had not witnessed the scene, they could only imagine the bloodshed, for they had seen the terror etched upon the faces of those severed heads. We are deeply grateful, Sir. Had you not intervened, Elder Jiao and I would have faced perilous ambush on our return journey. Wang Tianfu rose and bowed sincerely. Zhou Tong quickly followed suit. Chen Sun waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I was merely passing through and noticed some hiding. Out of curiosity, I approached, but when they sought to drink my blood, I had no choice but to retaliate. Such a decisive action. Nangong Yao and the others could not help but smile wryly. The unfortunate fate of those demonic cultivators was indeed tragic. Of all the blood to seek, they dared to target the Sirs. No wonder they met their end. In the Da Yin demon sect, 1,000-mile crane descended. A disciple, upon retrieving a document bound to the crane's leg, hurriedly presented it. In the main hall of the demon sect, the sect master, Daotian sect, has sent a letter requesting a meeting 3 days hence at the White Fox Ridge. An elder bowed respectfully. Within the hall, Ji Wucang coldly smiled. What a bold Daotian sect. Master, it appears that the 4 elders met their demise at the hands of the Daotian sect. Now that the Daotian sect has realized that it was our Yin demon sect that abducted their disciples, this summons must be aimed at rescuing their sect members. One elder stated solemnly. With a resounding crash, Ji Wucang forcefully hurled a cup onto the grand hall floor, startling the assembled elders into a bow. Nangong Yao has slain our 4 elders, 2 deacons, and a number of elite disciples, and he dares to seek the return of his sect's disciples? This is sheer folly. Ji Wucang clenched his fists, his voice laced with fury. Master, then should we proceed to Baihu Ridge? An elder hesitantly inquired. Indeed, we must go. Ji Wucang replied with a stoic expression. Elders, heed my command. The elders bowed in unison, at your command. A chilling smile slowly crept onto Ji Wucang's face as he declared, in the time we have, you shall immediately set up an intricate net at Baihu Ridge. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, grasping Ji Wucang's intent. One elder stepped forward, voicing his concern. Master, the Daotian sect has chosen Baihu Ridge as the meeting point, likely to guard against us. The terrain is treacherous, and Nangong Yao will surely be prepared. Capturing him will not be easy. Humph, Ji Wucang scoffed. Even if we cannot capture Nangong Yao, we must deliver a heavy blow. Once he is severely injured, our Yin demon sect can unite with other demon sects to confront the Daotian sect. The righteous and demonic factions of Beixian are currently at a stalemate. Are they not? Since Nangong Yao dares to kill our elders, let us strike first at the esteemed Daotian sect and break the deadlock. We shall instill fear in Beixian. The elders trembled with anticipation, taken aback by the master's fierce resolve, their bloodlust rekindled. It seemed this strategy was indeed feasible. Thus, the objective of their expedition to Baihu Ridge became crystal clear. Even if they could not slay Nangong Yao, they must inflict grave injuries upon him. Once he was incapacitated, the Daotian sect would be left leaderless, allowing them to join forces with other demon sects and plunge the Daotian sect into despair. Chapter 45. The the summit of Baihu Ridge at the humble abode west of the miscellaneous peak. Not long after Nangong Yao and his companions departed, Zhao Ting arrived. Brother Chun, Chen Sun, yawning and on the verge of retiring for the night, remarked, I was just about to rest, and here you are? Choosing quite the moment. Zhao Ting paused momentarily. Then, regaining his composure, circled around Chen Sun in disbelief, exclaiming, Good heavens, Brother Chen, you're not insane. Seeing Zhao Ting's exuberance, Chen Sun replied with a calm smile, Not temporarily insane, at least. Zhao Ting, oblivious to the word temporarily, surveyed Chen Sun with unrestrained joy. He quickly pulled Chen Sun to sit, producing 2 flasks of wine from his storage ring, handing one to Chen Sun. Come, Brother Chen, I must talk with you. I am so thrilled you have recovered. Do not get too excited, Chen Sun said with a hint of exasperation. What do you mean by recovered? I am not ill. Having just finished one drink, Chen Sun found himself being drawn into another round by Zhao Ting. However, seeing the genuine happiness radiating from Zhao Ting, he chose not to decline. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, during which Zhao Ting proudly boasted of his achievements. I am a 100-day foundational practitioner, the most talented one in the Daotian sect. I am now a late-stage foundational cultivator, and I will look out for you, Brother Chun. Chen Sun merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. After an indeterminate time, Zhao Ting, feeling somewhat inebriated, remarked, Brother Chun, there is something I must share with you that is bound to astonish you. Chen Sun replied, Pray do tell. Zhao Ting's expression turned slightly serious as he exclaimed, You have no idea. Upon our return during the day, we discovered hundreds of decapitated demon cultivators. Can you believe it? These demon cultivators were formidable. One of them was a 4th elder of a major demon sect, reportedly at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. My master is at the same level. I can only wonder which esteemed predecessor eliminated those demon cultivators. Truly remarkable. Brother Chun, you may not be aware, but those demon cultivators had laid an ambush. If it were not for that predecessor's timely intervention, our safe return to the sect would have been uncertain, Zhao Ting continued. Chen Sun nodded solemnly. Hearing you describe it, it does seem quite impressive. Zhao Ting shot him a disapproving glance. Brother Chun, I must express my dissatisfaction with your words. To say it is merely somewhat impressive is an understatement. It is extraordinarily formidable. I heard from Elder Wu that the esteemed predecessor vanquished all those demon cultivators with a single strike. Just one. Chen Sun, exasperated by Zhao Ting's fervor, rubbed his temples and said, All right, a single strike it is. But I have had my fill. I feel the effects of the drink and wish to retire. We shall converse another day. Zhao Ting, bewildered, observed Chen Sun rising to enter the grass hut and hurriedly stood up, offering a wry smile. Brother Chun, could you at least feign some astonishment? After the hut fell silent, Zhao Ting sighed, realizing that Chen Sun was but a mortal and could not comprehend his words. With a resigned shake of his head, he picked up the empty wine jug from the ground and departed. 3 days later, at White Fox Ridge, the ridge, named for its resemblance to a reclining white fox from a distance, was surrounded by several sects of varying sizes. Due to its perilous terrain, it remained largely untraveled. At the summit of White Fox Ridge, 3 members of Daotian's sect had arrived. The sect leader Nangong Yao, 2nd elder Lu Xianin, and 3rd elder Jiang Bailu. Lu Yunji and Chu Ningxiang, the 1st and 4th elders, respectively, remained at the sect to manage affairs and did not accompany them. The wind at the peak of White Fox Ridge was strong, causing the hair of Nangong Yao and his companions to flutter and their robes to billow. Sect leader, do you believe the people from the Dian Demon sect will not arrive? Jiang Bailu inquired with a frown, clearly displeased. In truth, his disciple Jing Yao was likely in the hands of the Dian Demon sect, and he felt a sense of urgency. Nangong Yao gazed into the distance and calmly replied, They will come. Sect leader, the demon sects are cunning, especially the Dian Demon sect, a top-tier sect. I fear they may resort to trickery. Lu Xianin expressed his concerns while surveying the surroundings. Nangong Yao sighed. Our sect is well aware of this fact. Unfortunately, Jing Yao and the other disciples are in their grasp, and we lack the initiative. Merely securing this meeting place at White Fox Ridge is already a significant advantage for us. Lu Xianin nodded gravely, understanding the situation. Jiang Bailu sighed, muttering, Had our esteemed master not slain the ghost fiend that day, but instead captured it, we would have had some leverage in negotiating with the Dian Demon sect. Silence. Nangong Yao suddenly admonished. Jiang Bailu, startled, quickly covered his mouth. Humph, Nangang Yao scoffed. Since when do you, Jiang Bailu, have the right to critique the actions of our esteemed master? Jiang Bailu's heart trembled slightly. Nangang Yao cast a cold sidelong glance, remarking that had it not been for the intervention of the master, extinguishing the ambush set by the ghostly assassins, how could the two elders and Zhao Ting have returned to the sect unscathed? Third elder, your words before our sect have been indiscreet more than once. Should this occur again, our sect shall not be so lenient. Jiang Bailu hurriedly lowered her head. Sect master, please quell your anger. It was my indiscretion. Beside them, Lu Xianin pressed his lips together, suddenly sensing something, and glanced sharply at the horizon, exclaiming, Sect master, the Dian Demon's sect approaches. Indeed. Nangang Yao's gaze sharpened as he looked toward that direction. In an instant, several streaks of light swept across the sky, arriving at the summit of Baihu Ridge in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the light transformed into 4 figures, landing before Nangang Yao and the others. It was Ji Wucang from the Dian Demon sect, accompanied by 3 elders. Upon seeing this, Nangang Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Bailu and Lu Xuanin's hearts tightened, their wariness rising. It was customary for 2 sects to convene for discussions, led by their respective sect masters and 2 elders. Yet the Dian Demon sect had sent 3 elders in addition to their master. What were their intentions? Sect Master Nangang, it is a pleasure to see you well. Ji Wucang clasped his hands together, smiling amicably. However, as the master of a demonic sect, the sinister aura accompanying his congenial smile appeared rather disconcerting. Nangang Yao returned the gesture. Sect Master Ji. Ji Wucang's eyes glinted as he continued. Sect Master Nangang, our 2 sects rarely interact. Yet now that you have summoned us to Baihu Ridge, let us get straight to the point. Since Sect Master Ji is forthright, I shall speak plainly. I request the return of our 240 disciples. Daotian's sect wishes to avoid enmity with the Dian Demon sect, and thus let this matter conclude here. Nangang Yao stated calmly. Ha ha ha. Ji Wucang suddenly erupted in laughter, leaving one unsure whether it was mockery or jest. In an instant, he regained his composure, saying, returning the disciples of the Daotian sect is certainly possible. However, before this, I must ask Sect Master Nangang to return our 4th elder, 2 stewards, and several elite disciples. How does that sound? Is this not fair and just? Upon hearing this, the winds on Baihu Ridge seemed to still. Nangang Yao remained expressionless. Yet, Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu's pupils constricted, their hearts cursing inwardly. The opposing side, fully aware that the ghostly assassins had perished, still uttered such words. Clearly unwilling to return the Daotian sect's disciples, Nangang Yao frowned. Since Sect Master Ji is aware that your 4th elder and others have fallen, why utter such words? Ji Wucang's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sect Master Nangang, do you not find your statement somewhat biased? Is it so that the lives of your Daotian sect disciples are valuable, while the lives of our Dian Demon sect's elders and disciples are not? You dare to dream of reclaiming your disciples. How naive. Nangang Yao's tone grew stern. Do not conflate matters. Our disciples have never provoked your Dian Demon sect. It was you who initiated the assault and plunder. As for your 4th elder and the others, they set an ambush within our territory, bringing their fate upon themselves. No one else is to blame. Ha ha. Do not lecture our sect with your futile reasoning and logic. I shall state this plainly. Do not entertain delusions of reclaiming your Daotian sect disciples. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, his lips curling into a chilling grin that seemed to stretch to his earlobes. The wind howled atop the mountain, growing increasingly frigid. Nangang Yao and Ji Wucang exchanged icy glares, while the elders from both sides remained fixated on each other, as tense as a bowstring ready to snap. After a brief moment, Nangang Yao took a deep breath and, accompanied by the 2 elders, turned to depart. If a consensus could not be reached, further discussion was unnecessary. They would reconvene later. Do you truly believe my sect would allow you to leave unscathed? Ji Wucang spoke with a smirk. Nangang Yao halted, turning his head and inquiring. What does sect leader Ji mean? Do you presume that having one more elder than our sect grants you the audacity to act recklessly? Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu spun around, their eyes fixed on Ji Wucang and his companions, wary yet undaunted. They knew they could not be detained, but inwardly they cursed the demonic sect for their shamelessness. Ha ha ha, our 4th elder, Yu Sha, cannot have perished in vain. Ji Wucang chuckled, then raised his hand to signal. One of the elder's companions promptly settled into a lotus position, retrieving a formation flag and chanting incantations, infusing it with spiritual energy. Nangong Yao sensed something amiss, his expression shifting as he shouted, "Run!" Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu's hearts tightened, swiftly following Nangong Yao as they attempted to flee Baihu Ridge. However, at that moment, numerous dark, eerie lights erupted around Baihu Ridge, casting the already shadowy landscape into an even more sinister ambience, reminiscent of hell. The sinister lights slithered like serpents, swiftly intertwining from all directions, enveloping the entire Baihu Ridge. This sudden spectacle drew the attention of nearby cultivation sects, prompting them to rush towards Baihu Ridge, eager to uncover what transpired atop the mountain. Could it be that a rare treasure had emerged? Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and his companions found themselves suspended in midair, their escape routes obstructed by the ominous light. "This is bad," Lu Xianin exclaimed urgently, his tone grave. "Sect leader, the Da Yin demon sect has actually set up the formation in advance." Nangong Yao remained expressionless, slowly clenching his fists as his eyes darkened. Choosing Baihu Ridge, relatively close to the Dao Tian sect, was undoubtedly a calculated move to instill fear. Yet, he had not anticipated the audacity of the Da Yin demon sect. He was even more astonished that Ji Wuzong had managed to establish such a formation within mere days. What an impressive display from the Da Yin demon sect. Today would likely not end well. Zhang Bailu abruptly turned, pointing at Ji Wuzong, and exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless." Ji Wuzong remained silent, but one of his elders' companions sneered. "What of it if we are despicable and shameless? We are the demon sect. Do not expect us to adhere to your righteous conventions." "You." Zhang Bailu was infuriated, but found herself momentarily silenced. Suddenly, Lu Xuanin's tone grew anxious. "Sect leader, third elder, have you noticed? Our internal spiritual energy is gradually dissipating, albeit slowly. It is indeed flowing away." Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu sensed it as well, glancing up at the formation with increasingly grave expressions. Surely, this demonic formation was to blame. This dark array was truly peculiar. They had never encountered anything like it before. The Da Yin demon sect, renowned for its formidable prowess, possessed an astonishingly profound foundation. This is the serpent-subduing great formation, isolating all within. If cultivators cannot escape this array, the longer they remain, the more their spiritual power will dissipate. The drained energy will be absorbed by the formation, causing them to grow increasingly feeble while the array becomes ever more indomitable. In the end, the serpent spirit of the formation shall manifest and consume you. The elder of the dark sect, seated with the formation flag, sneered. Ji Wuzong and the other two elders also displayed sinister smiles. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and his companions inhaled deeply, without needing the dark sect elder's words. They could sense the ominous nature of the formation through its fluctuations. Indeed, it was an exceedingly insidious array. "Second elder, you shall break the formation. Third elder, assist me in obstructing them," Nangong Yao commanded decisively. They could not afford to delay, and Ji Wuzong and his group would certainly not sit idly by while they attempted to dismantle the array. Thus, they had no choice but to send one to break the formation while the others hindered the opponents. "Understood," Zhang Bailu replied, producing a feathered whisk. Nangong Yao cast a glance at the seated elder of the dark sect and transmitted a thought. "Second elder, if you struggle to breach the formation, seize the opportunity to snatch the formation flag." Lu Xianin nodded gravely. Observing this, Ji Wuzong chuckled coldly and said, "Third elder, accompany me to confront Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu. Fourth elder, you shall guard the fifth elder who holds the formation. Do not allow him to be ambushed." The fourth elder of the dark sect nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. At this moment, their objective was not to defeat the three from the Dao Tian sect, but merely to stall them. As time passed, the spiritual energy of the Dao Tian sect trio would inevitably wane, leading to their own self-destruction. Boom. In the next instant, both sides clashed. Various spells erupted, dazzling the eyes. The powerful aura of the nascent soul reverberated, shaking the White Fox Ridge and affecting the surrounding 1,000 miles. Lu Xianin, witnessing the onslaught, was filled with anxiety, desperately contemplating the serpent-subduing great formation. If only the sixth elder had come along. He was the most adept at formations within the Dao Tian sect. Yet no one had anticipated such a turn of events. The battle at White Fox Ridge was intensely fierce, with soaring spells and the pressure of the nascent soul, sending nearby observing sect cultivators fleeing in terror. Some, having arrived earlier and too close, were caught off guard and were reduced to blood mist before they could escape. This was no mere treasure emerging into the world. It was a battle involving a nascent soul elder. Time trickled away. At this moment, every breath was invaluable to Nangong Yao and his companions. Both sides were embroiled in a heated conflict, each sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Lu Xuanin's breaths became rapid as he struggled to find a way to break the formation, gradually succumbing to panic. He glanced at the seated elder of the dark sect, realizing that with guards around him, seizing the formation flag seemed hopeless. Simultaneously, amidst the fierce battle and the effects of the formation, the spiritual power within Nangong Yao and his companions dissipated swiftly. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, the smiles on Ji Wucang and his companions' faces grew increasingly pronounced. It appeared that today, not only could they severely wound Nangong Yao, but they might even capture him outright. Master, you and the second elder, go now. Just then, Jiang Bailu, bloodied whisk in hand, shouted. Ji Wucang and the others narrowed their eyes, locking their gaze onto Jiang Bailu. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were momentarily stunned, but as they beheld Jiang Bailu's abdomen gradually swell, their pupils constricted in alarm. Third elder. No. If this continues, none of us shall escape. Jiang Bailu smiled. Sect master, you accuse me of caring only for Jing Yao and neglecting the other disciples. Yet that was but a hasty remark born of my anxiety. I spoke in error, and though the master may not hear it, I request you convey my apologies upon your return. I often speak without thought, but for the sake of our sect, I would embrace death willingly. With that, Jiang Bailu's abdomen swelled rapidly. Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanin's eyes instantly turned red as they trembled with despair. No, don't. At that moment, Ji Wucang and the others also turned pale, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Ji Wucang shouted urgently, disperse the formation. Retreat. With a swish, the ghost serpent suppression formation dissipated. Ji Wucang cast a reluctant glance at Nangong Yao before fleeing with the three elders toward the outskirts of the White Fox Ridge. Lu Xianin, though filled with sorrow, grasped the dazed Nangong Yao and sped away. In the next instant, a thunderous boom erupted atop the White Fox Ridge, which was suddenly laid to waste. A massive shockwave surged outward, obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. Puff! Not far from their escape, Nangong Yao, Ji Wucang, and the others were caught in the aftermath. Their bodies jolted violently as they spat out blood, each sustaining serious injuries. The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying. Unaware of their injuries, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin slowly turned to gaze at the now flattened White Fox Ridge. Tears welled in Lu Xuanin's eyes as he murmured, Sectmaster, third elder. Nangong Yao's vacant expression gradually sharpened, his voice trembling with a chilling resolve. Return to the sect. Chapter 47. The 9 Rings of the Dao Heaven Bell Puff. Meanwhile, Ji Wucang and the others, their faces ashen, looked back with lingering dread at the devastated White Fox Ridge. The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed fearsome. Ji Wucang wiped the blood from his lips and coughed. The 3 elders were also panting heavily, their hearts still racing as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Though they had survived, they bore significant injuries. They could scarcely fathom that Jiang Bailu would resort to such a self-destructive act to allow Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape. Who was Jiang Bailu? She was the 3rd elder of the Dao Heaven sect, a formidable figure in the mid-nascent soul stage, highly esteemed within the sect and renowned in the North Xian region. And yet, she had chosen to self-destruct. Such loyalty and righteousness she possessed. Ji Wucang looked up at the sky, feeling a tinge of sentimentality in his heart. Suddenly, he posed a question. If we were ensnared in a trap today, facing certain doom, would the 3 elders be willing to sacrifice themselves to aid our sect? The 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, before hurriedly responding, Sect Master, we would naturally be willing. Indeed, the Da Yin demon sect could function without us, but it cannot endure without you, Sect Master. Ji Wucang could see through their sentiments and couldn't help but laugh heartily. My inquiry was indeed superfluous. I can clearly sense the loyalty of the elders. At the same time, Ji Wucang sighed deeply within, feeling a twinge of envy toward Nangong Yao for possessing such unwavering loyalty. Alas, It is regrettable that the demonic sect is indeed comprised entirely of self-serving individuals. Ji Wucang, as the esteemed leader of the demonic sect, is acutely aware of this fact. Master and Elder spoke. It is likely that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin sustained significant injuries during the recent explosion. What shall we do next? Without hesitation, Ji Wucang responded. Immediately return to the sect and mobilize the disciples. Additionally, send word to the other demonic sects to converge upon Daotian's sect and subdue it. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. This is an unparalleled opportunity. However, Master, another elder hesitated, we too have sustained considerable injuries. Is this truly advisable? While uniting with the other demonic sects to seize Daotian's sect may be a more prudent course of action, there lingered a fear that once Daotian's sect was subdued, the distribution of benefits might not favor them due to their weakened state. Moreover, the demonic sect is inherently cunning. It is plausible that other sects might harbor ulterior motives upon witnessing the injuries of the senior members of Dine demonic sect, necessitating caution. With a faint smile, Ji Wucang reassured them, this is of no concern. Our sect possesses a spiritual herb that can temporarily conceal our injuries. Furthermore, as Dine demonic sect ranks among the foremost in northern Xi'an, it is unlikely they would dare to contemplate any treachery. The grievous injuries sustained by Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, along with the death of Jiang Bailu, have significantly diminished the combat strength of Daotian's sect's leadership. This is indeed a fortuitous moment. Upon hearing these words, the three elders felt a wave of relief, though the pain from their injuries still caused them to grimace. By the way, Master, could you enlighten us on why you suddenly decided to capture disciples from the righteous sects as blood slaves? We have been quite perplexed about this matter, another elder inquired curiously. To be frank, they had previously captured mortals clandestinely, yet now they were brazenly apprehending cultivators, leaving them pondering the rationale behind this shift. Otherwise, they would not have targeted the righteous sects, which are notoriously formidable. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and murmured, it is permissible for me to inform you that this directive was issued by the Swallowing Heaven demonic sect. As for the purpose of these blood slaves, that remains uncertain. Perhaps the sect leader is cultivating some unparalleled demonic technique, or perhaps there are ambitions to unify northern Xi'an. The Swallowing Heaven demonic sect. The three elders were left utterly astounded. That sect stands as a formidable entity within the realm of northern Xi'an's demonic path. If Dine demonic sect is considered a first-tier sect, then the Swallowing Heaven demonic sect could rightfully be termed a super sect. Within the righteous path of northern Xi'an, there exists a super celestial sect known as the Tianjian sect. However, the dynamics between the demonic and righteous paths differ greatly. The unity among the demonic sects is primarily due to the widespread submission to the Swallowing Heaven demonic sect. In contrast, the righteous sects lack cohesion because of their freedom. The Tianjian sect refrains from interference. Should they exhibit any intent to unify the righteous path, they would face resistance and condemnation, as such actions would be indistinguishable from the behavior of the demonic sections. Observing the astonishment of the three elders, Ji Wucang shook his head and stated solemnly, in truth, the reality may be even more intricate than it appears. Our sect speculates that the recent blood slave incident may involve the forces of either Nanshan or Dongxian. Do not look at me with such astonishment. This is merely our conjecture. The three elders stood in shock, unable to fathom the complexity of the blood slave incident. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wucang coughed up blood once more and urged, quickly return to the sect. Yes, the three elders, heavily injured, swayed unsteadily, their heads spinning. If they delayed any longer, they might lose consciousness along the way. At the edge of Daotian's sect's territory, two streaks of light shot through the air, revealing Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, who were supporting each other as they hurried back from Baihu Ridge. Sectmaster. At that moment, a voice called out. The weakened Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin turned to see Lu Yunjian and a group of core elders rushing toward them. Earlier, disciples stationed at the Soul Lantern Hall had urgently reported that the soul lanterns of the sect master and the second elder were flickering, ominously indicating they might extinguish. And worse still, the third elder's soul lantern had already gone out. This was a dire situation. Alarmed, Lu Yunjian and the others immediately left the sect, intending to head to Baihu Ridge. However, they encountered the returning Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin just outside the sect's domain. Upon witnessing the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, the group felt a surge of dread, despite having mentally prepared themselves. They rushed forward to offer support. Sectmaster, we must return to the sect at once. Lu Yunjian and the others did not inquire further, their expressions grave as they assisted Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin back towards the sect. With their newfound support, Nangong Yao's head drooped, and he fell unconscious. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunjian could no longer contain himself and bellowed with a fierce expression, "Ring the Daotian bell! Sound the Daotian bell!" Boom, boom, boom. The resounding tolls of the bell echoed through the heavens, sending Daotian's sect into a frenzy. In an instant, even the miscellaneous disciples performing menial tasks at the Zeri peak, as well as those cultivating on various peaks, were jolted from their meditative states, with some even suffering backlash. Yet, they paid no heed to their discomfort and hurriedly emerged from their residences or caves, gazing upward in shock. 9 tolls of the Daotian bell. What could have transpired? At the western grass hut of Zeri Peak, Zhao Ting abruptly stood up from the ground, his pupils constricting as he murmured, 9 tolls of the Daotian bell. All disciples must cease their activities and stand by. Brother Chun, I have heard my master mention that when the Daotian bell tolls 9 times, it signifies a grave occurrence, one that concerns the survival of the sect. Chun Sun nodded, raising his head to take a hearty swig of wine before wiping the corner of his mouth. Very well. You may go. All right. Zhao Ting took a deep breath, mounted his sword, and departed from Zeri Peak. Chapter 48. A gift from the master is no ordinary item at Zeri Peak. Over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples stood in place, their faces etched with anxiety. They were well versed in the sect's regulations. The final page of the rules stated that when the Daotian bell tolls 9 times, all miscellaneous disciples must remain stationary. And without a command, they must not move, even to the point of death. Even Qian Laifu, the steward, stood there with his large belly, a look of concern on his face. He was unaware of the severity of the situation, and after many years in Daotian's sect, this was his first time hearing the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell. Although he held the humble position of a steward at Zeri Peak, barely ranking alongside outer disciples, Qian Laifu pondered within himself, content with his current station, wishing for no calamity to befall the sect. On Daotian Peak, a group of elders stood solemnly, their expressions filled with worry. Before them, the 7th elder was examining the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunjian's voice trembled as he inquired, Elder 7. How fare the sect master and the 2nd elder? Elder Jinhua Mountain, renowned within the Daotian sect for his unparalleled alchemical prowess, had taken it upon himself to assist Nangong Yao and the others in their recovery. After administering several medicinal pills to them, he rose, shaking his head with a sigh. The sect master and the 2nd elder should awaken shortly, yet their injuries are grave. Complete recovery may take several years. A collective breath was drawn among the crowd. Their expectations met with this somber prognosis, yet their indignation swelled even further. The extinguishing of the soul lamp and the absence of the 3rd elder weighed heavily upon their hearts, deepening their sorrow. What had transpired? A sudden cough broke the silence, and everyone turned to see Nangong Yao slowly opening his eyes. They hurriedly gathered around him. Sectmaster, he murmured after a moment of silence, his voice weak. The Dian Demon sect had previously laid the Ghost Serpent Suppression Formation at White Fox Ridge, rendering our escape impossible. The 3rd elder detonated himself, forcing Ji Wucang to withdraw the formation, allowing the 2nd elder and me to break free. What? Nangong Yao's succinct declaration brought tears to Lu Yunjian's eyes, causing his body to tremble with grief. They had suspected the 3rd elder had perished in battle, but never had they fathomed such a self-sacrificial act. Sectmaster, the Dian Demon sect first abducted 240 disciples from our sect, and then compelled the 3rd elder to his demise. This enmity is utterly irreconcilable. Lu Yunji exclaimed fiercely. The other elders clenched their fists tightly, feeling a sense of suffocating frustration. With the sect master and the 2nd elder gravely injured, and the 3rd elder lost, how could they possibly take revenge against the Dian Demon sect? It seemed inevitable that they would face utter defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth and declared, Ji Wucang and his 3 elders are not lightly wounded either. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the crowd lifted. They looked towards Nangong Yao, awaiting his command. He took a deep breath, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. The disciples, including Jing Yao, must be rescued, and the 3rd elder's vengeance will be exacted within 5 days. Once the sect master and the 2nd elder have regained some strength, we shall direct our swords at the Dian Demon sect, Despite the dire situation in the North Xian region, having witnessed the third elder's fall at White Fox Ridge, Nangong Yao resolved to no longer endure. As the sect master, he had always acted with reason and consideration for the greater picture, yet this time, he could not remain rational. Even if it meant mutual destruction, action must be taken. The third elder had willingly sacrificed himself for the sect, and thus Nangong Yao too would expend every effort in his honor. Indeed, the elders were moved. Some wished to offer counsel, yet the warmth in their hearts silenced their words. With the sect master's determination made clear, they would stand resolutely beside him, unflinching even in the face of death. Elder, swiftly prepare the disciples and elders. We shall gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days. Nangong Yao commanded. Understood. Lu Yunji nodded, reaching for the talismans to convey the message to each peak. At that moment, a figure strode in. The elders paused, turning to reprimand the intruder. But upon recognizing the visitor, their hearts raced, and they hastily bowed, exclaiming, Sir. It was, of course, Chen Sun. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was taken aback. Struggling to rise and pay his respects, Chen Sun extended his hand, gently pressing him back down from a distance, saying, Given your current state, there is no need. Nangong Yao forced a smile. Please forgive me, esteemed sir. Chen Sun replied with a smile. It is of no consequence. Please, have a seat. Lu Yunjian brought a chair from the side and placed it behind Chen Sun. Nodding in appreciation, Chen Sun sat down and remarked, I overheard your discussion about which demonic sect you plan to target in 5 days. The group lowered their heads, lips pursed. Sir, it is as follows. Nangong Yao began to explain the situation, but Chen Sun raised his hand to interrupt. I have a general understanding of the events, so there is no need to elaborate. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Nangong Yao and the others subtly shifted. How does the sir know? Oh, right. They must have assumed the sir overheard their earlier conversation. Nangong Yao could only respond in a hushed tone. You speak the truth, sir. In 5 days, we aim to confront the Dian demonic sect. This grudge must be avenged. Chen Sun surveyed the core elders, once 9 in number, now reduced to 8. As Nangong Yao frequently brought these elders to the thatched cottage, Chen Sun was naturally familiar with them. Regarding Jiang Bailu's death, Chen Sun felt little turbulence within. Having witnessed far too much of life and death, he nodded slightly, softly stating, In my view, there is no need for you to venture to that demonic sect. The crowd gasped in surprise. Nangong Yao propped himself up slightly, speaking hoarsely. Does the sir perceive the current dire situation in Beixian and wish for Nangong to consider the bigger picture? Sir, 214 disciples of our sect have been abducted, and now the third elder has perished. If Nangong continues to hesitate and second-guess, it would be a disservice to our disciples and elders, and it could breed inner turmoil. We must confront the Dian demonic sect. I implore you not to hinder us. Chen Sun chuckled. Why would I impede you? Do not misconstrue my intentions. What I meant to convey is that there is no need for you to go to that demonic sect. They will come to your Dao Tian sect on their own. And it should be soon. Nangong Yao and the elders exchanged glances, but soon their expressions shifted as they realized something. Previously blinded by rage, they had not considered this possibility. Now, with the Sir's words, they began to comprehend. Noticing their contemplation, Chen Sun yawned, slowly rising to his feet. He flipped his hand, offering 2 elixirs. I possess 2 pills that can aid in the recovery from severe injuries. Their efficacy is barely adequate, but I shall gift them to you. With that, he remarked, I feel a bit drowsy. I shall return to rest. Nangong Yao, bewildered, accepted the pills, wishing to stand and see him off, but his injuries were too grave, and he had to abandon the thought. Remembering Jiang Bailu, he ultimately swallowed his words, saying, Safe travels, sir. The elders bowed, eager to accompany Chen Sun. Stay your steps. Chen Sun waved his hand dismissively, walking outward with his hands clasped behind him. His figure becoming increasingly ephemeral, gradually vanishing from sight. The crowd stared in astonishment at this scene, reminiscent of a celestial being. After a long while, they regained their senses, hurriedly exclaiming, We bid farewell to the sir. Nangong Yao remained composed, but for the elders, this was their first encounter with such an extraordinary sight, making it difficult not to be shaken. Ahem, Nangong Yao's cough brought the elders back to reality. We, the authorities, are perplexed. Fortunately, the gentleman has reminded us. Upon reflection, Ji Wucang's actions at the White Fox Ridge were aimed at undermining the combat capabilities of our sect's higher echelons. followed swiftly by a direct assault. The death of Yu Sha, even if fueled by rage, suggests a reckless determination to seize this moment of chaos in Beixian and target our Daotian sect. Truly, Ji Wucang exhibits remarkable audacity, Nangong Yao remarked solemnly. The elders, upon hearing this, could hardly contain their anger. Sectmaster, did you not say that Ji Wucang and his 3 elders were gravely injured? Inquired Lu Yunjian, puzzled. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and replied. Such an opportunity would be too tempting for Ji Wucang to overlook. He will likely seek alliances with other demonic sections. The elders were immediately alarmed, their tensions heightened. Lu Yunjian recalled the gentleman's earlier words about the impending urgency and anxiously asked, Sectmaster, what shall we do next? While we can handle the Dayan demon sect on our home turf without hesitation, if there are more than just them, our Daotian sect may not withstand the onslaught. Nangong Yao, wary of overconfidence, decisively stated, we must send word to the other righteous sects, requesting assistance. Understood. Lu Yunjian replied with a bow, quickly departing. Nangong Yao then added, Elder, instruct the elders and disciples of each peak to prepare for battle. Lu Yunjian paused for a moment, acknowledged the order, and left. In the presence of the elders, Nangong Yao finally opened his palm, revealing the elixirs bestowed by Chen Sun. Sectmaster, may I examine these elixirs? Elder Jin Huashan implored earnestly. In his view, the elixirs gifted by the gentleman must be of exceptional quality, significantly hastening the recovery of the sect master and the second elder. As an alchemist, Jin Huashan was certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Seeing Nangong Yao nod, Jin Huashan promptly retrieved the 2 elixirs for inspection. The others remained silent, eager to hear Jin Huashan's assessment of the elixirs bestowed by the gentleman. This is strange, Jin Huashan remarked, holding the elixirs aloft, examining them closely. Not only do these 2 elixirs lack any scent of spiritual herbs, but they also bear no pill patterns whatsoever. By all appearances, they are the most ordinary of elixirs. Due to certain constraints, Jin Huashan had expressed himself quite tactfully. Otherwise, he would have deemed these elixirs utterly subpar. Oh, Nangong Yao and the others were astonished, somewhat incredulous. How could the gentleman's gift possibly be of such inferior quality? Yet, they were well aware of Jin Huashan's expertise in alchemy. Since it is a gift from the gentleman, we refuse to believe it is mere commonality. Nangong Yao retrieved the elixirs, stating, even if they are ordinary, they carry the gentleman's goodwill. With that, Nangong Yao, supported by the elders, sat up, crossed his legs, and placed one elixir into his mouth. As he embraced the essence, intending to refine it through his cultivation, he was taken aback to discover that the elixir melted upon contact. While Nangong Yao was still in a daze, the power of the elixir spread throughout his limbs and bones, commencing an astonishingly rapid healing of his injuries. Observing the transformation in Nangong Yao's pallid complexion, the elders could see it visibly turning rosy before their eyes. As Nangong Yao felt everything within him, akin to a miracle, his spirit trembled. An immortal elixir, an immortal elixir. A loud clap reverberated through the air. Nangong Yao pushed aside the elder who was supporting him, suddenly standing upright, his fists clenched, his expression one of astonishment. The elders were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the sect master had struggled to even turn over. How could he suddenly be so vigorous? Sect master, you. Nangong Yao regained his composure and noticed the elders staring at him in shock, prompting him to ask, what is the matter? However, it quickly dawned on him that his sudden transformation had startled the elders. He then opened his palm to reveal the last remaining elixir, exclaiming, this pill dissolves upon entry, requiring no refinement, and spreads throughout the body with terrifying speed, healing all wounds, even the hidden injuries from our past. The efficacy of this elixir is unparalleled, truly deserving of the title Celestial Pill. Could it be that our esteemed teacher is a heavenly being descended to the mortal realm? As he spoke the last words, Nangong Yao felt a tremor within, the teacher becoming increasingly enigmatic in his heart. At that moment, silence enveloped the hall, the elders awestruck by Nangong Yao's words, swallowing hard. Did such a miraculous elixir truly exist? They had witnessed the severely injured sect master transform from pale to vibrant, leaping to his feet in mere breaths. The speed of recovery was nothing short of astonishing. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it a mere fantasy. Just moments ago, Elder Jin Huashan had stated that it would take years for Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to heal, and they would need to consume medicine daily. Yet now, seeing the elders in a daze, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to press the elixir into the still unconscious Lu Xianin's mouth. No, no, Sectmaster. Please wait. Suddenly, the elders hastily interjected. Nangong Yao paused, looking up at them. What is it? Sectmaster, this elixir is far too precious. It would be wise to keep it for emergencies, they urged. Indeed, Sectmaster. The second elder will be fine, they reiterated, believing the elixir was too valuable to be used now. If Lu Xianin were conscious at that moment, he would surely express his gratitude. However, Nangong Yao shook his head, unhesitatingly pressing the elixir into Lu Xianin's mouth, causing the elders' hearts to race. A few elders rushed forward, attempting to pry open Lu Xianin's mouth to retrieve the elixir, but it had already dissolved. What are you all doing? Nangong Yao raised an eyebrow, his voice firm. The elders were left feeling sheepish, sighing inwardly, still regretting the loss. Nangong Yao stated, even if it were any one of you lying here instead of the second elder, I would not hesitate to administer this elixir. Hearing this, the elders felt warmth in their hearts. They were not selfish, merely believing it best for the sect master to keep the elixir for future needs. Moreover, this was bestowed by our teacher, meant for the second elder. Would you dare to keep it for yourselves? At this, the elders were taken aback, repeatedly asserting their reluctance to do so. At this moment, Lu Xianin regained consciousness, a look of horror and confusion appearing in his eyes. Elder second, you have finally awakened. We were terribly worried. The elders hurriedly surrounded him, their expressions filled with deep concern. Wait a moment, let me gather myself. Lu Xianin raised his hand, glancing at Nangong Yao, feeling somewhat dazed. Had he not been gravely injured? How could the sect leader still be present? Lu Xianin even began to doubt whether he was dreaming. Fortunately, after the explanations from those around him, he learned that it was the immortal pill bestowed by the master that had saved him, leaving him both astonished and sorrowful. Indeed, the third elder had perished. Elders, please withdraw and attend to your respective duties, ensuring we are fully prepared for the impending arrival of the demon sect. Nangong Yao instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, the crowd dispersed. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere at Daotian sect grew exceptionally tense. Disciples hurried back and forth throughout the sect, and some elders accessed the hidden resources in the repository, unlocking the seals for immediate use. Numerous elders also led disciples outside the sect, setting up formations, be they illusions, lethal traps, or confinement arrays, across the vast expanse of several thousand miles surrounding the sect. This scene caused the usually complacent disciples of the miscellaneous peak to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, making it difficult for them to concentrate on their tasks and cultivation. Although they still did not fully comprehend the situation, they could sense the gravity of the moment. Perhaps war was imminent, as evidenced by the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell just days prior. This might very well be a critical juncture for the survival of the sect. At the dining hall of the miscellaneous peak, it was midday when Chun Sun strolled in, carrying a tray to fetch his meal. Upon seeing Chun Sun, the disciple in charge of serving the food greeted him, their familiarity evident. Chun Sun nodded slightly and surveyed the sparsely populated dining hall, remarking, "There are so few disciples dining today. Are they not hungry?" The serving disciple paused momentarily, offering a wry smile. It is not that they are not hungry, but most cannot bring themselves to eat. You must have heard the tolling of the 9 bells in the last couple of days. A battle for the sect is likely approaching. In such circumstances, everyone is deeply troubled, making it hard to eat. Chun Sun chuckled, I see. However, there is no need for concern. Should a sect battle ensue, the miscellaneous disciples need not intervene. They can remain at ease. Alas, the serving disciple sighed, handing over a fully laden tray of food. That is sound reasoning, yet the situation appears dire. I hope the sect remains unscathed. Here, your meal. Thank you. Chun Sun replied, turning to find a seat. Suddenly, the serving disciple called out from behind, Chun Sun, if a battle does break out, it would be best for you to stay in your quarters and not venture out. When cultivators clash, the heavens may tremble and the earth may shatter. Even we miscellaneous disciples would struggle to withstand the fallout. With no cultivation to protect you, should you be caught in the tumult, survival would be uncertain. Chun Sun nodded, then settled into a seat. He picked up his chopsticks, but had only taken a few bites when a disciple approached, carrying a food tray, and sat down beside him, grinning. Hey, Chun brother, do you still recognize me? Chun Sun turned his head to look, replying, I do not. The disciple's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen brother, it's me, Yu Zheng. 3 years ago, I came with you and brother Zhao Ting from Tianqing City. It turns out that this disciple was one of the 4 youths brought to the Daotian sect 3 years ago alongside Zhao Ting and Shen He. Chen Sun smiled and said, so it is you. How have you been? Yu Zheng waved his hand and sighed. Ah, brother Chen. You are unaware that the other 3 have recently reached their limits and returned to Tianqing City. Chen Sun replied, it seems you are doing well, remaining in the sect. Yu Zheng, feeling dejected, shook his head. No, it's been 3 years, and I am still at the first level of qi refinement. If I do not break through this year, I too must leave the sect by year's end. Chen Sun nodded in silence. Yu Zheng set down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hands. The youthful boy had matured considerably compared to 3 years ago, and he remarked, I truly envy brother Zhao Ting. He established his foundation in 100 days, while I have yet to progress to the second level of qi refinement after 3 years. It must be said, the disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Suddenly, Yu Zheng smiled again. However, even if I depart from the sect and return to the mundane world, I believe that with my modest cultivation, I can still thrive. Wouldn't you agree, brother Chen? Although life paths differ, each has its own brilliance. In this regard, I maintain a positive mindset. Heh. Chen Sun chuckled. Indeed. Yu Zheng grinned widely and asked, what about you, brother Chen? Do you intend to remain in the Daotian sect forever? While residing in this celestial abode may extend a mortal's lifespan, do you not feel out of place or lonely? Given your relationship with brother Zhao Ting, with just a word, you could return to the mundane world and secure a high position, perhaps even take a few concubines. Living a life of leisure. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Chen Sun shook his head helplessly, yet smiled. Strangely enough, your idea sounds appealing. Perhaps I should consider it. Chapter 50. Brother Chen, I shall escort you out of the sect. At Daotian Peak, within the inner hall, Nangong Yao and 8 core elders gathered, each with a grim expression. Sect Master, apart from the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, which are already on their way, we have received no responses from the other sects, Lu Yunji said solemnly. It is indeed infuriating. Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianin angrily waved his sleeve. In these chaotic northern realms, with the demonic sect rampaging, do they not understand the principle of when the lips are gone? The teeth are cold. Chu Ningchang interjected, Elder Lu, do not be angry. As far as I know, among the righteous sects nearby, only the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion have disciples captured by the demonic faction. The other sects are currently safe. Perhaps that is why they are reluctant to take the risk of coming. Sooner or later, it will be their turn. Lu Xianin retorted angrily. The elders sighed, at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunji said, Sect Master, the demonic sect is bound to come fiercely. Should we not seek aid from the Tianjin sect? Nangong Yao shook his head, saying, our sect believes that if the Tianjin sect is aware of this matter, they would be willing to assist. However, given the distance between us and the Tianjin sect, they simply would not arrive in time. Lu Yunji had no choice but to relent. Sect Master, our sect is engaged in battle on our own territory, having laid numerous formations in secret within 1,000 miles. With the support of the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, I believe the demonic sect will not gain much even if they come with great force. Chu Ningchang asserted. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the matter. However, their ambitions reached far beyond merely fending off the demon sect. They sought to conquer the Dian demon sect and avenge the third elder. Presently, the most pressing concern for their sect was not this, but rather that Jing Yao and other disciples remained in the clutches of Ji Wucang. They feared that, given the insidious nature of the demon sect, they might use Jing Yao and the others as hostages to threaten them. Nangong Yao spoke with gravity. The elders' pupils contracted. Had the sect leader not mentioned it, they might have forgotten this crucial detail. Sect leader, if the master intervenes, those demons should pose little threat, correct? The fifth elder, Wang Tianfu, ventured cautiously. The atmosphere grew tense. Preposterous. Nangong Yao exclaimed in anger, then coldly continued. The master has previously eradicated the ambush set by the ghostly cultivators and generously bestowed 2 immortal pills to heal our sect and the second elder. Without the healing properties of those pills, this battle would have been utterly lopsided. How dare you utter such words? You may lack shame, but we still possess some dignity. Realizing his mistake, Tianfu hastily bowed and implored, Sect leader, please forgive me. The other elders coughed awkwardly, falling into silence. Nangong Yao had intended to reprimand Wang Tianfu further, but he suddenly recalled the recently deceased third elder, who had been even more indiscreet than Tianfu. Yet, when it mattered most, he had shown genuine devotion to the sect. Thus, Nangong Yao shook his head, unable to continue his scolding. 2 days later, the representatives from the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion arrived at the Daotian sect. Both sects, while not top tier among the northern Xuanzong, were considered second-rate. Each was led by their respective leaders, accompanied by 3 elders and several hundred disciples, underscoring the significance of this visit. Nangong Yao personally welcomed the leaders of the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion. In the guest reception hall of Tianxian Peak, the 3 men sat across from one another. Nangong Yao, the elderly Peng Nian, the leader of the Tian Kuei sect, and the robust, one-eyed Pui Dao, leader of the Qingdao Pavilion. Peng Nian, with his frail form and numerous wrinkles, appeared somewhat unsettling, as every smile caused his facial creases to shift. Pui Dao, a middle-aged man, was imposing in stature, his remaining eye gleaming with a fierce, blade-like intent. "You have traveled far, esteemed leaders," Nangong Yao said, pouring wine for them with a smile. Peng Nian replied with a forced grin, "There is no need for such pleasantries, sect leader. However, I did not expect it to be just the 2 of us who came. Surely you had others in mind?" Before he could finish, Nangong Yao sighed, "Not at all. I previously sent messages to 10 sects requesting assistance, yet 8 of them failed to respond." Peng Nian and Pui Dao exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implication without further words. Truth be told, had their own disciples not been captured by the demon sect, they might have hesitated to offer aid. Even so, they had deliberated extensively before deciding to come, for they recognized that Daotian sect was indeed a first-rate sect, and this might be an opportunity to unite forces and rescue their abducted disciples. Pui Dao spoke with gravity. "Could you elaborate on the circumstances, sect leader?" "Certainly." Nangong Yao nodded, and proceeded to recount the recent conflicts with the Dian Demon sect in detail. During this period, upon hearing the news of the White Fox Ridge incident, both Peng Nian and Pui Dao were taken aback. Had a third elder of the Daotian sect fallen? The loss of an elder is grievous. May the sect master of the Nangong clan find solace. The 2 clasped their hands and sighed. Mentioning Jiang Bailu, Nangong Yao pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. He then rose, saying, "You 2 may stay here for now. If you find it unbearable, feel free to wander the sect before the arrival of the demon sect. I must attend to some matters, so I shall take my leave." Peng Nian and Pui Dao stood, clasping their hands. "Safe travels, sect master Nangong." After Nangong Yao departed, Peng Nian clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. "Pu Pavilion Master, after hearing sect master Nangong's words, I feel a sense of unease, a vague trepidation. I fear we may have unwittingly stepped into troubled waters." Pui Dao's gaze flickered. "There is no need for excessive worry, Peng sect master. Although the Dian Demon sect is formidable, the Daotian sect is also a first-rate sect with its own heritage. As for the outcome of this battle, it remains to be seen." The following day, above the territory of the Daotian sect, the once serene sky was suddenly engulfed in thunder and lightning as a terrifying dark cloud loomed from the horizon. Beneath this ominous cloud, numerous demon ships, each flying blood-red banners, surged forth. At first glance, there were no fewer than 100. Each vessel was manned by a multitude of demonic cultivators, their eyes cold and bloodthirsty. At the forefront were 10 massive leading ships, each representing a different demon sect, and there were exactly 10 sects present. On the ground below, thousands of Qi refining stage demon cultivators, brought by these 10 sects, either sprinted or leaped across the territory of the Daotian sect. In an instant, the area was suffused with overwhelming demonic energy, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in terror. At this moment, within the Daotian sect, all disciples and elders above the foundation establishment stage soared into the air, gazing at the distant dark clouds and surging demonic energy, their hearts trembling involuntarily. 10 demon sects had allied and approached. In all their cultivation, they had never witnessed such a terrifying display. Zhao Ting felt his legs weaken in panic. It was his first opportunity to confront the demonic path, and this was the formidable assembly he was faced with. Soon, disciples from all peaks beheld the scene in the distance, their expressions frozen in shock. A wave of profound oppression and dread sweeping over them. The members of the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Qingdao Pavilion turned pale, immediately regretting their decision. 10 demon sects. They truly should not have come. To assist the Daotian sect was akin to courting death. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Sectmaster. They have arrived, Lu Yinjin murmured. Nangong Yao, also shaken by the imposing presence of the 10 demon sects, regained his composure and spoke solemnly. Once they enter the designated area, activate the prearranged formation immediately. Understood. Lu Yunjian gritted his teeth in response. The overwhelming aura of the demon sect had indeed brought the Daotian sect to the brink of life and death. At this very moment, the atmosphere within the Daotian sect was tense beyond measure. Zhao Ting, suddenly recalling something, swiftly directed his sword towards the miscellaneous peak. At the western grass hut of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Sun was thoughtfully stroking his chin, gazing at the 10 demon sects in the distance. When Zhao Ting abruptly entered his line of sight on his sword, as Chen Sun caught sight of Zhao Ting swiftly extending a hand towards him, urgency etched on his face, he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, I am aware of a secret passage in the back mountain that can circumvent the demon sect's pursuit and allow you to escape from the Daotian sect. Hurry, I shall escort you out." Zhao Ting, believing that Chen Sun was momentarily stunned by the impending threat of the demon sect, urged him, "Brother Chen, we must leave at once." He stepped forward to grasp Chen Sun's arm, but Chen Sun deftly sidestepped his advance. "What do you mean by this, Brother Chen? If we do not leave now, it will be too late," Zhao Ting insisted, his anxiety palpable. In his fervent state, he failed to recognize that, as a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner himself, he had just been evaded by Chen Sun. "Are you not going?" Chen Sun inquired. Zhao Ting hesitated and replied softly, "I cannot abandon my sect. 3 years ago, during the conferral of the purple robe, I vowed that in life I am a disciple of the sect, and in death, its spirit. The sect has bestowed countless resources upon me. Now, in its time of peril, if I were to flee, I would lose all respect for myself." Chen Sun nodded, yet pressed on, "But if you do not leave, you may perish. Are you not afraid of death? What will happen to your parents in Falu town if you meet an untimely end?" "Of course, I fear death," Zhao Ting admitted, his voice rising with fervor. "But I cannot forsake my sect. Therefore, you must leave. As a friend, I implore you to visit Falu town and deliver this item to my parents, assuring them that I am safe within the Daotian sect and that they need not worry." With that, Zhao Ting produced a jade pendant and insisted on placing it into Chen Sun's hands. Reluctantly, Chen Sun accepted the pendant, saying, "Very well. I shall accompany you out of the sect. I am at a loss with you." Zhao Ting's face lit up with joy. Chen Sun shook his head and, with Zhao Ting's support, mounted the flying sword. "Fear not, Brother Chen. My swordsmanship is quite adept. Simply hold on to my sleeve," Zhao Ting reassured him. In the next moment, the sword soared through the air towards the back mountain of the Daotian sect. Before long, they arrived at the rear mountain. Once stabilized, Zhao Ting smiled and asked, "Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly on the sword?" "Exhilarating, isn't it?" "Exhilarating," Chen Sun replied, though despite his words, Zhao Ting could discern no trace of exhilaration upon Chen Sun's countenance. Puzzled, Zhao Ting surmised that perhaps Chen Sun had become accustomed to such experiences during his prolonged stay in the sect. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ting approached an inconspicuous indentation in the stone wall of the back mountain and pressed a mechanism. With a rumble, the seemingly ordinary stone wall parted, revealing a staircase illuminated by luminous stones, leading into the depths of darkness. This secret passage leads directly to a secluded forest outside the sect. "Brother Chen, if you proceed straight ahead, you will reach that forest. Have you noticed the luminous stones on either side? Feel free to take a few. Once you return to the mundane world, they will ensure your safety for the rest of your days." Chen Sun smiled, clasped his hands in salute, and said then, "Until we meet again, Zhao brother." Hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly, aware of the imminent danger posed by the demon sect and the uncertainty of their future encounters. Nevertheless, he returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Chen, until we meet again." Nodding, Chen Sun turned and entered the secret passage, descending the stone steps into the depths. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Ting pressed his lips together and moved to the side to activate a mechanism, causing the stone wall to slowly close, returning to its ordinary state. In the secret passage, Chen Sun walked at a leisurely pace, his expression calm and devoid of any excessive emotional fluctuations. Since he had decided to walk, he would do so resolutely. Although Chen Sun had spent 3 years indulging at the Daotian sect, It was the likes of Nangong Yao and others who had benefited more from him, whether through the insights gained from his verbal teachings, the effortless annihilation of ambushing demonic cultivators, or the 2 elixirs he had provided. In truth, it could be said that the Dao Tian sect owed him a debt. Only Zhao Ting caused Chen Sun to hesitate slightly. This young man, of commendable character, had treated Chen Sun with unparalleled kindness during his 3 years as a disciple in purple robes. Zhao Ting's benevolence was far beyond that of Nangong Yao and his companions, who acted as they did out of awareness of Chen Sun's extraordinary nature, whereas Zhao Ting remained blissfully unaware. Now, however, Zhao Ting was a disciple of the Dao Tian sect, bound by fate. Perhaps, for Zhao Ting's sake, he could extend a small measure of assistance. Chen Sun smiled. Yet, his intention was not to eradicate all the invading demonic cultivators in this vicinity. Moreover, aside from the ambushing demonic cultivators from the Dian Demon sect, he held no grievances against the other demonic sections. Although Chen Sun appeared to be a handsome young man in his 20s, he was, in truth, an ancient being whose years far exceeded that appearance. Having lived for an extensive period, his disposition had long diverged from that of ordinary individuals. His perspective on matters was equally distinct. He was not one to harbor fervent aspirations of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness, as in tales of chivalry. To Chen Sun, all things exist for a reason, and there is no absolute distinction between good and evil. In this world, where there is yin, there is yang; where there is goodness, there is malice. This is the path of balance. Just like day and night, each has its merits, and neither can be absent. No one desires perpetual daylight, nor do they wish for eternal night. In other words, many matters in Chen Sun's eyes are rather mundane and not worthy of mention. Subsequently, Chen Sun shifted his form and returned to the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Dao Tian sect, the 10 demonic sects had already encroached upon their borders, leaving many elders and disciples of the Dao Tian sect in a state of alarm. Shortly after the 10 demonic sects had positioned themselves within a 1,000-mile radius of the Dao Tian sect, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian exclaimed, "Activate the formation." In an instant, the entire area of 1,000 miles shimmered with resplendent light. Countless qi refining cultivators from the 10 demonic sects suddenly found themselves ensnared by the formation. Some became trapped in a confinement array, spinning in place with no means of escape. Others fell victim to an illusion array, grinning foolishly and licking their lips as if grasping at non-existent treasures, and yet others were caught in a slaughter array, engulfed in flames, poisoned, or pierced by ice shards. In that moment, anguished cries echoed throughout the air. Simultaneously, within the slaughter array, thousands of radiant swords erupted, aimed at the demonic vessels in the sky, only to be effortlessly deflected by the leaders of the various demonic sects with a cold snort. In light of the devastating losses suffered by the qi refining cultivators below, the expressions of the demonic sect leaders betrayed little anger. After all, the qi refining cultivators were merely cannon fodder meant to bolster numbers, while the true combat power resided in those above the foundation establishment stage. What they never anticipated was that the Dao Tian sect had somehow learned of their impending assault and had preemptively set up numerous minor formations. The members of the Dao Tian sect observed that although the array they had set up had eradicated numerous qi refinement demon cultivators, it had not inflicted any harm upon the cultivators in the sky. They felt no resentment, for the strength of their adversaries was overwhelming. Relying solely on these formations to inflict significant losses upon the demon sect was akin to a whimsical fantasy. In a fleeting moment, the 10 major demon sects had swept to the outskirts of the Dao Tian sect, but did not advance further. They could perceive the faint ripples emanating from the sacred mountain where the Dao Tian sect resided, indicating that the protective formation had been activated in haste. Nangong Yao, do you truly believe that your Dao Tian sect's protective formation can thwart the 10 demon sects? Do you not trust that our sect could effortlessly dismantle it at any moment? Ji Wucong, standing at the bow of the demon ship, sneered coldly. Behind him stood Ji Mengli, who had shared a drink with Chen Sun on a prior occasion. Chapter 52. Please, Master, break the impasse. Outside the mountain gate, a dense aura of demonic energy surged. The crowd gritted their teeth, yet their resolve wavered. Master, how is it that Ji Wucong and his 3 elders are here? Lu Xianin exclaimed, his pupils constricting. The elders, including Lu Yunji, were equally incredulous. Had it not been said that Ji Wucong and his companions had suffered severe injuries? Yet now, they appeared vibrant and full of vigor. bearing no signs of having been wounded. The sect leader and the second elder had received elixirs bestowed by the master. What could explain Ji Wutsong's apparent recovery? Nangong Yao's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had initially believed that, fighting on home turf, their chances of victory were at least 60%. However, with all 10 sects now present and Ji Wutsong seemingly restored, the prospect of victory seemed bleak. Nangong Yao's heart plummeted. What he once perceived as a 60% chance had diminished to less than 10. In other words, the likelihood of winning was almost non-existent. Yet they still had the protective formation as a fallback. As the sect leader, Nangong Yao could not exhibit even a hint of fear. He spoke calmly, Ji Wutsong. Your sect's abduction of righteous disciples to serve as blood slaves is a dire threat to all righteous sects in Beixian. You dare to come forth instead of hiding. Ha! A dire threat? Do your so-called righteous sects even merit such a title? With a mere message, 9 sects would readily band together to assist us. And you, Nangong Yao? Look at this. Only the Tian Kuei sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion, 2 second-rate sects, are willing to aid your Daotian sect? Your righteous sects display such cowardice and fear for their lives, yet you expect us to be wary of the demon sect? Ji Wutsong mocked mercilessly. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes, rendered speechless, for Ji Wutsong's words were undeniably accurate. Meanwhile, the Tian Kuei sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion, who had come to their aid, also displayed signs of hesitation. Oh, by the way, Nangong Yao, allow me to present you with another spectacle, one I trust will delight you. Ji Wutsong clapped his hands with a smile. In the next moment, a group of disciples, bound tightly with ropes, were brought forth from the demon ship and presented at the bow. These were disciples from the Tian Kuei sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion. Upon seeing Pang Nian and Pui Dao, these hundreds of emaciated disciples, their hollow eyes gleaming with recognition, trembled with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out, Master! Pavilion Master! The Daotian sect erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The pupils of the disciples from the Tianjua sect and the Qingdao Pavilion contracted in unison. Pang Nian and Pui Dao clenched their fists fiercely. To their astonishment, these were indeed disciples abducted by the demonic faction from their respective sects. At this moment, as Nangong Yao observed these disciples and recalled the words of Ji Wutsong, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He had never anticipated Ji Wutsong's meticulous preparations. Was everything truly within his calculations? Indeed, Ji Wutsong sneered and declared, Our sect can release these disciples. But with one condition, you 2 families must immediately depart from the Daotian sect. We shall not hinder your departure. Pang Nian and Pui Dao felt a tremor in their hearts, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Could such a fortunate turn of events be possible? They had long harbored intentions of retreating. Very well. Our Tianjua sect is willing to withdraw. We hope that sect leader Ji will honor his word and return our disciples. Pang Nian stated without hesitation. Ji Wutsong smiled faintly. Naturally, our sect has always stood by our word. Pui Dao promptly added, Sect leader Ji. My Qingdao Pavilion also wishes to withdraw. The elders of the Daotian sect wore grim expressions. The faces of the gathered disciples turned pale, incredulous that the 2 sects they had summoned for assistance were so easily swayed by the demonic faction's words. Pang Nian and Pui Dao disregarded the multitude of gazes and humbly bowed to the impassive Nangong Yao. Sect leader Nangong, allow me to speak frankly, albeit unpalatably. Today, the demonic sect wields immense power, and the Daotian sect stands little chance of victory. I do not wish for my elders and disciples to make futile sacrifices. I seek your understanding. Please open a corner of the great formation, allowing our 2 sects to depart. Ha ha ha, Nangong Yao, is this what brings you joy? You must be quite pleased at this moment. Ji Wutsong laughed heartily, and the various sect leaders and demonic cultivators aboard the demonic vessel echoed his derisive laughter. Nangong Yao appeared undeterred, fixating his gaze upon Pang Nian and Pui Dao, stating, If the 2 of you wish to leave, this sect shall not retain you. However, the demonic sect is notoriously cunning. Do you truly believe Ji Wutsong's deceitful words? Pang Nian chuckled. Sect leader Nangong, you worry too much. We possess our own discernment. What folly it would be to consider deceitful promises at such a juncture. Remaining in the Daotian sect would undoubtedly lead to our demise. It is better to take a risk for a glimmer of hope, especially in front of so many witnesses. We do not believe that Ji Wutsong, the Grand Master of the Da Yin demonic sect, would dare to speak falsely. Nangong Yao nodded, refraining from further discourse, and quietly remarked, "You may go. Let us depart." Pang Nian and Pu Yidao turned, gesturing for their respective followers to follow suit. Nangong Yao retrieved the Grand Formation compass, opening a corner of the formation to facilitate the exit of the Tianjua sect and the Qingdao pavilion. Upon exiting the sect, Pang Nian and Pu Yidao bowed to Ji Wucang, with Pang Nian saying, "Sect leader Ji, we kindly ask for the return of our disciples. We shall leave immediately and refrain from further involvement in this matter." "Very well," Ji Wucang replied with a slight smile, waving his hand. "Release them." On the demonic vessel, the bound disciples were cast down. Pang Nian and Pu Yidao rejoiced, hastily extending their spiritual energy to catch their respective disciples. Yet at that moment, Ji Wucang's commanding voice suddenly rang out, "Kill them swiftly. Do not grant them the chance to self-destruct." Having learned from the misfortunes of the White Fox Ridge and Jiang Bailu, Ji Wucang had become more astute this time. The expressions of Pang Nian and Pu Yidao shifted dramatically. "Master Ji, you are untrustworthy." Ji Wucang sneered. "You expect this master of the demonic sect to speak with integrity? Such naivety." In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the demonic vessel, shaking the very heavens and earth. "Master Nangong, quickly activate the Great Formation to let us in. We shall not retreat. We shall not retreat." Before Pang Nian could finish his plea, the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Qingdao pavilion were engulfed by an endless barrage of demonic spells. The cries of anguish arose in a cacophony only to be abruptly silenced. It was truly a swift execution, leaving no room for resistance or even self-detonation. Witnessing the annihilation of the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Qingdao pavilion in the blink of an eye, the members of the Daotian sect trembled in fear. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli observed the scene with a twinge of sympathy, though she reassured herself that they were merely cultivators, and fortunately, no mortals were involved. After the complete destruction of the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Qingdao pavilion, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Ji Wucang called out loudly, "Nangong Yao, withdraw the Great Formation, or this sect will continue to entertain you." With a clap of his hands, 240 disciples were brought forth. Among them were the purple-clad disciple Jing Yao and other inner and outer sect members. The disciples appeared emaciated and dazed, as if their very will had been drained, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. A gasp of horror spread through the Daotian sect. The faces of all present paled drastically. "Sister Jingyao, Brother Maliang." The disciples covered their mouths, gasping in shock, their outrage palpable. Zhao Ting's pupils contracted as he gazed at the woman before the group of disciples, his heart seething with fury. Previously, Sister Jingyao had been so gentle in his memory, yet now she had been reduced to this ghastly state by the demonic sect. Nangong Yao's breath quickened, and he could no longer contain himself. As he had anticipated, Ji Wucang was using the disciples as leverage. He spoke in a grave tone. "Ji Wucang, what do you intend to do?" Ji Wucang chuckled darkly. "This sect desires nothing but your withdrawal of the Great Formation. Should you comply, they shall remain unharmed. However, should you refuse, for every breath that passes, I shall take the life of one disciple. It is as simple as that. Let us begin with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to contemplate your decision. After 5 breaths, we shall commence." The brutality of the situation lay bare before them, rendering the predicament nearly unsolvable. What to do? What to do? Nangong Yao's expression shifted wildly, the weight on his heart suffocating him. The Great Formation could not possibly be withdrawn. But with Jiang Bailu just having perished, if his disciple Su Jingyao were to also, Nangong Yao felt as though he were suffocating. After establishing the sect for so many years, he had never encountered such a cruel scenario. 3 breaths, Ji Wucang mocked. Nangong Yao's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. "A master." The elders and disciples all gazed at Nangong Yao with difficulty, fully aware of the tumultuous emotions he was grappling with at that moment. 4 breaths have passed. "Oh, Master Nangong," Ji Wucang said with a slight smile. At that moment, one of the demonic sect's elders pressed a dagger against Su Jingyao's throat, ready to sever her head without hesitation the moment the 5 breaths elapsed. Breathless, even Nangong Yao, as the sect leader, found himself gasping under unprecedented pressure. His back drenched in sweat, his mind muddled, as if floating on clouds, yet simultaneously crushed beneath a great weight, nearly devoid of the ability to think. In such a state, an uncontrollable figure surfaced in his mind, a solitary beacon of hope capable of extricating him from this insurmountable dilemma. With his complexion ashen, Nan Gongyao turned towards the direction of the servant peak, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply, trembling as he implored, "Forgive my boldness, esteemed sir. Please unravel this predicament." His words reverberated throughout the Dao Tian sect, plunging the realm into silence. The disciples were bewildered, and the core elders felt a tightening in their hearts. Just as Ji Wucang and the others from the demon sect squinted their eyes in suspicion towards the servant peak, a serene voice resonated from that very place. Echoing through the heavens and earth, "I shall assist you this once." At the moment the voice rang out, Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned. On the magic vessel, Ji Mengli also furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the voice. Chapter 53. Shock and Reversal of Heaven's Principles at the Servant Peak. All the servant disciples gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the grass hut in the west, their pupils trembling in disbelief. How could they not recognize the voice responding to their leader? Chen Sun, the esteemed teacher that the leader referred to as none other than the one who swept the floors. Chen Sun? Why? The servant disciples, caught in a haze of incredulity, felt their long-held impressions of Chen Sun beginning to shatter. It was akin to an ordinary friend with whom one shared daily moments, suddenly transforming into a figure of royal grandeur. The disciples who served meals, along with those awaiting their turn, also turned their gazes toward the grass hut, their hearts trembling. The amiable, approachable scholar, who was always willing to share a few words, gradually morphed in their memories into something enigmatic and mysterious. Among the servants, only Qian Laifu, the steward, stood in stunned silence, though his heart was still shaken. Previously, the leader had addressed Chen Sun as senior, and now he was referred to as teacher, with a level of respect so profound that it was evident to all within the sect. At that moment, a figure clad in blue stepped out from the servant peak, crossing countless gazes as he advanced towards the mountain gate. Esteemed teacher, Nan Gongyao and the core elders bowed respectfully. "I am deeply ashamed," Nan Gongyao expressed with great bitterness. Yet the suffocating turmoil in his heart eased suddenly upon receiving Chen Sun's response. Chen Sun's expression remained calm, devoid of words. Thousands of eyes gazed at the reverence displayed by Nan Gongyao and the others towards the newcomer, their scalps prickling with disbelief. As Chen Sun appeared, many were stirred, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Even those disciples and elders who had never interacted with Chen Sun stood agape, unable to recognize that this was the very same madman who had caused a ruckus during the purple robe ceremony 3 years prior. They were taken aback, realizing the sect leader had glossed over the incident because of his extraordinary identity and status. The inner sect elder Shun He, who once brought Chen Sun to the sect, along with the outer disciples, appeared ashen-faced, mouths agape, and their pupils trembling as they gazed at Chen Sun, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. They anxiously murmured to themselves, questioning how this could be, recalling any past transgressions. While they had previously admired Chen Sun for having a friend like the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, it now seemed that Zhao Ting should be the one to be envied. "Brother Chen," a sudden exclamation reverberated through the air as Zhao Ting stumbled and fell onto the ground, staring blankly at Chen Sun. Ever since Chen Sun's voice resonated, Zhao Ting's gaze had been vacant. Memories from the past 3 years flooded his mind. Zhao Ting perhaps had taken things for granted. The world of immortals might not be as splendid as he envisioned. In my view, Zhao Ting radiated abundant spiritual energy, suggesting he might even possess a spiritual root. "Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that your friend is no ordinary person? Brother Chen, what is it like to fly on a sword? Exciting, isn't it?" Indeed, it is exhilarating. The more Zhao Ting contemplated, the paler his complexion became, his gaze gradually sharpening. Yet his eyes trembled violently, as if the world around him was spinning in chaos. Nan Gongyao and the elders could not help but glance at Zhao Ting, and upon witnessing his condition, they sighed inwardly. Soon, Chu Ningchang gently lifted Zhao Ting with a wave of her hand, allowing him a moment of calm without further elaboration. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli, after recovering from her astonishment, pursed her lips while observing Chen Sun, her heart filled with melancholy. She couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that the Chen Sun she had encountered in the spiritual workshop had now appeared under such circumstances, wielding a status so elevated. She had sensed his extraordinary nature before, but now it was undeniably evident, especially as he stood on the opposing side. Suddenly, Ji Mengli understood why every jar of worldly delicacies she had wished to gift him had been purchased with spirit stones. Grasping the meaning behind his remark about not wanting to owe her anything, it dawned on her that from the very beginning, Chen Sun had been as clear as a mirror in his intentions. In this moment, Ji Mengli felt a tumult of emotions. Yet she also found solace in the thought that, to Chen Sun, they were merely acquaintances over a drink, perhaps not even qualifying as friends. Who dares to approach? State your name. Ji Wucang barked, his eyes flashing. The other leaders of the demonic sect and their disciples fixed their gaze on Chen Sun, scrutinizing him intently. Nangong Yao and the elders' respect for this scholar in green robes was evident, leaving them astonished. They never expected such a figure to exist within the Daotian sect. Having never seen anyone like him in Beixian before, the typically cautious demonic cultivators grew increasingly wary. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Sun smiled lightly, saying, I am but a mere cleaner from the miscellaneous peak of the Daotian sect, nothing divine. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, fearing that he was reproaching them, terrified at the thought of having him sweep the floors. A cleaner from the miscellaneous peak? Ji Wucang paused, exchanging glances with the other leaders of the demonic sect. Ji Wucang scrutinized Chen Sun's attire and spoke solemnly. Judging by your attire, you are certainly not from the Daotian sect, are you? Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of Ji Wucang's ulterior motives. Chen Sun replied, Indeed, I am not. Excellent. Ji Wucang clapped his hands and exclaimed, It is truly disgraceful for the Daotian sect to have you sweeping the floors. You need not remain here, esteemed elder. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji Wucang, the head of the Dian Demon sect, and I cordially invite you to visit my sect. We shall ensure your every need is met with utmost comfort. We have an abundance of beautiful maidens at your service. Please, allow me to escort you there. Upon hearing this, the Daotian sect erupted in an uproar. Nangong Yao and the others were left dumbfounded. Ji Wucang's actions were undeniably despicable. Nangong Yao immediately retorted coldly, Ji Wucang, do not spout nonsense. As fellow prominent sects of the North Xian, whatever your Dian Demon sect possesses, our Daotian sect possesses as well. It is merely that our esteemed elder chooses not to partake. Ji Wucang scoffed. What do you mean by chooses not to? From our perspective, it is clear that your Daotian sect lacks sincerity. If sincerity were truly present, I cannot fathom why our esteemed elder would still be sweeping the floors. You dare speak so brazenly? Nangong Yao shot back. What kind of person is our elder, that you would allow him to sweep floors? Today, your Daotian sect shall not escape unscathed. I will seek justice for our elder and annihilate your entire sect. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with only Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao exchanging verbal barbs, the tone of the confrontation shifting dramatically. Ji Wucang, true to his role as a demon sect leader, exhibited remarkable cunning, steering the discourse in an uncontrollable direction, making it seem as though all his actions were in the interest of Chen Sun. Ji Wucang turned to Chen Sun, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and earnestly stated, Esteemed elder, the treatment you receive from the Daotian sect is indeed odious and contemptible. How about I assist you in obliterating them? Rest assured, you need not lift a finger, simply observe as we handle everything. Chen Sun interjected, Chapter 54, The Might of a Sword. Nangong Yao felt a twinge of anxiety and remarked, Esteemed elder, Ji Wucang is treacherous and cunning. Do not heed his deceitful words. Everything he claims is mere pretense. How dare you? Ji Wucang retorted angrily. Nangong Yao, you would do well not to slander my sect in front of our elder. I am a person of utmost integrity. Nangong Yao replied sarcastically. You, Ji Wucang, are a paragon of integrity? What then of your dealings with the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion? Ji Wucang cleared his throat and huffed. What do you know? Those scoundrels cannot even begin to compare with our esteemed elder. At that moment, Chen Sun spoke. Let us cease this discourse. You hold no enmity with me. I shall not make things difficult for you today. Simply release the Daotian sect disciples and withdraw. As his words fell, tranquility returned to the scene. Nangong Yao and the elders felt a sense of regret at Chen Sun's statement, yet they were reluctant to voice their thoughts. After all, their esteemed elder was not affiliated with the Daotian sect. In fact, they had benefited greatly from him over the years. There was no reason for him to assist in vanquishing these demon sections. if he could save the disciples and drive away the 10 demon sects. Preserving the Dao Tian sect this time would already be an unrepayable act of great kindness. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was that, from his various tones, it was apparent he regarded both the righteous and demonic paths with a semblance of equality, showing no favoritism whatsoever. Outside the Dao Tian sect, the atmosphere among the demonic cultivators was charged with a turbulent aura, their expressions dark and brooding. Ji Wucang reined in his smile, speaking solemnly. Senior, if you wish to protect the Dao Tian sect, that can certainly be arranged, but please provide us with a compelling reason. Just as Chen Sun was about to respond, a sudden haze enveloped his vision, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He couldn't help but smile wryly. How fleeting time had proven to be, as he seemed to be on the verge of losing himself once more. In the next moment, clarity began to fade from Chen Sun's gaze. A familiar manic grin slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. He felt the world spin around him, and, seizing the last vestiges of lucidity, his hand gradually found the hilt of the sword resting at his back, before he drew it with a sudden force. With a casual swipe, he cleaved towards the distance. Everyone's pupils constricted in shock. The next moment, a piercing and resounding sword cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At the instant Chen Sun unleashed his sword, the grand formation of the Dao Tian sect shattered with a thunderous roar. The sound of the sword's cry tore through the air, rupturing eardrums and causing blood to flow profusely. Boom! As the sword was drawn, an inexhaustible sword aura erupted from the wooden blade. The heavens shook and the earth quaked, as if heralding the apocalypse. Swish! The intangible sword energy rampaged across hundreds of thousands of miles, leveling mountains and severing rivers. When the sword aura dissipated and the dust settled, the landscape surrounding the Dao Tian sect was left in utter ruin. A bottomless, terrifying chasm extended from the vicinity of the Dao Tian sect, stretching into the unseen distance, as if connecting to the farthest reaches of the world. Silence returned to the realm. Everyone stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at the devastation wrought by a single stroke, their souls trembling in awe. Such a formidable strike. It was monstrous in its might. Thud, thud, thud. The members of the Dao Tian sect felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, desperately swallowing their fear. The 10 demonic sects had also fallen prostrate, submitting to the overwhelming presence. Ji Wucang's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered. As senior, we shall retreat. We shall retreat. Thank you so much for your mercy. At this moment, the demonic cultivators were gripped by an unparalleled terror, a fear they had never experienced in their lives. The power of that single strike was beyond comprehension. Simultaneously, amidst their fear and reverence for Chen Sun, there was an undercurrent of gratitude. For they understood that if Chen Sun truly wished to annihilate them, under the supreme might of that sword, none among them would have survived. When had Bei Xian produced such a formidable swordsman? That strike, just now, even those in the transformation and integration stages would be hard-pressed to replicate. Could it be that this senior was a transcendent swordsman of the Great Ascension stage? The Great Ascension, that represented the pinnacle of mortal realms, truly terrifying. Nangong Yao and the others were equally astonished. Witnessing their teacher's prowess for the first time was a heart-stopping experience. He was indeed extraordinarily powerful. I feel so drowsy. I must return to my slumber. Shoo, keep it down. Chen Sun sheathed the wooden sword into its cloth cover on his back and dashed away towards the servant peak, vanishing in an instant. The crowd was bewildered but quickly called out. We bid you farewell, senior. Nangong Yao and the others, however, were accustomed to this, silently lamenting that their teacher seemed to have reverted to his previous self. Master Nangong, this has all been a misunderstanding. Today, we shall return all disciples of your sect. Furthermore, we deeply regret the death of your third elder, but we too have lost our fourth elder. Considering our mutual losses, shall we shake hands and make peace? At this moment, it was declared that the current matter would be resolved, and the forces of the demon sect would no longer invade the territory of the Daotian sect. Ji Wucang spoke solemnly, bowing in respect. Upon hearing this, the other leaders of the demon sect dared not voice any objections. In their eyes, Ji Wucang's approach was beyond reproach, for there existed a formidable deity within the Daotian sect, and they could not entertain even a flicker of malevolence. It was not only they who felt this way. Even the swallowing heaven demon sect would tremble at the thought of reporting this incident. Nangong Yao's eyes flickered, but he sighed inwardly. knowing that the matter concerning the third elder would not be so easily dismissed. When the time was ripe, retribution would surely follow. However, for now, a faade of peace had to be maintained. This was the best outcome attainable, had it not been for the intervention of their master, who had instilled fear in Ji Wutsong and the others. The Daotian sect would have faced dire consequences. Subsequently, Ji Wutsong returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Daotian sect. He respectfully addressed the elder at the Zawuping, stating that the doors of the Dian demon sect would always remain open for the elder, expressing his eagerness to receive their esteemed guest and listen to their teachings. With that, Ji Wutsong bid farewell and departed. The 10 demon sects left without daring to look back, having arrived in force but now retreating in fear. As the demonic cultivators departed, they cast lingering glances at the chasm carved by a single sword strike, still moved by the prowess of such an esteemed sword cultivator. Fortunately, this elder did not harbor disdain for the demonic path and had not wholly aligned with the righteous side. Otherwise, the northern Xian demonic path would be in grave peril. Before leaving, Ji Mengli cast a complex glance at the Zawuping of the Daotian sect. The demonic sects had departed, yet everyone from the Daotian sect remained rooted in place, feeling as though everything was but a vivid dream. Master, Brother Chun, Zhao Ting murmured in a daze. At that moment, Chu Ningchong's heart raced. Her gaze sharp as she admonished, "Mind your manners." Zhao Ting flinched, lowering his head and biting his lip, at a loss for words. The events of the day had profoundly shaken him. Due to Chen Sun's erratic behavior, he remained at the Daotian sect for another 3 years. In the first year, Chen Sun continued his routine at the Zawuping, indulging in food, drink, and sleep, while also sweeping the grounds. Any disciple who encountered Chen Sun would immediately bow in reverence, respectfully addressing him as senior. Despite his increasingly eccentric demeanor, he had transformed in the eyes of the disciples into an enigmatic figure, seemingly playing with the world. Nangong Yao and others would frequently visit the Zawuping to pay their respects to Chen Sun, leaving behind food and drink, and after a brief stay, they would bow and take their leave. However, from that day forth, Zhao Ting ceased to seek out Chen Sun. The disciples and elders within the sect seldom saw Zhao Ting, and it was later revealed that he had entered seclusion. Simultaneously, the news of the 10 demon sects withdrawing from the Daotian sect sent shockwaves through the northern Xian cultivation community. Both righteous and demonic factions sought information from various sources, eager to uncover what had transpired at the Daotian sect that led to the 10 demon sects' unexpected and unfruitful retreat. However, despite extensive inquiries, the information remained tightly sealed, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. Upon returning, Ji Wutsong promptly reported the events that had transpired at the Daotian sect to the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. Upon hearing the news, the Tongtian Demon sect fell into a prolonged silence before issuing a command to temporarily suspend the abduction of righteous disciples for blood slaves. After receiving the order, Ji Wutsong let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed the proper course of action. Although the esteemed sword cultivator from Daotian sect harbored no disdain for demonic practices, it was prudent to remain steadfast at this critical juncture. Consequently, the northern Xian cultivation realm returned to a state of tranquility, and for a time, no further reports of righteous sect disciples being captured emerged. As the first year drew to a close, numerous disciples from the miscellaneous peak reached their limits and departed the sect for the mundane world. Among them was a young man named Yu Zheng, who ultimately failed to break through. He felt a sense of regret, yet simultaneously, he found solace in his circumstances. Just before Yu Zheng left, he stood at the foot of the mountain, lost in thought as he gazed towards the direction of the thatched cottage in the west for a prolonged moment. At the onset of the second year, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at Daotian sect, a middle-aged man, a woman, and an elderly man. The middle-aged man was Ji Wutsong, the woman was Ji Mengli, and the elderly man, leading the group, was none other than the sect master of the Tongtian demon sect. As the elderly man approached and beheld the sword chasm, his countenance turned ashen. Outside the mountain gate, he clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Master Nangong, I am Yin Jueching from the Tongtian demon sect. I would be grateful if you could introduce me to that esteemed elder." The sudden voice resonating from outside the mountain gate sent ripples through Daotian sect. The Tongtian demon sect, the true sovereign of the northern Xian demonic path. In the northern realm, perhaps only the heavenly sword sect could stand against it. At this moment, both disciples and elders alike recognized the identity of the elder that the demonic sect master sought to visit. At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and several core elders hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of Yin Jueqing, their expressions subtly shifted as they bowed in respect. We pay our respects to Sect Master Yin. Despite the myriad conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths, the opposing party's status and cultivation level commanded respect, and basic courtesies could not be overlooked. Yin Jueqing smiled slightly. There is no need for excessive formality, Master Nangong. I have come uninvited, and I hope you do not take offense. Nangong Yao pressed his lips together. I dare not. Beside him, Ji Wutsong and Ji Mingli were not surprised by Nangong Yao's demeanor, for they knew that were they to encounter the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, they too would show deference, as it pertained to cultivation levels and status. Yin Jueqing chuckled, surveying the many peaks of Daotian's sect, his gaze soon settling on the miscellaneous peak. He reiterated, I would appreciate it if you could lead me to pay my respects to that esteemed elder. Nangong Yao did not respond immediately, saying instead, Sect Master Yin, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction. Please wait a moment while I consult the elder's opinion. Yin Jueqing replied. Very well, I shall await your return. Nangong Yao exchanged a glance with Elder Lu Yunji and then soared towards the miscellaneous peak. Shortly thereafter, he returned. With an expectant gaze, Yin Jueqing inquired, what is the verdict? Is the elder willing to meet? Nangong Yao expressed his apologies. The elder is currently asleep, and I cannot disturb him. Ah, asleep? Yin Jueqing was taken aback. Beside him, Ji Wutsong quickly transmitted a message, Sect Master Yin, upon the elder's departure a year ago. We discovered that Elder Qin's temperament has become erratic, unlike any ordinary cultivator. Yin Jueqing, lost in thought, recalled the terrifying sword gorge outside the Daotian sect and immediately expressed his understanding. After all, the strong are anything but ordinary. It matters not. I am willing to wait here until the esteemed elder awakens, he affirmed with a nod. Nangong Yao had initially intended to invite Yin Jueqing to wait in a guest house, as it seemed inappropriate to leave such a prominent demon lord in waiting, yet Yin Jueqing declined. Naturally, Nangong Yao did not press the matter further and departed with the elders. Yin Jueqing and his companions had arrived at noon and had been waiting outside the mountain gate until evening. At long last, Nangong Yao arrived, announcing that the elder had awakened, prompting the trio to follow him up to the servant's peak. As they ascended to the halfway mark, they made their way towards a thatched cottage to the west. On the way, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his companions shifted, for they could see the cottage from a distance. Ji Wutsong, with a sardonic smile, remarked, I had heard that the esteemed elder was sweeping the grounds, but I never imagined that Sect Master Nangong would have the elder reside in such a dilapidated place. Nangong Yao faltered momentarily, his expression darkening. Yet he chose not to respond. If the elder wished to reside there, what could he do about it? Soon, they arrived at the cottage, just as Chun Sun emerged, yawning and stretching leisurely at the doorway. Esteemed elder. The four quickly bowed in greeting. Chun Sun, with a manic grin, surveyed them before humming a tune and skipping away like a monkey. Nangong Yao clapped his hands, exclaiming, I completely forgot. It is mealtime, and the elder must be heading to the dining hall for dinner. What? Dinner? Yin Jueqing and his companions were taken aback. Does such a great cultivator still require dinner? Nangong Yao, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. What Yin sect master may not know is that the elder has resided in our Daotian sect for over 4 years, and he has scarcely missed a meal. Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and his companions were astonished. Surely, not consuming spirit herbs would lead to the accumulation of impurities, making cultivation difficult or even stagnant. Yet, the elder's cultivation levels seemed to defy logic. In the dining hall, upon Chun Sun's arrival, the servant disciples, startled, abruptly set down their bowls and chopsticks, standing in unison to greet him. Esteemed elder, good evening. Insane, Chun Sun muttered as he approached the food counter to collect a plate. Among those serving food was not a disciple, but rather Qian Laifu, the steward. Since the incident a year ago, Qian Laifu had personally served meals in the dining hall for an entire year. Of course, each day he eagerly awaited Chun Sun's arrival to assist him. The other disciples were attended to by other serving disciples. Esteemed elder, you have arrived. Qian Laifu beamed, swiftly taking the plate from Chun Sun and filling it generously before respectfully handing it back. Chun Sun took the plate and sat down, engrossed in his meal. It was well known that Chun Sun had a hearty appetite, so Qian Laifu thoughtfully arranged his seat close to the food counter, allowing for easy access to more food. As the servant disciples observed Chun Sun eating, they cautiously sat down, quietly consuming their meals, careful not to make any noise that might disturb him. Qian Laifu stood there with a serving spoon, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Sun's plate. The moment Chen Sun finished his meal, he would rush over to replenish his food. At that moment, four figures entered the dining hall. One of the beautiful women left the disciples in a daze. But she quickly noticed Nangong Yao, causing them to rise in alarm, only to be calmed by Nangong Yao's gesture, indicating, "No need for such formalities, please enjoy your meal." The disciples, still trembling, sat back down. Qian Laifu's expression shifted as he hurried over, bowing respectfully, "Master, esteemed leader." Nangong Yao paid him no mind, and, accompanied by Yin Jueqing and the others, approached Chen Sun. "More food, more food," Chen Sun exclaimed, having finished his meal. Oh, senior, I am coming." Qian Laifu's heart raced as he attempted to rush forward, only to be halted by Nangong Yao's outstretched hand. "Allow me to serve." Nangong Yao approached the serving table, took up the spoon, and respectfully served Chen Sun. Qian Laifu and the other disciples watched in shock and awe. In all of Daotian's sect, only Chen Sun could command such respect from the leader. "Master Nangong, seeing that the senior is enjoying the meal, I presume the food here at the servant's peak is quite to your liking. Might the three of us also partake?" Yin Jueqing inquired with a smile. Ji Wutsang's expression altered slightly. Eating grains? However, he quickly realized that Yin Jueqing sought to foster a closer relationship with Chen Sun. Although consuming such food might be detrimental to their cultivation, indulging once was unlikely to pose significant problems. "Of course," Nangong Yao replied with a smile. "It would be my pleasure to join you." Soon after, Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing each took a serving and sat down opposite Chen Sun. The dining hall fell into silence, broken only by the sound of Chen Sun heartily consuming his meal. Qian Laifu and the disciples were engulfed by waves of astonishment as they realized that, aside from the leader, the elderly man was none other than the master of the devouring heaven demon sect, who had loudly announced his arrival earlier that day at the mountain gate. Chapter 56. Amusing Conversations. Ji Wutsang's thoughts at the dining table. Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing dined leisurely, each lost in their own thoughts. Chen Sun, engrossed in his meal, had lost count of how many plates he had devoured, leaving Yin Jueqing and the others astonished. Just how much is this senior planning to consume? With such a manner of eating, will his meridians not be obstructed by impurities? Ji Mengli observed Chen Sun from the corner of her eye, her gaze flickering. The Chen Sun before her felt utterly unfamiliar. His frenzied demeanor was in stark contrast to their previous encounter at Lingfang. How could there be such a significant disparity in a person's character? After some contemplation, Ji Mengli quickly dismissed her thoughts. The present was no longer the same. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the man before her and dared not presume to judge him. Gradually, as the dining hall emptied, the servant disciples finished their meals and departed hastily, not daring to linger. In the end, the spacious dining hall, aside from Chen Sun and the others, only retained Qian Laifu, who remained kneeling at the side, waiting to serve. Yin Jueqing slowly set down his chopsticks, cupping his hands in respect towards Chen Sun, and finally spoke, addressing him with reverence. "Senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. I have taken the liberty to visit you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Upon hearing Yin Jueqing's words, Ji Wutsang and Ji Mengli also laid down their chopsticks, cautiously glancing at Chen Sun. Nangong Yao continued to eat, though his ears perked up. He understood that Yin Jueqing's visit was certainly not a mere courtesy call. Nearby, Qian Laifu, kneeling, felt a tremor run through him at the sight of Yin Jueqing's profound respect for Chen Sun, rendering him too intimidated to listen further. The North Xian Super Demon sect and the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect were well-known entities. It was clear that the sect leader's deference towards Chen Sun indicated that he was likely the foremost figure in the North Xian cultivation world. Qian Laifu, merely in the mid-stage of qi refinement, felt as insignificant as dust. Everyone present loomed over him like the vast sky. Chen Sun continued to focus on his meal, disregarding the exchange. Observing this, Yin Jueqing felt a touch of awkwardness but remained patiently silent. After a short while, Chen Sun finally finished his meal, letting out a contented belch before casting a puzzled glance at Yin Jueqing and his companions, inquiring, "What did you just say your name was, old man?" Ji Wutsang and Ji Mengli swallowed hard. In all of North Xian, it was likely only Chen Sun who would dare address the sect leader in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, they would have met their demise the moment they opened their mouths. Jueqing coughed lightly and reiterated, in response to the senior, I am Jueqing from the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect. Chun Sun's eyes brightened with interest, leaning forward eagerly, and exclaimed, Wow, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect. How impressive. The others were taken aback. Jueqing offered a wry smile, feeling embarrassed. Senior, you flatter me. In your eyes, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect is likely just a minor sect. Chun Sun's face flushed with excitement as he retorted, Old man, you're talking nonsense. You can swallow the heavens, and yet you say it's not impressive? That's incredibly impressive. Rising from his seat, Chun Sun spun around in exhilaration before sitting back down, urging, Old man, tell me, how do you swallow the heavens? Does your sect open a mouth as vast as an abyss and just gulp the heavens down? My heavens, that is so cool. Jueqing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of sect opens its mouth like an abyss to swallow the heavens? Was this something a rational person could articulate? Eventually, Jueqing turned to Nangong Yao, saying, Sect Master Nangong, it seems. Nangong Yao felt a chuckle bubbling within him, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, Sect Leader Yin, our esteemed senior's thoughts often soar to the realms of the extraordinary. There may be profound meaning in his words, though we cannot grasp it in such a short time. Jueqing looked back at Chun Sun, and even someone as seasoned as he, accustomed to great tempests, felt an involuntary gulp in his throat, struggling to find a suitable response. Chun Sun, impatient, urged, Come on. Speak up. I'm asking you a question. Are you hard of hearing, old man? Jueqing quickly clarified. Senior, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect is merely a name. We certainly do not possess the ability to actually swallow the heavens. You have misunderstood. With a sudden leap, Chun Sun bounded onto the dining table, towering over the bewildered assembly, and bellowed, Impossible. You old man had better speak the truth, or I shall become irate, and the consequences will be dire. As he spoke, an ephemeral aura began to emanate from him, instilling an inexplicable dread in Jueqing and Nangong Yao. Jueqing's complexion turned pale as he hastily interjected, Senior, please wait. You are indeed correct. He then lowered his voice, suppressing his embarrassment, and added, The Devouring Heaven Demon Sect indeed possesses the ability to devour the heavens, Senior. After uttering this, he cast a fearful glance skyward, apprehensive that a bolt of divine lightning might descend upon him at any moment. Oh, Chun Sun's spirits lifted as he squatted down, eager to hear. Then please describe that magnificent scene to me. Jueqing glanced at Ji Wutsong and Nangong Yao. Forcing a smile, It is as you described, Senior. The sect opens its abyssal maw and, with a single gulp, swallows the heavens. To make his description more vivid, Jueqing exaggeratedly opened his arms in demonstration. Upon hearing this, Chun Sun burst into maniacal laughter. Impressive, impressive. Indeed, splendid. The tension in the room dissipated as the others exhaled in relief. Jueqing exchanged a glance with Nangong Yao, then inhaled deeply to seize the moment to inquire, Senior, if the forces of righteous and demonic paths were to clash, would you intervene? Nangong Yao's expression shifted slightly. Chun Sun shook his head, muttering, Why should I meddle in such trifles? The ways of the world have their own developmental patterns. If I were to intervene in everything, how could I possibly manage? He turned to the old man. Do you see? Am I not right? Jueqing and Ji Wutsong shared a relieved glance, then complimented. What you say is indeed most insightful, Senior. With a thud, Chun Sun leaped off the table. All right, I shall retire to rest now. You lot hurry along and do not disturb me any further. With that, he dashed out of the dining hall with a swift motion, vanishing from sight. Farewell, esteemed Senior. The assembly quickly rose, bowing in farewell. Subsequently, Nangong Yao escorted Jueqing and the others out of the sect. Sect Master, Ji Sect Master. I shall take my leave here, Nangong Yao said, clasping his hands and preparing to turn back. Nangong Yao. At that moment, Jueqing called out. Nangong Yao paused but did not turn, replying, What further instructions do you have, Sect Master Yin? Jueqing bowed towards the direction of the servant peak and continued. The esteemed one resides within your Dao Tian sect. Therefore, my demonic sect shall refrain from encroaching upon your territory, lest we disturb the esteemed one. However, I must make it clear that all of this is for the sake of your esteemed one's reputation. Should you, Nangong Sect Master, act unilaterally and obstruct our sect's operations, or assist the other righteous sects, then do not blame our artifacts for being indiscriminate, as they may inadvertently harm your disciples outside." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao gazed up at the darkening sky, remaining silent, and departed without looking back. "Sectmaster Yin, Nangong Yao is ungrateful," Ji Wutsong remarked coldly. Yin Jueqing shook his head with a sigh, expressing, "There is no other choice." Although the senior does not specifically target our demonic path, nor does he show favoritism towards the righteous path, it remains an undeniable fact that he resides within the Daotian sect. While the Daotian sect is indeed obstinate, I dare not disregard the senior's authority. Nonetheless, the results of this venture have been exceedingly favorable, and with the senior refraining from interference, we shall proceed with our subsequent actions, temporarily avoiding the Daotian sect. Ji Wutsong nodded gravely, yet his gaze often drifted towards the miscellaneous peak, his mind racing with thoughts. What means might there be to persuade the senior to relocate to his Da Yin demon sect? If only the senior would move, then the Daotian sect could be influenced. Alas, it seemed that the senior was rather indifferent to food and shelter. Would he be swayed by beauty? Contemplating this, Ji Wutsong felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Chapter 57. The Senior's Terrifying Presence. During the second year, chaos reigned once more in the northern Xian region, as the demonic path began to brazenly abduct disciples of the righteous path. In this tumultuous period, numerous third-rate sects were obliterated, and even two second-rate sects, Tian Kai sect and Qing Dao Pavilion, met their demise. Previously, the likes of Pang Nian and Pu Yidao had fallen victim to the demonic path within the territory of the Daotian sect, leaving these sects severely weakened and unable to retaliate against the demonic forces. Otherwise, as second-rate sects, they would not have been so easily extinguished. The righteous sects, sensing the brutality of the demonic path, were gripped by trepidation and, unable to endure any longer, ultimately sent a joint letter to the super sect of the righteous path, the Tianjin sect, imploring for their intervention to stabilize the situation. Naturally, the Tianjin sect acquiesced, seizing this opportunity to unify the righteous sects of northern Xian. In the past, many righteous sects would have been reluctant to comply, but in this urgent moment, they had no choice but to submit to the Tianjin sect. Thus, with the Tianjin sect's restraint, the audacity of the demonic sects was temporarily subdued. However, this did not imply that the demonic path was intimidated. Rather, there was an unmistakable undercurrent suggesting that the demonic forces were brewing a tempestuous storm. As time progressed towards the end of the second year, Zhao Ting was still unaccounted for, rumored to be in seclusion. Whether he truly was in seclusion or simply reluctant to confront Chen Sun remained a mystery. Amidst this tense juncture, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, father and daughter, unexpectedly returned to the Daotian sect to visit Chen Sun. This visit differed from the last, as Ji Wutsong brought along 20 stunningly beautiful women. Outside the gates of the Daotian sect, Yin Jueqing stroked his beard, gazing towards the miscellaneous peak, and remarked, "Indeed, as the senior had foretold, disregarding the righteous path over these past 6 months has proven beneficial." Ji Wutsong chuckled at this. Glancing back at the enchanting women and pondering aloud, "Sect leader Yin, I fear our sect may be in jeopardy. Can the senior truly be attracted to these beauties?" In truth, these 20 women had been meticulously selected from the Dayan demon sect, each possessing exceptional beauty. Besides a majority being foundation establishment disciples, 2 were even intersect elders at the core formation stage. To bring joy to Chen Sun, Ji Wutsong had truly exerted considerable effort and sincerity. Meanwhile, Ji Mengli curled her lips, casting a glance at the women behind her, lost in her own thoughts. There is no need for concern. Should these female cultivators fail to meet your approval, it matters not. As long as you can perceive our intentions, that suffices. Yin Jueqing chuckled. Ji Wutsong found wisdom in this and turned, surveying the assembly of female cultivators from the demonic path, coldly instructing, "When you stand before our esteemed senior, maintain your composure. Allow me to enlighten you. Our esteemed senior is a true dragon of this world, a transcendent being. Should any of you catch their eye, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Henceforth, we must all pay our respects." Upon hearing this, the 20 female cultivators were taken aback, their hearts igniting with fervor and excitement. Ji Wutsong continued indifferently, "However, I must express a stern warning. Should anyone be so foolish as to offend our esteemed senior, I shall not hesitate to tear them apart on the spot." The group trembled in response, hurriedly bowing. Yes, sect master. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate, his face adorned with a forced smile, though his heart was far from pleased. After all, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang had returned. If other righteous sects were to witness this, would the Dao Tian sect not be unjustly branded as colluding with demonic forces? It would lead to a predicament where he would be besieged from all sides. In truth, Nangong Yao had contemplated detaining the two. If an incident were to occur with Yin Jueqing, the northern Xian demonic path would be left leaderless and thus not a significant threat. Alas, faced with the leader of the northern Xian demonic path, he lacked confidence in his ability to retain them. Ji Wucang always accompanied Yin Jueqing, likely for this very reason. Otherwise, Ji Wucang might fear that Nangong Yao would act with malice. Master Yin, Master Ji, you visited earlier this year. Who would have thought you would return by year's end? Nangong Yao remarked, his smile failing to reach his eyes. Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow and replied, Does Master Nangong not welcome this old man? Nangong Yao responded candidly, What do you mean, Master Yin? Of course, I welcome you. He decided to drop the pretense and speak frankly. Yin Jueqing chuckled lightly, unperturbed, stating, I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed senior. Whether you welcome me or not is of little consequence. With that, he made his way into the mountain gate. Let us proceed, Ji Wucang gestured, leading Ji Mengli and the group of female cultivators in tow. Observing this, Nangong Yao inhaled deeply, contemplating interference, but ultimately relented. They had declared their purpose to visit the esteemed senior, and he had no grounds to obstruct them, leaving him frustrated as he followed suit. His gaze was fixed upon the assembly of female cultivators, his eyes flickering with curiosity about what scheme Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were concocting this time. Come, come. Gather around and take your places. What are we now? In response to the esteemed senior, we are saplings. Excellent. We shall grow into towering trees. From here on, no moving or speaking. At the western grass hut of the miscellaneous peak, Yin Jueqing and the others stood in a daze. Before them, Chen Sun was squatting on the grass with the 20 female cultivators, each hugging their knees and remaining utterly still. The female cultivators averted their gazes, their expressions peculiar. Yet they dared not utter a word. Among them, 2 inter-sect female elders cast desperate glances toward Ji Wucang, only to be met with a fierce glare. As if to say, do as the esteemed senior commands. I understand now. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing exclaimed. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang were taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. What do you comprehend? Yin Jueqing chuckled softly. Senior, this approach of yours embodies the principles of nature, transforming into a tree to attune oneself to the Tao. It is truly marvelous, indeed worthy of your esteemed status. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others were taken aback, finding a semblance of logic in his words. After all, Yin Jueqing was the leader of the North Xian demon path, possessing a cultivation level that surpassed theirs, offering a perspective that was far more profound. I, too, shall follow the senior's example, he declared, hoping to glean some insights. As he spoke, Yin Jueqing moved closer, crouching down with his knees hugged, remaining utterly still, silently repeating to himself, I am but a sapling, I am but a sapling. Ji Wucang nodded, and, pulling along the visibly awkward Ji Mengli, joined him in this sacred act of squatting. Witnessing this, Nangong Yao felt a sudden jolt of fear. He worried that the secrets of creation might be uncovered by Yin Jueqing and the others, prompting him to hurriedly mimic their actions. Consequently, the humble cottage fell into an eerie silence. A group of individuals sat there, from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn once more. This ritual continued until the dawn of the 3rd year. During this period, only Chen Sun would occasionally rise, resolutely making his way to the dining hall for meals. At the end of each day, he would take a spray bottle, humming a little tune, and sprinkle water over Yin Jueqing and the others, treating them as though they were trees needing care. Yin Jueqing and his companions grew somewhat numb to this peculiar routine, yet they dared not rise. Until one day, they sensed a subtle loosening of their realms, their expressions changing dramatically as waves of astonishment surged within their minds. To transform into a tree and commune with the cosmos, this method of merging with the natural order was indeed formidable. Chapter 58, The Cunning Ji Wucang. The shameless Nangong Yao during the 3rd year. Yin Jueqing and his companions finally departed from Daotian sect, accompanied by a host of female cultivators. In their view, although the elder had not taken special notice of the women, they had nonetheless gained invaluable insights. At their level of cultivation, every attempt to break through was measured in decades, often yielding no results. Yet, under the elders' guidance, mere months had passed, and their realms had already begun to shift. This was nothing short of miraculous. Throughout this period, the absence of Yueching, the demon path's leader, had kept the demon faction relatively subdued. While this peace should have been welcomed, it instead heightened the anxiety of the righteous sects, who were left in the dark regarding the demon's true intentions, suspecting them of plotting something sinister. Suddenly, news emerged that two sect leaders from the Swallowing Sky Demon Sect and the Dian Demon Sect had been seen exiting the territory of Daotian's sect. Chaos ensued, with suspicions and accusations flooding in. No wonder the demon faction has been so quiet lately. They were plotting within Daotian's sect. Reflecting on past events, it finally dawned on them why the alliance of 10 demon sects, led by Dian Demon Sect, had once besieged Daotian's sect, yet the sect had remained unscathed. This long-standing mystery had finally been unraveled. Thus, rumors of Daotian's sect colluding with the demons began to spread throughout the North Xian cultivation world. In an instant, Daotian's sect found itself ensnared in a perilous predicament once more. Yueching and Ji Wucang were naturally aware of these developments, yet they refrained from making any public statements. Their silence was preferable. Any attempt to clarify matters would only serve to deepen the confusion surrounding Daotian's sect's alleged collusion with the demon path. They could only silently mourn for Nangong Yao, truly a pitiable child. This is infuriating for our sect. Within the council of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao, filled with rage, hurled a teacup to the ground, his face a thunderous shade of blue. Initially, he was quite joyful, having transformed into a tree and attained an understanding of the principles of nature. His realm was loosening, and he prepared to contemplate a breakthrough into the divine transformation stage. However, unforeseen events transpired at this critical juncture. Elder Lu Yunji and others wore troubled expressions, unsure of what to do. Why does the Daotian sect seem to be beset by calamities? Just a few years ago, they were invaded by the 10 great demonic sects, and now they have been branded with the stigma of colluding with the demonic path. Master, there are reports that soon, the Tianjin sect will send representatives along with several other righteous sects to demand accountability. What shall we do? Lu Yunji lamented. It is crucial to understand that the Daotian sect cannot afford further turmoil. In recent years, after the protective formation was shattered by the master's sword, it has yet to be fully repaired. Nangong Yao, typically composed, was now on the verge of losing his temper, unable to contain his frustration. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "It is all that old scoundrel Yin's fault. He insisted on visiting the master repeatedly, and I was worried it would expose us and invite scandal. Now look what has happened. That old rascal has truly driven our Daotian sect to the brink." The elders fell silent, fully aware of whom the sect leader referred to as the old scoundrel, none other than Yueching, the leader of the Bei Xian demonic path. Lu Yunji pondered and said, "Master, if we can clarify the situation, we might be able to explain that Yueching and Ji Wucang came seeking the master, not us." Sighing heavily, Nangong Yao responded, "Of course, I understand the logic. However, someone must stand up to validate our claims. How can we prove our innocence when that old scoundrel and Ji Wucang remain silent? We cannot expect the master to come forward as proof. Moreover, there is one critical point I have yet to mention. Given the master's current condition, it is impossible for him to provide any validation." Master suddenly, the usually quiet ninth elder, Zhou Tong, spoke up. Nangong Yao was taken aback. "Does Elder 9 have a solution?" Zhou Tong hesitated. "Master, if we cannot provide evidence, we may not even need the demonic path to intervene. Our Daotian sect could fall victim to the righteous sections. Alternatively, we could abandon the light and turn to the darkness, aligning ourselves with the demonic path." The assembly fell into silence, the elders staring blankly at Zhou Tong. Lu Yunji retorted angrily, "Ninth elder, do not speak such nonsense. We cultivate the righteous path's teachings. How can we possibly turn to the cruel demonic path? Is that even a reasonable suggestion?" Zhou Tong replied awkwardly, "Elder, please do not be angry. I merely proposed a suggestion. If we do not make plans and remain passive, our sect could perish unjustly. With so many disciples and elders, we must take responsibility." Lu Yunji remained silent, brushing off his sleeves. Suddenly, Nangong Yao remarked, "Ninth elder makes a valid point. If those righteous sects press us too hard, Perhaps our Dao Tian sect should indeed turn to the demonic path. The elders were taken aback. It was one thing for Zhou Tong to suggest it, but now the sect leaders seemed to be considering it as well. Observing the change in their expressions, Nangong Yao waved his hand and stated, "The master once said, what is deemed righteous or demonic is merely a superficial label. The essence of righteousness or wickedness is not determined by these titles, but by one's actions. I, the Dao Tian sect, cannot allow the unjust demise of our elders and disciples in pursuit of a mere facade of righteousness." Upon hearing this, the elders sighed, choosing silence over further discourse. It is indeed ironic that only a few years past, our third elder fell victim to the malevolent sects, and now, we are urged to ally with them. The unpredictability of fate is truly a cruel jest. Nangong Yao's countenance darkened, as he too pondered this irony, sighing inwardly. As the sect leader, he had no recourse but to prioritize the safety of his elders and disciples, setting aside the grievances tied to the third elder for the time being. After a while, the righteous sects, led by the Tianjin sect, approached the Dao Tian sect's territory. To prevent a potential incursion by the malevolent sects, not all factions mobilized. Rather, they dispatched a select few elders and disciples. The Tianjin sect sent only one elder, yet this was sufficient to pose a formidable challenge to the Dao Tian sect, which lacked protective formations. However, upon reaching the vicinity of Dao Tian sect, the righteous sects were rendered speechless by the terrifying chasm of swords. Even now, the piercing sword intent lingered in the air, unmistakable and potent. What had transpired? Whose hand had forged such a formidable strike? The once aggressive intention to judge the Dao Tian sect dissipated in the presence of the chasm, leading to numerous contemplations. It was evident that this chasm bore the marks of time, aligning perfectly with the retreat of the 10 malevolent sects from years prior. Could it be that a master resided within Dao Tian sect? Was it possible that this enigmatic figure had repelled the 10 malevolent sects with a single stroke? Moreover, rumors circulated about Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's appearances in the Dao Tian territory. Could they be linked to this mysterious master? As these thoughts took shape, the possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Outside the gates of Dao Tian sect, the righteous sects hovered in the air, facing off against Nangong Yao and his companions. The atmosphere heavy with tension. Just as Nangong Yao anticipated the Tianjin sect elder to speak and commence their judgment, the elder instead clasped his fists and smiled. Addressing him, "Sect Master Nangong, we come as guests from afar. Will you truly deny us entry?" This unexpected demeanor left Nangong Yao astonished, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he refrained from immediate response. Without knowledge of the elder's true intentions, could he easily permit their entrance? Lu Yunjian frowned and interjected, "Elderly, do you presume that we, the Dao Tian sect, conspire with the malevolent sects, and thus you come to judge us? How could we dare let you in under such circumstances?" The Tianjin sect elder, Li Zhao, chuckled. "Oh, do not feign ignorance." At his words, Nangong Yao and the others felt their pupils constrict in realization. Yet, they were reassured by the fact that Ji Wucang had already concealed several malevolent sect members within the Dao Tian territory. Should the righteous sects make any rash moves, these hidden sects would come to their aid. Nangong Yao had previously arranged with Ji Wucang that, unless absolutely necessary, the concealed malevolent sects must remain undisclosed. To ensure this, Nangong Yao had even compelled Ji Wucang to swear an oath, which Ji Wucang solemnly affirmed, stating that should he act recklessly, he would forfeit a century of his lifespan. With this assurance, Nangong Yao felt considerably more at ease, knowing that Ji Wucang's remaining lifespan was already critically low, and a century would suffice to deter any folly. Li Zhao continued, feigning ignorance, "Do carry on." As Nangong Yao and the others clenched their fists, Li Zhao coldly remarked, "Stop pretending. Who would have thought that the Dao Tian sect harbors such formidable individuals? Master Nangong, we are all righteous sects. Your concealment of this information is rather ungracious. Wouldn't you agree?" Nangong Yao and the others were momentarily taken aback. It became clear that he was referring to the esteemed master. They understood, presumably having deduced it from the connection with the sword gorge. Instantly, relief washed over the group. The situation seemed to be progressing favorably. Now that these individuals were aware of the master's existence, they would likely harbor some trepidation and refrain from reckless actions. Li Zhao continued, "Master Nangong, it appears there has indeed been a misunderstanding. We shall not pass judgment on your Dao Tian sect today, but I implore you to swiftly introduce us to that esteemed elder. With the northern Xian demonic path running rampant, and given that elder's profound cultivation, enlisting their aid could significantly bolster our righteous cause. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, and with a stern expression, he waved his hand dismissively. Do not harbor any illusions. The elder will not assist you. Li Zhao's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on Nan Gongyao. What do you mean? Do you intend to keep that elder hidden from us? At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. The concealed demonic cultivators withdrew their formations, revealing themselves as they ruthlessly charged towards the righteous sections. A surge of demonic energy flooded the area. The righteous cultivators were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Had the demonic sect laid an ambush in advance? One by one, they turned their incredulous and vengeful gazes towards Nan Gongyao. Li Zhao's pupils constricted as he shouted, Nan Gongyao, your Daotian sect has indeed colluded with the demonic path. At that instant, Nan Gongyao and Lu Yunjian were left dumbfounded. Nan Gongyao's face paled as he suddenly cast his gaze towards the distant Ji Wucang, sending a message. Ji Wucang, what are you doing? Ji Wucang, suffering from the backlash of the heavenly path oath, staggered and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the crimson stain with nonchalance, he grinned menacingly. Have you forgotten that our sect previously attained enlightenment under the elder's guidance? I am on the verge of a breakthrough myself. A mere century of lifespan is inconsequential. To compel your Daotian sect into the demonic path at this cost is more than worthwhile. Ha ha ha. As he concluded, Ji Wucang threw his head back in laughter, fully embodying the audacious demeanor of a demonic sect leader. Nan Gongyao's pupils contracted to their limits. Amid recent events, he had momentarily overlooked Ji Wucang's prior enlightenment under the elder. Cursed be it. Nan Gongyao's mind raced, and an idea sparked within him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, if you, Ji Wucang, wish to engage in such schemes against our sect, do not blame us for retaliating. Feigning astonishment, Nan Gongyao proclaimed loudly, who would have imagined that a demonic sect would lay an ambush within the territory of my Daotian sect? Elders, join me in eradicating these demonic cultivators. Ji Wucang's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening swiftly. He inwardly cursed Nan Gongyao for displaying such shamelessness. Chapter 59. The Arrival of the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Retreat. Ji Wucang decisively commanded, realizing the situation was untenable, and promptly led the demonic cultivators away. Yet before departing, he bitterly remarked, Nan Gongyao, you truly are shameless. After the demonic sect's departure, a multitude of righteous sects gathered to account for their numbers, relieved that this brief skirmish had not resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, the Daotian sect had intervened in time, uniting to drive away the demonic sect. Master Nangong, we apologize. We misjudged you, Li Zhao expressed with a sense of shame. Nangong Yao waved his hand and solemnly replied, how could the Daotian sect ever collude with the demonic path? Indeed, the others chimed in, their embarrassment deepening. What a grave misunderstanding it was. Thankfully, the Daotian sect is not in league with the demonic forces. Otherwise, had they allied with the demon sects, their fates would surely have been dire. Li Zhao pondered and said, Master Nangong, may we request an audience with that esteemed elder? Nangong Yao squinted and responded, whether or not to meet is not solely up to our sect. Could you kindly inquire on our behalf? Li Zhao pressed. Seeing this, Nangong Yao turned and soared toward the miscellaneous peaks, returning swiftly to the sect's entrance. Elder Li and esteemed guests, I have sought permission from the elder, but he has declined the audience, he reported. When I went to ask, the elder was still in deep slumber, and I dared not disturb him. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao and the others ceased their inquiries, departing with a sense of regret. Li Zhao reflected that perhaps he was unworthy and decided to have the sect master come instead. Once Li Zhao and his companions had left, Nangong Yao and the elder's expressions darkened. Humph, Ji Wucang is truly deceitful. Fortunately, the master handled the situation adeptly, averting this crisis, Lu Yunjian scolded. The elders nodded in agreement. Still shaken, the invitation to the demonic path was intended as a precaution, yet they never anticipated such complications, which nearly spiraled out of control. Isn't that the nature of demonic cultivators? Nangong Yao shook his head, accustomed to the turmoil. Well, regardless, our Daotian sect's alleged collusion with the demonic path seems to have reached a temporary conclusion. as the end of the third year approached. With an increasing number of righteous disciples being abducted by the demonic sect, urgency mounted. The Tianjin sect issued a command, uniting with the North Xian righteous sects to advance against the Tun Tian demonic sect. The Tun Tian demonic sect, having received word of this mobilization, had summoned the Dayan demonic sect and other allied forces in anticipation. When the two sides clashed, the heavens darkened, resembling the end of days. This marked the first occurrence of such a large-scale conflict among cultivators in North Xian for many years. Unsurprisingly, the fierce battle impacted numerous mortal towns, resulting in significant loss of life. In this fight, approximately 100,000 righteous cultivators perished, while countless others sustained varying degrees of injury. Among them, 10 nascent soul cultivators fell, with hundreds in the core formation stage, and the foundation establishment figures remained unrecorded. In contrast, the demonic sects suffered a total of merely 20,000 casualties, including 3 nascent soul cultivators and fewer than 100 in the core formation stage. The disparity was stark. The reasons for the righteous sect's defeat were manifold, besides the advantage of the Tun Tian demonic sect fighting on home soil. The righteous cultivators discovered that their adversaries were not solely composed of North Xian cultivators. Forces from the southern heavens were covertly assisting the Tun Tian demonic sect. Time flowed like shifting sands, and thus the third year of Chun Sun's madness came to an end. Outside the Dao Tian sect, 2 figures stood still. Master, that esteemed elder resides within the Dao Tian sect, Li Zhao intoned, his pallid complexion betraying the toll of war. The other, of course, is the leader of the Tianjin sect, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Duan Songhai nodded gently, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the profound sword chasm, his mind adrift in contemplation. He had once believed there to be no equal to his swordsmanship in the entirety of Beixian, yet this seemingly boundless chasm of swords mercilessly shattered his confidence. The lingering sword aura emanating from the chasm sent tremors through Duan Songhai's heart. Such a sword cultivator exists in Beixian, he mused, exhaling a deep sigh. The defeat in this battle was unforeseen. Who could have anticipated that Yin Jueqing, once at our level, would ascend to the late transformation stage? And who would have thought that the Southern Heavenly Sect would covertly aid the Tongtian Demon Sect? Our loss is regrettable, yet not without merit. Ha ha. Li Zhao remained silent, pursing his lips. Duan Songhai continued, if we can persuade this elder to emerge from seclusion, perhaps we can stabilize the situation in Beixian. Otherwise, if this continues, the demon path will unify our realm. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and murmured, Master, it is said that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang have already visited this elder at the Daotian sect. We latecomers may find it difficult. He recalled Nangong Yao's unwavering assertion that the elder would not extend a helping hand, likely influenced by the presence of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Duan Songhai fell silent, then stated, regardless, we shall see. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, accompanied by the elders, approached to greet them. Welcome, Sect Master Duan. I apologize for not receiving you properly, he said. Duan Songhai's face brightened as he waved dismissively. No need for such formalities, Nangong. It was I who arrived unannounced. Do not take offense. Nangong Yao smiled. You flatter me. Sect Master Duan. How could I be offended? His demeanor towards Duan Songhai was markedly different from that towards Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, exhibiting a courteousness befitting allies of the righteous path. Duan Songhai nodded and stated plainly, Nangong, I shall be direct. I have come to seek an audience with the elder. Please facilitate an introduction. Nangong Yao exchanged glances with the elders, as they had anticipated this request. With a soft sigh, he said, Sect Master Duan, I must forewarn you. I hope you are mentally prepared. Duan Songhai's expression shifted slightly as he replied, Speak freely, Nangong. Nangong Yao nodded and continued. If your purpose is to invite the elder out of seclusion, be prepared for the possibility of rejection. Duan Songhai glanced at Li Zhao before turning back to Nangong Yao. Does this pertain to Yin Jueqing? Nangong Yao shook his head. No, it is unrelated to anyone. That is simply how the elder is. Duan Songhai sighed inwardly. I understand. Yet I still wish to meet the elder. Very well, Sect Master Duan and Elderly. Please follow me, Nangong Yao replied. Thus, they made their way to the miscellaneous peak, halting midway up the mountainside. Please wait here, Sect Master. I will go and seek the elder's permission. Nangong Yao stated before heading toward the humble abode to the west. From the details, it is evident that compared to Yin Jueqing, Nangong Yao indeed treats Duan Songhai with greater courtesy. Even when consulting Chen Sun, he directly brought Duan Songhai to the Zofafeng to await his presence. Chapter 60. A call to Brother Chen. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage, Nangong Yao found Chen Sun leisurely sipping wine. Observing Chen Sun's demeanor, Nangong Yao was taken aback. Was the master not mad again? As time was still short, he had yet to discern the patterns of Chen Sun's transitions between madness and lucidity. However, given more time and possibly a few more encounters, he might grasp the nuances. Master, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect wishes to pay his respects. Will you receive him? Nangong Yao inquired respectfully, still uncertain about the master's current state of mind. Chen Sun lifted his cup, took a sip, and replied softly, "Didn't you already bring him halfway up the mountain? Let him come for a visit." Startled, Nangong Yao realized the master had regained his sanity and quickly said, "Please forgive me, master. If you do not wish to meet him, I shall ask sect leader Duan to leave, regardless of whether he has reached the halfway point." Chen Sun chuckled. "There is no need for such trouble. Simply bring him to the thatched cottage." Understood, Nangong Yao bowed and departed. A moment later, Nangong Yao and several core elders escorted Duan Songhai to the cottage. "Greetings, master." The elders, including Lu Yunjian, bowed in reverence. Chen Sun waved his hand and smiled. No need for excessive formalities. The elders straightened slightly, their expressions filled with astonishment, secretly marveling at the master's extraordinary nature. "Master, this is sect leader Duan, an elderly," Nangong Yao introduced respectfully. At this moment, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao gazed at the young man in azure clothing before them, slightly taken aback. They had imagined the sword cultivator who had unleashed that formidable strike to be an elder with a vigorous demeanor or a robust middle-aged figure. They never anticipated that he would appear as a seemingly unremarkable young scholar, distinguished only by a certain grace. "I am Duan Songhai, sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Duan Songhai regained his composure and bowed. Li Zhao hurriedly followed suit. "I am Li Zhao, the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed elder." Chen Sun appraised the two and inquired directly, "What brings you here?" Caught off guard by Chen Sun's straightforwardness, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao momentarily faltered, their prepared compliments stuck in their throats. Duan Songhai's mind raced as he quickly responded, "Songhai is also a sword cultivator, and since you are a master of the sword path, I have come to pay my respects to your illustrious presence." Li Zhao chimed in, Yes, esteemed elder, we have come to admire your prowess." Chen Sun nodded and smiled. "Admire? Well, it seems you have completed your admiration. You may leave now." Duan Songhai felt a surge of urgency. Disregarding all else, he implored, "Esteemed elder, the situation in the northern Xian is chaotic, with the demonic path rampant, and now the southern sky sect is lending their support. Our righteous sects are struggling to resist. We earnestly wish for your assistance. Should you agree, we are willing to offer 5-grade Earth Spirit veins. We can also send people to assist you in their extraction." 5-grade Earth Spirit veins. Nangong Yao and the others were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. It must be understood that the Dao Tian sect possesses merely a single Earth-level spiritual vein, which, regrettably, is arduous to extract. After many years of endeavor, they have only managed to exploit a mere 20% of its potential. Were the extraction of the spiritual vein a straightforward task, there would have been no prior worries regarding resources. Chen Sun chuckled. What would I do with that spiritual vein? His question left everyone momentarily speechless. A spiritual vein is indeed a precious asset, particularly one of earth-level quality. Who among the good and virtuous would ever complain of having an excess of spirit stones? Duan Songhai furrowed his brow. Chen Sun rose and declared, "You may leave. I have no interest in the trivial matters between the righteous and demonic factions." Li Zhao, somewhat anxious, interjected, "Senior, you may not be aware, but recently, during the conflict between the righteous and demonic forces, many innocent townsfolk have suffered and perished." Chen Sun raised his hand to interrupt. "I have already stated that you may depart." Li Zhao took a deep breath. His forthright nature compelled him to voice more. Yet he was restrained by Duan Songhai, who shot him a warning glance, followed by a resigned sigh. "Then we shall take our leave, senior." Chen Sun nodded. "Gentlemen, we too shall take our leave," said Nangong Yao, bowing. They bore little expression, their reaction to the outcome entirely unsurprising. However, Chen Sun remarked, "Nangong, stay. Nangong Yao promptly halted and gestured for Lu Yunjian and the others to see Duan Songhai off, remaining behind himself. Sir, Nangong Yao bowed, anticipating Chun Sun's next words. He understood that being retained by the master signified an important matter. Chun Sun gazed skyward for a prolonged moment before sighing softly. Please convey a message to Yin Jueching for me. I shall not involve myself in the trifles of the righteous and demonic paths, but do ensure that innocent lives are not caught in the crossfire. Regardless of whether they are cultivators of the righteous or demonic paths, they share a common origin. Each one emerges from the ranks of mortals and should thus be protected. Nangong Yao was taken aback, understood. Chun Sun continued, upon your return, have Zhaoting seek me at the miscellaneous peak. Yes. Just as Nangong Yao bowed to depart, Chun Sun called out to him again. Chun Sun handed him a medicinal pill, stating, this pill is a gift for you. It may aid you during the impending tribulation of transformation. Nangong Yao was momentarily stunned. He comprehended the extraordinary nature of the pill bestowed by Chun Sun and, not wishing to appear ungrateful, accepted it with trembling hands. Thank you very much, sir. After receiving the pill, he remained in a daze for a considerable time before inquiring, is the master planning to leave? Chun Sun nodded slightly, smiling, indeed. I have spent 6 years at the Daotian sect. I should have departed 3 years ago. I find it difficult to remain idle when I am clear-headed, as I relish the thrill of travel. Upon receiving this revelation, Nangong Yao felt a sense of loss and whispered, when shall you depart? Having benefited immensely during the master's 6 years at the sect, Nangong Yao naturally wished to see him off in a grand manner. Yet, Chun Sun did not respond. Instead, offering a warm smile, once I wish to leave, I shall do so. Senior Chun. In front of the thatched cottage, a disciple clad in purple bowed respectfully. This was none other than Zhaoting, whom Chun Sun had not seen for 3 years. Chun Sun chuckled, jesting, it has been 3 years. Brother Zhao still possesses your charm. Zhaoting felt a tremor of anxiety, his face paling as he bowed and stared at his toes, hastily saying, Senior Chun, you may simply call me Zhaoting. In the past, it was Zhaoting who was unaware. The sect master, elders, and even my revered teacher all address you with utmost respect, as do the leaders of the northern Xian demonic path. Zhaoting dared not address him as brother any longer. Chun Sun smiled gently, rising to pull the exceedingly reserved Zhaoting to sit down. Brother Zhao, I am not one for pretensions. I can share the same standing with anyone. Do not be so formal. I still cherish the memories of the past you. After sitting, Zhaoting cautiously took the wine jug and poured for Chun Sun, his voice trembling as he said, Senior speaks highly of me. Zhaoting is merely a humble disciple in purple robes. To you, Senior, I hold utmost respect. Should my master learn of this, I would surely face reprimand. A faint smile graced Chun Sun's lips as he seized the jug from Zhaoting's hands, personally pouring wine for him. Yet once, I was merely an ordinary mortal afflicted by madness, while you, Brother Zhao, are an exalted disciple of the Daotian sect. There is no need for such formalities between us. Zhaoting slowly raised his head, gazing blankly at the smiling Chun Sun before him. The scene before him began to blur, and a smile finally emerged at the corners of his mouth as he said, Brother Chun. Chapter 61. The Great Tribulation of the Southern Heavens? After several rounds of drinks, Chun Sun retrieved the jade pendant and returned it. Here is this pendant back to you. 3 years prior, when the 10 demonic sects besieged the Daotian sect, Zhaoting had intended to escort Chun Sun out through the secret path at the back mountain, entrusting him with this jade pendant to deliver to his parents. This pendant surely held special significance for Zhaoting and his family. Zhaoting accepted it with respect. Thank you, Senior. Upon hearing this, Chun Sun smiled, though he remained unconcerned. In truth, aside from when Zhaoting had called him Brother Chun before the wine, he had subsequently reverted to addressing him as Senior. When a vast disparity in status exists between individuals, a sense of distance is inevitable, which is quite natural, especially considering the chasm between them. Zhaoting's own master treated Chun Sun with utmost reverence. How could Zhaoting maintain a common demeanor? That was utterly impossible. Yet, Chun Sun and Zhaoting continued to sit together, drinking as they once did, as if nothing had changed. However, everything had indeed transformed. Zhaoting, 6 years ago in Tianqing City, you expressed a desire to transcend mortality, to cultivate immortality, and explore the wonders only the celestial beings could witness. What are your thoughts now? Chun Sun inquired with a smile. Zhao Ting fell silent for a moment before responding. What you said back then, senior, was true. The world of immortals is not as splendid as I once imagined. Over the past 6 years, many events have transpired within the sect. Were it not for you, the Dao Tian sect might have ceased to exist long ago. Chen Sun shook his head slightly. In truth, you are fortunate to have a foundation. In these turbulent years in Beixian, many wandering cultivators have faced far greater hardships. Indeed, senior speaks the truth, Zhao Ting acknowledged with a bow, then added with a smile. In a few years, I hope that once Beixian stabilizes, I can return home to visit my parents. It has been the longest time I have been away from home. Zhao Ting later realized that every word from his senior was indeed profound wisdom. Chen Sun swirled the wine in his cup, remarking, Beixian will not stabilize anytime soon. Your hopes may well be in vain. Zhao Ting paused, lowering his head. Chen Sun downed his drink in one go, rising to say, it is getting late. You should return to your duties. Zhao Ting quickly got to his feet, responding respectfully, yes, then I shall take my leave, senior. Please rest well. After Zhao Ting departed, Chen Sun glanced at the dimming sky before heading to the dining hall, contemplating a final meal before his departure. The Swallowing Sky Demon Sect. As Yin Jueqing was engaged in discussions with the leaders of 2 southern celestial sects, he suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He retrieved a communication talisman and, upon seeing it was a message from Ji Wucang, decided to listen attentively to what Ji had to convey. Yin Zhongzhu, Nangong Yao has just sent a message to our sect, requesting that we relay a statement to you. Upon hearing the initial words, Yin Jueqing's expression darkened. Nangong Yao certainly has a grand sense of self-importance, he began, but before he could finish, Ji Wucang hastily interjected. Nangong Yao is conveying a message on behalf of a senior. Yin Jueqing's countenance shifted instantly, and he smiled. Oh, it is a message from a senior. Please, do continue. Yet, a hint of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that the senior had changed their disposition and was now inclined to intervene in the matters between the righteous and demonic paths of Beixian? The 2 leaders of the southern celestial sects exchanged bewildered glances. Are there still experts in Beixian? Even Yin Jueqing refers to this senior with such reverence? They were aware that Nangong Yao was the leader of a reputable righteous sect in Beixian. If Nangong Yao was relaying a message, did it imply that the senior Yin mentioned was closely aligned with the righteous path? The senior has stated that he will remain uninvolved in the trivial disputes between the righteous and demonic paths. Yet he emphasizes that we should not bring calamity upon countless mortals. Both righteous cultivators and demon practitioners share a common origin as mortals and should act accordingly. Ji Wucang's cautious voice resonated from the talisman. Upon hearing the first part, Yin Jueqing exhaled in relief, but as he absorbed the latter, his heartbeat quickened. It was evident that the recent turmoil between the righteous and demonic factions, which had affected many mortals, had reached the ears of the senior. Without hesitation, he solemnly replied, Understood. With that, he severed the connection. The 2 leaders of the southern celestial sects immediately rose in anticipation. Yin Zhongzhu, who exactly is this senior? Yin Jueqing pressed his lips together and replied, Regrettably, I cannot disclose information about the senior. I hope for your understanding. The 2 leaders exchanged glances, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Very well, we shall not pry further into the identity of this senior. However, as there will undoubtedly be ongoing conflicts between the 2 paths, which will inevitably affect mortals, how can you so readily agree to this? One of them stated with a serious tone, even implying a challenge. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes and replied calmly, Let things unfold as they must. You should be grateful that the senior is not intervening in the disputes between the righteous and demonic paths. Otherwise, we would have no opportunity to act at all. Is it truly that dire? The 2 exchanged shocked glances, astonished by the implications. You speak of a senior with such reverence, yet refuse to reveal their identity. Surely, you owe us a justification. Indeed, we have traveled thousands of miles from the southern celestial to Beixian to assist you in unifying the north, yet you show no sincerity. Yin Jueqing frowned, annoyance creeping into his voice. Do not sugarcoat your words. You know well whether you are assisting our sect or your own benefactor in the southern celestial. If you seek justification, very well. The senior is a tribulation transcending expert. Is that reason sufficient? What? A tribulation transcending expert? The expressions of the 2 leaders from the southern celestial sects changed dramatically. What is the name of this tribulation transcending expert? One of them inquired eagerly. In the realm of the mortal world, how many great cultivators have successfully transcended the tribulation? Is it possible that Bei Xian is a hidden master? Yin Jueqing stated. I am unable to disclose any information. All I can reveal is that the esteemed predecessor is not one of the renowned cultivators you have heard of. A moment of silence enveloped the air. One voice spoke solemnly. I shall return to Nantian to consult with that individual. You may continue to gather blood slaves. But for now, we shall pause our conflict with the righteous path. Given the current state of affairs, the righteous sect is severely weakened and cannot stir much turbulence. With that, this powerful figure vanished in a flicker, revealing a cultivation level at the transformation stage. Master Yin. Regardless of whether the predecessor you mention is truly a great cultivator, the one from Nantian is undoubtedly a genuine transcendent. You would do well to weigh your actions carefully, should you incur their displeasure. I doubt you will have much longer to live as the leader of Bei Xian's demonic path. I shall take my leave now. Another leader from Nantian arrogantly swept his sleeve and departed the hall. Sighing softly, Yin Jueqing turned his gaze towards the sky outside the hall, lost in thought. Truth be told, he felt immense gratitude towards the predecessor, without their guidance. He could not fathom how many years it would have taken him to break through to the peak of the transformation stage. If that individual from Nantian were to pursue him relentlessly, he genuinely feared an encounter with the predecessor. The outcome of such a confrontation remained uncertain. However, through his previous interactions with the predecessor, the terrifying sword chasm and the predecessor's tree-like transformation techniques led Yin Jueqing to believe that even the Nantian figure might not fare well against the predecessor. Chapter 62. Return to the small river. Everything has changed 3 days later, in the morning. At the humble dwelling on the western side of the miscellaneous peak, Nangong Yao stood with several core elders. Notably, Nangong Yao appeared more subdued than usual. Master is not here. At this hour, he is likely in the dining hall. Lu Yunjian pondered aloud. The other elders nodded in agreement. The master has departed, Nangong Yao stated. The elders paused in astonishment. Nangong Yao sighed. 3 days ago, the master informed us of his intention to leave. However, he did not specify the exact time. Therefore, I have come here for the past 2 days. Yet I have not seen him. I believe he quietly departed shortly after meeting with Zhao Ting. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily lost in thought. The master had spent 6 years in the sect, and now he was gone without a trace. This, however, aligned with the master's nature. He was never one to linger unnecessarily. In a few days, we shall begin preparations for the transformation stage, and I will require your protection, esteemed elders. Nangong Yao turned to leave. The elders were taken aback, realizing the speed of the sect leader's progress towards the transformation stage. They hurriedly followed. Master, it is only natural for us to protect you. Have you prepared thoroughly for the tribulation of transformation? With the master's blessings, I am confident, Nangong Yao replied, pausing momentarily to take a deep breath. Seal off 100 zhang around the western dwelling. No one from Daotian's sect is to approach. Understood. On the wild path, a fine steed trotted along. On its back, a scholar in a green robe reclined, perusing a wordless tome. The wind stirred the hair of the scholar clad in azure, embodying a sense of leisurely abandon. This scholar was none other than Chen Sun. As his steed galloped, the path narrowed increasingly. In a short while, a small town emerged from the distance, gradually coming into focus. Moments later, he arrived at the town's entrance. Chen Sun glanced at the plaque above the gate, smiled, and dismounted, leading his horse into the town. On the streets, many onlookers curiously observed Chen Sun. Some felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the azure-clad figure. But dismissing it as mere illusion, they shook their heads and continued on their way. At that moment, 3 constables passed by, and the middle-aged leader, upon seeing Chen Sun, paid him no mind, assuming he was merely an outsider resting in the town before moving on. However, in the next instant, the middle-aged man's steps abruptly halted, and he quickly approached Chen Sun with 2 bewildered constables in tow. Chen Sun, the middle-aged man stared at him in disbelief. Chen Sun smiled faintly. I never imagined that after 6 years, Captain Ji would still remember me. The middle-aged man was indeed Captain Ji Ba, who had summoned Chen Sun to the magistrate's office 6 years prior regarding the case of the Black Tiger. Yet, compared to 6 years ago, Ji Ba now bore streaks of white amidst his dark hair, and the lines around his eyes had deepened. With joy, Ji Ba seized Chen Sun's hand. Oh, I thought you looked familiar. I can't believe you have returned to Little River Town. Chen Sun replied, I merely passed through and thought to take a look. Ji Ba scrutinized Chen Sun closely, suddenly realizing something. 6 years have passed, yet your appearance has remained unchanged. Chen Sun casually replied, for one of my age, a mere 6 years should not bring significant alteration. It is you, Captain Ji, who has worked hard over the years, your hair turning gradually white. Indeed, Ji Ba conceded without suspicion, but one of your statements is incorrect. 6 years is not a short time. Chen Sun paused slightly, nodding gently. Yes, for an ordinary person. 6 years is indeed a considerable span. Ji Ba then recalled something and sighed. Chen Sun, your timing is fortuitous. The old Li family has undergone considerable changes in these years. The world has shifted. In the 3rd year after your departure, Li Yuan lost her sight, reportedly inherited from her grandmother. Strangely enough, her parents had never shown signs of this ailment, and it manifested in the next generation. Last year, old Li passed away, and the town master, considering Li Yuan's plight, asked me to arrange a marriage for her. However, she vehemently refuses, and I have been repeatedly turned away by her, which has caused me great distress. Chen Sun remained silent for a moment before saying, very well, Captain Ji, you tend to your affairs. I shall go and take a look. All right. I will return to the magistrate's office and inform the town master of your return. He has mentioned you often over the years, Ji Ba replied, gesturing for his 2 subordinates to follow as they departed. Chen Sun stood still for a while, lost in thought, before leading his horse toward the western side of Little River Town. Before a familiar courtyard, he halted, tying the horse nearby, which impatiently stamped its hooves. Chen Sun approached and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After a brief moment, a sound of fumbling at the door echoed from within the courtyard, followed by a creak. A slightly flustered voice emerged. Is it Uncle Ji? Outside, Chen Sun softly replied, it is Brother Chen. The air fell silent, and then footsteps could be heard, hurriedly colliding with something in their haste. Soon, the courtyard door before Chen Sun slowly swung open, revealing a charming face that met his gaze. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan was no longer the girl she once was. She appeared much more mature, especially her once large eyes, which now seemed unfocused and devoid of spirit. Brother Chen, Li Yuan leaned against the door, calling out tremulously. Chen Sun replied gently, yes, it is I. Inside the courtyard, Chen Sun held a cup of hot tea, standing there as he surveyed everything around him. A bundle of dust-covered hemp rope and a rusted machete stood out conspicuously in the corner. Seemingly sensing something, Li Yuan whispered, Brother Chen, grandfather passed away last year. He lived for 69 years, which is quite a long life in Xiaohe Town, and he had no regrets. The only regret he had was missing you and not being able to see you one last time. Chen Sun sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to visit Xiaohe Town 3 years ago, but he had not anticipated that his time of lucidity would be so fleeting and that madness would come upon him so swiftly. In this world, Chen Sun prided himself on his mastery over many things, yet he was utterly powerless over himself. Turning his gaze to Li Yuan, he said, I just encountered Captain Ji, and he mentioned a desire to arrange a marriage for you. Brother Chen, before Li Yuan could finish her thought, Chen Sun interjected, I understand. You have always been considerate of others. It is not that you are unwilling, but rather that you do not wish to burden anyone. Am I right? Upon hearing this, tears glistened in the corners of Li Yuan's eyes as she nodded emphatically, her voice choked with emotion. Yes. I can see nothing, and I am incapable of doing anything. I. Chen Sun stepped forward, gently patting Li Yuan's head like a caring elder. Meeting her gaze, he smiled. What is your wish at present? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Li Yuan tilted her head, and for a fleeting moment, her vacant eyes seemed to hold a flicker of light as she said, 20 miles east of Xiaohe Town, there is a sea of flowers. In the past, during spring, grandfather would sometimes take me there. Now that it is spring, it must be beautiful. Brother Chen, could you take me to see it? Chen Sun paused, pondering if such a wish was indeed so simple, and then replied, though the flower sea is indeed beautiful, you cannot see it. A smile blossomed on Li Yuan's face as she responded, even if I cannot see it, I know it must be breathtaking to be surrounded by the sea of flowers. Chen Sun found himself momentarily lost in thought before smiling. Very well, Brother Chen shall take you there. Chapter 63. The pouch of money. Chen Sun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard, inquiring, how do you wish to travel there? Li Yuan chirped, naturally. We shall ride there. As mere mortals, can we fly? Chen Sun replied, it is not entirely impossible. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment before forcing a smile. Brother Chen, you are joking, aren't you? Chen Sun chuckled, Brother Chen does not jest. With that, he grasped Li Yuan's wrist and soared into the air, heading towards the eastern side of Xiaohe town. During this journey, Li Yuan gasped, her expression transforming to one of disbelief. Meanwhile, the moment Jiba arrived, his pupils constricted sharply as he watched Chen Sun carry Li Yuan away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Sun is an immortal. 20 miles east of Xiaohe town lies a valley, where flowers bloom abundantly in a riot of colors, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the sweet fragrance of blossoms. As the spring breeze sweeps through, the flora dances gracefully, resembling a vast ocean of flowers. Before long, a streak of light descended, transforming into two figures amidst the floral sea. Chen Sun released Li Yuan's wrist and, with his hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps forward, surveying the surroundings. He smiled and remarked, "The scenery is indeed delightful, worthy of its title as the ocean of flowers." At that moment, Li Yuan bowed her head, her voice trembling. "Chen, Brother Chen is an immortal." Chen Sun turned to her, gently stating, "That is of little significance. What matters is that we have arrived at the flower sea." Li Yuan shivered slightly, as if relinquishing all her worries. She lifted her head, a smile returning to her face as she inhaled the floral scent. Spreading her arms wide, she exclaimed, "Brother Chen, thank you. It has been so long since I've been outside. Today is the happiest day for me in 2 years." Chen Sun stepped closer to Li Yuan, playfully asking, "Do you wish to run freely through the flower sea, embraced by the warm spring breeze?" Li Yuan froze momentarily, but then hesitated. Chen Sun shook his head. "Just say you want to, and Brother Chen will assist you." Li Yuan's lips quivered as she whispered, "I want to." Chen Sun nodded slightly, gently brushing his hand before her eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan felt her eyelids flutter, struggling to open them. The long-lost brightness gradually emerged, accompanied by the rapid beating of her heart. In her blurred vision, she discerned a figure with an unclear face, behind which lay a shimmering ocean. As her sight sharpened, she finally recognized the young man's features, and the glistening ocean revealed itself as the flower sea basking in sunlight. "Brother Chen, I see you." Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with clarity, fixating on the simultaneously unfamiliar and familiar face before her, as if wishing to etch it into her heart. Unbeknownst to her, joyful tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Chen Sun smiled gently, gesturing towards the flower sea. "I imagine you have harbored much within these past 2 years. Now is the time to release it." "Yes." Li Yuan nodded emphatically, disregarding her tears as she spread her arms and began to run joyfully through the flower sea. Chen Sun stood quietly, hands behind his back, wearing a warm smile as he observed the floral expanse, listening to the cheerful laughter carried by the wind. That evening, Li Yuan prepared a grand feast. Just as Chen Sun and Li Yuan were about to dine, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "I, Jibuchang, have come to pay my respects to the immortal." With Chen Sun's indication, Li Yuan hurriedly ran to open the courtyard door, welcoming in Jibuchang, accompanied by the constable Jiba. Upon seeing the restored brightness in Li Yuan's eyes, Jibuchang and Jiba were taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement, reflecting on the miraculous presence of the immortal who could heal her affliction with a mere touch. It is worth noting that they had previously sought numerous physicians, all of whom were powerless to help. Soon, Jibuchang and Jiba entered the room, and upon seeing Chen Sun, they immediately bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the immortal." Chen Sun remained unfazed by the appellations bestowed upon him by the two, responding with a smile, "The feast tonight is splendid. Let us sit down and share a drink." Jibuchang, taken aback, quickly replied, "I dare not. How could a mere mortal presume to share a table with an immortal?" Chen Sun reassured him, "I am not one to adhere to such formalities. There is no need for pleasantries." With a glance towards Li Yuan, she understood immediately and hastily ushered Jibuchang and Jiba to take their seats. Once settled, Jibuchang and Jiba appeared quite apprehensive, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Sun, their hearts filled with unspoken admiration. Truly, an immortal is timeless, untouched by the passage of years. In contrast, they could not help but feel the weight of age. 6 years had passed, and Jibuchang had noticeably aged, contemplating that in a few more years, he might find himself laid to rest. Suddenly, Jibuchang and Jiba exchanged knowing looks, recalling the infamous Black Tiger case and the 3 hunters who had perished in prison. Once, they had believed in supernatural forces at play, but now they comprehended the truth, that it was not spirits haunting them, but rather the consequence of crossing paths with Chen Sun, an immortal who left no room for survival. They had come to understand the mystery surrounding the case, but naturally, they kept their thoughts buried deep within, refraining from voicing them. After a prolonged silence, Ji Buchang bowed his head and clasped his hands together, saying, "I was unaware of your true nature before, should my manners have fallen short. I hope you will forgive me." Chen Sun waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, let us drink." "Indeed, indeed," they responded in unison. The three then indulged in drinks, while Li Yuan silently enjoyed her meal. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba began to relax, revealing their jovial sides. "Li Yuan, now that your eyesight has improved, it is high time you consider marriage, so that old Li can rest easy in the afterlife." In the town, children your age are already walking, Ji Buchang chuckled. Li Yuan, pushing her rice around, nodded quietly in agreement. Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Sun before solemnly adding, "Rest assured, I shall ensure Ji Ba finds you the most suitable match. With your connection to Chen Sun, I shall strive for nothing less than the best." Chen Sun smiled. "Then it falls upon the town chief to secure a happy future for Yuan Yuan." Ji Buchang hurriedly replied, "What you say is but the duty of a humble man." Chen Sun inclined his head slightly, turning to Li Yuan. "What the town chief says is true. You are not young anymore and must find a husband soon, so that the late Grandpa Li may find peace. Do you understand?" Li Yuan moved her lips slightly, lowering her gaze. "I understand, Brother Chen." After the meal, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba took their leave. Chen Sun stood in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky. Li Yuan approached him, suddenly presenting a worn pouch. Chen Sun was taken aback. "Brother Chen, do you not remember? This 100 gold coins, your grandfather said to keep it for you. He never spent a single coin over the years, and before passing, he instructed me to return it to you upon your return," she explained. Chen Sun's throat tightened, momentarily speechless. Though he had not felt much sorrow regarding old Li's death, the sudden appearance of the pouch stirred a complex wave of emotions within him. He accepted the pouch, tightening his grip around it. The next day, Chen Sun visited old Li's grave. Before the grave, Chen Sun opened 2 jars of wine, pouring one at the grave and consuming the other himself. He lingered there for a full day, during which he did not utter a single word. Only as he prepared to leave did he softly murmur, "Grandpa Li, I am departing. Brother Chen, it's time for dinner." In the small courtyard, Li Yuan rushed out of the kitchen, searching every corner but finding no trace of Chen Sun. A sense of foreboding arose in her heart, prompting her to glance around hurriedly. In that moment, she noticed the neatly coiled hemp rope in the corner of the yard and the once rusty axe now polished to a shine. The rope and axe lay quietly there, while the one who had sharpened the axe was nowhere to be found. Chapter 64. Entering the snowfield. Encountering malice at the gate of the Daotian sect. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood outside, facing Nangong Yao. "Sect Master Nangong, I have urgent matters to discuss with you," Yin Jueqing said with a serious expression. Nangong Yao frowned and replied directly, "Sect Master Yin has come too late. The gentleman departed without a word some days ago." "What?" Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were taken aback. Seeing their astonishment, Nangong Yao couldn't help but express his skepticism, asking, "Might I inquire what urgent matter concerns you?" Yin Jueqing fixed his gaze on Nangong Yao and solemnly stated, "Sect Master Nangong, it seems that Dao Tian sect is on the brink of a great calamity." Nangong Yao's expression shifted, for he understood that Yin Jueqing would not speak lightly. However, what could this great calamity entail? Wasn't the current struggle between the righteous and demonic paths merely a conflict in Beixian? Why would it suggest impending disaster for Dao Tian sect? After a moment of silence, Yin Jueqing sighed, "Out of respect for you, I shall disclose the truth. The conflict between the righteous and demonic forces in Beixian is not instigated by me, but rather stems from a great cultivator from Nentian. Did you not relay my message to the gentleman, urging him to avoid harming mortals? I would never dare to defy that request. Yet it has encroached upon the interests of that great cultivator. If I am not mistaken, he will soon arrive in Beixian to seek an explanation from your senior. But you say he has already departed. Tell me, do you not fear that this great cultivator will turn his ire upon Dao Tian's sect?" Boom. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling instantly. "What shall we do then?" Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with pity in their eyes. To speak frankly, Dao Tian sect is indeed beset by misfortune. It is truly lamentable. Yin Jueqing spoke with conviction. "I have 2 proposals." Nangong Yao quickly replied, "Please, Sect Master Yin, Do share. At this moment, it seemed there was no distinction between the righteous and the demonic. Firstly, we must locate your senior. If he is present, that great cultivator will not gain much from his visit. As soon as Yin Jueqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao bitterly shook his head. Sect Master Yin, you jest. The gentleman is elusive and intangible. Where can we search for him? Understanding the slim chances, Yin Jueqing continued. Secondly, I suggest that Sect Master Nangong immediately journey north of Beixian to the mysterious snowfield to seek the assistance of the palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace. If Nantian has a great cultivator, then surely Beixian does as well. Though strictly speaking, the mysterious snowfield may not fall within the boundaries of Beixian. It is marked as such on the map. The palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace? Nangong Yao shook his head vigorously, laboriously stating, the master of the Yin sect must be jesting. How could a mere nascent soul, like myself, possibly summon such esteemed figures? Moreover, there is a matter I dare not disclose. My current tribulation of transformation is nearing its peak, leaving me no time to venture to the ethereal snowfield. The elder replied, as for that, I cannot say. It is for you, Master Nangong, to decide. I shall take my leave. Yin Jueqing shook his head and transformed into black mist. Vanishing from sight, Ji Wucong watched Nangong Yao with a teasing glint in his eyes, remarking, oh dear, Nangong Yao, what will you do this time? How unfortunate, indeed. Upon seeing Nangong Yao's increasingly grim expression, he refrained from further provocation and soared into the sky, following Yin Jueqing. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yao's gaze flickered with urgency as he summoned Lu Yunjian. Master, he said, quickly recounting the events to Lu Yunjian, who turned pale upon hearing them. Elder, you must make a trip to the ethereal snowfield and see if you can persuade the master of the Wujigong to lend assistance. With the impending tribulation, I am utterly unable to leave, Nangong Yao stated gravely. Lu Yunjian, dumbfounded, replied, Master, how could I possibly convince the master of the Wujigong? Even if I were to reach the snowfield, it is uncertain whether I would have the chance to see him. Nangong Yao sighed. At this juncture, we have no alternative but to try. If it fails, we can only say that our Daotian sect's fate has run its course. Lu Yunjian nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, the only bargaining chip we possess is our Earth-grade spiritual vein. If you manage to meet the master of the Wujigong, convey that the Daotian sect is willing to offer it. Nangong Yao's tone darkened. If a mere Earth-grade spiritual vein is insufficient, you can continue to negotiate. As long as they are willing to aid us in overcoming this calamity, we are prepared to pledge our allegiance to the Wujigong. We have 15 disciples in purple robes, 4 of whom possess heavenly roots and 11 with top-tier earthly roots. I refuse to believe the Wujigong would not extend their assistance. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled as he grasped the magnitude of the impending crisis. This was undeniably the most terrifying tribulation they had ever faced. In a bid for survival, the master was willing to risk everything. Understood. The chilling wind howled as snow fell relentlessly. Across the boundless expanse of the snowfield, a scholar clad in green made his way step by step. Amidst the storm, Chun Sun retrieved a map and smiled, saying, the ethereal snowfield, splendid. Once I finish here, I shall pay a visit to my rival in the southern heaven. Chun Sun tucked away the map and produced a flask of wine, drinking heartily as he walked, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a distant howl of wolves pierced through the howling wind. Unbeknownst to him, he had been encircled by hundreds of white wolves, each larger than a robust man, their crimson eyes fixated on him. These were no ordinary wolves, they were wolf demons, each possessing cultivation at the late stage of chi refinement, while their leader, the Wolf King, was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As the pack closed in, Chun Sun patted his belly and remarked, what a fortuitous encounter. In the next moment, a wooden sword shot forth from his back, streaking through the wolf pack like a meteor, before swiftly returning to its scabbard. Ah, delightful, he mused, settling down to roast his meal with great satisfaction. After meticulously preparing a white wolf, Chun Sun skewered it with a wooden sword and roasted it over the campfire. The sword, remarkably sturdy, showed no signs of damage. Even as the wolf's meat neared perfection, a fierce wind howled nearby, yet an eerie calm enveloped the area within a tenjong radius around Chun Sun. Untouched by snowflakes or gusts, a bizarre phenomenon indeed. The snowfield was perilous. During Chun Sun's grilling, numerous demonic beasts were drawn by the enticing aroma. However, upon witnessing the scattered corpses of white wolves around Chun Sun, they fled in terror. Ah, the meat is exquisite. Chun Sun mused as he took a hearty bite of wolf meat, savoring it before indulging in a swig from his flask. Refreshing. Senior sister, look over there. At that moment, a startled exclamation echoed nearby as a group of men and women clad in sect robes approached. They were taken aback by the sight of the white wolf carcasses strewn about. Their astonished gazes soon fell upon the relaxed youth, who was enjoying his meal and drink, and their expressions turned increasingly hostile. Chapter 65. Summon your elders. As Chun Sun relished his roasted wolf meat, a gathering of 15 disciples from the sect approached, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Fellow cultivator, do you realize that these countless ice-white wolves you have slain were raised by our sect? The leading female disciple, Yang Qing, stated coldly. The others glared at Chun Sun with palpable animosity, yet none noticed the peculiar occurrence that, upon nearing Chun Sun, the wind and snow had ceased. Chun Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise, taking another bite of wolf meat as he chewed, and responded, You raised them? Yang Qing nodded solemnly. Indeed. We are near the Wuji Xian Palace, and the demonic beasts within a radius of thousands of miles are all under our care. After her declaration, Yang Qing paused, expecting that the name Wuji Xian Palace would instill fear in the youth before her. To her astonishment, he displayed no reaction, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. Ah, I see. Chun Sun acknowledged. Well then, I am not one who enjoys trouble. Since these are your beasts, tell me, how many spirit stones do you require for compensation? As soon as he finished speaking, one disciple shouted, Compensation in spirit stones? No amount you offer could suffice. Do you understand the value of an ice-white wolf? In this ethereal snowfield, each one slain diminishes their numbers, and you have eradicated hundreds. Upon hearing this, Chun Sun paused his chewing, a smile gracing his face as he replied, If no amount would suffice, then I shall forego compensation. Instead, I believe I have grounds to seek compensation from you. Yang Qing and the others were taken aback. Chun Sun inserted the wooden sword with the wolf meat back into the fire and extended his hands toward the flames, stating, Do you know that when I was besieged by this pack of white wolves, I was utterly terrified, on the brink of death? Since these wolves are under your care, seeking some spirit stones to soothe my still frayed nerves seems quite reasonable, does it not? Yang Qing and her companion's expressions darkened further. What audacity! You show no signs of having been frightened at all. One disciple shouted, You must be from the North Xian, for the ethereal snowfield is not a place for you. Your encounter with the ice-white wolves was entirely of your own making. Indeed, how dare you shamelessly ask us for compensation? You clearly have not heeded our status as disciples of the Wuji Xian Palace. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I would suggest simply apprehending him and allowing his backing to negotiate for his release. The disciples engaged in a lively exchange of words. Chun Sun remained unfazed, replying, You are quite domineering. I must inform you, should you slay the beasts of our Wuji immortal palace, this matter shall not be settled lightly. A disciple coldly retorted. At that moment, Yang Qing's pupils slightly constricted as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite the surrounding blizzard, this area felt eerily tranquil. Chun Sun clapped his hands and stood, declaring, If it cannot be resolved amicably, then so be it. Laughter of disdain erupted among the crowd. Enough of this. Yang Qing interjected suddenly, to the delight of her fellow disciples, who thought she wished to avoid further trivialities. At that instant, Chun Sun drew his wooden sword and sheathed it on his back, grinning as he said, I am quite curious to see what kind of demeanor your elders possess, given your juvenile appearance. Yang Qing frowned, while the disciples scoffed, their expressions brimming with contempt. What are you pretending for? It seemed the Wuji Immortal Palace had remained hidden in the mysterious snowfield for far too long. Who among the cultivators above the foundation establishment stage did not know of their formidable reputation? This individual, capable of slaying numerous white wolves, was undoubtedly powerful and must have heard of their renown. One wondered whether he was merely naive or had other motives. Just then, Chun Sun waved his hand casually. The snow accumulated on the ground surged forth, transforming into crystalline ropes that darted like serpents, instantly binding Yang Qing and her fellow disciples. As they regained their senses, panic ensued, and they struggled fiercely. Yet, no matter the means they employed, the crystalline ropes remained unyielding, tightening further with each futile attempt. In an instant, Yang Qing and the others were thrown into disarray. The disciples finally comprehended that the youth before them was a formidable opponent, a practitioner above the foundation establishment stage, one they could not contend with. After all, even Yang Qing, who was on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage, was rendered powerless. What do you intend to do? One disciple, pained by the constricting ropes, shouted angrily. You are truly audacious to lay hands on us. Disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace, in the mysterious snowfield. Chen Sun, however, dismissed their foolishness, asking, where is your sect? The question left the crowd in shock. What did he mean? Could it be that he truly dared to confront the Wuji Immortal Palace? A wave of exhilaration swept through them. Initially, they had considered him a mere novice, yet now it appeared he was indeed Navi. Yang Qing gritted her teeth, saying, Friend, if you release us and depart, we shall consider this incident as though it never occurred. Chen Sun replied softly, the event has already transpired. Yang Qing faltered, choosing to say no more. Although she recognized his formidable power, he seemed utterly unaware of what the Wuji Immortal Palace represented. Our sect lies in that direction. If you possess the ability, go ahead. If you do not, I will look down upon you from the depths of my heart. A disciple forcefully gestured towards a direction, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun ceased his words, raised his hand, and led the group of disciples as they traversed the blizzard, moving 1,000 miles with each step. Amidst the terrifying speed, the biting winds and snow lashed against the faces of the crowd, inflicting pain as if cutting through flesh, causing blood to flow incessantly, rendering them nearly breathless. Their expressions finally shifted, astonished by the formidable prowess of the young man before them. An unsettling premonition began to rise within their hearts. Yet, when they recalled their elder, a cultivator of the harmonization realm, and their palace lord, a transcendent being who had undergone tribulation, they felt a sense of relief. In this land, the Wujixian palace reigned supreme. This individual was courting death. His days were numbered. The Wujixian palace was perched atop a towering snow-capped mountain in the heart of the ethereal snowfield. Amidst the swirling snow, the grand architecture atop the peak could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, a group of figures swept in, led by Chen Sun accompanied by his 15 disciples. At such a terrifying velocity, his disciples had already suffered severe injuries, their features a gruesome sight. Chen Sun stood in midair, one hand resting behind his back, and smiled. Is this your sect? With a slight tilt of his head, he continued, I shall grant you 10 breaths to summon your elders. The disciples, including Yang Qing, gazed at the figure in the green robe with trembling eyes, utterly intimidated by his calm demeanor. Even standing before the Wujixian palace, he remained unfazed, devoid of any fear or trepidation. Help, elder! One disciple suddenly cried out, his voice echoing through the vast whiteness of the world. Chapter 66. I pity you. That cry resonated through the heavens, startling the Wujixian palace. Within the palace, regardless of their activities, everyone paused simultaneously, incredulously gazing towards the sky outside. At that moment, numerous streaks of light surged from the Wujixian palace towards Chen Sun and his group. Some cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm soared on swords, while others of the core formation realm floated gracefully. And a few nascent soul elders scrutinized them with eyes like lightning. These nascent soul cultivators were merely inner sect elders of the Wujixian palace. In contrast, the inner sect elders of the Daotian sect were merely at the core formation stage. The disparity was glaringly evident. As more and more streaks of light emerged from the Wujixian palace, those who beheld the severely injured disciples behind Chen Sun felt a surge of anger within their hearts. Who would have thought that anyone would dare to harm the disciples of the Wujixian palace in the ethereal snowfield? What infuriated them further was the audacity of this man to approach the Wujixian palace alone. How brazen, how reckless. Behind Chen Sun, as more and more disciples and elders arrived, a formidable pressure akin to an army formed around him, causing Yang Qing and the others to feel an immense relief. Their hatred surged infinitely. Are you not arrogant? Did you not dare to venture alone into the Wujixian palace? And now, Chen Sun surveyed the disciples and elders of the Wujixian palace before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stated, You are not worthy to summon your strongest to face me, Chen. In that instant, the heavens above the Wujixian palace fell into silence, the only sound being the swirling wind and snow. Who dares approach? A cold voice resonated from within one of the palatial halls, reporting to the palace lord. It is said that a young cultivator has captured our disciples and brought them here, though the reason remains unknown. A core elder responded with utmost respect. At that moment, within the grand hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman veiled in silk occupied the seat of honor. On either side below her, 6 core elders stood in attendance. In the center, kneeling with utmost reverence, was Lu Yunjian, the Grand Elder of the Daotian sect. He had journeyed tirelessly, either by boat or through teleportation arrays, to arrive at the Wajixian Palace. Lu Yunjian's heart raced with alarm, unable to fathom who dared to challenge the Wajixian Palace and who was bold enough to defy them. "Palace Master, do you require my presence outside to investigate?" One of the core elders inquired, bowing respectfully. Qin Qingran replied coolly, "No, allow the subordinates to handle it. Let us continue discussing matters concerning the Daotian sect." "Understood," the core elder acknowledged. From this exchange, it was evident that neither Qin Qingran, the palace master, nor the assembly of core elders regarded the unfolding events outside the palace with any seriousness. "Lu Yunjian, what you have stated earlier, is it indeed true?" Qin Qingran inquired. Lu Yunjian hastily replied, in response to Palace Master Qin, "Every word is true. The sect master has declared that if you, Palace Master Qin, are willing to assist the Daotian sect in overcoming this calamity in Beixian, we shall pledge our allegiance to the Wujixian Palace henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qin Qingran remained silent, her expression obscured beneath her veil. One core elder, discerning the atmosphere, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Why has the sect master of the Daotian sect not come personally? Instead you, an elder, are sent in his stead? Is this the sincerity of your sect?" Nan Gongyao, a mere junior, is only at the late stage of the nascent soul. Yet he carries himself with such arrogance. Humph. A tremor ran through Lu Yunjian's heart as he stammered, "It is a misunderstanding. I pay my respects to Palace Master Qin and esteemed elders. The sect master indeed wished to come in person, but alas, he is on the verge of his divine tribulation and cannot be spared." Sigh. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the core elders softened slightly. If that were the case, it was somewhat understandable. Qin Qingran spoke, "Lu Yunjian, I am willing to visit Beixian to aid your Daotian sect in overcoming this tribulation." Lu Yunjian was overjoyed and prepared to express his gratitude. However, Qin Qingran raised her hand, saying, "Do not be hasty. In addition to your sect's allegiance, I have one more condition. The 4 disciples with celestial roots from your sect must enter the Wajixian Palace and remain as our disciples for eternity." Lu Yunjian's countenance changed, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. The disciples with celestial roots were exceedingly precious. The Daotian sect had only 4 of them over the years, and how could they possibly? Qin Qingran offered no further explanation, fully aware that the Daotian sect would recognize the gravity of their situation between the potential annihilation and the loss of 2 disciples with celestial roots. Moreover, entering the Wajixian Palace could be seen as a great fortune for those 2 disciples. It was now a matter of whether the Daotian sect would comprehend the nuance of the situation. With forced composure, Lu Yunjian replied, "Very well, it is settled. The entry of the 2 disciples with celestial roots into the Daotian sect is indeed a stroke of fortune for them. How could I possibly refuse?" At that moment, a core elder's expression changed dramatically, declaring, "Palace Master, that young cultivator from outside has already killed one of our nascent soul practitioners and 2 of our core formation practitioners." "What?" The assembly shuddered. Even Qin Qingran slowly rose to her feet, her gaze icy as she directed her attention toward the palace's exterior. Outside the Wajixian Palace, an ever-growing multitude of cultivators gathered. The numbers had swelled to tens of thousands, yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The elder disciples gazed pale-faced at the figure of the green-clad cultivator ahead. Just moments ago, they had only shouted a few warnings, yet without hesitation. This individual had slain one of their inner sect's Yuanying elders and 2 Jidan deacons in an instant. Behind Chen Sun, Yangqing and the others trembled, their hearts quaking in disbelief as they beheld the green-clad figures back. Having witnessed such brutality, they dared not utter a word. Chen Sun surveyed the scene and chuckled softly. "What is the matter? Have you all lost your voices? Whatever happened to that bravado?" The atmosphere was thick with silence, countless eyes averted. Before the high-ranking officials of the Wajixian Palace arrived, none dared to speak further, fearful of the scythe of death looming over them. Noticing the silence, Chen Sun felt a tinge of boredom. "Your high-ranking officials of the Wajixian Palace certainly have a grand air about them, allowing me to wait. Very well, let it be thus. For every breath they delay, I shall take 1 life." No sooner had he spoken than a blade of sword energy surged forth from an unknown origin. Swiftly, another Jidan deacon was cleaved in half, plummeting from the sky. Su, the deacon, The elder disciples stirred restlessly, their terror palpable as they witnessed this scene, yet none dared to approach. Over 10,000 cultivators of the Wajixian palace stood paralyzed by the solitary green-clad swordsman. As moments passed, one after another, disciples and elders fell beneath the relentless sword energy, their lives extinguished. An overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed everyone, their faces ashen. Even in the frigid weather, they were drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time in many years that such a horrifying event had transpired within the Wajixian palace. Though the cultivators were gripped by fear, thoughts of the impending arrival of core elders and even the palace masters stirred their resolve, their gazes turning fierce. Halt! Who dares to be so audacious in the Wajixian palace? At that moment, a stern voice belonging to a core elder rang out. Followed by the appearance of 7 figures, it was none other than Palace Master Qin Qingran and 6 core elders. You are a moment too late, Chun Sun remarked with a light chuckle, and yet another disciple fell victim to the invisible blade, dying before the very eyes of the Wajixian palace's high-ranking officials. Palace Master, elders. The multitude of cultivators, upon witnessing the arrival of Qin Qingran and the core elders, felt an immense relief wash over them, bowing deeply in sorrow, truly terrified. Behind Qin Sun, Yangqing and the other disciples were moved to tears, never having imagined that a random encounter on the snowy plain would lead them to such a ruthless figure, one who dared to unleash slaughter upon the Wajixian palace. Palace Master, save us! Yangqing and the others cried out in desperation. They could not bear to remain even a moment longer in the presence of the green-clad cultivator. He was too fearsome. You are quite impressive. Qin Qingran fixed her gaze upon Qin Sun, her tone measured. The core elders were equally incensed, their chests heaving with rage, even upon their arrival. This person had the audacity to kill before them. It had been years since the Wajixian palace had endured such humiliation, and the losses of those elders and disciples were unprecedented. Qin Sun smiled. Now that you are here, let me inquire, how does your sect educate its disciples to raise such a group of unruly, unreasonable individuals? Qin Qingran's gaze sharpened as she remarked. How my disciples are disciplined is not for you to judge. It seems you have overstepped your bounds. Qin Sun nodded. Do you not wish to know the full story? Qin Qingran replied. I have no interest in your disputes with my disciples, nor do I care to argue over principles. All I know is that my Wujixian palace embodies the principle itself. The elders and disciples present felt a surge of passion. Indeed, this was their Wujixian palace. Yangqing and others no longer felt alarmed, casting pitying yet resentful glances at Qin Sun. This was the moment for retribution. Qin Sun chuckled at last. I understand why your disciples exhibit such arrogance. It appears the upper beam is crooked, causing the lower beam to lean. Qin Qingran ordered. Bind him and take him to the extreme cold ice cave in the back mountain. 2 core elders stepped forward, their gazes icy as they fixed them on Qin Sun. One elder stated, I know you may be a cultivator at the integration stage. Such prowess allows you to dominate in Beixian. Yet, you seem to have grown accustomed to your elevated position, underestimating our Wujixian palace. After a moment of silence, Qin Sun replied, What a pity. Qin Qingran's eyes flickered as she inquired, Are you lamenting for yourself? Not at all. Qin Sun responded with a smile, shaking his head. I lament for you. I have offered you opportunities. After all, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges, and cultivation is arduous. With that, he slowly extended his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword behind his back. At that moment, Lu Yunjian emerged from the hall, and, upon witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. Sir. Chapter 67. Sword Qi Unleashed, Annihilating the Immortal Palace, Sir. Sir. Lu Yunjian transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending into the air, his expression filled with urgency. Sir, is there some misunderstanding? Qin Qingran and the core elders were taken aback, surprised to discover that Daotian's sect was acquainted with this individual. It seemed that Daotian's sect could not be relied upon. Lu Yunjian. This man has killed several elders and disciples of our Wujixian palace. It appears your prior negotiations are now void, a core elder stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian remained unfazed. Now that he had encountered his master, the negotiations could indeed be disregarded. Regardless, he would stand by his master, believing that even if the sect leader were present, they would unhesitatingly side with him. Yet, Lu Yunjian's urgency stemmed from genuine concern for Qin Sun. It was not a question of doubting Qin Sun's strength, but rather the overwhelming numbers of elders at the integration stage surrounding them, presenting a formidable challenge. Sir, you should retreat behind me. Lu Yunjian attempted to voice his thoughts, but Chen Sun interrupted him. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled, although anxious. He dared not defy him and silently stepped aside. At that moment, Qin Qingran observed Chen Sun's grip on his sword, remaining unfazed as she said, I have cultivated for over 2,000 years, reaching the mid-stage of tribulation, nearly at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. In another 1,000 years, I might ascend. What is there to lament? You, on the other hand, are quite arrogant for a mere cultivator. Your death would be of no consequence. Oh, what a profound statement regarding the triviality of death, Chen Sun replied softly with a smile, suddenly drawing his sword. Clang! In an instant, as the sword was drawn, its resounding cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The blizzard enveloping the ethereal snowfield seemed to come to a halt for a fleeting moment. Qin Qingran, initially indifferent, suddenly changed countenance at the moment Chen Sun unsheathed his sword, her mind going blank in an instant. Instinctively, Qin Qingran attempted to channel her spiritual energy to unleash the overwhelming pressure of tribulation and retaliation, yet under the most formidable sword intent, such thoughts could not even arise. No, Senior. In the blink of an eye, the formless sword aura swept past Qin Qingran's body. Along with her veil, she was cleaved in two, her vitality mercilessly extinguished by the terrifying sword energy. The two halves of Qin Qingran's visage were frozen in a plea for mercy and terror. In the next moment, her body was obliterated by the sword aura, dissipating into nothingness. The sequence of events unfolded with lightning speed. The master of the Wujia Immortal Palace, a great cultivator undergoing tribulation, had perished, and all this transpired merely from Chen Sun drawing his sword. Outside the Wujia Immortal Palace, the atmosphere was steeped in a profound silence. Everyone's complexion turned ashen, their souls trembling, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. It was too swift, incredibly swift. They could barely comprehend what had occurred to their exalted master. Lu Yunjian's pupils quivered as he swallowed hard, feeling an unprecedented dryness in his mouth. His peripheral vision trembled as he glanced at the figure in green beside him, nearly choking with disbelief. The strength of this man was unfathomable, surpassing the limits of the mortal realm. Was he truly a cultivator of this world? The master, coming to their senses. The elders and disciples of the Wujia Immortal Palace were engulfed in sorrow, yet at that moment, they lacked the courage even to voice their lamentations. The disciples bound behind Chen Sun, including Yang Qing, were consumed by boundless terror, their bodies trembling violently, warmth flooding from their lower bodies. Indeed, they had been so frightened they had lost control. An unparalleled regret spread through their hearts, but it was all too late. Chen Sun turned his head and inquired, Do you think your master deserves to die? Yang Qing and the others felt their hairs stand on end, their souls seemingly entranced, hastily replying, He deserves to die. The master deserves to die. Chen Sun smiled, truly a disgrace. With a flick of his sleeve, he reduced Yang Qing and the others to nothingness, as if they had never existed in this world. This unimaginable scene once again sent the members of the Wujia Immortal Palace into a frenzy of terror. Everyone fell to their knees in midair, frantically bowing and pleading for mercy. Senior, spare us. Senior, please. We understand our mistakes. We truly understand our errors. Senior, spare us. The sight of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Wujia Immortal Palace fervently begging for mercy before a single figure in green was extraordinarily explosive. Leave. Chen Sun turned and walked into the void. Lu Yunjian, regaining his senses, hurriedly bowed and followed, his heart racing with an unprecedented intensity. An experience unlike any he had known. As Chen Sun moved further away, all the elders and disciples seemed drained of strength, some even losing control of their spiritual energy, plummeting into the abyss. They knelt there, lost and desolate, unable to believe that their master had perished in such a manner, as if it were a dream. Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The only solace lies in the fact that the majority of them are still alive. Yet, at that moment, Chen Sun, who had distanced himself, abruptly turned around, his gaze calm and profound. He raised his right hand gently, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the direction of the Wujia Immortal Palace. Suddenly, a faint glow illuminated his fingertips, flickering like a firefly. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a vast surge of sword energy shot skyward, cleaving through the heavens for miles. Aimed directly at the Wuji Immortal Palace. Wherever the sword energy passed, it stirred an endless storm of wind and snow, tearing apart the very fabric of space with a crackling sound. The sword energy was formless, while the wind and snow were tangible. The heavens and the earth were manifest. To the onlookers, including the people of Lu Yunjian and the Wuji Immortal Palace, the scene resembled the end of days. No. Whoosh. Boom. The terrifying sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the entire Wuji Immortal Palace. In an instant, the magnificent palace was reduced to dust. Countless elders and disciples, filled with despair and terror, were obliterated in the boundless sword energy, fading into nothingness. Simultaneously, the towering snow-capped mountains that housed the Wuji Immortal Palace collapsed, vanishing into the earth. Rumble. The ground shook and the sky trembled. On the ethereal snowfield, countless beasts fled in panic, their mournful cries echoing. It was not until a while later that all commotion ceased. Chun Sun slowly lowered his fingers, placing them behind his back, coldly observing the scene before him. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjian stood frozen, gazing at the dissipated Wuji Immortal Palace and the indescribable devastation wrought, his teeth clenched tightly, knees trembling, his mind clouded, on the verge of fainting. Chun Sun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunjian and inquired, "What is wrong with you? Are you well?" Lu Yunjian jolted, kneeling and stammering, "Sir, I am very well." Chun Sun regarded him with suspicion, seeing your apparent connection with the Wuji Immortal Palace. You wouldn't be looking to seek justice on their behalf, would you? Lu Yunjian's scalp prickled, his eyes bulging, and he exclaimed, "Sir, you misunderstand. How could I dare? Moreover, I have no ties to the Wuji Immortal Palace. I have long harbored disdain for them. Now that they have been vanquished by you, it is truly divine retribution. I am overjoyed." Chun Sun stroked his chin, nodding. "Very well, I shall believe you this once. Had you spoken any slower just now, I might have eradicated you completely." Lu Yunjian rolled his eyes, finally losing his composure. Frightened to the point of fainting, plummeting towards the ground. Chun Sun chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, he caught him in midair. Otherwise, Lu Yunjian would have met a disastrous end. After all, he was a Yuaning. If he were to be reduced to a pulp, it would surely be a tale for the ages, a source of laughter for millennia. Chapter 68. Chun Sun's disdain for various treasures. Crackling sounds echoed. In a low-lying area of the snowfield, a bonfire crackled. Chun Sun warmed a flask of wine, leaning against it, sipping while perusing an unwritten tome. Beside him, Lu Yunjian lay flat, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, as if haunted by some horrific vision. Suddenly, Lu Yunjian shot up, gasping for breath. A look of terror etched upon his face. He quickly regained his composure, his peripheral vision catching the bonfire and Chun Sun, startling him. And he hurriedly rose to pay his respects. "Sir." Chun Sun did not glance at him, but softly said, "The weather is frigid. Since you are awake, you should have a sip of wine to warm your body." "Indeed," Lu Yunjian respectfully replied, silently sitting down. He took out a cup and poured himself a glass of warm wine, drinking it slowly. Although, as a nascent soul cultivator, he was not afraid of the cold. He felt it prudent to heed his teacher's advice. After finishing a cup, Lu Yunjian fell silent, occasionally casting sidelong glances at Chun Sun, recalling the shocking and surreal event of the annihilation of the Wuji Immortal Palace. "Teacher," he began. Chun Sun turned a page and replied, "Speak." Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and asked, "Are you an immortal?" Chun Sun paused for a moment, then jested, "I am no immortal. Rather, it is you who, in the realm of mortals, are eagerly hailed as immortals." Lu Yunjian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humbled, and replied, "We are merely half-hearted cultivators. We do not deserve the title of immortal. It is just that mortals, with their limited understanding, believe that anyone who can fly is an immortal." Chun Sun smiled without comment. Lu Yunjian cleared his throat, emboldened by the wine, and said, "Teacher, you are indeed formidable. To be honest, I previously did not understand why you did not concern yourself with the affairs of the righteous and demonic paths of Beixian, but now it is entirely clear. To your esteemed self, witnessing the conflict between the righteous and the demonic is perhaps akin to observing a child's play, utterly trivial." In Lu Yunjian's eyes, the battles between the righteous and demonic paths might seem as insignificant as two ants fighting. Why bother intervening? Unless, of course, one of those ants foolishly provoked the teacher, in which case he might casually crush it underfoot, much like the recently destroyed Wuji Immortal Palace. Chen Sun regarded Lu Yunjian for a moment before saying, "You are partially correct, yet not entirely so." Lu Yunjian instantly perked up, listening attentively, yet Chen Sun chose not to elaborate further. Lu Yunjian dared not inquire further. Remembering the pressing matter at hand, he cautiously asked, "Teacher, will you accompany me back to the Daotian sect?" At present, with the Wuji Immortal Palace having been destroyed, the Daotian sect faced imminent peril with the arrival of the South Heaven Tribulation. However, if the teacher chose not to go to the Daotian sect, Lu Yunjian would have no choice but to devise another plan upon his return. Chen Sun remained silent for a moment before saying, "I understand your concern. Regardless, that person is coming for me. I cannot allow you and the Daotian sect to be implicated." Lu Yunjian was first filled with surprise, then astonishment. He could not fathom how the teacher could possess such clarity. He had not spoken a word. Truly, the teacher was extraordinary and immortal indeed. Chen Sun shifted the conversation and continued, "However, I will not return. I possess an array disc that can ensure the safety of your Daotian sect." As he spoke, Chen Sun produced a dusty array disc from an unknown source and tossed it over. Lu Yunjian hastily caught it, feeling as though he had received a treasure, and exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher." He knew well that anything produced by the teacher would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Chen Sun nodded and smiled, saying, "This array disc contains only 2 array cores. Use it sparingly and cherish it. To be honest, utilizing it to defend against the South Heaven cultivators is somewhat wasteful. But it matters not, as I found it and have no particular use for it otherwise." Time had passed so long that Chen Sun had forgotten precisely where he had acquired it. To him, what resembled mere refuse was, in fact, quite abundant and varied. Chen Sun refrained from elaborating further to Lu Yunjian. It would be unthinkable to admit that once this formation was activated, even celestial beings would find it insurmountable. On a more optimistic note, the Southern Heaven cultivator could consider himself fortunate. Who would have thought that a tribulation-transcending practitioner could be repelled by such a formation? "Master, I understand." Lu Yunjian solemnly put away the formation. He grasped the implication. The formation could only be employed twice. Chen Sun chuckled, saying, "Since he seeks to trouble me, you may take the opportunity within the formation to berate him thoroughly." "Yes," Lu Yunjian promptly agreed. "Furthermore, inform him that I shall soon visit Southern Heaven. I will provide him an opportunity for a face-to-face reckoning," Chen Sun added softly. Consequently, the tribulation-transcending cultivator, upon recognizing that he could not breach Daotian sect, would likely retreat. Understood. Lu Yunjian clearly comprehended Chen Sun's intent and felt increasingly grateful. At the same time, he gleaned an important piece of news. The master would be in Southern Heaven for the foreseeable future. He could not help but feel pity for the tribulation-transcending cultivator. Why choose to provoke the master of all people? Previously, Lu Yunjian might have believed that such a formidable practitioner could pose a threat to Chen Sun. However, after experiencing the infinite immortal palace, he realized that, in the eyes of the master, the tribulation-transcending cultivator was inconsequential. Given the master's character, it was unlikely he would seek him out deliberately. It was more probable that he would eliminate him casually. "Do you have any matters to attend to?" Chen Sun inquired calmly. Lu Yunjian quickly shook his head. "No, master, nothing at all. Since there are no pressing matters, you may take your leave." "Do you expect me to see you off?" "Ah, I dare not impose." "Master, I shall take my leave now. Please take care." Lu Yunjian exclaimed in surprise, realizing that time was of the essence. He rose, bowed respectfully, and after retreating a distance of 10 paces, he turned and soared into the sky. After Lu Yunjian's departure, Chen Sun stored the wordless tome back into his bosom and then retrieved a multitude of items, forming a small mountain. Among them were the Qianquan Tower, the Indestructible Sutra, the Binding Immortal Rope, the Endless Alchemical Furnace, the Primordial Azure Lotus, Saplings of the World Tree, the Mixed Yuan Heavy Armor, the Soul Summoning Banner, the 10,000 Spells Cannon, the Celestial Cloud Boots, and the Elemental Pearls of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Thunder, Wind, and Spirit, among others. These items seemed useless to him, yet discarding them felt like a waste. Chen Sun sighed in frustration, shook his head, and after rummaging through them, he gathered all these items back into his possession. While he may not hold them in high regard, any single item could incite a storm of bloodshed if placed in any setting. Yet, he possessed many such treasures. Among all these valuables, the one that Chen Sun favored most was indeed the wordless tome. Indeed, the wordless tome. Even the wooden sword had to take a back seat. Whether in moments of madness or lucidity, Chen Sun frequently embraced the wordless tome, not to learn anything in particular, but purely for its intrigue and aesthetic appeal. To the ordinary observer, the wordless tome appeared devoid of records and substance. However, to Chen Sun, it contained profound mysteries aplenty. In a single phrase, one can glimpse the cosmos and discern the essence of all things. Within the unlettered tome lies the foundation, where even fate, causality, and the laws of the world are elucidated. At that moment, the wooden sword behind Chen Sun quivered slightly. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, you are rather passable, I suppose." Chapter 69. The Demon Emperor of the Spirit Realm. In the following fortnight, Chen Sun traversed most of the ethereal snowfield. The snowfield, perpetually blanketed in snow, seemed a deliberate choice for the residents of the supreme immortal palace, reigning dominantly over this realm. However, with the demise of the supreme immortal palace, the snowfield appeared to have lost its distinctiveness. Amidst the swirling snow, Chen Sun paused momentarily. 10 paces ahead of him materialized a barrier of air. Approaching it, he stroked his chin and then prodded it gently with a finger. With a sharp crack, the air barrier shattered, creating an aperture sufficient for a single person to pass through. Do not be deceived by Chen Sun's ease. The hardness of this air barrier would likely leave an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator merely gaping in astonishment. It stands to reason that the supreme immortal palace, having lingered in the ethereal snowfield for so long, must have been aware of this barrier's existence, yet found themselves momentarily unable to breach it. Perhaps the palace lord's cultivation at the mid-tribulation stage was insufficient. It is likely that upon breaking through to the late stage, they would attempt to dismantle this barrier. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Sun stepped inside. The instant he crossed the air barrier, the scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer was he surrounded by the snowfield, but instead found himself in an abyss of pitch-black silence. Looking down, he saw nothing beneath him, merely an unfathomable darkness. For countless years, finally, someone has managed to enter this place. It was worth the wait for this emperor. At this juncture, a golden armored phantom gradually materialized, its indifferent voice resonating in the void, exuding an air of profound mystery. Chen Sun regarded the golden figure, his gaze tinged with surprise. A sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place it. "You have managed to enter here. Your cultivation must surely be at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Splendid. I senti it. Goodness. Is that you, sir?" The golden phantom, speaking in a mild tone, turned to face Chen Sun and gasped in astonishment upon seeing him. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The phantom, shedding its previously domineering demeanor, swiftly darted to Chen Sun's side and ingratiatingly exclaimed, Sir, it's me. I am Sheng. Have you forgotten me?" As it spoke, it removed its mask, revealing a furry yet mischievous face. Chen Sun furrowed his brow, taking a moment before recognition dawned upon him, and he chuckled. "Ah, it is you, you rascally monkey." Sheng grinned broadly, scratching its head in evident excitement. Chen Sun smiled lightly. "I did not expect you, this monkey, to leave a fragment of your soul in the mortal realm. If my conjecture is correct, this must be yet another of your cunning schemes." Despite Sheng's seemingly harmless demeanor, it was merely a fade before Chen Sun. Its true identity was that of a demon emperor in the spirit realm. Sheng responded with an awkward chuckle. "Indeed, it cannot escape your discerning gaze. Cough, cough." Seeing Chen Sun, Sheng felt both joy and resignation, the latter stemming from the thwarting of its possession plan. Previously, a barrier of air was established in the mortal realm, designed as a means of selection. Should anyone manage to breach it, they would meet the criteria for his possession. The saint, naturally, had not perished. His true form resided within the spiritual realm. This fragment of his soul sought to seize a suitable external incarnation. Generally speaking, attaining the pinnacle of cultivation in the resource-deprived mortal realm is a testament to one's innate talent and perseverance. Most ascendants from the mortal realm thrive in the spiritual realm. Should one achieve an exceptional external incarnation in the mortal realm and subsequently transcend to the spiritual realm, they could become a trusted ally of the saint in the future. Would you hold the saint accountable? The saint, noticing Chen Sun's silence as he gazed upon him, felt a twinge of apprehension. Chen Sun softly replied, "Why would I blame you? The fates of others are of no concern to me. The saint immediately chuckled, saying, "You remain unchanged, just as you were before." Chun Sun suddenly remarked, "Currently, there happens to be a tribulation stage cultivator at odds with me, who has reached the pinnacle of the mid-tribulation stage, just a step away from the late stage. How would you like that body?" The saint was taken aback, exclaiming, "Awe? Is there truly someone daring enough to oppose you? That tribulation minor cultivator must be courting death." The saint was astonished. He was well aware of this individual's formidable abilities, and could only conclude that the minor cultivator possessed audacity. Chun Sun shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Your words suggest that there are not many who oppose me? My visage bears no warning against provocation." "Indeed, you speak truth," the saint flattered with a grin, adding, "It is truly wonderful to see you in your lucid state. You departed silently before, and I missed you greatly. I never expected you to arrive in this mortal realm. You truly are remarkable, able to traverse the barriers and the heavenly path with such ease." It was evident that the saint was aware of Chun Sun's transitions between madness and clarity, though he understood little beyond that. Moreover, the saint perceived this oscillation of states as a manifestation of a great figure's play within the world. Hearing the saint speak thus, Chun Sun sighed inwardly, realizing that he had been clear-headed for over a month now, wondering when he might suddenly revert to madness. He had grown accustomed to it. "Enough of idle chatter. I shall first collect this fragment of your soul. Once I deal with that tribulation cultivator, I will release you." After speaking, Chun Sun waved his sleeve, and the saint's fragment of soul vanished without a trace. Chun Sun had a fondness for this mischievous spirit and, given their prior connection, was willing to lend a hand. In the Dao Tian sect's inner cabinet, Nangong Yao and the elders wore furrowed brows, occasionally lamenting. "Sect Master, Lu Yunjian has returned." At that moment, Lu Yunjian entered the cabinet, weary from travel. Everyone rejoiced and hurried to surround him. Nangong Yao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Elder, you have finally returned. It is said that the Tribulation Master from Nantian has arrived at the Devouring Heaven Demon sect and will soon come to our Dao Tian sect." Suddenly, Nangong Yao's expression shifted. "Wait, why have you returned alone? Did not Sect Master Qin accompany you to Dao Tian sect?" The elders, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, became visibly pale. Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and said, "Sect Master, Qin Gongzhu has been slain by the Master, and the Wujixian Palace has also been destroyed by him." "What?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. Nangong Yao could no longer maintain his composure. He surged forward and grabbed Lu Yunjian by the collar, incredulously asking, "What did you say? Repeat that." Lu Yunjian trembled as he replied, "Wujixian Palace is no more." Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, slowly releasing Lu Yunjian's collar. Staggering backward as if about to lose his footing, the elders gasped in unison, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. That was the ethereal Wujixian Palace, a place beyond the mundane realm, destroyed by the Master? The Master is truly formidable. Had it not been for the words spoken by the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian himself, they would have found this hard to believe, as if caught in a dream. How could the Wujixian Palace have provoked the Master? This is disastrous. With the Wujixian Palace's fall, how can our Dao Tian sect endure this calamity? Nangong Yao muttered vacantly. Lu Yunjian smiled wryly, producing a formation disc and declaring loudly, "Do not panic, Sect Master. This is a formation disc bestowed by the Master. He said it is more than sufficient to withstand the tribulation." Boom. The crowd erupted in joy. The light returned to Nangong Yao's eyes as he snatched the formation disc, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, exclaiming, "Excellent. Splendid. Humph. The Wujixian Palace is foolish to have provoked the Master. They deserved such a fate." He turned to Lu Yunjian with a worried expression and asked, "Yunjian, the Master has not been harmed, has he?" Lu Yunjian reassured him, "Not a single hair on the Master has been touched." Chapter 70. The Formation Rises. At that moment, the Master merely drew his sword, and Qin Qingran was cleaved in two. Later, as I followed the Master out, he suddenly turned, extending his fingers toward the Wujixian Palace. And that suffocating sword aura surged toward it like a tidal wave. It was truly a scene of apocalypse. Can you believe it? In but a few breaths of time, the Wujixian Palace was reduced to dust. Yes, turned to dust. Even the towering snow mountains were leveled to the ground. In the cabinet, Lu Yunjian extended his fingers, mimicking Chun Sun's actions as he recounted the event. Nangong Yao and the others were utterly astounded. From Lu Yunjian's few simple words, They could feel the terrifying scene that had unfolded. The instant annihilation of the mid-tribulation Qin Ran and the swift obliteration of the Wajixian palace. Who in the world could accomplish such feats? The master is truly fearsome. Lu Xianin exclaimed. The master's cultivation transcends the heavens and the earth. I dare say, he is certainly not of the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others looked at Lu Xianin as if he were a fool. Was this even necessary to state? At this critical juncture, even a fool could discern that the master was a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Lu Xianin, noticing their gazes, felt somewhat embarrassed. Nangong Yao picked up the formation disc, examining it thoughtfully. When our sect first encountered the master atop that mountain peak, I sensed his extraordinary aura. Little did I expect that his powers would surpass our imaginations. For such a celestial being to reside in our Daotian sect for 6 years is indeed a tremendous blessing for us. The elders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. Seeing Nangong Yao scrutinizing the formation plate, Lu Yunjian remarked, by the way, sect leader. The master mentioned that this formation plate has 2 remaining cores. Each use diminishes 1. Furthermore, the master indicated that when the transcendent being arrives for tribulation, we should thoroughly berate him within the formation. He also instructed us to inform that transcendent being of his subsequent journey to the southern heavens. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others processed the information, committing it firmly to memory. However, the notion of berating the transcendent being ignited a spark of excitement among them. The thought of chastising a transcendent being was utterly exhilarating. In the past, they wouldn't have dared even with 1,000 lives, but now, under the master's command, they felt emboldened to unleash their scorn. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived at the entrance of Daotian sect, Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucang, and 3 other cultivators from the southern heavens. Among them were the 2 who had exchanged terse words with Yin Jueqing previously. At the center stood a fierce-looking dwarf. It was evident that this dwarf was the transcendent being who had come from the southern heavens. The dwarf, named Hao Gao, was at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of tribulation, surpassing the recently fallen Qin Ran of the Wajixian palace, and was a formidable presence in the southern heavens. At that moment, Hao Gao's gaze fixed upon the sword ravine, flickering with intensity as he sensed its sharpness, causing him to feel a slight weight of gravity in his heart. Prior to his arrival, he was aware that his opponents were also tribulation stage cultivators, and it was hardly surprising that one could unleash such a sword strike. Hao Gao was inherently cautious. He preferred to avoid conflicts with tribulation stage sword cultivators unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the other party had audaciously intervened, claiming they could not harm mortals. Nonsense. He stirred the conflict between the North Xiansheng and the demonic forces. And besides needing the blood of cultivators, he also required the vital essence of many mortals. Therefore, he had no choice but to come. If the other side refused to recognize the situation, Hao Gao would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged glances, internally sighing. They were unsure if the Daotian sect had summoned reinforcements. Otherwise, they might face annihilation today. It was not that they were overly concerned for Daotian's sect, but after all, their elder had resided there for 6 years. Fellow Taoist, I trust you have been informed of my arrival. I have reached Daotian's sect. You may come forth and meet me. Soon, Hao Gao's indifferent voice echoed through the heavens and earth, directed at Daotian's sect. In contrast, Daotian's sect remained eerily silent, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Nangong Yao had already instructed the elders to inform all peaks that, regardless of what transpired next, all elders and disciples were to continue their tasks, remaining occupied until it was time to emerge for the berating. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and the elders, including Lu Yunjian, soared into the air, gazing at the 5 individuals outside the sect, their eyes quickly fixed on the dwarf, their expressions flickering with intensity. Surely, this was the transcendent being who had arrived from the southern heavens. To be candid, despite possessing the formation plate bestowed by the master, facing this transcendent being stirred an undeniable sense of unease within them. However, Nangong Yao feigned ignorance of Hao Gao's presence, instead turning to Yin Jueqing and inquiring, "Sect leader Yin, who are these individuals?" Upon hearing this, Hao Gao and his companions' expressions turned cold. Yin Jueqing cleared his throat and introduced Nangong Yao. This esteemed elder is Hao Gao, a formidable figure who has transcended the tribulation. With a hint of anger, he added, "Why aren't you bowing in respect?" Yin Jueqing had previously informed Nangong Yao, so he could not display any signs of disrespect in front of Hao Gao and the others. Nangong Yao feigned shock yet refrained from bowing, turning to Hao Gao and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to our Daotian sect, esteemed elder?" Hao Gao smirked inwardly, having already placed the Daotian sect on his list of targets. He replied nonchalantly, "I have come to seek the companion who wielded this sword. Is that individual currently within your sect?" Nangong Yao sighed. "You have arrived too late, esteemed elder. He departed a month ago." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his earlier apprehension dissipating. It appeared that the individual had received word of his arrival and had fled in advance. That was indeed fortuitous. Regardless, the individual was a sword cultivator of the tribulation stage, a challenging target to eliminate. If he had escaped, so be it. He could now proceed with his plans in the North Xian region without hindrance. However, the Daotian sect, it could not be spared. Hao Gao declared, "I find your Daotian sect displeasing, and I intend to annihilate your entire lineage today. Do you have any objections?" The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang grew tense, while Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, and to the astonishment of Hao Gao and his companions, they erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, you insufferable dwarf, you truly amuse this elder. You dare to threaten the annihilation of my Daotian sect? Have you looked in a mirror to see your own worth?" Lu Yunji, following Chun Sun's earlier instructions, was the first to mock him aloud. Lu Xianin crouched down, looking at the elders with a grin. "Do I resemble a dwarf in your eyes?" The elders shook their heads in unison. "Not at all. You standing like this is far taller than that dwarf." "Indeed. Where is the resemblance?" At that moment, outside the Daotian sect, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his companions were extraordinarily vivid. Only Hao Gao's face darkened to an extreme. No one had ever dared to mock his stature, yet today he was ridiculed by a few insignificant beings from the North Xian. Were it not for the shortcomings of his cultivation method, he would not have been a dwarf. These wretches deserve to perish. Hee, esteemed elders, look. It seems the dwarf is getting anxious. His eyes are turning red, Nangong Yao chuckled. Elder Wu, Jin Wang Tianfu, clapped his legs in laughter, exclaiming, "This is too hilarious. And he claims to be a tribulation stage cultivator with such temperament? He is no better than my pet spirit dog. I can scold it without provoking a reaction." Elder Jiao Zhoutong also found it hard to contain his laughter and mocked, "Hao Gao, what a name. I believe it should be Hao Short instead." Laughter erupted among Nangong Yao and the others. "Oh, I will make you wretches wish for death." Hao Gao roared in fury, his eyes turning crimson, completely losing his composure. Boom. A torrent of tribulation stage pressure erupted from him, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Hao Gao extended his diminutive palm, furiously striking towards the Daotian sect, intending to shatter it into pieces. Yet at that moment, a pillar of crimson golden light erupted from the Daotian sect, soaring into the sky. In the vast expanse of space, numerous Buddha statues and an endless array of Buddhist mantras materialized, swirling rapidly around the Daotian sect, casting a golden radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Namo Sattva Shugadoi Aroha D Samyao Sambodhi. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish and the solemn resonance of Buddhist chants reverberated like a summons, shaking the very fabric of existence. Across the entire North Xian, countless hearts stirred in response, gazing in astonishment towards the Daotian sect. Simultaneously, everyone within the Daotian sect looked up in awe, profoundly moved by the spectacle. Not only they, but even figures like Nangong Yao were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable formation plate bestowed by the master would produce such an astonishing uproar. Truly, this was beyond exaggeration. Chapter 71. The Heavenly Umbrella of Treasures, Wounded During the Tribulation Namo Hela Danadore. The sound of the Buddha echoed, inducing a sensation of swelling in the mind, causing headaches and an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's pupils contracted to pinpoints, staring in disbelief at the resplendent Buddha light emanating from the Daotian sect. What kind of sorcery is this? Observing what appeared to be a formation, they questioned from whence this incredible array had originated. Meanwhile, Hao Gao's expression turned grave, his eyes flickering with incredulity. Boom. In the next moment, Hao Gao's palm descended upon the Daotian sect. Under normal circumstances, this palm, infused with the pressure of tribulation, would have shattered the Daotian sect into fragments. Yet, as the force entered the Buddha light, it fell silent, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Yao and others felt their earlier tension dissipate, replaced by exhilaration and joy. Indeed, what the master produces is always of the highest quality. This grand formation is utterly terrifying. The defensive capabilities it exhibited were entirely commensurate with the dazzling light and commotion it created. A strike from a formidable cultivator in the tribulation phase was effortlessly neutralized by this grand array, which remained utterly unperturbed. Within the sect, Zhao Ting and countless disciples were equally astonished, their hearts filled with shock. At this moment, Hao Gao fixated on the illusory Buddha statues and mantras in the air, his words escaping through gritted teeth. Impossible. Such a terrifying formation. How could it manifest in the mortal realm, let alone within the Daotian sect? Hao Gao suddenly turned his gaze towards Nangong Yao within the formation, exclaiming, "How does your mere Daotian sect possess such a formidable defensive array?" Behind him, the two other southern sky cultivators were already entranced. After the initial shock, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang began to form a faint conjecture in their minds. The silhouette of a figure in blue flashing before them. Could this formation possibly be? If their assumptions were correct, then the fearsome reputation of the senior in their hearts would undoubtedly escalate. After all, this formation was unprecedented, easily withstanding a peak strike from the mid-tribulation phase, utterly terrifying. Just then, a Buddha statue in the sky, its eyes closed, slowly raised its hand towards Hao Gao, seemingly preparing to return his earlier palm strike. Observing the stance, it appeared to replicate the force of Hao Gao's strike with similar intensity. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this attack was significantly enhanced compared to Hao Gao's initial strike. Hao Gao's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. Could such a formation truly exist in this world? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, among others, turned pale, panic setting in as they exclaimed, "Senior Hao, if that palm infused with tribulation pressure strikes, we shall surely perish." Nangong Yao and the others, witnessing this, were equally astonished and elated, marveling at their teacher's prowess. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The palm descended with astonishing speed. Hao Gao inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Just moments ago, in a fit of rage, he had nearly unleashed 80% of his strength in an attempt to reduce the Daotian sect to ruins. Now, however, he found himself needing to counter his own attack, a feeling that was quite suffocating. Most importantly, Hao Gao sensed that this palm, compared to his initial strike, had been significantly amplified, equating to a staggering 99% of his own power. How infuriating! Hao Gao bellowed in anger, unwilling to underestimate the situation. He swiftly opened his palm, summoning a paper umbrella that flickered into existence, grasped firmly in his hand. The surface of the umbrella was adorned with numerous peculiar patterns, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. Yin Jueqing and the others, upon seeing the paper umbrella, experienced a jolt of realization. They recognized it as Hao Gao's renowned treasure, the Tianluo umbrella. This umbrella, capable of both offense and defense, had previously enabled Hao Gao to stand his ground against two mid-tribulation masters without faltering. Hao Gao focused intently on the descending palm, frantically channeling spiritual power into the umbrella, his lips moving in incantation. Then, with a fierce thrust, he exclaimed, "Tianluo umbrella, unfold." With a sharp sound, the Tianluo umbrella suddenly opened, ethereal spiritual essence rising in tendrils, swiftly spinning and expanding in Hao Gao's grasp. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive canopy, spanning 100 feet in diameter, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. This spectacle left Nangong Yao and the others trembling in fear, silently acknowledging the unmatched prowess of a tribulation master. Even this artifact instilled in them an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the formation plate bestowed by their teacher, the Daotian sect would undoubtedly face annihilation this day. Boom! Amidst the multitude of fearful gazes, the palm struck the Tianluo umbrella. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Then came a thunderous explosion. Boom! The umbrella's surface caved in, faint cracks appearing. Hao Gao, holding the umbrella, turned pale, retreating in a frenzy. He stumbled back 1,000 feet before finally coming to a halt. As the force dissipated, the Tianluo umbrella reverted to its original size. Puff! Hao Gao knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Well done! Nangong Yao and the others snapped back to reality, their voices filled with excitement. Yin Jueqing and the others hurried over to assist Hao Gao, yet they remained silent. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoed continuously. The celestial chants swirled in the air. The Buddha statues standing majestically, all with their eyes closed, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Hao Gao. He gazed upward, breathless and fatigued, a sense of retreat already blossoming within him. Throughout his life, this was the first time he had encountered such a domineering formation. How could such a formation possibly exist in the mortal realm? The Daotian sect, who would have thought, possessed such a fortuitous discovery. How detestable! Daotian sect. This matter is far from over. Hao Gao resolved instantly, preparing to withdraw. With such a formidable and enigmatic formation guarding it, the Daotian sect could not breach its defenses. If they continued their assault, Hao Gao feared for his life, truly feared for his life. The members of Nangong Yao's group were elated to see their adversaries retreating. Elder Hao, there is a message from the master that I must convey to you, Nangong Yao exclaimed, recalling something important. Hao Gao paused, his demeanor still, yet remained silent, awaiting further words. Nangong Yao continued with a smile. The master says you need not search for him in Beixian. He will come to Nantan himself. Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fists gradually clenched, and he departed with Yin Jueqing and the others. Haha, the master is truly remarkable, Lu Yunjian exclaimed in joy. The others nodded in agreement, their admiration palpable. Sectmaster, when shall we dismantle the formation? Lu Xian asked. Nangong Yao pondered for a moment before replying. There is no rush. We shall wait until the core of the formation is entirely depleted. Did the master not say that each use diminishes its power? Since we have utilized it this time, we shall exhaust that core. Moreover, our sect does not believe that Hao Gao has truly left. At this, the elders felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in unison. Just as Nangong Yao had asserted, Hao Gao had indeed not departed. Instead, he lingered within the Daotian sect's territory, watching with hawk-like intensity. It was not until several days later, when the radiant Buddhist light continued to shine brightly without any sign of dissipating, that he begrudgingly retreated. Hao Gao did not immediately leave Beixian. Instead, he temporarily took residence in the Tongtian demon sect to tend to his injuries. Chapter 72. What price must that madman pay? In the vast realm of the spirit world, within the boundless domain of the Buddha, a grand hall resonated with the melodious sound of bells and the faint echo of a slow wooden fish drum. Master Buddha, we have news regarding the Vajra Buddha disc, announced a barefoot monk as he approached the hall, bowing reverently with hands clasped together. The wooden fish drum paused momentarily before resuming its rhythm, and a voice imbued with a tone of compassion for the world emerged. From where does this news come? The monk lowered his head and replied, from the mortal realm. The sound of the wooden fish ceased, and laughter filled the hall. In the past, during the great battle against the Dao domain, the Vajra Buddha disc was inadvertently lost and subsequently picked up by a madman passing by. That madman then vanished without a trace, and now the Vajra Buddha disc has found its way to the mortal realm. Yet, that madman is no ordinary person. The monk fell silent. It was evident that anyone capable of successfully obtaining the Vajra Buddha disc from their grasp could not be an ordinary individual. Master Buddha, now that the Vajra Buddha disc has been sensed, it stands to reason that it has been utilized with a core in the mortal realm. It is a waste of a precious item. Should we send someone to retrieve it? The hall remained silent for a long while before the Master Buddha responded, no. Since the Vajra Buddha disc has only one core remaining, it is not worth sending someone to the mortal realm for it. Let it be. However, this debt shall be noted, and that madman will ultimately pay a price. Understood, replied the monk. Yet, he could not help but wonder if the Vajra Buddha disc had indeed been taken to the mortal realm by that madman. If so, that madman was certainly quite capable. After all, traversing from the spirit world to the mortal realm requires a considerable cost. A moment's carelessness could lead to the wrath of the mortal realm's heavenly laws. The second perplexing matter for the monk was why a realm of mortals would necessitate the use of a treasure as formidable as the Vajra Buddha plate. Was it perhaps intended to fend off some formidable foe? Yet, what kind of formidable being could possibly exist in the mortal realm? If the monk were to learn that the Vajra Buddha plate was employed to resist a practitioner at the tribulation stage, he would undoubtedly struggle to maintain his composure, likely lamenting in despair and exclaiming the waste of such a divine artifact. Hao Gao, having spent several days recuperating his injuries, prepared to depart from North Xian. After all, he had numerous enemies in the southern heavens, and a home invasion would be most unfortunate. Elder Hao, shall we continue in North Xian? Yin Jueqing inquired pensively. Hao Gao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, fixing his cold gaze upon Yin Jueqing. Of course we shall continue. I require blood, an abundance of it. If the blood of righteous practitioners proves insufficient, I shall resort to the blood of your demonic order. And if that still falls short, I will take the blood of mere mortals. Should you fail to accomplish this, you shall be the first to perish at my hands. A chill ran through Yin Jueqing's heart, yet he dared not show any signs of discontent, merely offering a verbal assurance. Rest assured, Elder Hao. Satisfied, Hao Gao smiled and patted Yin Jueqing on the shoulder, saying, focus intently on the tasks I have assigned to you. Upon their successful completion, I shall reward you handsomely. Feigning surprise, Yin Jueqing replied respectfully, thank you, Elder Hao. With a nod, Hao Gao vanished into thin air. Only then did the smile on Yin Jueqing's face slowly fade, his gaze darting toward the direction in which Hao Gao had departed. Benefits? Up until now, despite his numerous efforts, he had received not a single reward. Truly laughable. In contrast, Elder Chun had facilitated his breakthrough to the mid-stage of divine transformation through the transformation into a tree, without imposing any burdens upon him. Save for a minor request to avoid harming large numbers of mortals, Yin Jueqing had no intention of continuing to assist Hao Gao any longer. However, the presence of the two spies left behind by Hao Gao prompted a decision in his heart. After some time spent plotting, he resolved to imprison those two practitioners from the southern heavens. Yet, they could not be killed for the time being, lest their soul lamps extinguish far away in the southern heavens. As for whether this scheme would ultimately be uncovered by Hao Gao, that was inconceivable. Hao Gao, being in the southern heavens, would surely be dealt with by Elder Chun. Yin Jueqing was astute enough not to reveal to Hao Gao that the terrifying formation of the Daotian sect might have been a gift from Elder Chun. Truth be told, had Hao Gao treated Yin Jueqing with even a modicum of kindness, he would have refrained from uttering threats of death. Yin Jueqing might have subtly hinted at this matter to Hao Gao, warning him against crossing paths with Elder Chun, lest he ruin his own path to immortality. Confronting an elder of such formidable prowess would surely spell the end of Hao Gao's journey. With a cold chuckle, Yin Jueqing murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before sending a message to Ji Wucang and the other leaders of the demonic sect to discuss the matter of imprisonment. In the ensuing days, the two practitioners from the southern heavens were ensnared within the confines of the Tongtian demon sect by Yin Jueqing and his fellow demon cultivators. Rendered helpless and unable to contact the outside world, Yin Jueqing promptly ordered the release of all righteous practitioners who had been captured. In response, the Zhengdao sect was taken aback, initially unaware of the mysterious machinations of the Modo sect, wondering if they were up to some nefarious scheme. It was not until Yin Jueqing personally met with the master of the Tianjian sect, Duan Songhai, to discuss matters that the situation was clarified. Consequently, the North Xian region fell into a temporary calm, with the righteous and demonic sects observing a tenuous peace, although their petty skirmishes continued unabated. During this period, the recent mysterious Buddhist sounds that reverberated through North Xian also circulated widely. Upon learning that the Daotian sect had employed a formidable array to thwart the tribulation of the formidable Hao Gao and subsequently injure him, a wave of excitement swept through the various sections. Before the news could settle, another even more shocking revelation emerged, sending the North Xian cultivation community into a frenzy. The Wujixian palace in the mysterious snow plain had been inexplicably obliterated. The majority of practitioners were oblivious to the details of this incident. Only those who had interacted with the enigmatic Qingyi, such as Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucang, and Duan Songhai, began to harbor a growing sense of dread and suspicion. In the North Xian cultivation world, there was but one individual capable of annihilating the Wujixian palace, the unfathomable sword master who had previously resided in the Daotian sect. Once tranquility returned to North Xian, figures such as Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing discreetly ventured towards the south sky. Their sole intention was to witness firsthand the fate of Hao Gao, the formidable tribulation survivor. Having missed the opportunity to witness the obliteration of the Wujixian palace by the esteemed Chun, they sought to behold Chen's confrontation with Hao Gao, hoping for a moment of enlightenment. Setting aside the prospect of enlightenment, merely witnessing the fall of a tribulation survivor would be a grand visual spectacle. When Nangong Yao expressed his desire to travel, the elder Lu Yunjian attempted to dissuade him, saying, "Alas, sect master, You have only recently attained the transformation realm. It would be wiser to consolidate your position within the sect rather than venture to the south sky. Nangong Yao replied, that cannot be. If our sect can witness the master slay Hao Gao, it will surely provide insight. Lu Yunjian chuckled, Sect Master, the master is known for his instantaneous kills. To put it bluntly, you might gain little from this experience. Nangong Yao retorted, you are quite bold to speak to me in such a manner. Nevertheless, I must go. Even if I gain no insight, merely witnessing the fall of a tribulation survivor would be an eye-opening experience. Do not impede me further, you. Having witnessed the master's annihilation of the palace, should understand the allure of such a sight. Lu Yunjian acquiesced, very well, I shall journey to the south sky. You must watch over the sect. The mortal realm consists of North Xian, South Sky, East Qian, and West Sea. The overall strength of the cultivation realms in South Sky and East Qian is nearly equivalent, while the West Sea remains shrouded in mystery. Among these, North Xian is slightly weaker in overall strength. It is precisely for this reason that Hao Gao chose to execute his plans within North Xian. At this juncture, a fleeting azure figure crossed the border into the South Sky. The young man, exuding a scholarly demeanor, was none other than Chen Sun, who had emerged from the mysterious snow plain. It had been over a month since he had last encountered Sheng Sheng and collected its remnant soul, meaning that Chen Sun had been clear-headed for nearly 2.5 months. In this place, peach blossoms bloomed, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Peach blossoms reflect a solitary figure, while the spring breeze caresses a smiling visage, painting a picturesque scene. Chen Sun, with a smile, recited a line of poetry, plucked a peach blossom, inhaled its fragrance, and then leisurely strolled away, his figure in blue soon becoming a mere speck, vanishing into the spring landscape. Chapter 73, Yin City Market, Rome's pork stall. Yin City, situated in the eastern expanse of the southern sky, possesses a notable reputation among the multitude of cities in the region. It is renowned for its proximity to the majestic Jian mountain range, a cluster of towering volcanoes. Home to hundreds of thousands, the population consists predominantly of mortals, with cultivators making up the remaining fraction. Most cultivators visiting Yin City possess fire-attribute spiritual roots, drawn here by the allure of the Jian Mountains. At this moment, streaks of light occasionally dart between Yin City and the mountain range above, a sight that the mortals below regard with a mixture of envy and reverence. Half a year later, at the Yin City East Street Market, a middle-aged couple busily attended to their pork stall, cutting bones, skinning, and washing the meat. On a low stool behind the stall, a youth clad in tattered blue, adorned with a blood-stained pink apron, dozed soundly. The apron was embellished with delicate lace, declaring Rome's pork. Rome, how's the pork selling these days? Any price increase? A customer approached the stall, glancing at the hanging and displayed pork, inquiring with a smile. Upon seeing the customer, the couple promptly paused their tasks, picking up their knives to greet him. Huh, no price hike, still 8 copper coins a pound, the middle-aged man replied with a hearty laugh. His name was Rong Fu, the owner of the stall, of average height, sporting a full beard that, despite its rugged appearance, failed to convey any sense of menace. His wife, Su Yingying, retained an air of elegance, her name and demeanor suggesting she belonged to a more refined background, contrasting with Rong Fu's rustic charm. Yet, in truth, they were husband and wife. All right, I'll take 2 pounds, cut it like this. That piece with the marbling looks quite good. The customer pointed to a piece of pork on display. Certainly, Rong Fu exclaimed, swiftly slicing off 2 pounds of meat as per the customer's request. He reached for the balance to weigh it, but was playfully halted by the customer. That's all right, no need for weighing. In this East Street Market, who doesn't he know that Rong's pork is renowned for precise cuts? Your portions are always spot on. Rong Fu chuckled, but proceeded to weigh the meat for the customer's reassurance. Indeed, it's exactly 2 pounds, quite accurate. The customer, upon witnessing this, showered Rong Fu with compliments regarding his skill. Following this, Rong Fu fetched a slender twine to bind the pork and handed it to the customer. The customer accepted it, paying 16 copper coins. As he prepared to depart with the pork, he caught sight of the youth behind the stall still lost in slumber and could not help but exclaim, I've been meaning to say this for a while. Every time I come to buy meat, you, the owner, are busy working, while this young worker is comfortably napping. I say, it's time to send him off. Isn't that a waste of money? Rong Fu exchanged a glance with his wife, shook his head, and chuckled. You have misunderstood that young man, Chen Sun. Though he appears to be sleeping now, Every day before dawn, it is Chun Sun who pushes the cart to fetch the pigs. You know, his spirit is somewhat unhinged. For matters of business and accounting, it falls upon us as a couple to manage. Ah, so that is the case, the guest replied, nodding in realization, astonished. This young man can indeed haul pigs? Rongfu laughed heartily, saying, do not be deceived by Chun Sun's seemingly frail appearance. He possesses remarkable strength. When he pulls a cart full of pigs, he can sprint like the wind. The guest, slightly taken aback, glanced at Chun Sun before bidding farewell and departing. After the guest left, Rongfu and his wife turned their attention back to Chun Sun, sharing a smile, feeling quite content with him. Despite his eccentricities and mental quirks, he was far superior to the previous slothful worker they had hired. In the afternoon, once the pork was sold out at their stall, Rongfu and his wife began to tidy up, preparing to close for the day. Chun Sun, wake up, it's time to pack up. While Su Yingying organized the stall, Rongfu approached Chun Sun, shaking him awake. Observing the drool at the corner of Chun Sun's mouth, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Ugh, Chun Sun stirred, wiping his mouth, his eyes gradually brightening with excitement. He laughed maniacally and dashed out of the market without even removing his pink apron, disappearing in a flash amidst the familiar gazes of onlookers. Su Yingying covered her mouth, stifling laughter, and remarked, Dafu, what do you think is going on in Chun Sun's mind every day? Rongfu scratched his head, uncertain, and simply smiled. Let us not concern ourselves with his thoughts. At least he is happy every day, isn't he? To be honest, I envy his carefree spirit. As he concluded, Rongfu's smile faded, and he gazed thoughtfully at Su Yingying, letting out a sigh. Noticing Rongfu's expression, Su Yingying asked, what is it? Nothing, Rongfu replied, forcing a smile. Dear wife, I suspect Chun Sun is waiting for dinner at home. Let us return. For months prior, Chun Sun had arrived in this city of flames. Initially, he was in good spirits, having maintained clarity for over 4 months. However, within half a day of arriving, madness returned to his mind. After succumbing to his insanity, Chun Sun wandered the city for over a month, failing to make any significant impact. Unlike the tranquil Xiaohe town, this city was vast, housing hundreds of thousands of people. During this time, he became increasingly disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar. Although he did not actively solicit alms, the pity of others led them to give him some money, which made little difference. By chance, while Rongfu was transporting pigs back home, he encountered Chun Sun. As he navigated a particularly bumpy and remote road, his cart became stuck due to 2 pigs on board, causing considerable strain. Desperate for assistance, Rongfu spotted the laughing Chun Sun squatting by the roadside and naturally asked him for help. Subsequently, without uttering a word, Chun Sun approached and, astonishingly, squatted down to lift the cart laden with 2 pigs, raising it with sheer strength. Indeed, he lifted it up. At that moment, Rongfu was left utterly dumbfounded, pondering how this seemingly frail scholar possessed such remarkable strength. Once the predicament was resolved, Rongfu stepped forward to express his gratitude, offering some money as a token of appreciation. However, Chun Sun refused to accept it, merely gazing at him with a smile. This left Rongfu feeling a shiver of unease, realizing that Chun Sun appeared somewhat mentally unhinged. Nevertheless, he insisted on forcing a few copper coins into Chun Sun's hands before hastily departing, as he needed to return to slaughter pigs, with time pressing upon him. In the following days, during his pig hauling, Rongfu encountered Chun Sun several more times, often spotting him disheveled and squatting in a deserted corner of the street. Engrossed in a blank book, it finally dawned on Rongfu that Chun Sun was likely a homeless madman. Eventually, moved by compassion, Rongfu contemplated hiring Chun Sun as a helper for his pig hauling. Setting aside other considerations, Rongfu had observed Chun Sun's strength and was quite impressed. To him, Chun Sun seemed destined for the work of hauling pigs. Coincidentally, he had recently dismissed a lazy worker, making Chun Sun a fitting candidate. Rongfu inquired if Chun Sun would be willing to assist him, promising regular work hauling pigs, with meals and lodging provided, along with a monthly wage. Chun Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, hauling pigs sounds splendid. I absolutely adore hauling pigs. Oh yes. Thus, Chun Sun became a pig hauling worker in Yin City, residing at Rongfu's home. Chapter 74. The pig hauling worker Chun Sun. Rongfu's residence lay on the eastern edge of Yin City, where a series of old buildings with small courtyards sprawled across the landscape, densely packed together. In the open space before the buildings, numerous townsfolk meandered about. Some sat at tables drinking and chatting, others strolled with their children, and some bare-chested men filled buckets to wash themselves openly under the sun. Compared to the bustling market, this area exuded a quieter ambience, rich with the essence of daily life. The residents here enjoyed a relatively moderate standard of living within Yin City. To the west, there existed slums where many were crammed into a single room, leading a meager existence characteristic of the lower class. Due to Rong Fu's prosperous pork business, he was fortunate enough to reside in this neighborhood. Nevertheless, it should be noted that even this dwelling was rented by Rong Fu. Despite the dilapidated appearance of the row of buildings, purchasing one would require a significant sum of money. In a place like Yin City, owning a home is a formidable challenge, and many individuals may toil their entire lives without ever being able to afford a dwelling of their own. Just then, Chun Sun returned, arms outstretched and joyfully running, capturing the attention of many townspeople. Upon recognizing him, they all smiled, not surprised by his exuberance. Almost everyone living in this area had become familiar with Chun Sun, knowing him as the worker hired by the Rong family for their pork business. Recently, for the residents of this neighborhood, Chun Sun had become a unique sight, bringing with him a considerable amount of joy. Chun Sun, has Pork Rong not returned yet? Why not come to my house for a meal? A person watching Chun Sun said with a polite smile. Upon hearing about the meal, Chun Sun's eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed towards the person's home. Just as the individual was about to usher Chun Sun inside, Rong Fu and Su Yingying returned with a cart. Observing this scene, Rong Fu hurried over to pull Chun Sun back and said helplessly, "Dinyo, it's no trouble at all. Our family is about to serve dinner." Rong Fu was all too aware of Chun Sun's voracious appetite. Although Dinyo appeared jovial at the moment, he would likely feel overwhelmed once he witnessed the extent of Chun Sun's consumption. "Oh, do as you please. After all, our meals can't compare to those at Pork Rong's." Chun Sun probably won't find it to his liking, Dinyo remarked, gesturing dismissively. Rong Fu shot him a glare. "Hey, watch it." As he spoke, Rong Fu handed a piece of pork to Dinyo and led Chun Sun back home. Dinyo, holding the pork, grinned widely and even proudly displayed it to those watching. However, the onlookers were indifferent. What was so special about a mere piece of pork? Everyone knew that Pork Rong was generous, and those living in the area had likely received pork from him at some point. Thus, Rong Fu enjoyed a favorable reputation among the locals. As for Chun Sun, being a mere worker, they regarded him with a sense of affection. True to his profession, Rong Fu's dinner table was laden with several pork dishes, which explained why Dinyo remarked that Rong Fu's meals were plentiful, almost always featuring meat. Chun Sun devoured 10 bowls of rice before reluctantly leaving the table, for the dishes had run out. He wasn't particularly keen on eating plain rice. Rong Fu and Su Yingying watched Chun Sun's swaying figure as he left, swallowing hard. Honestly, although Chun Sun had been living with them for a month, they had yet to acclimate to his astonishing appetite. "This is truly remarkable," Rong Fu mused. Strangely, Chun Sun consumed copiously yet did not seem to gain weight. "This lad," Rong Fu sighed with a wry smile. Nonetheless, Rong Fu had no complaints about Chun Sun's hearty appetite. It was simply because Chun Sun was worth it, far surpassing the previous lazy worker. In the past, Rong Fu could manage to haul 2 pigs at most, which was exhausting. Yet Chun Sun could pull 4 at a time. To Rong Fu and his wife, it was nothing short of astonishing. "De Fu, Chun Sun has been with us for a month. You should settle his wages," Su Yingying said while tidying the table. "All right," Rong Fu nodded, picking up his pipe as he prepared to head to the courtyard. "Stop smoking so much," Su Yingying chided, giving his hand a light slap. Rong Fu froze, offering an awkward smile before putting the pipe down and exiting. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Chun Sun performing a handstand. Stunned for a moment, he approached and exclaimed, "I didn't know you could do that. No wonder you're so strong. It appears you've trained." Yet, Rong Fu was also puzzled. Chun Sun seemed an enigma to him. He appeared to be a scholarly type, yet possessed the skills of a martial artist. Such a contradiction. Chun Sun merely laughed uncontrollably. Rong Fu, feeling helpless, shook his head upon seeing Chun Sun still donned in that pink apron. He crouched down and thoughtfully helped him take it off, saying, "Chun Sun, you have been working as a little helper for Uncle Fu for nearly a month now, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Here, this is your pay for last month." As Rong Fu spoke, he produced several silver coins and placed them directly into Chun Sun's pocket. "Make sure you don't spit it out after eating." Observing Chun Sun's focused demeanor, Rong Fu chuckled softly before stepping aside to grab a wooden bucket and towel to wash up. The next day, even before dawn had broken, Chen soon emerged from his little room and hurried into the courtyard, with a solemn expression as he put on the pink apron once more. He then set out, pulling a cart with a rumbling sound. Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Rong Fu and Su Yingying woke up. They exchanged glances, feeling a mix of relief and wry amusement. The relief came from Chun Sun's diligent nature, as he consistently adhered to this routine. The wry amusement stemmed from the fact that his industriousness made them appear somewhat lazy in comparison. Thus, Rong Fu and Su Yingying decided not to linger in bed any longer and quickly got up to prepare for the day's tasks, ready to assist Chun Sun in butchering pigs upon his return. They were well aware of Chun Sun's remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, on the somewhat dimly lit streets of Yen City, Chun Sun dashed forward with the cart. Many early risers, startled by the sight, hurriedly stepped aside, wide-eyed as they watched the figure racing away with the cart. Goodness! Is he insane? Given the city's large population, Chun Sun had only been officially transporting pigs for a month. Aside from the vicinity of Rong Fu's home, few recognized him, although some had indeed seen him before. Astonishing, right? This isn't my first encounter with him. He is quite something, remarked a passerby. What's so astonishing about it? He is merely hauling a rickety cart. Just looks a bit deranged. It's not even dawn yet, and he doesn't fear colliding with someone. If luck is against him, and he happens to bump into a cultivator, he might not even know how he met his end. He may not seem impressive now, but just wait until he returns with 4 pigs at this same breakneck speed. What? I don't believe it. Humph, if you don't believe it. Just wait and see. We'll have breakfast here and wait for him. He'll surely return the same way. At the pig farm, Chun soon arrived at the entrance, where only his solitary figure was visible. When Rong Fu had personally pulled the pigs, by this hour, several fellow workers would have already arrived with their carts. However, due to Chun Sun's early start and swift pace, the pigs were usually gone by the time he arrived, leaving many fellow pig haulers unfamiliar with his presence. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Sun approached, positioning his shoulder to vigorously strike the door, his eyes filled with fervor. With a creak, an old man, still half asleep, opened the door. Without even noticing who had arrived, he instinctively mumbled, "It's you, Chun Sun. You little rascal. Coming in so early every day, those pigs in the garden haven't even woken up yet, and you're already here to take them for slaughter. Truly a sin." Chapter 75. I dare say, the elder is not in Yen City. Chun Sun stood with his hands on his hips, chin up, radiating pride. The old man, seeing this, could only shake his head helplessly before opening the garden gate, allowing Chun Sun to pull the cart inside. Once in the garden, Chun Sun leaped into the pig pen and effortlessly lifted each sleeping pig onto the cart. The old man watched in astonishment, secretly marveling at Chun Sun's innate strength. Were it anyone else, be it a pig handler or a laborer, they would require assistance from the people in the garden to hoist the pigs onto the cart. In the blink of an eye, Chun Sun had loaded all 4 pigs onto the cart, prompting the old man to exclaim, "Chun Sun, you appear to have such slender arms and legs, yet your strength is extraordinary. In my lifetime of observing pig farms, you are the most powerful pig handler I have ever encountered." Chun Sun chuckled, disregarding the old man's praise, and set off with a rumble, cart in tow. The cart was securely enclosed, alleviating any concerns of the pigs falling off. In an instant, Chun Sun left the pig farm, racing down the road with fervor. The path was rugged, and the jarring jolts finally roused the 4 pigs from their slumber. They scrambled to their feet, grunting in alarm. Silence! Chun Sun suddenly turned his head, his features contorted in a fierce expression as he shouted. The pigs immediately cowered, trembling in fear. He. Chun Sun laughed maniacally as he sped away, his legs leaving fleeting shadows in his wake. At this moment, the sky had brightened slightly, with a pale light emerging on the horizon. Boom! On the streets, many townsfolk felt as though a blur had whizzed past them, stirring up a gust of wind. They turned their heads in astonishment, mouths agape. Uffed. In a nearby breakfast shop, someone who had just taken a sip of soup spat it out in shock, staring in disbelief at the direction where the man and his cart had vanished, exclaiming, "What the heck? Hee, do you believe it now? That fellow can sprint with 4 pigs in tow. Such strength is remarkable. Indeed, it's impressive. With such power, why not make a fortune? Why toil for a meager income pulling pigs? Who does this pig handler work for? It seems to be Rong's pork from East Street Market. I believe I saw him there when I went to buy meat earlier." Meanwhile, Chen Sun had already arrived at Rong Fu's home with the pigs. Some neighbors were up and preparing to head to the market, and upon seeing Chen Sun returning with the pigs, they greeted him with smiles. Rong Fu and Su Yingying hurried out upon hearing the commotion to help Chen Sun push the cart into the yard. Chen Sun, you should take a moment to rest. Leave the rest to Uncle Fu, Rong Fu said cheerfully, picking up a pig slaughtering knife. After handing Chen Sun a cup of tea, Su Yingying joined Rong Fu in slaughtering the pigs. The sight of the slaughtering knife sent the 4 pigs into a frenzy, squealing in terror. But under the swift and practiced hands of Rong Fu and Su Yingying, they soon succumbed to their fate. The 2 expertly placed the pigs on the prepared roasting racks to remove the hair, skillfully dismembering and deboning them at a rapid pace. During this process, Su Yingying's inherent grace and poise as a refined lady stood in stark contrast to the grim task at hand. Once their tasks were completed, the 2 of them loaded the butchered pig's head, ears, ribs, large cuts of meat, and trotters onto a cart. Following this, the Rongfu couple called Chen Sun to join them for breakfast, and with Chen Sun leading the way, Rongfu and Su Yingying pushed from behind, making their way to the East Street Market. Thus began another day of selling pork, a routine that Chen Sun had adhered to for over a month, while the Rongfu couple had been engaged in this for countless years. Upon reaching their stall in the market, they arranged the pork and ribs and hung up the trotters, ready to commence their business. Chen Sun stifled a yawn and settled down in his usual spot behind the stall, succumbing to the familiar clamor of the market. Drifting off to sleep as usual, Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged amused glances and began to greet the customers as they arrived. Pork Rong. I'd like a pound of pork. Certainly. Say, Pork Rong, you have no children, yet you toil day in and day out. Earning what for? After a moment of silence, Rongfu chuckled foolishly. At present, I have no children, but one must prepare, no? The tuition fees in Yinqing are quite steep. In a luxurious restaurant in Yinqing, at a window-side table on the 5th floor, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang sat across from each other, drinking. Having been in Nantan for half a year, I have yet to hear any tidings of our senior. Truly, the senior's presence is elusive, like a wisp of smoke, Yin Jueqing remarked, gazing at the bustling mortals below with a hint of wistfulness. Ji Wucang took a sip of his drink and replied with a smile. Such a carefree individual as our senior must surely reside in some picturesque valley. How could he be easily found by us? Yin Jueqing chuckled softly and pondered. Over the past 6 months, Hao Gao has been incessantly searching for Senior Chun. As there has been no news of him, Hao Gao believes that Senior Chun is afraid. Humph. Ji Wucang's expression turned slightly frosty as he jested. How could our senior fear that dwarf? When our senior reappears, it will mark the end of that dwarf. After all, even the Wujixian palace was vanquished by our senior. Although this had yet to be confirmed, both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang believed it was highly probable. Furthermore, the terrifying formation of the Daotian sect still shimmered ominously, as though imbued with boundless power. Each of these earth-shattering events was inexorably linked to their senior. It was reported that not long ago, Hao Gao had commanded various sects throughout the Nantan region to issue a bounty on their senior. Anyone who could provide clues would be generously rewarded. It was likely that this bounty would soon reach Yinqing. Yin Jueqing remarked with pursed lips, indicating that after the incident with Bei Xian and the scathing rebuke from the Daotian sect, Hao Gao's ire had not yet subsided. Clearly, the term dwarf struck a chord deep within Hao Gao's soul. Curious, Ji Wucang inquired. Yin sect master, it seems that the dwarf has never encountered our senior. How then does he issue a bounty? Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing's expression grew awkward as he confessed. When that Hao Gao came to Bei Xian to trouble our senior, he sought me out beforehand to inquire about our senior. I had no choice but to divulge some basic information, including our senior's name, a few distinguishing features, and that he resides in the Daotian sect. Don't look at me like that. I was nearly at the mercy of Hao Gao's hands, you know. Moreover, at that time, I had already learned from Nangong Yao that the senior had departed from the Daotian sect, which allowed me to speak to Hao Gao without concern. As he spoke, Yin Jueqing's gaze was filled with resentment, yet tinged with helplessness. Despite being the esteemed leader of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect, he had been coerced by Hao Gao several times under the threat of death. Alas, this world ultimately speaks the language of strength. Ji Wucang nodded in understanding and then remarked, Leader Yin, I dare say that with the absence of the senior in Yin City, shall we not venture forth to seek him elsewhere? Yin Jueqing gazed through the window toward the direction of the extreme Flame Mountain range and said thoughtfully, There is no haste. Seeking the senior is one purpose, but additionally, as a practitioner of fire attribute spiritual roots, this extreme flame mountain range is quite renowned. It is said to be a paradise for fire attribute cultivators. Thus, I shall remain here for a while, and I intend to visit the extreme flame mountain range to see if I might obtain some fortune. Very well, Ji Wutsong replied. For he too had recently broken through to the god transformation stage and should take some time to stabilize himself. Suddenly, Ji Wutsong added, Leader Yin, do you think it possible that the senior might be in the Qianlong forbidden area? Yin Jueqing paused, contemplating the possibility. However, if the senior were indeed in the Qianlong forbidden area, they would dare not approach. The Qianlong forbidden area lies to the south of the southern sky and is renowned as the most perilous forbidden ground in the mortal realm. It is said that those who attempt to transcend tribulations within rarely return. Chapter 76. Have I glimpsed the senior? A day swiftly passed, and evening approached. Rongfu's stall was bustling with business, with only a few remnants of the 4 pigs left for sale. The profits from selling pigs exceeded the average earnings for the day. As the couple finished tidying their stall, they exchanged smiles and went to awaken Chen Sun to return home. Chen Sun was indeed a deep sleeper. Apart from the brief interruption for lunch, he had slept the entire day. Su Yingying laughed helplessly. Chen Sun, wake up. As Rongfu shook Chen Sun, he turned to Su Yingying with a grin. This kid got up early, went back and forth, and especially after bringing back 4 pigs, he must be exhausted. I can tell you, even when I pulled 2 pigs, I was utterly spent. Su Yingying considered this and thought to herself that Chen Sun was indeed hardworking. She couldn't help but gaze at Chen Sun, lost in thought. If she and Dafu had a child, he would be about 20, nearly the same age as Chen Sun. Chen Sun, are you awake? Shall we head home, Yingzi? Rongfu pulled the drowsy Chen Sun up and suddenly noticed the expression in Su Yingying's eyes. After a moment's pause, he whispered, Ah yes, let's go home. Su Yingying snapped back to reality and quickly smiled. Rongfu tightened his grip on Chen Sun's hand slightly and forced a smile. Yes, home it is. On the way back, Chen Sun happily pulled the cart ahead, swaying from side to side. Rongfu and Su Yingying followed closely behind, both observing Chen Sun's figure in silence. Rongfu occasionally glanced at Su Yingying, sensing a tremor in his heart at her gaze. Thus, the trio traversed through the bustling streets, gradually fading from sight. At that moment, on the 5th floor of a nearby inn, Ji Wutsong gazed with suspicion at the retreating figures of Chen Sun and Rongfu. Though merely a fleeting glance, Ji Wutsong could not shake the impression that the figure pulling the cart bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his esteemed predecessor. Furrowing his brow, Ji Wutsong prepared to pursue the figure for a closer look. Just then, Yin Jueqing entered, bearing 2 flasks of wine, and exclaimed, Wutsong, come share a drink with this old man. Ji Wutsong momentarily halted, casting aside the impractical notion that had invaded his thoughts. Surely, the individual merely resembled his predecessor. It was impossible. Such a remarkable figure would never be seen dragging a dilapidated cart through the bustling marketplace of mortals. Moreover, accompanying the individual were a middle-aged couple, presenting the appearance of a family of 3. After all, this was not the first occurrence of such a situation in the past 6 months. What is it? Yin Jueqing inquired, noticing Ji Wutsong's unusual demeanor. Hesitating, Ji Wutsong finally spoke. Sect Master Yin, I just saw a figure that looked somewhat like our predecessor. What? Yin Jueqing's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Where? Let us hurry and investigate. Although similar misunderstandings had arisen before, what if this time it were true? Ji Wutsong, taken aback, nodded and pointed in a direction. In the next moment, the 2 figures vanished from the room. With a swish, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong reappeared at the street corner, scanning the surroundings. Yet the 3 individuals Ji Wutsong had mentioned were nowhere to be found. Yin Jueqing immediately closed his eyes, unleashing his divine consciousness, honed to the later stage of transformation, to sweep the area in all directions. The evening diners, the card players, the quarreling individuals, and those taking leisurely strolls, all were vividly perceived by Yin Jueqing, even the intimate exchanges occurring within the brothels and residences. Ji Wutsong also extended his consciousness, but found nothing, his brow knitting in frustration as he reluctantly opened his eyes. Alas! Moments later, Yin Jueqing too opened his eyes, rubbing his temples, and sighed, nothing to be found. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutsong felt a twinge of disappointment, but then an epiphany struck him. He raised a finger, exclaiming, Sect Master Yin, it makes sense that we cannot find him. If that were truly our predecessor, It is perfectly reasonable that our divine senses would be ineffective. Yin Jueqing, taken aback, felt a surge of joy wash over his face. Indeed, with this realization, their hearts raced. Could it be that they had truly encountered their esteemed predecessor? Sectmaster Yin, if they merely passed by our inn on this street today, we should stake out there tomorrow at the same time. Perhaps we shall see him again. The truth of that figure shall surely be revealed, Ji Wutsong asserted. Though the notion of their predecessor pulling a cart seemed absurd, Ji Wutsong recalled that during their time at Daotian sect, the predecessor occasionally exhibited thoughts and behaviors that diverged from the ordinary. Perhaps this was indeed their predecessor exploring the mundane world? Yin Jueqing, elated, patted Ji Wutsong on the shoulder, praising, "Well done, Wutsong. You are quite astute." Coughing lightly, Ji Wutsong replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Yin Jueqing's expression turned stern, and he playfully kicked Ji Wutsong, causing him to stumble. "That'll teach you to show off." "Dinner to Fu. You should drink less," Su Yingying remarked, furrowing her brow in concern as she observed Rong Fu continuously pouring himself wine. Rong Fu, his complexion flushed from drink, waved his hand and chuckled. "Ah, today is a joyous occasion. Let me indulge in a few more cups. Wouldn't you agree, Chen Sun?" Beside him, Chen Sun, cheeks bulging, was engrossed in his meal, his chopsticks moving with such speed that they left a blur, entirely ignoring Rong Fu. Su Yingying could only shake her head and say, "I will allow you 3 more cups, but no more after that." "Very well, indeed." After dinner, Su Yingying busied herself with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chen Sun squatted in the courtyard, wielding a stick and drawing circles on the ground with a maniacal laugh. At that moment, Rong Fu stumbled over, plopping down beside Chen Sun. Glancing at the circles on the ground, he hazily inquired, "What are you drawing, Chen Sun?" Chen Sun remained silent, focused solely on his circles. "Uncle Rong, if you had a child, he would likely be about your age now," Rong Fu mused, observing Chen Sun with a smile. As the world around him grew increasingly blurred, he felt dizzy and patted Chen Sun on the shoulder, suddenly bowing his head and choking back tears. "Uncle Rong, you truly are not a man." "Not a man at all." Hearing the commotion, Chen Sun paused in his drawing, tilting his head with curiosity toward Rong Fu. He then reached out and ruffled Rong Fu's hair. Laughing heartily, "Adults shouldn't cry, you know." Rong Fu froze, his sobs intensifying. Chen Sun stood up and shouted toward the house, "He's crying. The adult is crying." "Who is crying?" came Su Yingying's voice, followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps. Rong Fu immediately halted his weeping, hastily wiping away his tears and striving to compose himself. Su Yingying emerged, casting a skeptical glance at Chen Sun and Rong Fu, and asked, "Chen Sun, who is crying?" Chen Sun, grinning foolishly, pointed at Rong Fu. Rong Fu, startled, blushed and jumped up, exclaiming, "Don't say such things." With that, he grabbed a slipper and stumbled after Chen Sun. Chen Sun cackled and took off running. Thus began a playful chase in the small courtyard, with Chen Sun occasionally glancing back to make a silly face. If Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, believing they were experiencing a mirage, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Mortal, do you realize whom you are pursuing? That is none other than the esteemed Chen Sun, the one who brought down the infinite immortal palace." Su Yingying, observing the spectacle, gazed deeply at Rong Fu and sighed inwardly before returning to her dishwashing. At that moment, Chen Sun dashed away. Meanwhile, the inebriated Rong Fu continued to run circles in the courtyard, still clutching his slipper, oblivious to what he was chasing. Chen Sun, hands on his hips, laughed uncontrollably, drooling with delight. Chapter 77, Truly an Esteemed Senior. There is no way to catch a pig in this life. The following day, Chen Sun rose early, as usual, pulling his cart with a rumble toward the pig farm. After returning with the pigs and having breakfast with Rong Fu and his wife, they set off again with the cart toward the vegetable market on East Street. Thus began another day of selling pork. Rong Fu and his wife busily attended to their tasks, while Chen Sun leaned back, dozing peacefully. The day passed swiftly. By afternoon, Rong Fu and his wife roused Chen Sun, and they began walking the cart back home, traveling down the same street toward the familiar tavern. At that moment, on the 5th floor of the tavern, at the window, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong stood there, their eyes intently fixed upon the bustling crowd below. At that moment, 3 figures gradually came into view. Chen Sun, pulling a cart, accompanied by the Rong Fu couple. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong's pupils constricted, their chests heaving with exhilaration as an overwhelming sense of joy surged within them. Senior. It truly is the senior. A glance exchanged between the two revealed their excitement. Subsequently, they nodded in agreement and swiftly descended, cautiously trailing behind from a distance. Ji Wutsong cast a distant gaze at the cart and the pork atop it, frowning as he remarked, "How could the senior be engaged in such mundane labor? This is hardly befitting of their stature. Not to mention the senior. Even the lowliest disciples of the cultivation world would never stoop to such filthy tasks upon returning to the mortal realm." In Jueching regarded Chun Sun's silhouette with reverence, stating, "What of it? Wasn't the senior once a mere servant at Daotian's sect? And did they not sweep the grounds daily? The senior is unlike us lesser cultivators. They revel in the human experience, immersing themselves in the mortal realm to savor the essence of life. Did we not also endure the tribulation of transformation during our ascension?" Ji Wutsong nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound, and his gaze toward the figure in the green attire grew increasingly filled with admiration. Reflecting on this, Ji Wutsong felt a twinge of shame and confessed, "If I were to descend into the mortal realm and engage in the task of pulling a pig cart, I would find it utterly humiliating. Yet the senior truly embodies their title." In Jueching shook his head with a smile. "Do not say that. I too could not bear such a task. Once one attains a certain status, it becomes exceedingly difficult to humble oneself. How could someone of their caliber, one a leader of the northern Xian demon path, the other a sect master of a prominent demonic sect, ever lower themselves to such a level? It is simply unimaginable." After a brief interval, Chun Sun and the Rongfu couple returned to their abode. Su Yingying hastily began preparing a meal, while Rongfu took the opportunity to sharpen a set of pig-killing knives outside. Meanwhile, Chun Sun was engaged in playful antics with a group of children, who trailed behind him like a flock. Chun Sun had assumed the role of a leader among them. Some parents, concerned that their children might trip while running too fast, chased after them with brooms, swatting at their backsides. "Brother, brother, my father is hitting me," cried one child in fright. Upon hearing this, Chun Sun chuckled mischievously and quickly turned back, arms outstretched to block the parents. The children, witnessing this, followed suit, pulling faces and giggling joyfully. The parents, indignant at the scene, shot Chun Sun a glare and departed, brooms in hand. Only then did the children burst into peals of laughter. As Rongfu sharpened his knives, he observed this spectacle, shaking his head in exasperation, yet unable to suppress the smile on his face. Ever since Chun Sun arrived, their surroundings had become remarkably more vibrant. Meanwhile, just around the corner, two heads, one high, one low, peered furtively. These were none other than In Jueching and Ji Wutsong, who had followed along. As they beheld this harmonious scene, their expressions became frozen in astonishment, deepening their sense of reflection. Years have passed since I embarked on the path of immortality, and as I glance back, I am met with a myriad of emotions. This harmonious scene, however, is one that In Jueching and Ji Wutsong have not witnessed since the moment they began their cultivation journey. With reddened eyes, Ji Wutsong spoke with a tremor in his voice. "In my childhood, I too played the game of eagles catching chicks. I still remember how my father shielded me with his own body. His silhouette loomed like a mountain, providing solace. Yet, I can no longer conjure the image of my father in my mind. I can never return to those days." In Jueching pressed his lips together in silence, gently stroking Ji Wutsong's head in a gesture of comfort, his own gaze filled with regret and nostalgia, for he too had sacrificed so much along the way. They remained lost in thought until Rongfu called Chun Sun back for dinner, at which point they returned to the inn, stealing a glance at Rongfu's home. In the inn's chamber, after several rounds of wine, In Jueching and Ji Wutsong continued to drink in a gloomy silence, exchanging few words. Although encountering a senior today should have been a cause for rejoicing, the events they had witnessed dampened their spirits, and their minds sank into reminiscence. They began to ponder the righteousness of their journey thus far. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, they had rarely returned home, and they were unaware of when their parents had passed. They had not even been able to attend their funerals. Upon returning, they could only stand in dazed silence before their parents' graves, questioning the morality of their sacrifices. Suddenly, both emitted a muffled groan, their faces paling as they exchanged a glance filled with dread. An unsettling realization struck them. Their resolve faltered. The inner demons were manifesting. In Jueching immediately pushed the table aside, and he and Ji Wutsong placed their hands on each other's shoulders, beginning to circulate their energy to counteract the encroaching darkness. Yet, their countenances grew increasingly ghastly, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. At that moment, a scholar clad in a pink apron appeared out of thin air, laughing with a cackle. As Chun Sun materialized, the plight of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang dramatically improved. The burgeoning inner demons vanished, as if frightened away. They gasped for breath, and upon seeing Chun Sun, they quickly prostrated themselves, respectfully exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed senior." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang understood well that had it not been for the timely intervention of the senior, the consequences of the inner demons invading their minds would have been dire. "Thank you for saving us, esteemed senior," they expressed earnestly, bowing in gratitude. As for how the senior had found them here, they were not surprised. Having trailed him before, they knew his capabilities rendered him fully aware of their presence. Chun Sun squatted down, shaking his head as he regarded them, laughing maniacally. "Do you like to catch pigs? Let's catch some. We love catching pigs." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang nodded eagerly, reminiscent of chicks pecking at grain. Could it be that this pig catching was a profound technique? Was the senior about to bestow upon them further fortuity? The two were instantly filled with exhilaration and fervor. Shortly thereafter, Chun Sun laughed once more, and then he vanished from sight. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang found themselves seated on the ground, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, and simultaneously offered a rueful smile, exclaiming, "How fortunate it is that our esteemed predecessor has appeared." The following afternoon, after a day of labor, the Rongfu couple and Chun Sun returned home as usual. Upon their arrival, they noticed that many neighbors were casting furtive glances in their direction. The couple was taken aback. Upon looking, they discovered an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman standing at their doorstep. The opulence of their attire suggested they were not of ordinary status, and the faint air of authority surrounding them made the Rongfu couple's hearts race. They wondered if they had inadvertently offended some significant figure, for their daily routine consisted solely of selling pork. Hastily, they approached the two men, while Chun Sun ran off to play with the children. "Esteemed gentlemen, may we inquire what brings you here?" Rongfu and Su Yingying bowed, their voices trembling. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang quickly assisted them in rising. And after a fleeting glance at Chun Sun, Ji Wucang spoke with a smile. "Ah, we have long admired the Rong family pork stall. We, though lacking in reputation, possess considerable strength and have come to seek work in transporting pigs." Having thoroughly researched the Rong family's business prior to their visit, the two were taken aback by the couple's stunned silence. "Transporting pigs?" Rongfu managed to stammer, his face paling as he forced a smile. "Esteemed gentlemen, please do not jest with us." Su Yingying's heart raced, her anxiety palpable. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged a glance, their expressions revealing confusion. They appeared far from jesting. Suddenly, they became acutely aware of their lavish clothing and felt a pang of anxiety, realizing they had neglected to change before their visit. Dressed so extravagantly, it was no wonder the couple thought they were joking. "How careless of you!" Yin Jueqing chastised silently. Ji Wucang, feeling unjustly accused, retorted mentally, "But I was merely inquiring about your esteemed predecessor's pork stall. I had no time to consider such details." Yin Jueqing responded, "You shall handle this matter yourself. This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us by our predecessor. If we fail to secure work at the Rong family stall today, I shall hold you accountable." Ji Wucang sighed, then composed himself, turning to Rongfu and saying, "Boss Rong, we are not jesting. We sincerely wish to work for you in transporting pigs. We kindly ask for your consent. Furthermore, please refrain from addressing us as esteemed gentlemen." The Rongfu couple remained unconvinced, still believing the two were jesting. Rongfu awkwardly replied, "Esteemed gentlemen, our family has already employed helpers and has no plans to hire more. At present, with Chun Sun already transporting 4 pigs daily, they often struggle to sell them all. Hiring additional help would result in significant losses, as unsold pigs would spoil and rot, a risk they could not afford." Ji Wucang, having familiarized himself with the pork-selling trade, understood their plight. In a moment of uncertainty, he found himself at a loss for words, having never lowered himself to negotiate with mere mortals in such a manner. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Boss Rong, we shall forego our wages. We require no lodging. All we desire is the opportunity to transport pigs." Yin Jueqing eagerly concurred. Indeed, Rongfu and Su Yingying were left bewildered, staring blankly at the two elegantly attired individuals before them. Could they possibly be insane? Yet, they did not appear so. Or perhaps they were merely toying with them. Many affluent individuals do possess a penchant for mocking the less fortunate. Rongfu, hesitant to say much more, managed a wry smile and cautiously replied, "Gentlemen, we truly do not require any additional pig haulers. Chen Sun alone manages to transport 4 pigs daily, and we struggle to sell even that many. More would be unmanageable. We hope you might understand." Ji Wutsong quickly interjected. "Then we could share the task with the other hauler, couldn't we? Surely, he grows weary managing 4 pigs alone." Rong Fu was left speechless. However, it became evident to him and Su Yingying that these two genuinely desired to haul pigs. Was there truly such delight in this endeavor? Have the eccentricities of the wealthy in Yin City become so peculiar? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Ah, yes. If you allow us to haul pigs, we would be willing to pay you, Ji Wutsong declared, reaching for his purse. Rong Fu hurriedly stopped him, exclaiming, "No, you shall haul them." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged gleeful glances. Their aspirations of hauling pigs were finally realized. "Then, Boss Rong, we shall come by first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, and about that pink apron the previous hauler wore, we found it rather appealing. Please ensure we have one prepared as well. Also, there is no need to provide us with a pig cart. We are quite strong enough to carry a pig each." Once they finished speaking, Yin Jueqing cautiously glanced at Chen Sun from the corner of his eye before discreetly slipping away. Rong Fu and his wife stood in stunned silence, watching the retreating figures, still unable to believe the absurdity of the encounter. They could not comprehend why they were chosen for such a ludicrous situation, especially when there were countless other pig-selling stalls in Yin City. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong arrived early to await the day's proceedings. Having learned from experience, they had exchanged their opulent attire for worn, humble garments. With a creak, they turned to see Chen Sun emerge. "We greet you, esteemed sir," they whispered reverently, as if they were thieves. Soon, footsteps echoed again, prompting Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong to straighten up. It was Rong Fu, who, upon spotting them, paused in surprise, not expecting their true arrival. He hurriedly retreated, returning a moment later, holding 2 pink aprons in hand. "Here, esteemed gentlemen, are the aprons you requested to keep your clothing clean." As Rong Fu spoke, he suddenly noticed their attire and was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, they had donned finery. Today, they appeared intent on avoiding any mess. It seemed they understood the importance of dressing appropriately for the task at hand, even in the name of experiencing life. "Thank you," they exclaimed, swiftly snatching the pink aprons and donning them with enthusiasm. He was merely an old man, a middle-aged fellow, donned in a pastel apron, exuding an air of peculiarity. At that moment, Chen Sun burst into laughter, seizing the cart and departing with a thunderous rumble. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, witnessing this scene, disregarded the dazed Rong Fu and turned to sprint after him, their arms swinging vigorously as they dashed forward with remarkable speed. Rong Fu swallowed hard. The middle-aged man was indeed robust, but the old man was astonishingly swift, moving with an unexpected lightness. Goodness! In the streets, Chen Sun raced along, pulling the cart at a frantic pace. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong flanked him, their expressions stern as they fixed their gaze ahead, arms pumping rhythmically. The trio maintained a synchronized pace, swiftly gliding through the thoroughfare, stirring up clouds of dust. Early risers were startled into retreating to the sides of the road. "Look, it's that pig worker again. Oh, this time he has 2 companions," exclaimed a bystander. "Wow, look at that old man. He's running so fast. Unbelievable." Soon after, the trio returned swiftly from the pig farm, a flurry of motion as if propelled by lightning. Chen Sun's cart bore 2 pigs, while Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong each hoisted one upon their shoulders. As they sped away, they quickly vanished around the corner, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Meanwhile, for cultivators in the loft noticed the commotion. After a moment of astonishment, their eyes flickered with intrigue, while the seemingly eccentric young man with the cart appeared oblivious. The old man and middle-aged man exhibited faint ripples of spiritual energy amidst their sprint. Were they cultivators? Cultivators herding pigs? What in the world was happening? This was utterly absurd, unprecedented in their experience. Why would cultivators engage in such mundane tasks? Clearly, there was an undisclosed secret at play. Let us investigate further. As Chapter 79 unfolds, the old man's peculiar antics were revealed. As Chen Sun and his companions approached Rong Fu's residence, they began to decelerate. Suddenly, 4 figures darted out from the side, blocking their path. These 4 were the same cultivators who had previously pursued them from the loft. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong narrowed their eyes, quickly discerning that these cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage. How audacious of them to target the likes of them. Feigning ignorance. Chun Sun shook his head and maneuvered the cart through the four figures. The cultivators' expressions hardened as they prepared to intercept him. Ji Wutsong's gaze sharpened, and he spoke calmly. You four insignificant ants must be tired of living to dare obstruct the path of a senior. As he spoke, a subtle aura of the transformation stage began to permeate the air. Boom. The expressions of the four cultivators changed dramatically, their faces paling in an instant. Though they could not discern the precise realm of the middle-aged man before them, it was evident that he surpassed them by a considerable margin, at the very least. He was at the core formation stage, if not an ancient nascent soul master. Thud, 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 thud. The four cultivators' knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear, filled with regret for their audacity. Who could have imagined that the one who draws pigs possesses such formidable cultivation? Had they known, they would not have dared to approach for a mere inquiry. Elder, we mean no offense. We are merely curious about your pig-drawing skills, stammered one of the cultivators. We are disciples of the Green Fire Pavilion and harbor no ill intentions. Unfortunately, the four cultivators were utterly oblivious to the identity of the figure before them. Had they encountered the likes of Nangong Yao or Duan Songhai, they might have had a chance at survival. But Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong were notorious fiends. Upon hearing their words, Ji Wutsong flashed a chilling smile and stated, Our sect does not concern itself with your origins. Should you harbor covetous thoughts and dare to obstruct our path, take heed in your next life. With that declaration, the expressions of the four cultivators transformed in sheer terror. Flee, they cried. Humph. Ji Wutsong's icy laughter resonated as he abruptly flicked his sleeve. The four foundation establishment cultivators were reduced to a mist of blood, scarcely having time to utter a scream. In Ji Wutsong's eyes, even 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators were no different from slaughtering pigs or dogs. In the path of cultivation, the disparities in realms only widen with progression, especially when one is several major realms apart. Quantity cannot triumph over such differences. Green Fire Pavilion? Yin Jueching murmured. These four insignificant ants are dead. The Green Fire Pavilion will surely come to investigate in Flame City, rendering their existence unnecessary. Wutsong, after we deliver the pig to Boss Rong, you should pay a visit and annihilate that Green Fire Pavilion to prevent any future disturbances. Ji Wutsong nodded. Indeed. Even without your prompting, I had the same intention. Their dialogue was remarkably mundane. However, the intent behind it was decisively lethal and ruthless, befitting the leaders of a demonic sect. Subsequently, they carried the pig to the small courtyard of Rongfu, leaving both Rongfu and Su Yingying in utter astonishment. Impressive. After years in Flame City, where every household sells pork using carts, this is the first time I've seen someone carry it back directly. What strength! The middle-aged man was impressive, but why did the elder possess so much vigor? You both have worked hard. Please, sit down and have some tea. Su Yingying hastily brought 2 cups of tea. Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong accepted the tea but cast a sidelong glance at Chen Sun, who was crouching nearby, and dared not take a seat. What a jest! The elder was present. They had no right to sit. Su Yingying, not pondering further, quickly joined Rongfu in processing the 4 pigs, as time was of the essence. What are your names? Rongfu inquired while working on the pork. After this pig-drawing episode, he felt much closer to Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong, recognizing their genuine intent. Yin Jueching, Ji Wutsong, they responded. Rongfu and Su Yingying paused their tasks, falling silent as the sense of camaraderie swiftly dissipated. To them, those names were too imposing and did not resonate with benevolence. They seemed like figures of great stature merely experiencing life, and they would need to exercise caution in their future dealings. Boss Rong, we shall take our leave now. We will return early tomorrow to draw pigs. Yin Jueching uttered a remark, then, with a subtle yet respectful glance at Chen Sun, exited alongside Ji Wutsong. Do take care. Rongfu hurriedly exclaimed. Once Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong had distanced themselves, the Rongfu couple sighed in dismay. Since yesterday, they had been utterly bewildered. Fortunately, from the outset, they had not sensed any malice emanating from the 2 individuals. Reflecting on this, while handling pork, Rongfu turned to Chen Sun and earnestly cautioned, Chen Sun, those 2 are certainly not ordinary people. When you handle pigs in the future, you must show them respect. Otherwise, you might provoke a calamity. Chen Sun appeared oblivious, patting his face and exclaiming, I'm hungry, hungry. All right. Rongfu, seeing Chen Sun was not receptive, hastily added, Ingzi, please let Chen Sun have his breakfast first. On their way back to the inn, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang noticed the dawn had broken. They suddenly realized that numerous passers-by were casting peculiar glances at them, whispering among themselves as they moved further away. How could those fragmented words escape the ears of the two? Look, that big man and the old man, wearing pink halter aprons. Could they be perverts? I think so. It's barely dawn. It's quite possible they've just returned from some clandestine rendezvous. Hiss, infidelity? The old man looks to be at death's door. How could he engage in such perversion? Well, there is a certain degree of perversion involved. But some individuals simply have an affinity for the unconventional. We ought to rise above societal judgments and view matters correctly. No, it's not that I disdain this. I'm merely curious about which of the two, the middle-aged man or the old man, holds the dominant role. It must be the old man, otherwise. If the middle-aged man were in charge, given his robust physique, the old man would hardly stand a chance. At that moment, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Their expressions darkened to the point of resembling someone who had consumed 1,000 dead flies. What are you insignificant ants saying? Have the audacity to repeat it. Ji Wucang suddenly turned, his face fierce and filled with wrath. Although Ji Wucang did not employ any spiritual power as the leader of the Dian Demon sect, he exuded an inherent ferocity and presence that caused those passers-by to tremble and scatter in fear. Observing this, Ji Wucang snorted disdainfully, fixing his gaze on the fleeing figures, as a dark aura began to swirl from his hands concealed within his sleeves. Enough. At this moment, Yin Jueqing grasped Ji Wucang's hand, his eyes conveying a warning. Ji Wucang, suddenly jolted, comprehended Yin Jueqing's intention, though he felt somewhat stifled. As the leaders of the North Xian Demon sect, it was disheartening to be so disparaged by mere mortals. Had they been elsewhere rather than in Yin City, Ji Wucang would have entertained the notion of uprooting the entire city. Yin Jueqing attempted to console him, stating, these mortals do not mean any harm. Just look at our attire this early in the morning. It is no wonder they misinterpret our intentions. Ji Wucang's expression softened slightly, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the act of Yin Jueqing holding Ji Wucang's hand further convinced many onlookers that there was something more between the two. Noticing the gazes upon them, Yin Jueqing hesitated momentarily, hastily lowering his hand, while his expression darkened alongside Ji Wucang's. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they fled into a tavern as if pursued. The onlookers exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned palpably tense. The elderly man and the middle-aged figure had entered the establishment with remarkable speed. Were they truly that desperate? Chapter 80. The bounty in Yin City. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang arrived punctually at the doorstep of Rongfu each day before dawn, awaiting Chen Sun to assist in their endeavors. Time swiftly passed, and soon a fortnight had elapsed. During this period, Ji Wucang ventured to the Bihua Pavilion, where he encountered individuals conducting investigations. Disposing of them with ease, he subsequently annihilated the entire establishment. Within the Bihua Pavilion, the most formidable practitioner was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, rendering it an inconsequential faction in the South Heaven, against a cultivator of Ji Wucang's caliber. At the God transformation stage, they posed no resistance whatsoever. Thus, it is often advised that disciples of various sects remain vigilant while traversing the world, for there are numerous instances where careless encounters with significant figures have led to disastrous consequences, resulting in entire sects being obliterated. Recently, the influx of cultivators to Yin City has markedly increased, with streaks of light frequently darting across the skies above. A bounty notice circulated quietly within and beyond Yin City. Naturally, this news spread primarily among cultivators. Ordinary folk merely glanced at the notice before shaking their heads and departing. Despite their astonishment, they dared not involve themselves in matters pertaining to cultivators, even with the promise of substantial rewards for reliable information regarding the individual in question, which included spiritual stones and rare treasures for cultivators, and gold coins, or even official positions for mortals. They remained reticent. Moreover, the content of the bounty notice had reached the ears of the people of Yin City, leaving them profoundly shocked. It appeared that multiple sects of the South Heaven had united to pursue a single cultivator. Typically, even a solitary cultivator would incite fear among the populace, who would only dare to observe from a distance, let alone a coalition of such esteemed sects. Rumor had it that they were formidable factions within the South Heaven. The citizens of Yin City could scarcely fathom the extent of calamity that the cultivator known as Chun Sun had incited, resulting in such severe repercussions. Nonetheless, the very existence of this bounty notice suggested that Chun Sun was no ordinary individual. After all, being targeted by so many sects was anything but trivial. Outside Yin City, two middle-aged men clad in plain robes stood, gazing up at the bounty notice affixed to the city wall, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Who would have thought that the bounty on Gao had reached Yin City? Those who dare trouble Mr. Sun shall undoubtedly meet a grim fate. These two were naturally Nangong Yao, the leader of the Daotian sect, and Duan Songhai, the leader of the Tianjin sect. They had been wandering through the South Heaven for over half a year, making their way to Yin City. However, neither Nangong Yao nor Duan Songhai intended to enter the city. They did not believe Chun Sun was present. After all, during their travels over countless cities and regions in the past 6 months, they had uncovered no information pertaining to Chun Sun whatsoever. "Let us depart," suggested Duan Songhai. Nangong Yao nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, they overheard the conversation of cultivators soaring past on their swords. "Did you hear? The Bihua Pavilion was destroyed. It was utterly tragic. Indeed, it is well known that the Bihua Pavilion has been firmly established in the vicinity of the extreme Flame Mountain range for quite some time. The sect is even guarded by cultivators in the Dan formation stage, yet it has met such a tragic fate. It is rumored that the entire Bihua Pavilion has been reduced to ruins, engulfed by a surging tide of demonic energy, presumably the work of demonic cultivators. Based on the lingering aura at the scene, some speculate that the annihilation of the Bihua Pavilion was executed by a cultivator of the God transformation stage. The true terror of a God transformation master is indeed formidable. One can't help but wonder if the perpetrator is the same Chun Sun mentioned in the bounty notice. Alas, the world has become exceedingly chaotic. It would be wise for us to maintain a low profile to avoid implicating our sect. As the two cultivators continued their conversation, they soared into the heart of Flame City. Upon hearing their exchange, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai halted their steps, their urgency dissipating as several keywords swirled in their minds. Demonic cultivators, God transformation stage, extermination of a sect. Nangong Yao, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, "Duan sect master. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable sense of foreboding." Duan Songhai, equally apprehensive, pressed his lips together and replied, "Speak your mind." Nangong Yao hesitated before voicing his thoughts. "I can't shake the feeling that the destruction of the Bihua Pavilion is undoubtedly the handiwork of that old rascal Yin and Ji Wucang." Duan Songhai nodded in agreement, unperturbed by the suggestion. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Sect Master Nangong." With that, the two exchanged a peculiar glance at the bustling Flame City, deciding to remain for the time being. At the Rongfu household, during dinner, Rongfu sighed, "Lately, there has been a growing number of cultivators in Flame City. I've heard rumors of a bounty notice issued for the capture of a certain cultivator, which has left us common folk in a state of unease. Business has been exceedingly hectic, but I plan to take some time to investigate that notice and see what it entails." Beside him, Chun Sun was voraciously consuming his meal, rice clinging to his face as if he were a famished ghost returned from the afterlife. Su Yingying remarked, "I doubt it's anything serious. As long as we don't provoke those cultivators, we should be fine." Rongfu shook his head. "This isn't merely about provoking or not. You know very well that conflicts have erupted in Flame City before. When two cultivators clash, their spells wreak havoc, affecting countless innocent civilians nearby. Last time, the authorities reported that 150 lives were lost, including children. The number of injured is beyond counting. 150 families shattered. Many children, caught in the crossfire, have been left orphaned, struggling to survive in slums, fighting with stray dogs for scraps." He continued, his voice tinged with anger. "It's outrageous that the instigators faced no consequences while the innocent suffer. We mortals are treated like mere weeds beneath their feet." As he spoke, Rongfu's frustration grew. It's one thing for the culprits to escape unscathed. They are cultivators, lofty and untouchable. But what about the innocent victims? The surviving children are blameless. Yet the authorities remain indifferent, offering no support whatsoever. Su Yingying quickly placed a hand over Rongfu's mouth, saying, "Defu, you've had too much to drink." Rongfu paused, took a deep breath to regain his composure, and turned to Chun Sun. "Chun Sun, there's no need for you to pull the pigs tomorrow. We shall take a day off and go somewhere." "All right." Chen Sun replied absent-mindedly, returning to his meal. After dinner, Chen Sun ventured out to play with the children. In the narrow courtyard, Rongfu and Su Yingying sat facing each other. Before them lay a rusty iron box, filled to the brim with copper and silver coins. "The children must be missing you," Su Yingying remarked softly, observing Rongfu's engrossed counting of the money. Hearing her words, a simple smile spread across Rongfu's face as he continued to tally the coins. "Recently, with that young lad Chen Sun around, the pork business has been thriving. It seems I ought to raise his monthly pay," he mused. "Tomorrow, let us visit the children and buy them some more food, contribute a bit to the household. I relish the moments when they gather around me, calling me Uncle Rong with delight." Having sold pork for many years, Rongfu, aside from keeping a modest sum for his own household, devoted nearly all his earnings to the homeless children in the slums. His kind-hearted nature made him an amiable person, often working silently and selflessly for years. Even the neighbors were unaware of his charitable acts towards the impoverished children. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Rongfu paused in his counting, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, his voice trembling. "Yingzi, I owe you an apology. You defied your family's opposition and resolutely married me. A rough man from humble origins, while I have not." Su Yingying smiled gently, extending her hand to rest upon Rongfu's palm. "Dafu, you've harbored these thoughts for quite some time, haven't you? I am fully aware of your feelings. But please understand that I married you solely for the person you are. Nothing else matters. What I cherish most is your kindness and sincerity. I love you, and as long as I am with you, nothing else matters. Be it selling pork or even begging on the streets together, I would find joy in it." Rongfu was taken aback for a long while, grasping Su Yingying's hand, his eyes reddening with emotion as he smiled. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 81. Chen Sun. A good man in the slums. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong arrived. However, they were informed by Rongfu that he would be closing the business for a day and would not be selling pork. The two had no choice but to relent. Yet, they did not leave, waiting until Chen Sun and Rongfu had finished their breakfast and emerged with a cloth bag. Upon seeing Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong still present, Rongfu couldn't help but inquire, "Esteemed sirs, you haven't left yet?" With a respectful glance at Chen Sun, Ji Wucong replied, "Boss Rong, where do you plan to go today? May we accompany you?" Yin Jueqing nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, not so much out of a desire to join, but rather out of concern for their senior, fearing that someone might provoke him along the way, and they wished to be ready to intervene if necessary. Regardless, this was a valuable opportunity to demonstrate their worth in front of their senior, one they could not afford to miss. Rongfu glanced at Su Yingying, hesitating. "Oh dear. Boss Rong, stop hesitating and let us join you," Ji Wucong urged eagerly. "Very well, esteemed sirs, please do," Rongfu conceded. "Boss Rong, we are all on the same side here. Please refrain from referring to us as esteemed sirs again. It feels too formal, does it not? If you call me sir again, I might just lose my temper." All right. Thus, Chen Sun and his companions set forth toward the west side of Yin City, where the slums were located. Along the way, Chen Sun, with his hair disheveled, brandished a wooden sword, swinging it wildly while laughing maniacally, attracting numerous curious glances. Rongfu and Su Yingying felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet it was bearable. Rongfu glanced at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, offering an apologetic remark, "Esteemed guests, Chen Sun is somewhat unhinged, his thoughts diverging from the norm. I kindly ask for your understanding." Despite Rongfu's awareness of the duo's prolonged association with Chen Sun, spanning over half a month, he remained apprehensive about causing any discomfort or displeasure to them in this moment. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, who had devoted their attention almost exclusively to Chen Sun, were visibly alarmed, shaking their heads vigorously as if to dispel any misgivings. "Not at all, Boss Rong. Chen Gong is quite well," Ji Wucong insisted. "Indeed, Chen Gong is splendid. Where is the indication of any mental instability? He appears perfectly normal to me." Rongfu was taken aback. Perfectly normal? He glanced at Chen Sun's deranged demeanor and exchanged a bewildered look with Su Yingying. Surely, it cannot be that he is perfectly normal? Subsequently, the group ventured to a marketplace, acquiring an abundance of food and necessities. The Rong couple struggled to carry such a load, prompting Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong to assist them. For the two of them, this was an unprecedented experience after many years. As they progressed further westward towards Yin City, the roads deteriorated, becoming increasingly dilapidated and muddy, while the air grew fetid, tinged with an almost imperceptible stench. This odor was a noxious amalgamation of decay and waste, quite unbearable to the senses. Chen Sun, however, seemed indifferent, laughing maniacally as if oblivious to his surroundings. In contrast, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang could no longer suppress their grimaces, discreetly channeling their spiritual energy to block the foul scent. Eventually, they arrived at the slums. The site was one of utter disarray and squalor. Tattered, faded tents were strewn haphazardly across the landscape, densely packed and seemingly endless. Numerous individuals and children wandered through, most with vacant expressions devoid of light. The appearance of Chen Sun and his companions drew curious glances from many. Esteemed guests, the stench inside is far more potent. Perhaps you would prefer to wait here? Rong Fu suggested to Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Ji Wucang immediately waved his hand dismissively. Boss Rome, it's nothing to us. To be honest, it's rather fragrant. Yin Jueqing shot a sidelong glance at Ji Wucang, as if to say, if it is indeed nothing, then why not disperse the spiritual energy from your nostrils? What nonsense. Fragrant? The Rong couple exchanged incredulous looks, their lips pressed together, eager to question Ji Wucang's sense of smell. Very well then. They proceeded cautiously into the slum, scrutinizing their surroundings with trepidation, wary of potential thieves, having encountered such dangers in the past. Fortunately, this time proved safe. Unbeknownst to them, however, there were those who harbored ill intentions, but they were deterred by the fierce glare from Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, which rendered them motionless. Only after the group had moved on did three gaunt youths clad in tattered garments emerge from the shadows, voicing their dissatisfaction. Why did we not act just now? Those individuals, burdened with numerous packages, likely possess quite a fortune. I could even see the delectable pastries they carried. How could one possibly act? Especially when witnessing the predatory gazes of that elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, akin to wolves, truly unnerving. Nevertheless, I recognize one of them. He is the owner of Rongji Pig Stall, a benevolent soul who annually brings delicious food to assist those children. Even without the presence of those two men, I would have little desire to resort to theft. Alas, my hunger is quite palpable. At that moment, Chen Sun returned. The three young men were startled, immediately adopting a wary stance, ready to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun regarded them with a mysterious smile while stroking his chin. This scene caused the trio to exchange glances, realizing the man before them might be somewhat deranged. Hey, what do you intend to do? Let me assure you, the three of us are not afraid of just one. One of the youths feigned ferocity. Oh, I'm so frightened, Chen Sun exclaimed, patting his chest in mock terror. The three young men were taken aback and decided it unwise to engage further with someone they perceived as mentally unstable, turning to leave. Ha ha, with hands and feet. Why not seek honest work? Chen Sun said, shaking his head. The trio paused momentarily, then turned to face him. The young man in the center spoke solemnly. We, the inhabitants of this slum, are the most wretched of the lower class in Yin City. We are not permitted to be outside during the day, and should we be discovered, the authorities will imprison us for disturbing the city's appearance. We can only venture out at night to seek a morsel to eat. Thus, Chen Sun was fortunate. He had not been apprehended while working at Rong Fu's pig stall prior, or he too would likely have been imprisoned as one of the slum dwellers. Oh no, one might say it is the Lord of Yin City who is fortunate, as Chen Sun was timely hired by Rong Fu as a pig handler. Otherwise, the Lord's domain might face ruin. Can we leave now? We truly had no intention of robbing you, the young man stated. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun suddenly produced several silver coins from his pocket and handed them over with a silly grin. This is my wages from last month as pig handling. Take it and buy something delicious. The three young men stared blankly at the money being offered by the seemingly madman, swallowing hard. Once they regained their composure, the young man in the center snatched the coins from Chen Sun's grasp and shouted, "Run!" The trio fled, while Chen Sun, still smiling, did not mind and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the three fleeing youths gradually halted, turning to gaze in awe at Chen Sun's departing figure. The young man who had taken the money hesitated, then ran back, leaving behind one silver coin, returning the others to Chen Sun with trembling hands. Brother, we only need a little, you keep the rest. Thank you. You are a good person, just like Boss Rome. Ha ha. Chen Sun chuckled, pocketed the coins, and quickly departed. The three young men, watching him fade away, were left in contemplation, gazing at the single coin, their emotions a tumultuous blend. Brother, that eccentric young man must be working at Boss Rong's pig stall. Indeed, the wealth he accumulates is earned through relentless toil, and his demeanor appears somewhat unhinged. We must not lose our moral compass for the sake of a mere silver coin. We are truly grateful to him. Chapter 82. The Thoughts of Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai. Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, you must have some pancakes. Uncle Rong, Aunt Sue, we miss you so much. Haha. Uncle Rong and Aunt Sue miss you too. Within the confines of a dilapidated tent, the Rong couple is surrounded by a group of frail children, their smiles uncontainable. Outside the tent, Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong stand, peering through the curtain at the unfolding scene, momentarily lost in thought. These two cold-blooded cultivators experience an indescribable sensation for the first time after years of cultivation. Yin Jueching remarks, "This Boss Rong is indeed a good man." Ji Wutsong silently nods. Although he would not engage in such acts himself, he refrains from casting judgment on those who do. Yin Jueching strokes his beard, chuckling, at last. I comprehend why my predecessor instructed me not to harm the common folk during my time in Beixian. Now I realize that individuals like Boss Rong are likely not in short supply among the masses. Ahaha, what are you two doing here? At that moment, Chen Sun suddenly appears behind Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong, startling them. They quickly turn and bow. Predecessor. Chen Sun glances at them before cheerfully entering the foul-smelling tent. Predecessor, it's very dirty and smelly inside. Ji Wutsong hastily exclaims, but Chen Sun has already vanished within. We should go in as well, Yin Jueching asserts promptly. Ji Wutsong's expression turns pained. Sect leader Yin, it's far too filthy and odorous in there. Yin Jueching retorts, you've borne the presence of pigs. Can you still be concerned about this? Besides, are you more esteemed than the predecessor? Speak again, and I shall not hesitate to admonish you. At this, Ji Wutsong's heart quakes, and he reluctantly follows Yin Jueching into the tent. Inside, Chen Sun has already mingled with the children. Initially, the children are apprehensive upon seeing two newcomers, but after hearing Rong Fu's introduction, they quickly warm up, pulling the bewildered Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong into their playful antics. The Rong couple is taken aback and prepares to intervene, but Ji Wutsong offers them a reassuring glance. Thus, the esteemed leaders of the Tunshan demon sect and the Dian demon sect find themselves frolicking with the children of the slums. At first, Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong feel somewhat uncomfortable, but as they engage further and sense the children's pure hearts, smiles inevitably grace their faces. Were this scene to be witnessed by the elders and disciples within their sect, they would be left utterly astonished, as if the heavens themselves had crumbled. Brother, have some pancakes. A little girl holds out a half-eaten pastry towards Chen Sun. He grins foolishly and, without hesitation, takes a bite, laughing heartily. As Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong observe this scene, their gazes towards Chen Sun grow increasingly intricate, mingled with deep respect. Predecessor, he truly differs from any cultivator we have previously encountered. He is entirely unique. During this time, Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong glean insights from the Rong couple. The parents of these children had nearly all perished in the aftermath of the monks' battles, leaving the two in a prolonged state of shock. They exchanged uneasy glances, pondering whether the conflict between the righteous and the demonic in the north had also cast a shadow over numerous townsfolk, thereby condemning many children to a life of hardship. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Chen Sun emerged. A new day of pig herding was about to commence. Upon meeting with his companions, he found Yin Jueching and his partner, both adorned in pink aprons, already awaiting his arrival. Their time spent together had stirred profound feelings within them, leading them to quietly shift their form of address for Chen Sun from senior to Mr. Ignoring their presence, Chen Sun harnessed the cart and set off with a rumble. Yin Jueching and his partner promptly fell in step behind him. As they sprinted through the streets, a cloud of dust rose, prompting several passers-by to mutter under their breath about the insanity of the scene. Meanwhile, from a nearby tavern, Nangong Yao, taken aback, spewed his tea as he watched the trio disappear into the distance. Mr. and the other two are none other than Yin Jueching and Ji Wutsong. Coincidentally, both Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai were also residing in the same tavern as Yin Jueching and his companion, a popular establishment among cultivators in Yen City. Master Duan, I have spotted the Mr. Nangong Yao relayed through a quick message before vanishing in a flicker, chasing after Chen Sun. What? Duan Songhai exclaimed from another room, quickly disappearing as well, following in the direction of Nangong Yao. At the pig farm, Chen Sun emerged, pulling two still drowsy pigs behind him. Yin Jueqing and his partner, each carrying a bewildered pig, closely trailed his footsteps. In an instant, the trio vanished down the road. A moment later, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai emerged from the bushes, staring dumbfounded in the direction the trio had gone. Am I hallucinating? Was that senior herding pigs? And the other two were Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong? Duan Songhai swallowed hard, his voice strained. The sensation was akin to encountering a familiar figure who suddenly dropped their trousers and squatted before you, exposing their rear. Particularly, the pink aprons provided a striking visual shock to both Duan Songhai and Nangong Yao. While it was somewhat expected of the senior to act in whimsical ways, the sight of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong in such a state was perplexing. Suddenly, Nangong Yao declared, I understand now. Duan Songhai looked on, intrigued, waiting for further explanation. Nangong Yao confidently stated, previously, within the sect, I accompanied Yin Jueqing and others in practicing the tree transformation technique under the mister, which granted us a breakthrough. Now that the mister is herding pigs, it must be another form of cultivation. Naturally, Yin Jueqing and the others would not wish to miss such an opportunity. Is that so? Duan Songhai exclaimed, astonished. No wonder Yin Jueqing had surpassed him and reached the late stage of transformation. Now he finally understood. At this moment, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged a glance, a shared understanding igniting within them, and they swiftly darted in the direction Chen Sun had departed. Boss Rong, we shall return tomorrow. They bid farewell to Rongfu, then made their way toward the tavern. This time, they had learned from previous encounters and promptly removed their pink aprons to avoid being labeled as perverts. Who? Come out. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing sensed something amiss and turned to the shadowy corner, calling out sharply. Ji Wucong was equally startled, realizing that someone was following them. The fact that he had not perceived this sooner suggested that the pursuer was no ordinary cultivator. A brief silence enveloped the air. From the shadows emerged Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai, both smiling as they clasped their hands in greeting. Haha, Sect Master Yin, Sect Master Ji. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were momentarily taken aback, their pupils contracting in surprise. Nangong Yao? Duan Songhai? What an astonishing coincidence. We saw everything, Nangong Yao stated calmly. Yin Jueqing furrowed his brow, inquiring, what did you see? Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously declaring, we also wish to gather pigs. The expressions of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong darkened slightly, their thoughts laced with curses. Damn it, these two old foxes had evidently discerned the potent technique of pig gathering. Ji Wucong retorted coldly, if you wish to gather pigs, then go ahead. There are countless pig vendors in Yen City. Do you think we could possibly stop you? Nangong Yao cleared his throat. We too wish to join the esteemed master in gathering pigs. Irritated, Yin Jueqing waved his sleeve dismissively. We came to gather pigs only after inquiring with the master. If you wish to gather pigs, you should consult the master. What use is it to speak with us? Humph, lunatics. With that, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong raised their chins defiantly and turned away, dismissing them. They held little belief that Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai could truly join them in gathering pigs. After all, Boss Rong's household had no need for additional help. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai watched as the two departed, rolling their eyes in disdain. What else with the arrogance? They muttered before casting a glance at Rongfu's residence and hastening toward it. In the small courtyard of Rongfu, Chen Sun was enjoying breakfast while the Rong couple busied themselves with pork. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed at the door. The Rong couple exchanged uncertain glances. Could it be Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong returning? Rongfu wiped his hands and approached the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of two unfamiliar middle-aged men standing outside. Moreover, they exuded an air of distinction, clearly of noble or wealthy stature. An ominous premonition stirred within Rongfu's heart as he cautiously inquired, Are you two here to gather pigs? Gasp. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged shocked glances, then cautiously peered inside the courtyard at the dining Chen Sun. Truly, the master had everything under control. Duan Songhai, with utmost seriousness, replied, Yes, we wish to gather pigs here. Nangong Yao quickly added, Indeed, indeed. As long as we can gather pigs, there is no need to provide us with food or lodging, and we would even be willing to pay you. Rongfu was left speechless. As Su Yingying, who was handling the pork in the back, was distracted by the conversation. She nearly cut her own hand with the slaughtering knife. The dialogue was almost identical. Chapter 83. Those who come to haul the pigs do not seem like ordinary mortals. However, I must confess, we already have 3 pig-hauling workers at home, and 4 pigs a day is sufficient, Rongfu began to explain, but before he could finish, Nangong Yao interrupted. No worries, we can each carry a pig. That will be just right. Rongfu stuttered, but Chin Sun. This matter we can manage ourselves. We beseech you not to refuse further. We are willing to pay for hauling the pigs, Duan Songhai declared, reaching for his money. Wait. If you wish to haul them, then do so. Just keep an eye on things. Rongfu exclaimed, startled into stopping them. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged delighted glances. What do we call you, boss? Rongfu. Very well, I am Nangong Yao, and this is Duan Songhai. Rong boss. We will come to haul the pigs tomorrow morning, and we kindly ask you to prepare those pink aprons for us. After speaking, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai respectfully cast a glance at Chin Sun in the courtyard before hastily departing. Rongfu stood there, bewildered. Defu, what on earth is happening? Su Yingying approached, her brow deeply furrowed. This world is truly absurd. Why are the wealthy so eager to haul pigs? And why specifically to Aranji? They don't even require food or lodging, nor do they want a monthly wage. They even wish to pay for hauling pigs. It's outrageous. Rongfu could not help but scratch his bloodied head, smiling bitterly. I cannot comprehend it. After living half my life, this is the first time I have encountered such a series of bizarre events. Those 2, one named Nangong Yao and the other Duan Songhai. Their names sound anything but ordinary, comparable to In Jueching and Ji Wutsong. Su Yingying's eyes flickered, and she suddenly whispered to Fu. I perceive that their demeanor is hardly that of mere mortals. Su Yingying was not as simple-minded as Rongfu. She contemplated the details more deeply. Hearing her words, Rongfu was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Cultivators? Su Yingying nodded, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Yes, I suppose you have considered the same, but are reluctant to believe it. Their aura is far from that of ordinary people. Moreover, their strength. Our distance from the pig farm is not short. Yet they could carry the pigs back with such ease. Their strength is remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Rongfu swallowed hard, but carrying pigs is something martial artists can also achieve. If that is the case, could Chin Sun also be immensely strong? Is he a cultivator as well? Su Yingying smiled helplessly. Chin Sun is certainly not a cultivator. Although he is strong, he has always used a cart for hauling pigs. Unlike those 2 who carry them directly. Besides, with Chin Sun's temperament, he could not possibly be a cultivator. Rongfu shook his head. No, I still cannot believe it. Why would cultivators come to haul pigs? What could they possibly gain from it? Although Rongfu spoke with skepticism, his face visibly paled. Su Yingying sighed, expressing her uncertainty about their motives. We are merely ordinary mortals, surviving by selling pigs. Of course, this is just my speculation. Do not worry too much. Even if they were cultivators, they have never shown us any malice. Rongfu furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 2 of them, distracted, finished processing the pork. After having breakfast together, they loaded the meat onto a cart and set off towards the East Street Vegetable Market, with Chin Sun at the helm. At the city lord's mansion in Yen City, the steward bowed and announced, My lord, there seems to be some news regarding the cultivator mentioned in the bounty notice. Uft. The city lord, Wang Hung, spluttered his tea in shock. What did you say? The steward reiterated, It appears there are some leads on the cultivator from the bounty notice. Wang Hung sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth with a mixture of excitement, fear, and anxiety etched upon his face. Could it be that the cultivator, wanted by numerous sects, was actually in his Yen City? After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from inquiring about the specifics and instead spoke solemnly. Steward, do you think we should report this matter? Although Wang Hung governed the entire Yen City, he was still a mortal at heart. Truth be told, the reward mentioned in the bounty was enticing. Yet, the thought of a cultivator, pursued by so many sects, filled him with trepidation. The current situation felt like standing at the precipice of heaven and hell. Of course, there was another option, to ignore the situation entirely and maintain the status quo. The steward remained silent for a long while before responding. In my humble opinion, it would be wise for you, my lord, to refrain from becoming involved. The reward may be high, but it resembles a perilous tightrope over a chasm. One misstep could lead to an irretrievable downfall. If the ruthless individual from the bounty were to discover that it was you who reported the information, the consequences would be dire. The steward's words were couched in subtlety. To put it plainly, a cultivator of such notoriety was likely a formidable foe. Should they come to the city lord's mansion, it would likely be obliterated with a mere gesture. Wang Heng's chest heaved as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The steward had always been his trusted advisor, and this time, he chose to heed his counsel. There were matters beyond his control. The steward nodded in relief and asked, in that case, does the city lord intend to forego any inquiries into the movements of the cultivator mentioned in the bounty? Wang Heng suppressed his curiosity and shook his head. No inquiries shall be made. If I do not inquire, then I will remain ignorant of the matter. Steward, please keep this to yourself. The steward bowed deeply. As you wish. According to the reports received, there was a young pig handler at the East Street Vegetable Market, from Rongji's pig stall, whose description closely matched that of the cultivator in the bounty notice. His name was Chen Sun. He wore a blue garment and carried a wooden sword. Resembling a scholar, these details were all consistent. The only discrepancy was that Chen Sun was deemed somewhat eccentric. Whether he was indeed the cultivator from the bounty remained a topic for debate. After all, in the steward's view, no cultivator would lower themselves to the task of handling pigs. However, he speculated that this might be a clever guise for concealment. However, in a perplexing contradiction, if one intends to conceal their identity, why not also change their name and don different attire? This conundrum left the old steward in a state of confusion, prompting him to abandon his thoughts and allow events to unfold as they may. Often, feigning ignorance is the wisest path to self-preservation. The grievances of cultivators are not matters for mortals to meddle in. Just as the old steward was about to exit, Wang Heng suddenly remarked, "Steward, deal with the one who reported this information." Accompanying his words was a gesture mimicking the act of slitting a throat. The old steward nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. As soon as that person reported the information, I swiftly took his life and instructed that the lord's mansion shall not concern itself with the bounty." Wang Heng paused, casting a satisfied glance at the old steward. With such a steward in place, there was a sense of security. Yet, for reasons unknown, the old steward's cunning demeanor sent chills down his spine. Chapter 84. The horrified couple, Rongfu and his wife, fleeing Yin City under the cover of night. In the afternoon, another day of selling pork came to a close. Rongfu instructed Su Yingying to escort Chen Sun home, while he himself intended to investigate the bounty notice. Recalling the children in the slums, Rongfu felt compelled to check on them, fearing that the conflict among cultivators might endanger many innocent lives. In Yin City, at a location for bounty notices, a throng of people gathered, densely packed both inside and out. The majority were cultivators, scrutinizing the contents of the bounty notice, while the mortals were few, hesitant to approach the cultivators and only daring to observe from a distance. Upon seeing the amount listed on the bounty, the crowd's eyes glinted with greed, their breaths heavy with anticipation. Rongfu, feeling a lump in his throat, mustered some courage to inch closer. Stopping once he could clearly decipher the text on the notice. Bounty notice. Name, Chen Sun. Identity, practitioner of the northern profound physical characteristics, clad in green attire. Wielding a wooden sword, any individual providing significant information regarding this practitioner shall be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones and 2 purple star treasure flowers for cultivators, and 1,000 gold coins along with an official title for mortals. Bounty duration, none. Task risk. The target possesses formidable cultivation. Utmost caution is advised. This bounty was issued by a prominent sect of the Southern Sky. Any cultivator with information on the target may report to the Jiang sect, the Batian Pavilion, or the Miaoying Valley. Mortals may report directly to the local lord's mansion. Due to the fear that cultivators might discover Chen Sun's cultivation level post-tribulation and therefore hesitate to report, Hao Gao refrained from specifying Chen Sun's exact cultivation level on the notice, describing it merely as formidable. After perusing the bounty notice, Rongfu's pupils dilated, his gaze fixated on the lines detailing the name and physical characteristics. Chen Sun, clad in green attire and wielding a wooden sword? Impossible. How could this be? Rongfu's mind spiraled into a frenzy of disbelief. At the Rongfu residence, during dinner, Rongfu silently sipped his wine, his hand trembling slightly as he stole glances at Chen Sun, who was engrossed in his meal, only to quickly avert his gaze. Since returning from viewing the bounty notice, his heart had been in a perpetual state of turmoil. "Defu, why are you so quiet today?" Su Yingying noticed Rongfu's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Every evening during dinner, Rongfu is quite the chatterbox, laughing and talking incessantly. Rongfu forced a smile and said, "No, nothing." Su Yingying furrowed her brow but refrained from probing further. After the meal, Chen Sun went outside to play with the children. It was then that Rongfu hastily approached the kitchen, glancing at Su Yingying, who was washing the dishes, hesitating to speak. Noticing his strange demeanor, Su Yingying inquired while scrubbing a plate, "Defu, why are you acting so oddly today?" "Yingzi, this afternoon I saw the bounty notice." Rongfu's face turned pale. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, there was no trace of a rosy glow or drunkenness on his features. Su Yingying sensed the tremor in his voice, her heart sinking, and she quickly halted her dishwashing to ask, "What about the bounty notice?" Rongfu replied with difficulty. The cultivator named in the bounty is Chen Sun, described as wearing a blue robe and carrying a wooden sword. With a loud crash, the bowl in Su Yingying's hand fell into the sink, shattering into pieces. She hurriedly approached Rongfu, her face draining of color, and exclaimed, "You mean?" Rongfu cautiously glanced outside, nodded with difficulty, and replied in a trembling voice, "Though I wish it weren't true, his name and appearance match perfectly. Especially that distinctive wooden sword." "Yingzi, what are we to do?" Su Yingying's pupils contracted, and as she listened to the joyful sounds of Chen Sun playing with the children outside, disbelief washed over her. Look at Chen Sun. How could this be anything but a coincidence? Rongfu clenched his teeth tightly, insisting, "But this is far too coincidental. How can such coincidences exist in this world? Moreover, Yingzi, you mentioned yesterday that those who came to collect the pigs were cultivators. I was skeptical at the time, but now, connecting the dots, it's almost certain they are indeed. Those four must be here from Master Chun, hoping to claim the exorbitant bounty mentioned. They have likely reported to their sects. Their continued presence here, merely to keep an eye on Master Chun, puts him in grave danger." At this moment, Rongfu was wholly consumed with concern for Chen Sun's safety. In his eyes, how could someone as kind-hearted as Chen Sun be the target of such a bounty? Everything seemed to be orchestrated against him. Su Yingying, now also convinced by the undeniable facts laid before them, trembled as she asked, "Then, Defu, what are your plans? We are mere mortals. Getting involved might cost us our lives." Thus far, both Rongfu and Su Yingying had maintained a semblance of composure, as they had long prepared for the possibility of such events unfolding. Rongfu stammered, "We don't know why Master Chun would be in this predicament. His mind seems clouded, and he goes to collect pigs daily. Although Yin City is vast, it's only a matter of time before he is discovered, especially with those four already fixated on him. You have always been more astute than I. Do you have any ideas? I will follow your lead." Su Yingying lowered her gaze to the ground for a long while before stammering, "Defu, considering our current predicament, even if we were to dismiss Chen Sun, Master Chen would still be of no use. Those four cultivators will not spare us. I propose that while they remain unaware of our discovery and are momentarily lax, we should depart under the cover of night, taking Master Chun with us and fleeing Yin City. We must escape as far as we can." Rongfu nodded eagerly. "Very well, let us pack our belongings at once." Indeed, Rongfu and his wife could have easily abandoned Chen Sun and fled on their own. But the kindness Chen Sun had shown them during their time together made it impossible for them to abandon him. They believed that with the current bounty on Chen Sun's head throughout Yin City, leaving him behind would lead to dire consequences. Even cultivators could find themselves outnumbered. That night, Rongfu said, "Master Chun, allow me to wrap this around you." He brought a scarf and carefully wrapped it around Chen Sun's neck, along with the wooden sword. For added precaution, he also draped a pink apron over Chen Sun to conceal his blue attire. Chen Sun merely laughed maniacally, seemingly finding the situation amusing. Once everything was prepared, the couple shouldered their belongings and, under the veil of night, while everyone else slept, they left Yin City with Chen Sun in tow. They passed through the heavily guarded city gate without incident. The following morning, outside Rongfu's residence, In Jueching, Ji Wucong, Nangang Yao, and Duan Songhai stood in disarray amidst the wind. They looked at the open courtyard gate and the empty, silent yard, their expressions bewildered. "What is going on? Where is everyone?" Chapter 85. "Sir, Wucong hasn't he done anything?" The four exchanged glances, and then a chill ran through their hearts as they hurried into Rongfu's home. They soon noticed numerous signs of hasty packing. In Jueching furrowed his brow and said, "The Rong couple must have moved out, and they did so overnight." Everyone nodded. observing the various indications that the Rong family had indeed relocated. Ji Wutsong asked in confusion, "In Zhongzhu, but everything seemed fine. Why would the Rong family decide to move?" "Humph." In Jueqing scoffed, casting a glance at Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai, and replied in a somber tone, "That is a question for them." Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai's expressions shifted slightly. Duan Songhai retorted, "In Zhongzhu, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that our sect and Master Nangong forced the Rong family to flee?" In Jueqing mocked, "Is that not the case? We were all getting along well at the Rong residence, yet you chose to meddle. Now, look what you've done, you've frightened them into moving. Rest assured, our master will surely teach you a lesson. You think you can intimidate us? Am I mistaken? Have I spoken in error?" In Jueqing, "Do not slander us and unjustly cast blame on our sect and Master Nangong. The facts speak for themselves. What? I advise you, Sect Master Duan, to remain calm. I may not be able to kill you, but I can certainly inflict serious injury." In Jueqing, "How dare you? Heh, you truly are a beast. My mother has long since passed, and yet you harbor such vile thoughts. Go ahead and act on them." You, In Jueqing and Duan Songhai, began to exchange sharp words with each other. "Masters In and Duan, please, let us not quarrel just yet. I have a different perspective," Ji Wutsong interjected, furrowing his brow. "I sense that Boss Rong and his companions are not merely relocating. They seem to be departing from Yin City altogether." "What?" The others gasped in astonishment. Ji Wutsong continued with conviction, "It stands to reason that this is related to the bounty notice. Perhaps Boss Rong has realized that the gentleman is the one mentioned in the notice, prompting them to leave hastily." Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. After all, they had all seen the bounty notice, which described a certain Chen Sun, clad in blue, wielding a wooden sword. It was evident that Boss Rong and his wife were not foolish. They would quickly connect the dots to the gentleman. Furthermore, given their kind-hearted nature and the way they viewed the gentleman, they would undoubtedly care for him. "Let us go." In the next moment, the four of them shared a knowing look before vanishing in a flash. For added assurance, they stopped at the city gates to inquire with the guards, who confirmed that a middle-aged couple had departed the gates last night with a rather peculiar young man. It was clear to them that this referred to Boss Rong, his wife, and the gentleman. "Outside Yin City, they surely haven't ventured far. Allow me to seek them out with my spiritual sense," declared In Jueqing as he closed his eyes, sending forth his formidable spiritual energy in all directions. However, he soon opened his eyes, a look of resignation on his face. "No, I almost forgot. Since Boss Rong and his wife are with the gentleman, protected by his presence, our spiritual sense cannot penetrate that barrier." Ji Wutsong paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. He recalled how, during their first encounter with the gentleman in Yin City, their spiritual senses yielded no results. "Let us split up and search for them," In Jueqing suggested, leading the way in a particular direction. The others, including Nangong Yao, immediately followed suit. Go, go." On a wide mountain path, a horse pulled a cart at a brisk pace. The driver was Rong Fu, while Chen Sun sat with Su Yingying in the cart behind. The cart was strewn with grass, typically used by Chen Sun to transport pigs. The horse had been purchased by Rong Fu the previous night and was now harnessed to the cart, forming a makeshift carriage. Despite having traveled all night, they were still merely 60 miles from Yin City. "De Fu, the horse has been running all night. We should stop to let it graze and drink some water, especially since we are now at a safe distance from Yin City," Su Yingying suggested, noticing the horse's noticeably reduced speed. "All right," Rong Fu nodded, steering the horse to the side before dismounting to provide water for the horse. "Chun, Master Chun, would you like some water?" Su Yingying asked from the cart. Chen Sun shook his head, engrossed in his wordless book, muttering, No, I do not wish for water. I am hungry, I crave food." Su Yingying forced a smile, then retrieved a few pastries, offering them to him. "Given our current circumstances, please do not find them lacking, master." Upon seeing the pastries, Chen Sun quickly set aside his book and snatched them up with remarkable speed, diving into his meal. As Rongfu approached, he witnessed the scene before him and exchanged a knowing smile with Su Yingying. To be honest, even now, they could not discern how Chen Sun bore any resemblance to an immortal. Had it not been for the striking similarity to the bounty notice, they would have found it utterly implausible. Su Yingying, weary from her prolonged seating, dismounted the cart to stretch her limbs. Sighing, Rongfu asked, "Yingzi, where shall we venture next?" Leaning against the cart, Su Yingying shook her head in uncertainty, never having anticipated such a day of displacement. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Dafu, while our knowledge of immortals is quite limited from what you have relayed, the sects pursuing Master Chun as noted in the bounty are among the elite in the immortal realm. Being of such high caliber, they are surely beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like ourselves. I suspect that bounties may not only exist in Yin City, but in other towns as well." A jolt of dread shot through Rongfu. Did this imply that he and his wife were doomed? Just as the couple found themselves at a loss, a streak of light flashed across the sky and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before their cart. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them, startling Rongfu and his wife into a fright, prompting them to bow in terror, pleading, "Immortal, spare us. Immortal, please have mercy." They feared that their escape had been discovered, that an immortal from Yin City, coveting the bounty, was upon them. Ji Wutsong, exasperated, hurried to assist them up, saying, "Oh dear, Boss Rong, Madam, it is I, Ji Wutsong. I have finally located you. Come back to Yin City with me." However, little did he know, as soon as he uttered these words, Rongfu and his wife gazed up at him, their eyes rolling back in shock, and they fainted. Ji Wutsong, flustered, turned to Qin Sun with a pale expression, exclaiming, "Sir, you saw it too. I have done nothing at all." He was puzzled. Was he truly that fearsome? Why did Rongfu and his wife react with such dread? After swallowing the last bite of his pastry, Qin Sun turned to Ji Wutsong and chuckled, dry as a bone. Suddenly enlightened, Ji Wutsong hurriedly retrieved a flask of wine from his storage ring and handed it over respectfully. Qin Sun accepted it, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go, before burping and covering his face with a blank book, falling into slumber. Ji Wutsong pressed his lips together, lifted Rongfu and his wife onto the cart, then took a seat at the front, grasping the reins to steer the horse back toward Yin City. Giddy up. It was Ji Wutsong's first experience driving a horse, providing a novelty of sorts. Meanwhile, he relayed a message to Yin Jueqing and the others. "I have found the Sir and am returning to Yin City." Chapter 86. A Grand Misunderstanding. In Yin City, at the Rongfu residence, during the evening, Qin Sun rambled on wildly in the small courtyard. Yin Jueqing and the others knelt in a line before him, listening with utmost reverence. Among them, Duan Songhai had interacted with Qin Sun the least, yet after their encounter, he was profoundly shaken. He mused to himself, no wonder he was the one who annihilated the Wuji Immortal Palace. Everything he saw, heard, and spoke was extraordinary. To Duan Songhai, though Qin Sun appeared mad, beneath that faade lay unparalleled wisdom. "Esteemed sir, I, Songhai, once considered myself the foremost sword cultivator of the North. Yet upon encountering you, I have come to realize that you are the radiant moon, while I am but a mere firefly. May I inquire about your insights on the path of the sword?" Songhai lowered his head, speaking with both sincerity and anticipation. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and the others felt a twinge of displeasure. "How audacious of you, Songhai, to seek knowledge from the Sir when your interactions have been the least. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Songhai, I warn you, the Sir will teach you if he wishes, but do not press him for answers, lest I be compelled to strike you." Yin Jueqing communicated vehemently. Qin Sun chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Oh, you wish to learn?" Songhai nodded eagerly, "Indeed. My life has been devoted to the sword." "Ah, but I shan't teach you. Does that frustrate you?" Qin Sun laughed heartily, his body quaking with mirth, embodying a chaotic dance of spirits. Songhai faltered, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he admitted, "I have overstepped, it seems." Indeed, Yin Jueqing's words held truth. One should not rush into inquiries about the sword path. Meanwhile, Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly averting the possibility of this brazen Songhai gaining true mastery from the Sir. Simultaneously, the couple, Rongfu and Su Yingying, gradually awoke in their chamber. Upon recognizing the familiar ceiling, they were engulfed by despair. "Alas, we have been forcibly brought back." Rongfu gazed blankly at the ceiling, tears welling in his eyes. "Yingzi, what shall we do?" Su Yingying stared vacantly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Defu, I do not know either." The couple had never felt life so bleak, devoid of any color. Outside, faint sounds reached them, confirming that the four individuals were watching closely. Presumably, having learned from past experiences, they dared not underestimate the situation. This time, escape would be nearly impossible. What a calamity! I wonder how Master Chen is faring. "Yingzi, Should we confront them? After all, our fate seems sealed. Rongfu spoke in despair. Su Yingying nodded. Indeed, we shall face our end together. Resolved. Rongfu slowly sat up, gingerly stepping out of bed and retrieving a box from beneath it. As he opened the box, gleaming butcher knives were revealed. Remarkable. Rongfu, true to his trade, has concealed a set of sharpened knives, he thought, grabbing one and offering another to Su Yingying, who trembled as she accepted it. Though they understood that opposing cultivators would be futile, they resolved that if they were to perish, it would be with fervor. With the butcher knife gripped tightly, Rongfu's chest heaved as he gasped for air, his eyes ablaze with determination. Exchanging a glance filled with resolve, the two raised their knives and charged towards the courtyard. Curse you, cultivators! I shall slay you. Aya! At this very moment, the four individuals in the courtyard, Jueqing and his companions, were utterly bewildered as they beheld the couple, Rongfu and his wife, charging towards them with a butcher's knife in hand. For a brief instant, they were paralyzed, unable to respond. By the time they gathered their wits, the couple had already reached them, the blade glinting ominously as it swung down. In a panic, Jueqing and Ji Wucang quickly reached out to seize the descending knife. Witnessing this, the couple was immediately engulfed in despair. Cultivators were indeed formidable. Catching a sharp blade with bare hands seemed as effortless as drinking water. Ji Wucang, still in shock, exclaimed, Rong, what are you doing? Jueqing, wearing a wry smile, added, Yes, Rong, if we have wronged you in any way, we sincerely apologize. There is no need to resort to violence. Goodness, this couple was ruthless. If they possessed spiritual roots, it would be a pity for them not to pursue a path of demonic cultivation. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai stood by, equally perplexed. You shameless cultivators, stop pretending. Don't think we don't know you intend to exchange Master Chen for a reward. Let me tell you, we are already resigned to our fate. We fear nothing. Rongfu bellowed, his eyes reddening. Yet, his trembling hands and legs betrayed him. He was, after all, afraid. Though a surge of defiance bolstered his spirit. At last, Jueqing and his companions comprehended the situation. They finally understood why the couple had sought to flee Yin City with Master Chen. What a monumental misunderstanding. How could they ever consider such a thing? With this revelation, the four cast a frantic glance at Chen Sun. Jueqing hastily declared, Rong, I see you are a decent person. I have always respected you. Yet you have sullied our names. Ji Wucang nodded emphatically. Indeed, we acknowledge we are cultivators, but we are not what you presume. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai opened their mouths, but found themselves at a loss for words. They were still in a daze. Rongfu and his wife were taken aback. After a moment, they lowered the knife, their faces reflecting a mix of unease and relief. Ahem, esteemed cultivators, it seems this was all a misunderstanding. Please, do not take offense at our earlier actions, Rongfu stammered. Su Yingying quickly joined in with apologies. Though still apprehensive, they discerned that the four before them bore no ill intentions. Had they truly meant harm, a single strike would have sealed their fate. Not at all, Rong. We understand your good intentions. It was merely a misunderstanding, Ji Wucang reassured them. Indeed, we are righteous cultivators, Jueqing added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged skeptical glances. It seemed even the faces of demons had grown remarkably thick-skinned in these times. Rongfu sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly drained. As long as you four are not here to capture Master Chen, that is a relief. Jueqing and his companions inhaled sharply, casting a wary glance at Chen Sun, who was engrossed in his reading. Oh, Rongfu, please, let us not revisit this topic. How could we dare to apprehend the esteemed master? We have yet to fully embrace life. Su Yingying cautiously inquired. Since the four celestial masters are not here to seize Chen Xianshi, what brings you to our humble pig stall? For cultivators of such caliber, coming to tend to pigs cannot merely be for the sake of pigs, can it? Or perhaps, until now, these four have spun a web of deceit merely to bide their time? Jueqing observed that the Rong couple remained vigilant. He felt both reassured and helpless. Thus he responded, Rest assured, we are indeed here solely to tend to the pigs. With no ulterior motives. If you truly doubt our intentions, we could even solemnly swear an oath to the heavens, right, esteemed colleagues? Ji Wucang affirmed, Indeed, I have had a lifelong passion for tending to pigs. Even after embarking on the path of cultivation, I find myself restless without the daily engagement. Duan Songhai added, Indeed, Tending to pigs is a noble endeavor. If one can find tranquility in such work, it surely benefits one's cultivation. Thus, we have previously been willing to pay for the opportunity to tend to pigs. Nangong Yao interjected. Unlike them, I not only relish tending to pigs, but I am also born under the sign of the pig, innately drawn to them as one would be to cherished friends and loved ones. Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and the others stared at Nangong Yao in disbelief. What? You are so close to pigs, and yet you engage in such activities? Have you lost all sense of morality? Even if you were to fabricate a tale, could you not make it more plausible? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Nangong Yao forced a laugh. Haha, that was not my intent. Nevertheless, the misunderstanding was finally resolved, and the Rong couple came to believe that the four were not wicked individuals. I'm starving, Chin Sun exclaimed, having set aside the unmarked book, slapping his face in urgency. The four of Yin Jueqing were startled and quickly turned to the Rong couple, urging, Rong boss, isn't it time for dinner? Rong Fu glanced at the sky. It is indeed mealtime. Esteemed masters, why not dine at our modest abode? The four eagerly nodded, indicating their approval. They would seize any opportunity to interact with their master. Previously hesitant to overstay their welcome, they now felt emboldened by the host's invitation. Although they were practitioners of abstinence, sharing a meal with their master posed no issue whatsoever. Thus, they temporarily chose to stay. The Rong couple busied themselves with dinner preparations, and soon, the meal was ready. Due to the gathering's size, the table was moved to the small courtyard. Initially hesitant to sit, the Rong couple was firmly urged by Yin Jueqing and the others to take their seats. After a few drinks, they began to relax. Rong Fu, in a tipsy haze, remarked, Esteemed masters, I am but a mere mortal. To share a drink with you today is a blessing that suffices for my lifetime. The four laughed softly, thinking it was truly a privilege to dine with their master. However, it was also true that these four had risen to the pinnacle of power within the Northern Xian sects, making it a fortunate occasion for Rong Fu to share a meal with them. Continuing in his inebriated state, Rong Fu said, Chen Xianshi is currently in a perilous situation. Should any unforeseen event occur, I humbly implore, could you esteemed masters offer your assistance? I would be most grateful. With that, Rong Fu rose from his seat and, with a thud, knelt before Yin Jueqing and the others. Seeing this, Su Yingying hurriedly left, kneeling down with a face full of pleading. Yin Jueqing and the others paused momentarily and quickly utilized their spiritual power